Chapter 1, October 23, 2013. Los Angeles, Staples Center. The season opener between the Spurs and the Lakers is underway. This matchup features the Spanish Warrior against the Stone Buddha, Gasol versus Duncan. Both players possess exceptional offensive talent. One is the most versatile post scorer, while the other dominates the league with his 45-degree bank shot. As the fourth quarter unfolds, there are only 10 minutes remaining. 100:80. The Spurs lead the Lakers by a staggering 20 points. On the court, Gasol resembles a valiant fighter, relentlessly challenging Duncan to score. Yet, lacking support, he clearly finds himself at a disadvantage in this duel with Duncan. The Lakers, once a formidable force, have long lost their former glory. Last season, they boasted a star-studded lineup featuring Nash, Kobe, Gasol, and Howard, but a season plagued by underperformance, compounded by Kobe tearing his Achilles in a desperate bid for a playoff spot, saw them eliminated in a swift 40 sweep by the Spurs. Throughout the offseason, the Lakers remained timid in the trade market, making only a few rookie signings and acquiring some aging veterans on minimum contracts. Not only did this result in no reinforcements for the team, but it also led to Howard's departure to Houston and the amnesty of championship contributor Artest. This encapsulates the entirety of the Lakers' off-season dealings. In contrast, the Spurs, a storied franchise in the NBA, have been perennial championship contenders under the legendary coach Popovich, whether during the GDP era or the subsequent Leonard phase. Once rivals, the disparity in roster strength has now widened immensely. Beep. Lakers head coach D'Antoni, resigned to the situation, calls a timeout, preparing to replace the starters and concede defeat. Yi Chun, clad in the Lakers' number 3 jersey, sits at the end of the bench. His fiery gaze is fixed on the head coach, eager for an opportunity to step onto the court. He also bears the identity of a traveler, having crossed into this world a year ago, specifically the America of 2013. The identity of this body is that of a basketball player from the Dragon Kingdom, modeled after himself in the 2K game in his previous life. Glancing at his attributes panel, Yi Chun, age, 19, height, 201 centimeters, weight, 90 kilograms, strength, 100, speed, 100, vertical, 100, mid-range, 100, three-point, 100, ball handling, 100, passing, 100, blocking, 100, stealing, 100. A string of perfect scores, all at maximum value, presenting an astonishing display of talent. This extraordinary attributes panel now belongs to him, leaving him both astounded and exhilarated. If word were to spread, the entire world would be driven into a frenzy, shaking the very foundations of the basketball realm. At just 19 years old, possessing such formidable talent, any team in the league would be captivated by Yi Chun. Of course, such news could never be allowed to leak. Even if it did, no one would believe it. A once unremarkable player from the Dragon Kingdom could not possibly possess such terrifying abilities. Yi Chun had initially thought that he would conquer the Americans with his perfect three-point shooting, dunking, defense, vertical leap, and speed. Yet reality has delivered a harsh lesson during his year at UCLA. Yi Chun served as the team's cheerleader, fetching towels and water for the starting players, occasionally playing the role of the clown in the locker room to bring joy to the team. In the college league, Yi Chun scarcely saw playing time. His most significant opportunity came during the Sweet 16 match against the University of Kentucky, where with 1 minute left and trailing by 25 points, the head coach finally remembered him. Drafted by the Lakers with a second-round pick, Yi Chun had believed this to be a chance to rise from obscurity, but the Lakers were merely interested in the Dragon Kingdom market behind him. Without that, they would have shown no interest in Yi Chun whatsoever. Yi Chun, get ready to enter the game. Yi Chun's focus is entirely on the head coach. Upon hearing the coach's summons, a surge of adrenaline rushes through him. He leaps to his feet. The Lakers are making personnel changes, pulling all the starters and substituting in a bench. Entering the game is this year's second-round pick from the Dragon Kingdom, Yi Chun. The commentators voice their surprise. The crowd in the arena responds with boos. The fans are perplexed by D'Antoni's decision. While they can understand the team's struggles against the formidable Spurs, how could they accept conceding defeat with nearly an entire quarter left to play? As Yi Chun steps onto the court, he immediately feels the weight of the crowd's disdain. Ignoring the jeers, he clenches his fists tightly. Let my NBA journey begin here. The lineups: Farmar, Nick Young, Yi Chun, Jordan Hill, Saker. For the Spurs: Mills, Ginobili, Danny Green, Dias Splitter. Beep. The Lakers inbound the ball. As Yi Chun dribbles past half court, Nick Young calls for the ball. However, Yi Chun disregards him entirely. Finally getting a chance in garbage time, he's not about to play nice. Nick Young is taken aback that this second-round pick from the Dragon Kingdom is ignoring him. Just as he's about to reprimand Yi Chun dribbles to the left side beyond the three-point arc, facing Danny Green's defense. Feigning a drive to the left, he swiftly pulls back for a step-back jumper. Danny Green is momentarily left off balance by Yi Chun's move. The basketball arcs beautifully through the air. Swish. The ball swishes through the net. Oh my God, that's a move straight out of Kobe's playbook. Fuck, is this really a second-round pick? With a step-back jumper, Yi Chun instantly captures the attention of nearly 20,000 spectators at the Staples Center. On the sidelines, Kobe watches Yi Chun with a look of astonishment. 100:82, the Spurs still lead by 18 points. Simultaneously, Coach Popovich is equally taken aback. Yi Chun's scoring method has shattered his preconceived notions. In his mind, it was inconceivable for an Asian player to possess such scoring finesse. The Spurs attack, but Splitter's strong drive to the basket is unsuccessful. Saker grabs the rebound and swiftly passes it to the sneaking Yi Chun. Nice pass. With the ball in hand and no defenders in sight, Yi Chun seizes the opportunity to showcase his skills. Leaping off one foot, he seems to soar like he's stepping onto clouds, his movement graceful in the air, switching the ball from his left hand to his right and delivering a thunderous dunk that ignites the crowd. The fans at Staples Center erupt in cheers. Oh my God, what did I just witness? Did he just pull off a dunk from between his legs in a real game? Is this something a player from the Dragon Kingdom can actually do? 100:84. The gap narrows to 16 points, with 8 minutes remaining in the game. Beep. Popovich calls a timeout. There's still suspense in this game. Who would have thought the Lakers would play like this? And who could have predicted that the Dragon Kingdom's Yi Chun would come in and perform so explosively, showcasing a between-the-legs dunk? Indeed, the situation has left everyone in shock. No one anticipated Yi Chun's entry would dramatically shift the game, raising many fans' blood pressure. Popovich furrows his brow, hesitating before ultimately calling a timeout. With a 16-point deficit and 8 minutes left, the dynamics have become delicate. Popovich substitutes in Leonard, keeping the other players on the floor. Seeing Leonard enter for the Spurs, the Lakers also bring in one of their key players, Gasol. Back to the game. Ball. At this moment, Yi Chun has the ball again. In a flash, Leonard lunges at him, his hand darting out to swat the ball. Quick, Yi Chun thinks, but his reflexes are sharp. He quickly taps the ball, half turns to protect it, and signals Gasol to set screen. Yi Chun shakes off Leonard and, facing the recovering Splitter, executes a swift change of direction and a soft floater that finds the net. Another 2 points scored. The Spurs have possession. This time, Leonard opted for an onion own against Yi Chun. He initiated with a series of underthelic dribbles, then suddenly took a step, shifting to the right and creating distance between himself and Yi Chun. Right side, Yi Chun quickly retreated. At that moment, however, Leonard flicked his wrist, pulling back the ball that had already been pushed forward, executing a jump shot with a slight lean back, his wrist snapping gracefully. Swish! The ball went in, hitting the target with unwavering precision. In the next possession, the Lakers advanced, and Yi Chun made a backdoor cut to receive the ball, positioning himself outside the three-point line. He cradled the ball at his waist, pivoting on his left foot with his right foot slightly forward, probing cautiously. Leonard remained unfazed, and Yi Chun, not surprised, released the ball and relaxed his posture, appearing to acknowledge the difficulty of a straightforward breakthrough, opting instead to slow the pace. But in that instant, Yi Chun unexpectedly took a jump shot. Leonard was caught off guard, instinctively leaping to contest the shot with his arm outstretched towards the basketball. Yet, he was a moment too late. Yi Chun's release was incredibly swift. In the next heartbeat, the ball swished through the net, a three-pointer nonetheless. Wow, another one, and it's a three. As the game transitioned from offense to defense, Leonard held the ball, facing Yi Chun's solitary defense. He executed a series of dribbles, employing a dazzling display of moves, before abruptly pivoting to shake off Yi Chun. Clap. A crisp sound resonated as Yi Chen's hand struck the basketball, executing a precise steal. With his long arms, Yi Chen secured the ball and quickly initiated a counterattack. Since Leonard's drive had positioned him near the arc's three-point line, the Spurs had no defenders in the backcourt. Boom! Yi Chen unleashed a powerful one-handed dunk, emphatically slamming the ball through the hoop. Beautifully done, Yi Chen. Kobe leapt from the bench, applauding and cheering for Yi Chen. This scene felt almost surreal. In their respective roles, it was Yi Chen who should have been the one cheering from the sidelines. Now, the team star was applauding a second-round rookie on the court. Kobe, having torn his Achilles, was unable to play. Indeed, the NBA is a realm where miracles are born. In the subsequent two possessions, neither side could score. Ultimately, the ball found its way to Nick Young, as the Lakers needed him to break the scoring drought. Nick Young executed a pick-and-roll with Gasol, taking a step to the side, creating some space before launching a three-pointer. At that moment, an arm surged in from the side. Startled, Nick Young realized it was too late to alter his shot. As the ball flew from his fingertips, he distinctly heard the sound of swoosh, the noise of the opponent's finger grazing the basketball. The ball had been deflected. In the next instant, the ball soared up, descending from the air, with everyone fixated on it, both teams quickly reacting to seize possession. In a flash, one player leaped into action, extending his hand to snatch the ball from the air. Without pausing, he seized the opportunity to launch a fast break towards the Lakers' half. It was Leonard. Leonard sped towards the Lakers' half like a gust of wind, with Yi Chen just a step behind, trailing closely. While the others remained in the Spurs' half, only Yi Chen and Leonard had crossed midcourt, their strides nearly in sync. Leonard slightly turned his head, catching a glimpse of Yi Chen, and his periphery speed was not his forte, and shaking off Yi Chen would not be an easy task. Yi Chen focused intently on Leonard, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. At this point, both had entered the three-point line. Leonard decelerated, clutching the ball tightly, taking 3 large strides. Simultaneously, Yi Chen also slowed down, lurking behind, waiting for his moment to strike. Leonard took a significant step forward, his pace gradually slowing, a clear change in rhythm. After his second step, he had entered the paint, letting out a roar as he propelled himself toward the rim. Yi Chen leaped as well, extending his hand in an attempt to block, but he realized he was powerless to stop Leonard. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed as the ball was forcefully slammed into the basket. It was a one-handed dunk, breathtakingly executed, astonishing both in its technical perfection and the height achieved, captivating the audience in its entirety. Leonard's execution was unembellished, devoid of excessive flair. In truth, it was this simplicity that revealed to Yi Chen something others had overlooked. Many believed Leonard lacked speed and vertical leap, yet that was far from the truth. Perhaps it was merely that he had not showcased it. This time, however, the youthful exuberance within Leonard surged, revealing a breathtaking prowess seldom witnessed. That powerful, commanding one-handed dunk was testament to his latent potential. This dunk sent the Spurs bench into a frenzy. Yet soon after, Leonard's dunk ignited a fire within Yi Chen, propelling him into a fervent display of determination. He first made a backdoor cut to receive the ball, launching a mid-range jumper while disregarding Leonard's presence right before him, his shooting motion swift and explosive, appearing as if he had not even reached his apex, with nary a glance at the basket as the ball left his hands in a flash. With a swish, the ball sailed through the net. Moments later, Yi Chen executed a series of deceptive movements, his footwork enigmatic, leaving Leonard momentarily befuddled and unable to keep pace. Yi Chen then circled the paint, gliding to the right corner beyond the arc, receiving a pass from a teammate. He launched a three-pointer. Swish! Another flawless shot. The Spurs bench was taken aback, some expressing astonishment, others furrowing their brows, while a few voiced their displeasure, urging Leonard to respond. Unfortunately, Leonard was not the team's focal point at that moment. His temperament prevented any impulsive retaliation, leaving the fans disappointed by the anticipated confrontation. The debate of whether defense or offense reigns supreme has persisted within the NBA for decades, and even now, an unequivocal resolution eludes us. Some assert that offense captivates the fans while defense secures victories. Yet, time and again, offense has triumphed over defense, clinching the win. As exemplified now, While Leonard's defense was commendable, nearly flawless, Yichen relied on his individual prowess to consistently score, be it attributed to his exceptional shooting touch or sheer luck. He simply found a way to put the ball in the basket. The score stood at 110-103, narrowing the gap to 7 points with just 2 minutes remaining. Beep. Coach Popovich swiftly called for a timeout. What could transpire in 3 minutes? For the ordinary person, 3 minutes might merely suffice for a quick smoke, or perhaps insufficient even for brewing a cup of tea. However, in the context of a game, those crucial 3 minutes can dictate the outcome of the match. The contest between the Lakers and Spurs had reached a pivotal juncture, with the Spurs maintaining a 7-point lead in possession of the ball. After a few passes, they delivered the ball into Duncan's capable hands. Upon receiving the ball, the Lakers immediately responded with a double team. Duncan held a distinct advantage in the paint, both in strength and experience, with Jordan Hill trailing behind. Moreover, Duncan's composure intensified in critical moments. If they allowed Duncan to score effortlessly, trouble would surely ensue. Observing the double team, Duncan quickly passed out to the perimeter, where Parker received the ball and relayed it to Ginobili. Ginobili feigned a move, then surged into the lane, finishing with a high bank shot. Swish. The lead extended to 9 points. The Lakers countered, exchanging knowing glances and nodding in agreement. Nash advanced the ball, handing it off to Gasol, who attempted to isolate his defender, yet found no favorable opportunity. He then passed to Nick Young, who in turn found Yichen. As Yichen received the ball, Leonard closed in, his hands outstretched, his demeanor serious and ready. Did he sense it? Yichen locked eyes with Leonard, a spark igniting within him. Yet he quickly dismissed any lingering thoughts, cradling the ball at his waist. With a quick shift of his right foot and a lowering of his center of gravity, he prepared to make his move. To the left, Leonard raised an eyebrow, shifting his weight to the right, yet retained a measure of caution. For even if Yichen feigned, it mattered little. In the next instant, Yichen launched into action. It was neither a feint nor a mere trick. He cut decisively to the left, propelling himself forward with a swift push off his left foot, his shoes squeaking against the floor as he burst into motion. Leonard reacted promptly, retreating a step. But just then, Yichen executed a sudden stop, his body halting mid-stride as he elevated, releasing the ball before Leonard could fully respond. Swish. The ball found its mark, sailing effortlessly through the net. Yichen turned around, a hint of excitement gracing his face as he strode toward his team's half of the court. Behind him, Leonard observed Yichen's retreating figure, his brow furrowing in contemplation. That peculiar sensation he had felt earlier became increasingly pronounced. The moment Yichen released the ball, Leonard sensed with certainty that it would find its mark. Could this truly be a second-round draft pick? Leonard pondered. With a 7-point deficit, the Spurs initiated their offensive play. This time, however, they failed to score. As they turned back, Gasol from the Lakers managed to sink a basket, narrowing the gap to 5 points. Yet, mere seconds later, Parker assisted Ginobili, who executed a deft 3-point shot, once again widening the score difference. At this juncture, only a little over 2 minutes remained in the game. Time was dwindling. Yichen silently resolved, clenching his fist, and called out to Nash, "Pass me the ball in a moment." Understood, Nash nodded in agreement. As Nash advanced to the front court, Yichen immediately made a backtrack move, signaling to Gasol. The two players seamlessly exchanged positions, with Gasol setting a screen for Yichen. Yichen deftly evaded Leonard, and Nash's pass arrived just in time. In the next instant, without a moment's hesitation, Yichen leapt with the ball, undeterred by the approaching defenders. Leonard had also circled around McGee to close in. Yet, Yichen remained resolute, releasing his shot. Another mid-range jumper, another successful strike. The deficit was reduced to 5 points. Mere seconds later, Yichen attempted another shot, which unfortunately missed. Fortunately, a teammate secured the offensive rebound and passed the ball back to him. Without delay, Yichen took another shot, this time with success. He had now made 3 out of 4 attempts, accumulating 6 points in the blink of an eye. While Yichen was on a scoring spree, Gasol was equally engaged, as the two of them propelled the Lakers' offense, collectively accounting for all the team's points during this stretch. Their combined efforts narrowed the gap to a mere 3 points. At this juncture, Popovich finally called a timeout, as only a minute remained on the clock. He needed to strategize to prevent the Lakers from overturning the game in the final moments. On the Lakers' side, D'Antoni wore a serious expression, showing no signs of relaxation. As the players returned, he immediately unfurled the tactical board and began outlining the game plan. The match was far from over. Yichen's performance was nothing short of remarkable. How had they managed to acquire such a player? Indeed, what fortunate stroke of luck allowed them to secure his talents? This game had almost been turned around solely through Yichun's prowess. With Yichun on the team, Kobe could now rest easy. Go Yichun! In the stands, the audience felt a palpable tension. With only a minute remaining and a 3-point deficit, anything could happen. The whistle blew, signaling the end of the timeout. Upon resuming, both teams managed to score. San Antonio netted a 2-pointer, while Yichun sank a 3-pointer for the Lakers, leaving the margin at 2 points. D'Antoni called another timeout, as only a few seconds remained on the shot clock, with possession still belonging to the Lakers. This was their final opportunity. Whether they could push the game into overtime or secure a last-minute victory hinged on those fleeting seconds. I will say this, for the upcoming play, Yichun will take the shot, D'Antoni declared with an authoritative tone, entrusting the final offensive effort to Yichun. Nearby, Kobe patted Yichun on the shoulder, encouraging him. Believe in yourself, you can do it. This gesture embodied trust and served as a test of character. Not far away, the Spurs players gathered around Coach Popovich. The venerable coach wore a stern expression, sketching out a few strategies on the tactical board before addressing his team. For the opponent's final play, we must defend fiercely. If we can hold them off, we will secure victory. Popovich refrained from elaborating too much on the defensive strategy, deeming it unnecessary given the scant time remaining and the Spurs' 2-point lead. Their objective was straightforward, to prevent the opposition from scoring. If they could not avoid conceding, they must not commit a foul. Allowing Yichun to score a 2-pointer was tolerable, but a 3-pointer was unacceptable. A 2-pointer would merely extend the game into overtime, where Popovich remained confident in his team's ability to prevail. However, permitting a 3-pointer would spell disaster. As the climax approached, Popovich reiterated a final caution: be wary of Yichun. Conventionally, the Lakers would assign the final shot to Nick Young or Gasol. However, given Yichun's stellar performance, Popovich felt it prudent to remain cautious. What if the Lakers decided to let Yichun take the shot? The whistle sounded, signaling the end of the timeout. Damn it! Popovich muttered under his breath, vexed that, against a Kobe-less Lakers team, they were now facing the prospect of executing a final play. The pressure to rely on defense for victory was immensely frustrating. The players returned to the court, and Nash advanced the ball, passing it to Gasol as they reached the front court. Yichun and Nick Young executed a strategic maneuver, intending to circumvent to the opposite side of the 3-point line to receive the ball, wagering on a 3-point shot. However, as Yichun rounded the corner, he was taken aback by a fleeting shadow beside him. To his astonishment, Leonard had swiftly closed the distance, leaving Yichun bewildered. How had Gasol failed to set a proper screen? This was not entirely Gasol's fault. Rather, it was Leonard's acute awareness. He had anticipated the play between Yichun and Nick Young and had deliberately shifted his focus before they could fully execute their strategy. Before Yichun stood an opponent, and Leonard was closely guarding him. Gasol hesitated to pass, feeling the urgency as the shot clock dwindled. 8 seconds, 7 seconds. The time was slipping away. Yet Yichun could not shake off Leonard. This was troubling, the assistant coach murmured. It fell upon Gasol to take the initiative. D'Antoni decisively shouted, Gasol. Upon hearing the call, Gasol understood the coach's intent, and without further hesitation, he steeled himself and began to act, executing a series of crossovers before suddenly dribbling behind his back, exploding with speed as he penetrated from the right side. He chose not to attempt a 3-pointer, knowing the defense was anticipating it, making a shot unlikely to succeed. Instead, a 2-pointer seemed more prudent, although it would not secure victory against the Spurs. It would at least extend the game into overtime, preserving hope. The Spurs had anticipated Yichun's 2-pointer while staunchly defending against the 3. Thus their defense against Gasol's drive loosened somewhat. With a burst of acceleration, Gasol slipped past his defender and charged into the paint. Duncan, experienced and wise, positioned himself to disrupt, raising his hand for interference without making any forward movement or jumping, thus avoiding any hint of a foul. Gasol recognized that Duncan would be cautious to avoid fouling. With a roar, he leapt, lifting the ball over Duncan's head towards the basket. He was not concerned about being blocked, for Duncan would not reach out, and as long as Gasol maintained his composure and ignored the interference, he could score and send the game into overtime. Caution! Suddenly, a gasp arose from the crowd. Gasol felt a rush of wind, realizing too late the danger. An arm shot out, smacking the ball away. The sharp sound of impact stunned the audience. They had expected to witness Gasol's successful layup, a near certainty, with many believing the game would indeed go into overtime. Yet, at that moment, Gasol was denied. It was Leonard. Gasol recognized him, astonished that Leonard had appeared so unexpectedly, executing a surprise block that sent the ball flying. This all transpired in an instant, leaving the spectators momentarily bewildered as this twist unfolded. What a block! A fan shouted, excitement radiating from him, but he soon fell silent, eyes wide in disbelief. Many spectators mirrored his expression, their gazes fixed on Yichun, who was now standing at the three-point line, ball in hand. When Gasol's layup was thwarted by Leonard, the crowd assumed the Lakers had lost. However, no one anticipated that the ball would travel so far, and Yichun, like a phantom, emerged to seize it, stepping back to the three-point line. This was surreal. Even Leonard was momentarily stunned, his face a canvas of astonishment. Just moments ago, Yichun had been unable to secure possession under Leonard's stringent defense. Yet that spectacular block inadvertently delivered the ball into Yichun's hands. "Guard him," a voice shouted, and the Spurs players sprang into action, rushing towards Yichun. With only 1 second left on the shot clock, Yichun positioned his feet firmly outside the three-point line, bent his knees, leapt, and flicked his wrist. Almost simultaneously, the shot clock expired, and the crowd watched in rapt attention as the ball arced gracefully through the air, ultimately swishing through the net. The shot was good, a three-pointer, and the Lakers surged ahead by 1 point. In that moment, silence enveloped the arena as the spectators processed the event. It went in, a three-pointer, an absolute buzzer-beater. After a prolonged pause, the crowd erupted back to life. The shot had counted, released at 0 seconds, a game winner against the Spurs. Nash, Nick Young, Gasol, Jordan Hill. A throng of teammates rushed towards Yichun, enveloping him in celebration as they rejoiced in their triumph. Buzzer beaters are often the most exhilarating moments in the NBA, especially one delivered by an unknown player. Across the ocean, the live broadcast showcased Yichun's heroics, sending fans in Longhua into a frenzy. He did it. Yichun defeated the Spurs. Yichun was hailed as an invincible gift to the Lakers, marking the first time a Chinese player had delivered a buzzer beater in the NBA. Scoring 26 points in the final quarter, Yichun was exalted as a deity. Unbelievable. The Lakers without Kobe managed to triumph over the Spurs. Yichun was considered a divine blessing for the franchise. In the center of the court, confetti fell as the basketball descended slowly in the Staples Center, while the Spurs players appeared dejected. Leonard, matched up against Yichun, stood in disbelief at the unfolding events. "God damn it." Coach Popovich, at the sidelines, seethed with fury, berating his team. What was supposed to be a guaranteed victory had been overturned by a second-round draft pick single-handedly turning the tide. Who could withstand such a blow? The thrilling comeback ignited waves of exuberance among the Lakers fans, who erupted in jubilant cheers. "Well done, Yichun. What a magnificent game winner." Kobe embraced Yichun, his excitement palpable. D'Antoni pumped his fists in triumph, having equated Yichun with clutch players in his mind. As the key contributor to this victory, Yichun was celebrated by his teammates, who surrounded him in wild jubilation. Despite the loss, the Spurs players showed grace, approaching Yichun and Kobe to share in a congratulatory embrace. This current Lakers team, in comparison to the Showtime era of 2008 to 2010, was a shadow of its former self. Fans had initially been despondent, with Howard's departure, Meta World Peace's amnesty, and a lack of reinforcements in the trade market, coupled with Kobe's uncertain return from injury. However, Yichun's emergence instilled hope that this season might yield unexpected success. The Lakers have a storied tradition of superstars. Regardless of the era, they have always boasted a player capable of securing their place in the league. The entire organization, including owner Jeannie Buss, could hardly tolerate a period devoid of star power, whether for ticket sales or enhancing the roster. Having a superstar signifies the potential for a return to their pinnacle. For the post-Kobe Lakers, Yichun represents a promising successor. At the post-game press conference, the number of media outlets clamoring to interview Yichun reached unprecedented levels. The spacious room was filled to capacity with reporters from ESPN, TNT, CCTV, and many more. After enduring a thorough baptism from his teammates in the changing room, Yichun spent half an hour perfecting his appearance. Upon seeing Yichun emerge, the press officer was as frantic as an ant on a hot skillet. "My goodness, you have finally arrived. Those damn media have turned the press room upside down." Yichun smiled apologetically. "Haha, it's my fault." Upon arriving at his seat, he noticed the table was filled with reporters, and he felt a twinge of nervousness. Once prepared, the journalists began their inquiries. "Yichun, we are all aware that today marks your debut in the NBA. How do you feel?" "Oh, I am immensely grateful to the Lakers for selecting me, allowing me the opportunity to compete on the finest basketball stage in the world alongside the most exceptional players. It is indeed a tremendous honor," Yichun replied. The CCTV reporter then posed another question. Yichun, with only 10 minutes remaining in the game and your team trailing by as much as 20 points, Coach D'Antoni opted to substitute the main lineup. When you were called to the court, facing such a deficit and with so little time left, what were your thoughts at that moment? Upon the conclusion of the question, all the reporters' gazes were fixated unwaveringly upon Yichun, eagerly anticipating his reflections from that pivotal moment. Yichun earnestly reflected on the feelings he experienced at that time. It seemed that, aside from the desire to earn more points to validate himself, he harbored no other thoughts. He gazed down at the pairs of expectant eyes below. Yichun recalled his past life, where he shared the same fervent passion for basketball as he does now. The driving force that compels me to persevere is the Mamba mentality. Most of us lack such extraordinary willpower, such relentless pursuit, and such heroic moments. What we need to focus on now is the present. When undertaking a task, we must strive to achieve excellence. Life often presents us with formidable challenges, and turning the tide can seem insurmountable. Yet, through myriad difficulties, we ultimately prevail. Thus, when I was substituted, I did not entertain thoughts of surrender. Instead, I contemplated how to assist the team in widening the score gap. As I observed Kobe seated beside me, I was reminded of the numerous game-winning shots and comeback moments throughout his illustrious career, underscored by his indomitable spirit. This inspired me to rely on my own perseverance to secure victory in the game. Yichun's voice possesses a captivating resonance, infused with an infectious fervor. These sentiments emanate from the depths of his heart. Authenticity is indeed the most compelling of powers. As his words lingered in the air, a cascade of applause erupted, reminiscent of a downpour. They applauded for Yichun with genuine admiration. The following day, Yichun's stunning game-winning shot against the Spurs and his subsequent interview quickly ascended to the trending topics across various platforms in the Dragon Nation. For instance, reports hailed Yichun's debut as he delivered a buzzer beater against the Spurs. Trailing by 20 points in the final quarter, Yichun led his team to an incredible turnaround. Scoring 26 points in the closing period, Yichun secured a narrow victory over the Spurs. The arrival of this prodigious talent has sent shockwaves through the NBA, making it acutely aware of the prowess emanating from the Dragon Nation. Having played merely one game, Yichun has been exalted by local media, igniting the fervor of countless fans. On social media, he has become the focal point of heated discussions among supporters. Suddenly, the pressure mounts on the basketball scene in the Dragon Nation, with numerous fans questioning its professionalism. How could such a gifted player like Yichun have gone unnoticed? Among the most surprising accolades for Yichun came from the People's Daily, which directly commended his remarks during the post-game interview. In the recently concluded NBA season opener, the Lakers, thanks to Yichun's last-second heroics, managed to overturn the Spurs. When asked about the significant deficit and the dwindling time during the final moments, Yichun responded, "We firmly believe that as public figures, stars should embody positivity and serve as role models with correct values. When faced with setbacks and challenges in life, we must confront them courageously. One should not be arrogant in victory nor complacent in defeat." Let us applaud Yichun. On October 25th, at the Staples Center. Greetings to all viewers of Tencent Sports. I am currently situated in Los Angeles at the Staples Center, where the much-anticipated city derby between the Lakers and the Clippers is about to commence. While everyone is familiar with these two teams, there is a name that may not yet be well known: Yichun, the Lakers rookie from our nation. Now, let us go and interview him to glean his insights on today's match. With some time left before the game begins, the stands are already abuzz with excitement. Today, Yichun's level of attention is remarkably intense, a stark contrast to the previous match. Having just concluded an interview, a beautiful host approached him. "Hello, I am Zhou Lingen, a reporter from Tencent Sports. May I ask you a couple of questions?" Upon hearing that the individual was from Longhua, Yichun felt an immediate sense of familiarity. He responded in fluent Chinese. "Is today's match being broadcast domestically as well? Feel free to ask any questions. I will answer without reservation." Zhou Lingen remarked, "Yichun, your performance in your debut was exceptional, contributing significantly to the team's victory. Could you elucidate the reasons behind your sudden surge in performance?" Yichun possessed the secret of having full attributes, a truth he naturally could not divulge. However, answering the question was not particularly challenging. The NBA is replete with numerous exceptional players, such as Jeremy Lin, among others. Most players require a chance to showcase their abilities, and I was fortunate that the coach provided me with such an opportunity, which I seized with both hands. Zhou Lingen was well aware of the fervor that Jeremy Lin had ignited in New York and continued to inquire. DeAndre Jordan, the center for the Clippers, mentioned before the game today that he intends to demonstrate to you the true intensity of the NBA. What is your perspective on this? Yichun chuckled. I believe that relying solely on little Jordan cannot truly convey the intensity of the NBA. Zhou Lingen also let out a soft laugh and posed the final question. There are many fans of yours in the country now. Do you have any message for them? Yichun gazed into the camera, fully aware that at that moment, countless viewers were seated before their televisions. He then proclaimed, congratulations on choosing the right idol. Yichun stands in stark contrast to Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, and Lin Shihao. He exudes confidence, bordering on arrogance. In the face of the media, he appears oblivious to the concept of humility among fans. He acts as though he is a celebrated NBA superstar, ready to elicit global acclaim with merely outstretched arms. No Asian athlete has ever displayed such audacity, an unprecedented phenomenon. In the studio of Tencent Sports, the camera returns to the host desk, where Wang Ming and Yang Yi exchange knowing smiles, commencing the commentary for the game. Wang Ming announces, once again, the basketball frenzy has arrived. The NBA season has commenced afresh. Today, we present the Los Angeles Derby, the Lakers versus the Clippers. Both Titans of Los Angeles are in action. Who will emerge victorious? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. Many viewers are likely familiar with the Lakers rookie, Yichun, who showcased remarkable prowess in the season opener against the Spurs. Yang Yi, with a serious demeanor, adjusts his glasses and eagerly responds as the autumn approaches. The blossoms will flourish. Indeed, a new season begins, one filled with unpredictability. The Lakers face challenges with Kobe's Achilles injury and an aging roster, making survival in the fiercely competitive Western Conference arduous. Conversely, the Clippers boast youth, talent, and vigor. Chris Paul's presence has fostered remarkable teamwork. Both teams feature superstars, and the outcome hinges on their performances. While Gasol possesses more accolades than Paul, the duo of Paul and Griffin is undoubtedly superior to the combination of Nash and Gasol. Moreover, the Clippers have bolstered their roster with a plethora of impactful players during the offseason. Yet, I believe that the presence of our player Yichun will be pivotal in this match. Wang Ming nods. Yichun scored 26 points in the final quarter against the Spurs, clinching the victory in the last moments. We eagerly anticipate his performance today. His tone reflects a serious commitment to this fellow countryman. Thousands of fans across the nation are glued to their screens, wondering if Yichun can excel before his compatriots and lead his team to triumph. At the Staples Center, the pregame warm-up is underway. Griffin has just executed a stunning one-handed dunk, eliciting gasps from the crowd. This robust man, reminiscent of a large boy, beams with laughter, flashing his bright smile at the fans on the sidelines and greeting them warmly. Undoubtedly a superstar, Griffin commands respect wherever he goes as the reigning premier power forward. His extraordinary athleticism allows him to soar to the rim and dominate the paint, leaving countless defenders in his wake. Yet, regrettably, he has yet to grasp an NBA championship. During his year with the Pistons, he attempted a valiant comeback to prevent a sweep, but to no avail. Following that season, Griffin's performance declined sharply. However, he is far from a failure. We hope he will one day earn a championship ring. As Yichun observes from the sidelines, he reflects wistfully on Griffin's journey. His gaze shifts to another Clippers player who silently practices shooting on the court. This former king of the court, known as CP3, once clashed fiercely with Rajon Rondo. He is tenacious, unwavering, and willing to sacrifice everything for victory, forging rivalries with numerous opponents. This relentless drive has earned him the title of the current god of point guards. Stern's restrictions on his collaboration with Kobe prevented the league from reaching an early conclusion. Nevertheless, he found his way to Los Angeles, albeit joining the Clippers. During his years with the Clippers, Paul delivered the finest performances of his career, leading the team as a formidable contender in the West. Alas, fate seems to delight in playing tricks on him. Injuries often plague him during critical playoff moments. Joining the Rockets alongside James Harden, they formed an exceptionally strong duo, coming closest to a championship, only to face the formidable Warriors. Recently, Paul was traded to the Warriors, and we hope that his partnership with Curry will fulfill his dreams in the twilight of his career. The lineups are as follows: Lakers, Nash, Nick Young, Wesley Johnson, Gasol, Jordan Hill. Clippers, Paul, Redick, Butler, Griffin, DeAndre Jordan. The referee promptly signals the commencement of the match. The Lakers fans erupt in thunderous cheers, rallying behind their team. Despite being a city rivalry, the Lakers' influence in Los Angeles far surpasses that of the Clippers. As the game begins, Nash and Nick Young swiftly sink 2 3-pointers, giving the Lakers a 6-0 lead. However, the Clippers, being the Clippers, possess a significant superiority over the Lakers. Under the leadership of Paul, the Clippers launch a fierce counterattack. Paul drives past Nash for 2 layups, followed by Griffin's jump shot. Moments later, Paul intercepts Nash's pass and races down court, lofting the ball to a soaring Griffin for an electrifying alley-oop. A 9-0 run prompts a timeout for the Lakers. Defense. Defense. Play your game. Avoid their rhythm, D'Antoni shouts, brandishing his playbook. The Lakers' backcourt struggles with limited personnel and cannot afford to play at a fast pace. This predicament leaves coach D'Antoni feeling helpless. During his time with the Suns, they dominated the league with a rapid-fire offense, yet now, starting point guard Nash, at 37, along with the towering Gasol and Jordan Hill, slows the overall pace of the starting lineup. They find themselves ensnared in the Clippers' tempo, leading to a decline in shooting accuracy and a series of turnovers. Upon returning from the timeout, the situation remains unchanged. The Clippers, brimming with momentum, exploit the Lakers' personnel deficiencies, relentlessly executing fast breaks, leaving the Lakers gasping for breath. Nash has effectively abandoned defense. Gasol and Jordan Hill are utterly exhausted from the Clippers' swift transitions. With 5 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the Lakers trail 14-24, slipping into double digits. The previously exuberant crowd falls silent, quietly munching on popcorn. Sitting courtside, Lakers owner Jeannie Buss wears a pained expression, her heart heavy as she witnesses her team being utterly dominated. Yao Ming in the Tencent studio laments. The Lakers roster is simply too aged. Their sluggishness is being exploited by the Clippers' relentless counterattacks, leaving them in a vulnerable position. Yao concurs, indeed, if this continues, it won't be long before the game is lost. At this moment, after outlining several strategies for half-court play, D'Antoni shakes his head. Yichin, you're in for Johnson. Upon receiving the directive, Yichin promptly discards his towel, sheds his long sleeves, and strides to the sidelines. Instantly, Staples Center erupts in a cacophony of excitement. The audience is elated. Yichin is about to take the court. They eagerly paid for tickets to witness his debut. Trust me, he will lead the Lakers to a remarkable comeback. In the Clippers camp, Coach Rivers couldn't help but smile as he saw Yichin preparing to take the court. The opponents have essentially conceded. If we maintain our composure, victory will be easily within our grasp. Nevertheless, Donovan remains vigilant, opting to field the entire starting lineup. The Lakers are now poised to inbound the ball. Marshall advances with the ball, reaching the top of the arc. As Yichin faced the formidable defense of Caron Butler, he executed a feint, retreating beyond the three-point line, thus creating a substantial space for his shot. Caron Butler, known for his explosive physicality and fierce defensive prowess, made it exceedingly difficult to secure even a modicum of shooting space under his relentless pressure. However, Marshall, displaying remarkable quickness, passed the ball to Yichin. In an instant, Yichin soared into the air, his body forming an arc reminiscent of the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and released a three-point shot. Under the watchful gaze of countless spectators, the ball traced a perfect trajectory, piercing the net with precision. 3 points scored. The score tightened to 17-24, narrowing the gap to single digits. Instantly, Caron Butler, tasked with defending Yichin, wore a grim expression. He had indeed underestimated Yichin, dismissing the young player from the Dragon Nation entirely. Damn it, from this moment on, that young player will not score. With eyes wide open, like a fierce wolf, Caron Butler clung tightly to Yichin, denying him any breathing room. As possession shifted, Paul leisurely brought the ball across half-court. The previously stagnant Lakers, invigorated by Yichin's three-pointer, felt a resurgence of spirit, with renewed determination evident in the players' eyes. The fans' excitement was palpable. "Give me the ball," Caron Butler demanded from Paul. Paul, displaying his acumen, recognized that Caron Butler had been humiliated by a rookie like Yichin and promptly passed the ball. Caron Butler, with his round eyes and coal-black visage, radiated a chilling intensity. "For the first time, I see a player from the Dragon Nation capable of playing small forward in the NBA. I shall personally dismantle your confidence." After unleashing a torrent of trash talk, Caron Butler began to execute a series of crossovers, poised to break through. Yichin possesses a profound understanding of his opponent's dribbling rhythm and intentions. After merely a glance, he comprehends that Caron Butler is poised to drive towards the right side. Yichin took a deep breath, extending his arms wide, ensnaring Caron Butler like a colossal spider. He stood as an impenetrable wall, preventing any chance of escape. For a moment, Butler appeared flustered, his movements becoming erratic. Seizing the opportunity, Yichin deftly flicked his fingertip, snatching the ball away, and initiated a swift fast break. Paul, quick on his feet, sprinted to defend, attempting to obstruct Yi Chen's advance. It is well known that Paul's defense is among the finest in the NBA, albeit often marred by his numerous subtle tactics. As they approached the free throw line, Yi Chen charged forward, bearing down on Paul like a cannonball, determined to obliterate all defensive efforts. Perhaps feeling the pressure, Paul instinctively eased back slightly, creating even a modicum of space. With that, Yi Chen leapt into the air, soaring over Paul to deliver a thunderous dunk. Paul, being astute, had anticipated the move and slipped to the corner, resulting in a somewhat unorthodox over-the-top dunk. Nonetheless, this explosive display ignited the entire Staples Center. The score was now 19-24, with the Lakers trailing by a mere 5 points. Boom. Yi Chen was extraordinary. Wow. He just dunked over Paul. How long has it been since we witnessed such a spectacle at the Staples Center? Go, Yi Chen. The atmosphere erupted. Cheers. Shouts. The once dreary venue suddenly erupted into a cacophony of excitement, a tidal wave of sound. First, a three-pointer, then an electrifying dunk. What a relief. Witnessing Yi Chen, fists raised in triumph, Paul secretly exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he had dodged in time. Otherwise, he would have become the backdrop for a highlight reel. Yi Chen's offensive prowess awakened the Lakers players like ferocious beasts, instantly igniting their fighting spirit. The Clippers, though momentarily shaken, ultimately demonstrated superior overall strength, quickly regaining their composure. Despite Yi Chen's continuous scoring efforts stabilizing the situation, the Lakers players found themselves genuinely unable to defend against the relentless onslaught, as the Clippers continued to score consecutively. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Lakers trailed by 5 points, with a score of 30-35. Yi Chen achieved an impeccable record, scoring 6 out of 6 attempts, including a perfect three-point shot from one attempt. In a mere 5 minutes of playtime, he amassed a remarkable total of 14 points. The intermission follows. In the latter stages of the first quarter, Yi Chen ignited a tempest, forcefully pulling the Lakers back from the abyss. Head coach Mike D'Antoni frantically gestured on the tactical board, his frustration boiling over as he contemplated abandoning the game. Since taking over the Lakers last season, D'Antoni had hoped to achieve success alongside the F4, yet he was met with the harsh realities of Kobe's injuries, Howard's departure, an aging roster, and an inactive management during the off-season. How could a coach endure such turmoil? In his exasperation, D'Antoni felt an overwhelming urge to don the jersey himself and battle the opponents directly. In the Tencent Sports live broadcast, the charming host, Xiao Qi, giggled uncontrollably after witnessing Yi Chen's astonishing performance. Teacher Yang, how would you assess Yi Chen's display just now? Wang Ming inquired with a grin. Impressive. Truly impressive. Yi Chen once again stepped up in a challenging moment for the team, and the Lakers owe their narrow deficit to his remarkable performance. It is hard to fathom that a player from Dragon Country can shine on the highest stage of basketball, Yang Yi exclaimed, his accent thick with admiration. Meanwhile, the Hoopu text live feed erupted in excitement, akin to a festive gathering, as comments flooded in. NB. Yi Chen rises, Dragon Country rises. What a boost to the pride of our nation. Yi Chen is phenomenal. It's high time he took to the court. D'Antoni should resign. Incredible. I hope this isn't just a fleeting moment. Moreover, the Lakers' defense is abysmal, akin to a worn-out matron at 4 in the morning. On the Clippers bench, Doc Rivers shouted hoarsely. Defense. Focus. Karen Butler, keep a close watch on that Dragon Country kid. I don't want to see him score. In the first 5 minutes of the second quarter, the Lakers bench unit proved utterly incapable of withstanding the Clippers' relentless offensive onslaught, with the score escalating to 33-42, nearing a double-digit deficit. The current Lakers resembled an old, dilapidated green train, and without Yi Chen's magnetic presence leading the charge, they were destined to languish in decay and despair. Create space, allow Yi Chen to isolate, D'Antoni directed, as Jordan Hill and Pau Gasol set screens to provide Yi Chen with optimal shooting opportunities. His tactical maneuvers clearly indicated a treatment reserved for the core of the team, if not a superstar privilege. D'Antoni instructed the entire squad to clear the way for Yi Chen, crafting opportunities as if he were treating him like a superstar, an honor once bestowed only upon Kobe himself. Nick Young's visage clouded with discontent, though not a superstar. He was a central figure on this Lakers team. How could they toil away, playing supporting roles for a rookie stepping onto the grand stage for the first time? Yi Chen, seize this golden opportunity and strike them hard, D'Antoni shouted. Yi Chen smiled and gestured. Now, my moment has just begun. Allow you to witness what it means for a new king to ascend. The Lakers have possession. Nash dribbled into the front court, facing Paul's tight defense, feeling quite uncomfortable, and had no choice but to pass the ball to Yichun. As Yichun seized the ball, both Crowder on the weak side and the ever-vigilant DeAndre Jordan beneath the basket converged to encircle him. A 3-on-1 trap. The Clippers' intentions were abundantly clear. Even with the interior weakened, they could not allow Yichun to score. If they could extinguish the blazing fire that was Yichun, the Lakers would suffer a significant blow. Faced with the relentless encirclement, Yichun took a step back and launched a jump shot from beyond the three-point line. Swish. As precise as a guided missile, the basketball found its way into the net. Following the basket, Yichun blew into his palm, signifying that his shooting touch was scorching hot. Yichun, with his singular prowess, pierced through the Clippers' formidable defensive fortress. It is noteworthy that this season, the Clippers boast an exceptionally strong defensive lineup, featuring the likes of Caron Butler, Chris Paul, Matt Barnes, Lamar Odom, and DeAndre Jordan, each a remarkable sentinel of defense. Yet, in Yichun's eyes, they were as inconsequential as shadows. Caron Butler, perhaps overwhelmed by the challenge, charged towards Yichun with the ball in hand, evidently intent on confronting him directly in an attempt to reclaim his pride. Yichun smiled as he pressed closely against his opponent, resembling an impenetrable fortress that entirely obstructed any route of advancement. With a swift motion, Caron Butler lost possession of the ball. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and managed to reclaim it, immediately thrusting it against Yichun's shoulder. The sharp, melodious sound of impact echoed, as delightful as a symphony. In an instant, Yichun accelerated rapidly, launching an aggressive assault towards the front court, akin to a lightning strike. Gasol retrieved the rebound and delivered a long pass into Yichun's hands. Yichun surged forward with the ball. The path ahead was wide open, a veritable expressway. However, instead of opting for a two-point shot, Yichun abruptly halted beyond the three-point line and unleashed a precise shot. Unsurprisingly, the basketball swished through the net with the familiarity of slipping into one's own bed. In an instant, the arena fell into a profound silence, leaving everyone utterly astonished. What was this maneuver? Had it been a different rookie or a marginal player, such audacity would likely have resulted in an immediate demotion to the end of the bench, regardless of the outcome. Swish. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Coupled with a three-pointer from the first quarter, Yichun had now netted 3 consecutive three-pointers. The commentator on the sidelines was beside himself with excitement. Well, we may be witnessing history. This individual is a beast. If this trend continues, could Yichun potentially land 8 three-pointers? That would ultimately depend on whether D'Antoni grants him the opportunity. Los Angeles, as a major American metropolis, boasts an exceptionally advantageous geographical location, making it a favored residence for numerous celebrities, with Hollywood being renowned worldwide. Although the Lakers may not currently possess overwhelming strength, they are certainly not lacking in star power. The sidelines were adorned with luminaries such as Scarlett Johansson, Taylor Swift, Jack Nicholson, and Rihanna, all titans of the entertainment industry who were present to witness the match. Miranda Kerr occupied a prime front-row seat, intently observing Yichun's performance, her eyes sparkling with admiration. This player is impressive, quite handsome, and hailing from the Dragon Kingdom. It seems prudent to learn more about him. Returning to the game, the Clippers experienced a passing error, allowing Nash to regain control of the ball and hand it over to Yichun. Yichun propelled the ball forward with remarkable speed, deftly maneuvering past Paul's interference with a behind-the-back dribble. He advanced to the left side beyond the three-point line, unperturbed by Caron Butler's defense, and unleashed a stunning three-pointer. Swish. The basketball traced an elegant arc through the air, gracefully descending into the net. By heavens, Yichun, how extraordinary! Exclaimed the onlookers in disbelief. Is this truly a second-round pick? Hailing from the Dragon Country? The crowd erupted in admiration, astonished at the prowess displayed by a player of such draft status. On the sidelines, Miranda Kerr whispered to Lima, covering her mouth in awe. This player is undeniably impressive, Lima. Not only does he possess striking looks, but his skills are equally remarkable. I must go on a date with him. Lima, slightly exasperated, responded, Do you really think he would notice you? Why not? With my looks and figure, I refuse to believe he could turn me down, Miranda retorted defiantly. As the first half concluded, the Lakers found themselves trailing the Clippers by 5 points, with a score of 55-60. Yichun made an impressive 10 out of 12 shots in the first half, accumulating 26 points, along with 5 rebounds and 4 assists. As the star player of the Clippers, Paul managed to score 14 points with a shooting accuracy of only 5 out of 12, while contributing 5 rebounds and 9 assists. It is time for the world to recognize true talent. The second half will be my moment to dominate the game and overpower my opponents. A smile graced Yuchen's lips. At this moment, reports about him flooded the media. A second-round rookie in only his second career game. Astonishingly amassed 26 points in a single half with an extraordinarily high shooting percentage. Remarkably, he hails from the Dragon Nation. The entire Dragon Nation, as well as the United States, was engulfed in disbelief. Tencent News, Weibo hot searches, Douyin videos. It was a complete sensation. News and highlights of Yichen were ubiquitous, his popularity rivaling the whirlwind created by Lin's frenzy in New York. Judging solely by his performance in the first half, Yichen outshone Lin Shihao by a considerable margin. In the ESPN commentary booth, the playful rivals Barkley and O'Neal were animatedly discussing Yichen. I believe Yichen's potential is exceptionally high. Who could have anticipated he would fall to the second round? O'Neal chimed in. Securing Yichen at the tail end of Kobe's career without a hefty price, merely a second-round pick, is indeed a stroke of luck. As the third quarter commenced, due to Yichen's explosive performance, he replaced Wesley Johnson as a starter. Sitting on the bench, Wesley Johnson felt immense frustration. In the 2010 NBA draft, Wesley Johnson was selected 4th overall by the Minnesota Timberwolves. Despite being a 4th pick, he had not delivered remarkable performances during his tenure with the Timberwolves. Thus, he joined the injury-plagued Lakers, only to find his hard-won starting position usurped by the meteoric rise of Yichen, which was indeed disheartening. Double-team Yichen, deny him any shooting space, Paul shouted. Nash brought the ball to the front court and passed it to Yichen, who immediately faced 3 defenders closing in on him. Yichen struck the ground, delivering a precise pass to Gasol beneath the basket, who effortlessly completed the layup. The score was now 57-60. As the play transitioned, the Clippers' Paul utilized a shift in rhythm, deftly maneuvering past Nash for an easy layup, thereby maintaining a 5-point lead. Following Yichen's brilliant assist, the Clippers hesitated to engage in aggressive double-teaming. On this offensive possession, Yichen advanced the ball to the top of the arc. Gasol set a solid screen, effectively blocking off Caron Butler. Even with just a fleeting opportunity, Yichen decisively elevated and launched a 3-point shot, which swished through the net with unwavering precision. The once-still arena erupted with a thunderous roar. The score tightened to 60-62, bringing the Lakers within a single possession. During the Clippers' offense, Caron Butler utilized a screen from DeAndre Jordan, charging aggressively towards the basket and setting up for a layup. At that moment, a shadow surged upwards. Yichen soared into the air, snatching the ball with one hand and rapidly advancing it up the court. In his path, both Paul and Jordan scrambled to return on defense. However, with a swift behind-the-back dribble while sprinting, Yichen left Paul trailing behind. Under the basket, facing Jordan, Yichen took off from the free throw line, overpowering his opponent with a thunderous dunk. "You're as soft as a tissue. Is this the intensity you bring?" he shouted at Jordan upon landing. Jordan's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless. The Lakers' home crowd rose to a fever pitch, their energy palpable, while the Clippers appeared somewhat dazed by Yichen's display. Turning back, Paul attempted a desperate three-pointer, only to miss. Yichen grabbed the rebound and gradually advanced to the arc's pinnacle. "I shall not grant you the opportunity to shoot." Paul personally marked Yichen. "Oh, is that so? Then I shall drive in and execute a slam dunk. It is quite simple." Yichen held the ball confidently, while Paul adhered to him like an unyielding adhesive, persistently employing subtle maneuvers in an attempt to thwart Yichen's advance. Yichen, bearing down on Paul, forcefully maneuvered to the right. After creating a sliver of space, he suddenly eased his pace, executed a sweeping change of direction, and with a deft Euro step, evaded the help defense of Griffin, delivering a thunderous dunk. How is this possible? The speed, strength, and rhythm of this player's drive are utterly terrifying. Isn't he merely a three-point shooter? In an instant, Paul's face turned ashen. The rookie before him had indeed been underestimated far too much. Yichen approached Paul and remarked, "Navigating past you is akin to crossing a deserted street in the early hours, devoid of any obstacles." The score stood at 62-62, with the Lakers having leveled the playing field. In a mere 2 minutes since the onset of the game, Yichen had made all 3 of his attempts, amassing 7 points, complemented by 1 assist, 1 steal, 1 block, and 2 rebounds. Such statistics were nothing short of monstrous. The Clippers called for a timeout to recalibrate their strategy. However, upon resuming play, it was truly the moment for Yichen to shine. The Lakers were beleaguered by injuries, and their players exhibited average abilities, lacking the athletic prowess displayed by the Clippers. Except for the extraordinary Yichen, the Clippers boasted height and athletic advantages at nearly every position. Rivers promptly adjusted their tactics. Offensively, they aimed to accelerate the pace to wear down the Lakers and dismantle their defense. Defensively, they implemented a dual-layered approach to contain Yichin. With even if he breached the perimeter, the interior was fortified by the formidable duo of DeAndre Jordan and Griffin. Following Rivers' strategic layout, Paul swiftly advanced with the ball. Just past the half-court line, he launched a direct pass to Caron Butler, who then lobbed it to Griffin in the paint. Upon receiving the ball, Griffin quickly tossed it to the corner, where Crawford seized the moment and effortlessly sank a three-pointer. The new strategy bore immediate fruit. Ordinarily, the standard tactics would suffice to overwhelm the struggling Lakers. Yet, who could have anticipated the emergence of a beast like Yichin, compelling them to maintain an up-tempo pace to exhaust the Lakers? As fatigue set in, even Yichin's scoring prowess would ultimately wane. Once his stamina diminished or his shooting touch faltered, the Lakers would find themselves thoroughly stifled. D'Antoni's expression darkened, pacing along the sidelines, visibly distressed. Their most significant liability had been exploited by the adversary. It was akin to a relentless assault on a wound, exceedingly debilitating. Do not succumb to the opponent's rhythm. Play at a measured pace in our half of the court, D'Antoni bellowed. Yichin seized the ball, confronted by Caron Butler's relentless defense. With a swift acceleration, he dashed towards the corner. Caron Butler, exerting every ounce of effort, pursued him fervently. As Yichin prepared to shoot, Butler leaped in an attempt to block the shot. However, with a deft feint, Yichin eluded Butler and, after a brief moment of aim, unleashed a stunning three-pointer. With precision akin to a sniper's scope, it was a guaranteed success. The score stood at 70-66. The Clippers remained composed, maintaining their fast-paced play. In a moment of haste, Paul faltered. His pass intercepted by Yichin's uncanny dexterity. Yichin propelled himself towards the three-point line, resolutely opting to take a shot from beyond the arc. It swished through. 73-66. A remarkable streak of 13 consecutive points. D'Antoni had just cautioned against engaging in a fast-paced game with the Clippers. Witnessing Yichin accelerate past the Clippers' tempo, he felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Yet, those two successful three-point shots completely won D'Antoni over. Disregarding the coach's directives was undoubtedly infuriating. But the superstar aura emanating from Yichin evoked a faint resemblance to the legendary Kobe. Stubborn, defiant, and exuding an air of invincibility, he possessed an immense self-assurance. This was merely Yichin's second game. His performance was nothing short of prodigious. D'Antoni, not one to be easily deceived, recognized that barring any unforeseen circumstances, Yichin was destined to become the new king of the Lakers, a figurehead for the league. Such a prodigious talent deserved absolute privileges. Who would dare to challenge him? Who would even contemplate benching him for a moment of reflection? Offending Yichin could very well jeopardize one's position. Amidst the Clippers' whirlwind of fast breaks, the aging Lakers struggled to keep pace. Paul racked up 10 points while Griffin scored 7 points with 3 consecutive baskets. Meanwhile, the Lakers' performance was solely a showcase for Yichin. He was unstoppable, executing a blend of shots and drives with astonishing precision. 12 out of 13 field goals. 8 out of 8 from three-point range, coupled with a free throw from a technical foul, culminating in a staggering 33 points for the quarter. Yichin's remarkable achievement of scoring 33 points in a single quarter has equaled the historic record held by the legendary Carmelo Anthony and the Iceman, George Gervin, for the highest points in a single quarter in NBA history. However, in the future, Kevin Love's 34 points and Klay Thompson's 37 points in a single quarter would soon overshadow this record. Nevertheless, Yichin has already made 13 three-pointers, matching Kobe Bryant's legendary record of 13 three-pointers in a single game, albeit later surpassed by Klay Thompson. Yet, Yichin shows no signs of slowing down. In the final 5 seconds, he swiftly dribbles to the midcourt. Facing the combined defense of Chris Paul and Blake Griffin, Yichin launches a deep three-pointer. Swish. The basketball arcs gracefully through the air, piercing the net once more. A staggering 36 points in a single quarter. This record has been rewritten yet again. With 36 points in a single quarter, Yichin ascends to the second position on the all-time scoring list. His 14 three-pointers continue to etch his name in history. It is evident that Yichin is single-handedly challenging the star-studded Los Angeles Clippers. At this moment, the scoreboard reads 108-96 in favor of the Lakers, marking a 12-point lead. The Lakers have surged ahead with a 47-30 quarter, silently establishing a commanding lead. Yichin has utterly dismantled the Clippers' strategy. Most crucially, as Yichin continues to shoot, the Clippers players do not even glance at him, opting instead to retreat to the baseline to prepare for an inbound pass. The deafening roar from the crowd erupts like a volcanic eruption, reverberating throughout the Staples Center, seemingly threatening to bring the arena down. Cheers, roars, excitement. Countless emotions intertwine in the hearts of Lakers fans. As a prestigious team, the legacy of the Purple and Gold dynasty ranks among the elite in the league. Once upon a time, generation after generation of superstars led the Lakers to lift the O'Brien Trophy, standing tall at the pinnacle of the league. This pride, this regal aura, has long been ingrained in the very essence of every Lakers fan. Yet now, as the Lakers stars fade and the Purple and Gold dynasty has become but a shadow of its former self, trampled upon, it leaves an indelible sorrow in the hearts of every fan. Now, with Yi-Chen's powerful emergence, it feels as if a supreme king has stepped forth from the depths of darkness. Clad in the purple and gold, he seeks to rescue the Lakers from peril, pulling them fiercely from the abyss. A new savior has been born. Many fans in their seats are reverently worshipping, almost on the verge of kneeling. Yi-Chen, the great savior, he is the paladin leading us out of the abyss. It is astonishing that such a player was selected in the second round. The teams that passed on him have missed a new dynasty. From the ESPN commentary booth, Shaquille O'Neal, witnessing Yi-Chen don the purple and gold and guide the Lakers step by step towards victory, cannot help but exclaim, with Yi-Chen, the Los Angeles Lakers are destined to once again stand atop the league, and the Beat LA chant will once again resonate as the rallying cry of other teams. An extraordinary performance. This is merely his second career game. After leading a comeback against the Spurs in his previous match, he has scored 62 points in 3 quarters. With an astounding 36 points in the last quarter, truly unbelievable. What am I witnessing? Can you imagine that a player of Yi-Chen's caliber was selected in the second round? Are the scouts and general managers in the league merely idle? They have not only overlooked Yi-Chen but have also missed out on the Dragon Kingdom market. And most importantly, they may have missed the player capable of leading them to establish a dynasty. Barkley remarked. On the domestic platform Hoopu, posts about Yi-Chen are proliferating. Is this even human? A divine being descended from the heavens. One battle secures his status as the #1 player in the Dragon Kingdom basketball scene. The Dragon Kingdom has finally produced a warrior, and I can once again follow the NBA with renewed interest. After Kobe, Yi-Chen is my new idol. On the court, the Lakers bench is lively as if it were a festive celebration. Nick Young and Wesley Johnson, who initially harbored reluctance about Yi-Chen taking the lead, have been completely won over. They personally hand Yi-Chen towels and drinks. His teammates eagerly congratulate him with high fives, each one itching to get on the court to help seal the victory. In the Clippers camp, all the players look disheartened. Trailing by 12 points is not insurmountable. The key issue is that the Clippers, known for their defense, have been torn apart by Yi-Chen's 62 points over 3 quarters. Numerous records have been set at their expense, and clearly, no one wishes to be a mere backdrop. Paul hangs his head, muttering, that Dragon Kingdom player is insane. I don't even know his name, but he is shooting lights out. Karen Butler shrugs. Yeah, with that strength, if he aimed it at a woman, she'd probably take off. I've done my best, but that guy is possessed tonight. Seeing his players dejected, Rivers claps vigorously and shouts, stay energized. There's still the 4th quarter. Everyone has their moment to shine, so wake up. The morale of the Clippers has plummeted. As the 4th quarter begins with a battle of the reserves, the Lakers unleash an 11-2 surge, extending their lead to 21 points. The outcome has become all but certain. During garbage time, D'Antoni inquires if Yi-Chen wishes to remain on the court to set more records. However, Yi-Chen decisively declines, though he is playing as a substitute. And no one would mind if he padded his stats during garbage time. Yi-Chen's pride does not allow him to lower himself to such a pursuit. After all, this is merely his second career game. There will be plenty of opportunities to break records in the future without the need to chase after them now and risk becoming a subject of ridicule. Throughout the entire 4th quarter, Yi-Chen remains on the bench. Ultimately, the Lakers triumph over their city rivals, the Clippers, with a score of 133-120, effortlessly securing victory. Following this match, the Lakers stand at 2 wins and 0 losses, claiming the top spot in the Western Conference. The Clippers players exit the court without a thought to shake hands with their opponents. Only Paul approaches Yi-Chen, embracing him. You played perfectly. Keep it up. The future is yours. The league is yours. In just 2 career games, Yi-Chen has shattered countless records. Yi-Chen could not help but marvel at the extraordinary prowess of full attributes. This achievement, undoubtedly resplendent, did not lead Yi-Chen to succumb to arrogance. Instead, he maintained a sense of clarity. Furthermore, with the Clippers and Spurs ill-prepared, No one could have anticipated that the young talent from Dragon Country, Yichun, would deliver such a stunning performance. Before leaving the court, all the fans of the Lakers rose to their feet, applauding and cheering for Yichun. Previously, there was only one king in Los Angeles, Kobe Bryant. Whether during his rookie days or the era of dominance alongside Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe carried the team through adversity after O'Neal's departure. Together with Pau Gasol, they gambled on back-to-back championships, nearly rekindling the glory of the purple and gold dynasty. Kobe's status and popularity in Los Angeles remain unparalleled by anyone. Now, due to Kobe's injuries and the disparity in the roster, many Lakers fans harbor a rather bleak outlook for the upcoming season. The sudden emergence of Yichun has brought delight to Lakers fans, as he has captivated the prideful supporters of the team in just 2 games. Yichun has naturally become the new darling of Los Angeles. Yichun surveyed the arena, raised a hand to the heavens, and bowed to the fervent fans, igniting an even more fervent cheer. Seated at the sidelines, Aunt Jenny trembled with excitement, her aged visage betraying a flicker of anger. Summon Kupchak to my office, along with D'Antoni, and invite Mr. Logo as well. I have significant matters to discuss with them, she instructed her assistant. As a shrewd businesswoman, Jenny Buss recognized the boundless potential within Yichun and the vast market of Longwood that lay behind him. The Lakers had devised several comprehensive rebuilding plans, targeting numerous superstars and promising rookies as the foundation for future team development. Now, with Yichun emerging as a dazzling talent, should he sustain such explosive performances, he would undoubtedly become the rightful heir in the post-Kobe era. Thus, Jenny must prepare a fresh strategy. For the current state of the Lakers was indeed dire, with aging players and injuries plaguing the roster, despite Yichun's nightly brilliance. The disparity in the lineup foretold that the team would not advance far. It was imperative for Aunt Jenny to strategize and prepare for significant trades. If Yichun were to be established as the cornerstone of the franchise, a thorough cleansing of the roster would be essential. Unfavorable contracts needed to be addressed, and any player not named Yichun or Kobe would be placed on the trading block. Every draft pick would be on the table to acquire several reliable players to support Yichun and Kobe. Given Yichun's performance, the future appeared promising, especially with Kobe's anticipated return mid-season, making the Lakers formidable contenders for the championship. At that moment, reporters on the sidelines commenced their interviews. Yichun, who had etched a series of miraculous feats, became the focal point for various media outlets. The most endearing presence for him was undoubtedly Zhou Lingen, a journalist from his homeland. Encountering a compatriot in a foreign land felt akin to reuniting with family. Good evening, Yichun. First, congratulations on delivering yet another spectacular performance. Do you have a message for your fans in Longwa? Thank you all for your unwavering support. I will continue to strive in the upcoming matches, and I hope you will keep following my journey, Yichun replied. Zhou Lingen smiled and inquired, Yichun, at the conclusion of the third quarter, you had amassed a record 62 points. The last to achieve this was Kobe. Why did you not attempt to surpass Kobe's 81 points in the fourth quarter? Kobe is my idol. My choice to pursue basketball was inspired by him. In the fourth quarter, he was beside me, encouraging me to break that record, but I declined, as we were already leading by a significant margin and it seemed unnecessary to return. However, I believe there will be many opportunities in the future to surpass such records. Very well, I hope you enjoy a perfect Thanksgiving and continue to deliver extraordinary performances, she concluded. As the interview wrapped up, Yichun prepared to head towards the players' tunnel and return to the locker room. Before he could make his way down the corridor, a sultry female voice called out his name. Yichun turned around and immediately spotted the stunning and alluring Miranda Kerr amidst the crowd. As the most celebrated supermodel in America, Miranda Kerr is not only exceptionally talented but also a global icon. Most notably, her beauty is simply unparalleled. Standing over 1.8 meters tall, with long, slender legs and a curvaceous figure, she exudes an intense and primal allure. Countless affluent elites have coveted Miranda Kerr's physique. However, few have earned her favor, and none have shared the intimacy of her private quarters. She has long been in search of that elusive goal. At this moment, Miranda Kerr had set her sights on Yichun, dressed in a sleek black gown, complemented by a delicate black coat. Her red high heels and deep crimson lipstick accentuated her enchanting lips. In terms of both beauty and physique, she is undeniably extraordinary. Moreover, considering her fame, her magnetic charm is magnified immensely. Serpentine in her grace, she renders nearly every man utterly defenseless against her allure. Yichun, I wish to go on a date with you. You must understand that many desire this opportunity, yet I have granted it to none. Miranda Kerr declared as she stood opposite Yichun, pressing a note into his hand. It contained her contact information. "If you were granted the privilege of a date with me," she added. Yichun responded with a calm smile. Although Yichun is young, he remains a novice. The aesthetic preferences of the United States differ significantly from those of China. American women are drawn to strong and robust types of men, while women from the Dragon Country generally favor those who possess delicate and refined features, often leaning towards a somewhat effeminate appearance. However, with Yichun's flawless visage and remarkable physique, he undoubtedly appeals to both sides. As Yichun remained undaunted in her presence, Miranda Kerr's gaze softened, revealing a hint of vulnerability. "Never mind. I fear you might flee. Come with me to my villa now." As a supermodel of considerable worth, Miranda owns a villa in the prestigious neighborhood of Beverly Hills. In contrast, Yichun's annual earnings barely suffice to afford her a pair of undergarments. His rookie contract with the Lakers barely covers his meals. The prospect of purchasing such luxury real estate is beyond his reach, and he resides in an apartment near the Staples Center. Cursing under her breath, Miranda realized that tomorrow's runway show afforded her but one opportunity to capture Yichun's attention. She envisioned whisking him back to her villa for a feast of turkey, exclaiming, "Are you strong enough?" As they sped away in her Lamborghini, she playfully teased him. Despite her lack of experience in such matters, she understood that without formidable determination, one could not conquer the challenges ahead. In the past, Yichun might have only met minimum standards, but now, bolstered by his full attributes, taming a Kardashian was a trivial task. Handling Miranda Kerr was certainly within reach. Meanwhile, in the office of Lakers owner Jeannie Buss, general manager Kupchak, head coach D'Antoni, the legendary Magic Johnson, and several senior executives convened for a meeting. "As you are all aware, I intend to start Yichun as a core player in the next game and observe his performance. Should he continue to deliver efficient results, I want you to reach out to other teams and prepare for trades. All players and draft picks are on the table, as long as we can secure suitable support for Yichun." Jeannie's message was clear. If Yichun proves to be more than a fleeting phenomenon and sustains his stellar performance, he would emerge as the perfect cornerstone for the Lakers' current rebuilding efforts. By acquiring a few powerful allies, preferably all-star or near all-star caliber, the Lakers' reconstruction would be complete, especially with Kobe's return to the court. However, within the confines of Miranda Kerr's villa, Yichun had little inclination to ponder such matters. Since she would not be able to celebrate Thanksgiving with him the following day, Miranda had preemptively arranged a selection of Thanksgiving delicacies. As a citizen of the Dragon Country, Yichun felt indifferent to the holiday. His desires were not for turkey, but for Miranda herself. By 11 o'clock that evening, with everything tidied up, Miranda emerged from her room clad solely in alluring black lingerie. Her breathtaking physique and captivating demeanor set Yichun's heart racing. Yichun lifted Miranda Kerr and tossed her into the room. "You are incredibly strong, too strong indeed. I shall remember this night. If the opportunity arises, I will visit Los Angeles again, watch your matches, and arrange to meet you." Miranda Kerr kissed Yichun and then drove herself towards the event venue. Upon returning to his own apartment, Yichun finally exhaled in relief. After spending a day in Miranda Kerr's opulent mansion, his modest apartment felt rather shabby. Nevertheless, Yichun remained convinced that if he continued his explosive performances, a wealth of dollars would soon be within his grasp. However, considering the current Lakers roster, how challenging would it be to clinch a championship? If Yichun maintained the level he displayed last night, perhaps the Lakers would have a 30% chance. Yet, that would likely wear him out completely. This practically spelled defeat. Competing against the formidable Western teams like the Spurs, Thunder, Clippers, Mavericks, as well as the Eastern powerhouse of the Miami Heat. Even when Nowitzki overcame the Heat's trio, he had reliable teammates like Chandler and Terry by his side. After all, this is a team sport. Yichun required capable allies. In the NBA commissioner's office, David Stern gazed at the array of news and statistics surrounding Yichun, his eyes widening. This young man from the Dragon Kingdom was astonishing, even more so than the legendary Yao Ming. Perhaps he could alter the dynamics of the league and help us further penetrate the Dragon Kingdom market. Presently, while the NBA enjoys popularity in the Dragon Kingdom, few players have managed to establish themselves in the league since Yao Ming's retirement. A powerhouse like Yichun, a veritable force, is unprecedented. He is undoubtedly the best pioneer for the NBA's expansion into the Dragon Kingdom. Although David Stern harbored disdain for the Dragon Kingdom, it would be foolish to overlook potential profits. Arriving at the arena to meet his teammates, the Lakers would soon depart for Oakland after their successful home game, preparing to challenge the Golden State Warriors. Throughout the illustrious history of the NBA, we have witnessed numerous great teams. Each summer, they stand atop the pinnacle of competition, engaging in fierce battles for the gleaming Larry O'Brien Championship trophy, relishing their moments of glory. Yet, only a select few teams have sustained their brilliance, earning widespread acclaim and creating their own eras and dynasties. The Warriors dynasty is undoubtedly one of the most formidable. During the 2013 playoffs, Curry and Thompson proved they were on the rise, eliminating the Denver Nuggets in the first round and battling the seasoned Spurs to a 6-game series in the second round. Although they ultimately fell short, Curry's incredible accuracy left a lasting impression on fans, who believed he would lead them to a dynasty. In the offseason, Iguodala decided to leave the Nuggets to join the Warriors, making a strategic move to join forces rather than compete against them. With Iguodala's arrival, the key figure of the Warriors dynasty emerged. The management replaced Mark Jackson with Steve Kerr, a crucial decision that turned Kerr into the mastermind behind their success. Subsequently, with Durant's addition, the death lineup of the Warriors became a force that shook the entire league, achieving back-to-back championships. When Durant departed and Curry faced injuries, the Warriors experienced a dip, leaving Curry to rely on others. However, in 2022, Curry led the Warriors to another NBA championship sans Durant, alongside a recovering Klay, a declining Green, and the aging Iguodala, who averaged 18 points. Under Curry's leadership, they triumphed, with Curry earning the Finals MVP. His prowess and greatness are beyond reproach. In Oakland, at the Oracle Arena, the venue was ablaze with lights that evening. Fans had gathered outside, eager to witness this marquee matchup. The clash between the Lakers and the Warriors should have lacked significant attention, yet both teams had achieved commendable results early in the season. The Golden State Warriors, having left a deep impression on fans during the previous playoffs with Curry and Thompson's remarkable shooting, bolstered by Iguodala's addition and the growth of promising rookies like Barnes and Green, along with solid bench depth, had transformed into a formidable force in the West and the entire league. Meanwhile, the Lakers, propelled by Yi Chen's explosive performances, were riding a wave of momentum. Suddenly, the Los Angeles Lakers and Yi Chen became the focal point of the league. Facing an array of media praise, many teams and players sought to challenge the Lakers quickly, hoping to temper their enthusiasm, especially aiming to teach Yi Chen a lesson. Moreover, Yi Chen played the small forward position, while the Warriors featured last year's 7th overall pick, Barnes. As the esteemed 7th pick, Barnes had grown in the league for another year, looking to teach this year's rookie, Yi Chen, a lesson. Before the game, many Warriors fans hoped Barnes would show the Dragon Kingdom newcomer, Yi Chen, the difference between a lottery pick and a second-round selection. In a previous life, Yi Chen had always been a devoted fan of Curry after Kobe's retirement. Faced with his former idol, Yi Chen felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, eager to showcase his fiery form in front of him. With Iguodala's addition, the Warriors' performance had steadily improved year after year. Concurrently, James Harden emerged as the Warriors' greatest rival for the years to come. Meanwhile, the Spurs, led by the legendary Popovich and the robotic Leonard, remained a powerhouse in the West following the retirement of the GDP trio. This era's Thunder duo also could not be disregarded. The Warriors had indeed faced the Los Angeles Clippers as their nemesis, suffering elimination at their hands for 2 consecutive years. With Coach Kerr's arrival, the establishment of the death lineup gradually paved the way for their success, ultimately leading to championships. As the game approached, both coaches were finalizing their strategies in their respective locker rooms. Inside the Warriors' locker room, players gathered around head coach Mark Jackson, listening intently to his tactical instructions. The Lakers, lacking Kobe, still boasted Nash, Gasol, and the recently ascended Yi Chen, yet the strength of their roster still paled in comparison to that of the Lakers. Stay steady and focused, and victory will be ours. Listen up, Barnes, you will be responsible for guarding Yi Chen tonight. We need you to limit his impact on the defensive end, making him aware of the gap between a second-round pick and a lottery selection. Iguodala, be ready to assist at any moment, prepared to double-team Yi Chen. Rest assured, coach, I will not allow him to run rampant. I will ensure he is contained. Barnes replied, his determination evident in his gaze. Although Yi Chen participated in only 2 games, Mark Jackson meticulously arranged for a thorough review of the match recordings beforehand. After watching the first game, Mark Jackson remained unimpressed. He believed that the Spurs, having established a significant lead, had become overly complacent in the final moments, which allowed Yi Chen to lead his team to a remarkable comeback. However, upon observing the second game, Mark Jackson felt a sense of apprehension. Throughout the illustrious history of the NBA, few renowned scorers could rival Yi Chen's performance in that match. scoring 62 points over 3 quarters. Including an astonishing 36 points in a single quarter is nothing short of miraculous for any elite scorer. On the Lakers side, Coach D'Antoni announced, "Based on my observations from these 2 games, I will be making adjustments to the starting lineup." Upon hearing this, a group of bench players perked up, eager to hear more. Being part of the starting lineup, even as a supporting player, is undoubtedly preferable to remaining a substitute. The question lingered, who would it be? Nash and Gasol remained composed, confident in their abilities and standing within the team. Coach D'Antoni's gaze swept over the substitutes before finally resting on Yichun. "Yichun, you will replace Wesley Johnson and become our starting small forward." Yichun had contemplated the possibility of becoming a starter, yet he never anticipated it would occur so swiftly. "Yes, thank you, Coach," he replied. D'Antoni interjected, "Do not thank me. This is not solely my decision. It is a unanimous agreement among the owner, the management, and the entire coaching staff. I hope you continue to maintain this momentum." Nash and Gasol nodded in affirmation towards Yichun. Yichun's promotion to the starting lineup did not come as a surprise to them. They regarded it as a matter of course due to his exceptional abilities. Securing a starting position is not merely a matter of seniority, but rather a testament to one's skill. Wesley Johnson acknowledged Yichun's substitution with an inner acceptance. As the Lakers prepared to face the Warriors tonight, there were numerous aspects to address. In terms of offense, Nash and Yichun were instructed to take the lead. On defense, they needed to pay close attention to Curry and Thompson, ensuring they did not allow them any shooting space. Before long, the players from both teams emerged from the tunnels. As Yichun stepped out, countless fans extended their hands for high fives. The Chinese and Asian community in Oakland was considerable, with many supporters coming to cheer for Yichun. "Go, Yichun. Continue to bring glory to our motherland." The fans rallied. "We will always support you, Yichun. The Dragon Nation fans stand with you. Just play without worries, and you will do great." Many fans were vocally encouraging him. As the pregame warm-ups commenced, Curry practiced his dribbling near midcourt. Suddenly, he sprang up and took a quick shot, the basketball soaring through the air in a beautiful arc swish. It went in with certainty. During this period, fans affectionately referred to Curry as the elementary school student in the Ming SHN. He often attempted an array of astonishing three-pointers, although he had yet to reach his true pinnacle. Where exactly lies Curry's ceiling? He is the NBA's most formidable shooter. Curry's presence has genuinely transformed the landscape of the game. In the past, few players dared to launch three-pointers from beyond half-court or to take a three-pointer in a fast break opportunity. However, Curry's emergence has made these once unthinkable actions a reality. "What do you think of Yichun?" Curry asked Barnes. "I find him quite formidable, especially with the shooting. He made 14 three-pointers in the last game. But I hope he doesn't showcase an extraordinary performance against us," he added seriously. "Leave it to me and Iguodala. With us on the court, I won't let them shine," Barnes replied. Both Barnes and Iguodala were renowned for their defensive prowess. James surely understood this well from the years of battles between the Cavaliers and Warriors. Bogut and Jordan Hill jumped for the tip-off, with the tall and long-armed Bogut directing the ball into Curry's hands. As the game commenced, the Warriors continued their usual bombardment strategy. At this time, the league was still dominated by inside players, but the Golden State Warriors, led by the Splash Brothers, were redefining the game. Thus far, they had consistently launched a plethora of three-point shots, earning them the title of a genuine three-point team. Curry advanced with the ball, employing a series of clever dribble maneuvers to evade Nash's defense. He executed a quick crossover, stopped, and stepped back to launch a three-pointer. Swish. It was a flawless execution. This encapsulates Curry's playing style. He may lack the raw athleticism of players like Westbrook or Rose, but his finesse, rhythm control, and unparalleled shooting accuracy are extraordinary, resulting in a strikingly elegant gameplay. As the transition unfolded, the Lakers initiated their offense. Nash and Gasol engaged in a dynamic two-man game, with Gasol receiving the ball at the free throw line and executing a smooth mid-range shot. The Warriors, on the other hand, began their pick-and-roll strategies just past half-court, with movement and ball sharing at the forefront. Curry, isolating against Nash, made a swift drive to the right, drawing the attention of both Gasol and Nick Young. In an instant, Curry quickly passed the ball to Barnes, who had been patiently waiting in the corner. Barnes received the ball and launched a precise three-pointer that found its mark. This Warriors lineup, apart from center Bogut, featured sharpshooters like the Splash Brothers and Barnes, all of whom possessed excellent three-point shooting abilities. Following a successful shot, Barnes shot Yichun a challenging glance, his eyes reflecting provocation. The typically composed Barnes had never engaged in conflict throughout his career, yet now, facing the rising star Yichun, he revealed a fierce demeanor. With possession of the ball, Nash swiftly advanced past half-court and passed it to Yichun. In the Lakers' hierarchy, Yichun stood as an unparalleled figure, possessing the authority to unleash his shooting prowess at will. Barnes closely guarded Yichun, resembling an iron barrier, denying him any opportunity to penetrate. Suddenly, Yichun executed a deceptive acceleration, soaring forth like a wild stallion breaking free from its restraints, overtaking Barnes. In swift pursuit, Bogut from the interior stepped in to provide defensive support, obstructing Yichun's path to the basket. Although the Warriors are not renowned for their defensive prowess, their ability to switch effectively is commendable. Confronted with the dual blockade of Barnes and Bogut, Yichun found himself with no opportunity to shoot. However, with a swift pivot, he leapt into the air, confronting Bogut's defense head-on. With an extraordinary finesse, Yichun performed a spectacular reverse layup. His body contorted mid-air, defying gravity for an extended moment as his right hand gracefully maneuvered around the rim's right side, effortlessly scoring. This move was a flawless homage to the iconic layup of Transmigrate. Goodness, this resembles a move straight from Jordan's repertoire. How can this athlete from the Dragon Country possess such remarkable physicality? The visual appeal of his play rivals that of Kobe Bryant, truly captivating, truly enchanting. Is this truly Yichun? The spectators along the sidelines erupted in excitement. Despite being in the Warriors' home arena, the fans could not help but praise Yichun's remarkable display. The reason for his aggressive attack on the interior from the outset was to establish his attitude and momentum, competing on the road against the formidable Warriors, who boast a significantly stronger lineup. The Lakers naturally felt a twinge of apprehension. Yichun's courageous leadership and tenacious dismantling of the opponent's interior defense were aimed at bolstering the team's confidence. Indeed, as the ball swished through the net, the atmosphere on the bench began to invigorate, particularly with Sakish fervently waving his towel. "Well done," exclaimed D'Antoni, celebrating with a triumphant fist pump from the sidelines. Despite the impact on their momentum, the Warriors remained committed to executing the strategies outlined by their coach prior to the match. Curry, engaging in a one-on-one with Nash, deftly created space before launching a three-pointer. The sound of the referee's whistle coincided perfectly with the ball finding its mark in the net. 3-1, such as Curry's prowess, as he decisively took the initiative against Nash, who lacked both the stature and speed to contend. The Lakers found themselves trailing the Warriors 2-7. As the game transitioned between offense and defense, Nash delivered a splendid bounce pass that sliced through to the basket. Jordan Hill caught the ball and attempted to maneuver past Bogut, only to be met with a resounding rejection from the arriving David Lee, a spectacular block. Seizing the opportunity, Curry regained possession and swiftly initiated a counterattack. Yichun exerted himself to defend fervently, closely trailing Curry all the way to the basket. Curry lofted the ball high into the air. Barnes, emerging from the sidelines, leaped to receive it, poised for an alley-oop dunk. In an instant, Yichun swiftly shifted towards the wing, leaping within the restricted area, demonstrating remarkable core strength, and with a decisive slap, he swatted the ball from Barnes's grasp. Securing possession, Yichun sprinted towards the front court, launching the ball to Nick Young, positioned at a 45-degree angle on the left. Young received the pass and took the shot immediately. Swish. The Lakers trailed by just 2 points, 5-7. Following this counterattack, the Warriors fans in attendance could not contain their admiration, erupting into a chorus of applause. Yichun's prowess in both offense and defense is truly remarkable. First, he executed a superb pull-up jumper, and then, faced with a challenging one-on-two defensive situation, he displayed his exceptional skills to thwart the opposing team. Following that, he tirelessly sprinted to find the open Nick Young, who effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Throughout the annals of NBA history, how many players have truly excelled in both offensive and defensive capabilities? Icons like Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, and Tim Duncan stand out as a select few. Each of these legends has carved their name in the pantheon of basketball greatness. Currently, Yichun not only boasts an extraordinary scoring ability and a visually captivating playing style, but he also mirrors his idol Kobe in his relentless defensive efforts. It is evident that Yichun is on the path to becoming a dual-threat superstar. His game is not only aesthetically pleasing, but also characterized by an unwavering commitment to defense. It appears that a monumental talent is emerging from the Dragon Nation. Sitting on the sidelines, Mark Jackson maintained a stoic demeanor, yet he was profoundly impressed by Yichun's performance. Although Yichun had been active on both ends of the court since the game's inception, it was merely a few three-pointers in the face of the Warriors' relentless offensive onslaught. Moreover, aside from Yichun's impressive display, The rest of the Lakers struggled to find their rhythm and could not establish a foothold in the game. Relying solely on Yichen's individual brilliance would not suffice to overcome the formidable Warriors. In the ensuing offensive play, Stephen Curry penetrated the lane, drawing defenders before passing to the open Klay Thompson. Thompson received the ball and delivered a precise shot, scoring effortlessly. With the score at 4-10, the Lakers trailed by 6 points with 9 minutes remaining. Early in the game, Curry leveraged his shooting threat to continually attract defenders, allowing his teammates to capitalize on their opportunities. In the face of adversity, Yichun maintained his composure. His objective was to embody a winning mentality. The immediate goal was to invigorate his teammates and elevate their enthusiasm. As long as the team's offense flowed smoothly, their defensive efforts would intensify. During the Lakers' offensive possession, Yichun received the ball, facing Barnes's defense. Yichun surged past Barnes with remarkable agility, penetrating the lane with fervor. In that fleeting moment, all eyes were riveted upon him. Yichun ascended to great heights, and inside the paint, Bogut leapt in tandem, poised to thwart his attempt. In a heartbeat, Yichun deftly flicked the ball, delivering it to Gasol beneath the basket. Gasol, upon receiving the pass, confronted the unguarded hoop with fury, soaring upward to execute a thunderous dunk. In the face of a formidable defense, Yichun chose to navigate the narrow margins for survival. This extraordinary vision and precise passing ability are what truly instill fear in the Warriors. His emphatic dunk not only revitalized Gasol's confidence but also invigorated the entire Lakers team. Gasol has always been an emotionally volatile player. When the team performs well, he thrives, but when they fall behind significantly, his performance wanes. In the domestic Tencent studio, the commentators remarked on the splendid passing, noting that each of Yichun's games showcases his continual improvement. His passing skills displayed in this match were not evident in the previous 2 games, which was commendable, as praised by Yang Yi. Indeed, Yichun's scoring prowess in the first 2 matches had a significant impact, momentarily overshadowing his defensive and passing capabilities, which were clearly evident in this game. As Yao Ming noted, a quick pass elicited excitement from Coach D'Antoni on the sidelines, while Mark Jackson on the opposing bench appeared troubled. This situation is not right. I underestimated Yichun's abilities. I didn't foresee that he could not only score but also effectively uplift his teammates. If he manages to elevate their performance, it will pose a serious challenge, he mused, recalling the former number 24 in the purple and gold jersey. Contemplating whether to let him shoot or pass, an agonizing decision akin to choosing between 2 poisons. Currently, the outlook remains somewhat optimistic, as the Warriors' offense continues to elude the Lakers' defense. As Curry advanced with the ball, upon reaching the arc, Yichun signaled Nash to guard Barnes in the corner while he personally took on the task of defending Curry. With age, Nash's mobility has diminished, and even at his prime, he would struggle to contain Curry. Yichun is tasked with defending against Curry. This marks the inaugural face-off between 2 rising stars, undoubtedly captivating the audience's attention. Which newcomer from Los Angeles will prove superior, the talented rookie or the Golden State phenomenon? As Yichun stands before him, Curry executes a series of deceptive dribbles. During this phase of his career, Curry's physique remains relatively slender. Thus his primary scoring method is through shooting. Anticipating this, Yichun positions himself firmly in front of Curry, denying him the opportunity for an easy shot. When Curry collides with Yichun, it feels akin to striking a wall of steel, causing him to lose his balance and mishandle the ball. Although Curry promptly regains possession, Yichun swiftly intervenes, dislodging the ball amidst the chaos. While Yichun possesses a diverse array of skills, he remains cautious against the adept ball handler Curry, aware that any miscalculation could lead to being outmaneuvered. However, seizing the moment of Curry's disarray, Yichun successfully executes the steal. Yichun skillfully maneuvered the ball into the front court and sprinted forward, leaving Curry unable to keep pace. All he could do was watch as Yichun executed a thunderous tomahawk dunk that resonated through the arena. Curry's expression dimmed, a flicker of frustration evident in his eyes, while Mark Jackson could only cover his face in disbelief. On the defensive end, Yichun shadowed Curry, significantly diminishing his efficiency. In contrast, on the offensive front, Yichun unleashed his full potential, not only scoring effortlessly but also adeptly facilitating his teammates. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Lakers led with a score of 28-25, having turned the tables. In the first quarter, Yichun exhibited an impeccable performance, successfully sinking all 6 of his attempts, including 2 flawless 3-pointers, amassing a total of 14 points. Alongside his scoring prowess, he also delivered 4 assists. Not only did he shine individually, but under Yi Chen's influence, the Lakers surged with formidable momentum, taking control of the game. While Curry began the quarter with a fiery touch, he faltered under Yi Chen's staunch defense, managing only one successful shot from 4 attempts and committing 3 turnovers. The atmosphere within the Oracle Arena was one of hushed tension. Although the Warriors trailed by a mere 3 points on the surface, the dynamics of the game revealed the Lakers' relentless offensive onslaught, particularly as Yi Chen continued to showcase his extraordinary skills. Conversely, the Warriors' declining 3-point shooting forced them to rely heavily on free throws to remain closely competitive. After Yi Chen left the court, the entire team rose to high-five him. "Yi Chen, splendid work. Your passes reminded me of the magician." Nick Young grinned widely. As a role player, Nick Young understood that to escape his tumultuous life, he must cultivate a good relationship with the team's leader. Although Kobe was technically the Lakers' leader, he was still recovering from injury, making Yi Chen the de facto leader of the current moment. On the Warriors bench, Mark Jackson was unusually furious. "Barnes, are you defending Yi Chen like this? Tell me, are you turning him into Michael Jordan? If this continues, we will be annihilated. I don't care what methods you employ, you must contain him. Do you hear me?" After venting his frustrations, Jackson began to soothe his players' spirits. After all, in a battle between two teams, morale is crucial. The Warriors had previously displayed unstoppable momentum, while Yi Chen's solitary prowess had dampened their spirit, leaving them devoid of energy and enthusiasm. This was the most lethal blow. "Iguodala, you will primarily guard that Chinese kid." Barnes, appearing somewhat dejected, cast a resentful glance towards Yi Chen. As the second quarter commenced, Coach D'Antoni did not rush to reintroduce Yi Chen onto the court. Given Yi Chen's exhaustive contributions in the first quarter, both offensively and defensively, he needed ample rest unless the situation became dire. D'Antoni was experienced in this regard, having overused Kobe in the final games of the previous season, which ultimately led to Kobe's Achilles tendon rupture. He was determined not to repeat such a mistake with Yi Chen. In the first 5 minutes of the second quarter, both teams deployed their bench players. Jackson aimed to provide his starters with time to regain composure and confidence, while D'Antoni intended to afford Yi Chen a thorough respite. The Warriors' bench depth surpassed that of the Lakers, featuring scoring specialists like Jack, alongside interior forces such as O'Neal and Jefferson. With 6 minutes remaining in the quarter, both teams reintroduced their starters, with the Lakers trailing the Warriors by 1 point at 44-45. Returning to the game, the Warriors initiated their offense. Curry advanced the ball. Having taken a brief respite to recalibrate, he radiated an intense focus, pushing against Yi Chen while waiting for an opportunity. As the catalyst for the Warriors' offense, if they could neutralize Curry, their tactical execution would falter, diminishing their chances of scoring effectively. A team with a singular offensive initiator often struggles to achieve success. Much like the current Warriors and Lakers, if they could stifle both Curry and Yi Chen, their offensive capabilities would stagnate. This shot will undoubtedly go in. So save your energy. Curry, a Warriors player, recalled the days when Jeremy Lin stirred excitement in New York, having once been merely a spectator at the Warriors' water cooler. He was acutely aware of the prowess of Chinese players. If Yi Chen managed to contain him, it would be a significant embarrassment. With that thought, Curry accelerated left, forcing Yi Chen back a step and creating space. He quickly gathered the ball and stepped back beyond the three-point line. With a swift motion, he launched a three-pointer. Curry executed his signature step-back three, a hallmark of his scoring repertoire. While this method of scoring might seem surprising, it had gradually become routine for him, boasting a shooting percentage comparable to mid-range shots, which was what made him so formidable. As an admirer of Curry in a past life, Yi Chen preemptively leaped to contest the shot. However, Curry's release was rapid, and the space he created was substantial. Even with Yi Chen in close proximity, he could not block the shot. Swish. The basketball arced gracefully through the air before finding its mark. Following his successful shot, Curry celebrated with his signature gesture, pointing skyward. The atmosphere in the Oracle Arena ignited as fans erupted in cheers for their team. Curry's touch had returned, and the Warriors were poised to unleash a relentless offensive onslaught. The energy in the arena surged, foretelling a tidal wave of scoring from the Warriors. Meanwhile, at the ESPN commentary booth, Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley reveled in the unfolding drama. As possession shifted, the Lakers initiated their offense. Nash leisurely dribbled across half-court, passing to Gasol at the high post. However, before Gasol could shoot, David Lee intercepted the pass. Lee secured possession and passed to Thompson, who launched a deep three-pointer. Swish. Once again, it found the basket. The score advanced to 51, with the Warriors widening their lead. Steady, steady. Execute our offensive strategy. Do not lose your composure. D'Antoni bellowed from the sidelines as he observed his players becoming flustered on the court. Yi Chun, perceiving the situation, swiftly took control of the ball. He relinquished the notion of passing, for the team now required a solitary figure to emerge and score, a superstar to stabilize the sidelines. With Kobe absent, Yi Chun stepped forth without hesitation. Barnes, ignited by Curry's fervor, bent his knees and extended his arms, advancing towards Yi Chun with a predatory gaze. The recent scolding from the head coach echoed in Barnes's mind, igniting a blaze of fury within him, wishing to obliterate Yi Chun. Yet, in the face of the fierce Barnes, Yi Chun merely smiled subtly. With determination, Yi Chun focused on Barnes and charged towards the paint. Barnes clung to Yi Chun's waist, staunchly obstructing his path to the basket. However, Yi Chun executed a sudden stop, dribbling between his legs, swiftly reclaiming the ball. He then retreated to the three-point line and launched a shot. The basketball traced a magnificent arc through the air, gracefully descending into the hoop. In an instant, the entire Oracle Arena fell into a hushed silence, reminiscent of a library. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Stay calm, we shall respond in kind. Curry, the unequivocal core of the team, urged his fellow teammates. Goodness, Yi Chun has just mirrored Curry's scoring method, exclaimed a fervent fan. This is Yi Chun, the new king of Los Angeles. I hereby declare myself his unwavering supporter. Dare speak ill of him, and I shall not spare your family. Enthused the passionate netizens of Longhua. As the possession shifted, the Warriors initiated their offense. Curry advanced into the front court, only to find himself utterly smothered by Yi Chun, devoid of any shooting space. Reluctantly, he passed the ball to the sprinting point guard, Barnes, who missed his three-point attempt. Underneath the basket, Bogut outmaneuvered Gasol and Jordan Hill to secure the offensive rebound. With a swift pivot, he evaded Gasol's defense and rose to the rim, preparing to unleash a powerful dunk. Bogut, amidst the recent turmoil that had incited the ire of the Longhua populace, found himself under the watchful gaze of Yi Chun, a fellow citizen. As Bogut soared, reveling in his impending 2 points, a shadow emerged before him, swiftly swatting the ball away and grasping it firmly in hand. Yi Chun firmly grasped the ball, swiftly launching a fast break, while Barnes diligently pursued from the side in defense. Yi Chun slightly adjusted his pace as he approached the arc beyond the three-point line. Waiting for Barnes to complete his defensive transition, he executed a swift crossover, leaving Barnes behind, and retreated to the left side of the three-point line. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed another three-pointer. The shot was crisp and decisive. Goodness, Yi Chun could have easily opted for a dunk, yet he chose to shoot a three-pointer. The most astonishing aspect was that he waited for the defender to approach before taking the shot. This is utterly devastating. Many fans in attendance could not help but let out cries of despair at Yi Chun's audacity. What exactly is Yi Chun attempting to accomplish? Although the Lakers were still trailing, the initiative was entirely in Yi Chun's hands. Alone, he dismantled Barnes' psychological defenses and threw the Warriors into disarray. Mark Jackson stood at the sidelines, his expression one of fury. Yi Chun derived immense satisfaction from the sensation of compelling the opposing coach to call a timeout. As a player, it is rare to engage in a direct confrontation with an opponent's coach, however. The ability to pressure the opposing coach into calling a timeout undoubtedly provides a sense of fulfillment. It was evident that this particular timeout was prompted by Yi Chun's performance. Mark Jackson, hands on his hips and facing his team with a stern expression, declared, "Listen up. I will not allow our efforts in the half-court to be rendered futile by Yi Chun's barrage of three-pointers. Barnes, get over here. What kind of pathetic open shots are you missing? You have been thoroughly outmatched defensively by Yi Chun. Take a seat over there. Iguodala, you're up. Your sole mission is to contain Yi Chun. We all know his scoring prowess is formidable. He will score eventually, but for heaven's sake, not this quickly." As the game resumed, Curry swiftly passed the ball to Klay Thompson in the right corner, who decisively launched a three-pointer that found its mark. Meanwhile, on the Lakers' side, Yi Chun shifted his focus from personal scoring to actively seeking opportunities for his teammates to score. As Yi Chun faced the tenacious defense of Iguodala, he executed a swift pivot, leaving him behind and penetrating into the paint, drawing the attention of Bogut's help defense. In a decisive moment, Bogut relinquished his mark on Gasol and advanced to contest Yi Chun's drive. With an opening beneath the basket, Yi Chun promptly delivered the ball to Gasol. Seizing the opportunity, Gasol unleashed a thunderous dunk, a powerful catharsis of emotion. Upon returning from the timeout, the Warriors erupted as the Splash Brothers consecutively sank 2 three-pointers. Yichen consistently motivated his teammates, a strategy that not only conserved energy, but also invigorated the entire squad. Although on paper, the disparity in strength between the Lakers and the Warriors was considerable, with the Lakers boasting an aging roster plagued by injuries. It was evident that they would struggle to compete against the Warriors. However, securing victory would require more than Yichen's individual prowess. His teammates must also rise to the occasion and share the burden. With only 10 seconds remaining in the first half, the score was tied at 63-63 as both teams alternated in taking the lead, resulting in a stalemate. The Lakers were poised for their final offensive play of the quarter. As the ball was inbound from the baseline, Yichen seized possession. While Iguodala initiated a tight defensive press in the front court, Yichen received the ball and executed a dazzling feint that left Iguodala momentarily bewildered. As Iguodala regained his footing and closed in, Yichen swiftly performed another deceptive maneuver. In that instant, he accelerated past his defender, executing 2 rapid stops before pivoting and breaking through once more, followed by a graceful step back to create space. Iguodala was utterly confounded by the sequence of moves. With unwavering confidence, Yichen retreated beyond the three-point line and unleashed a shot. The ball swished through the net, illuminating the scoreboard as the halftime whistle blew. The score stood at 66-63, and the entire Oracle Arena fell into a hushed silence. From the backcourt, Yichen skillfully navigated past Iguodala, culminating in a mesmerizing display just beyond the arc that left Iguodala in a state of disbelief. Yichen's extraordinary ball-handling skills and shooting consistency have left everyone in awe. Who could have imagined that the Lakers' final offensive play of the half, which seemed destined to be a hasty choice, would transform into an exhilarating display of individual brilliance in Yichen's hands? In a mere 10 seconds, Andre Iguodala found himself bewildered time and again. His ball control and continuous directional changes evoked memories of Allen Iverson. What other remarkable moves does Yichen possess that we have yet to discover? His technique may very well be unparalleled in history. His dribbling and shooting are simply flawless. With each game, Yichen delivers an astonishing highlight reel-worthy shot. At this rate, even if Kobe were to return, he would struggle to alter Yichen's current standing. The fans in attendance were effusive in their praise for Yichen's performance. Although they were Warriors supporters, it was nearly impossible not to be captivated by such a divine exhibition from an opponent. As a traditionally competitive team, the Lakers boast a vast global fan base. During Kobe's era, they often managed to silence opposing fans. Now, Yichen is gradually winning over the Oracle Arena with his remarkable displays, prompting countless fans to cheer uncontrollably for him. When Warriors players witnessed that last shot, they were left in a state of shock, rendered speechless. Iguodala shook his head in disbelief. How on earth is he doing this? Why is he so formidable? Throughout his career, whether in Philadelphia, Denver, or now with the Warriors, Iguodala has always been a formidable defender, tasked with guarding the opposing team's star players. Yet, when faced with Yichen, he was utterly lost. Mark Jackson, noticing yet another shift in his players' mindset, promptly called them to the locker room to prepare for the second half. "Well done, Yichen," Gasol remarked as he approached, patting Yichen on the shoulder. In this match, Yichen had consistently assisted Gasol, allowing him to score with ease in the paint. By halftime, Yichen had amassed 28 points, along with 8 assists and 5 rebounds. Gasol, inspired by Yichen's performance, also exhibited strength, contributing 14 points and 6 rebounds. On the Warriors' side, the Splash Brothers combined for 34 points with 8 three-pointers. In contrast, the Warriors' second-year player, Barnes, who matched up against Yichen, managed only 3 points on 1 of 5 shooting. Meanwhile, in a conference room at the Staples Center, Jeanie Buss, the logo himself, Magic Johnson, Kobe, and Kupchak were watching the Lakers-Warriors game. "Kobe, what are your thoughts on Yichen?" Jeanie asked, glancing at Kobe. Captivated by Yichen's performance, Kobe exclaimed, "I believe Yichen's future achievements may surpass mine. He might even eclipse Jordan." Jeanie was taken aback by Kobe's words and quickly composed herself, stating, "From now on, we must strengthen our roster. Once Kobe returns, we need to be a championship contending team. Moreover, I do not wish to see Yichen donning another team's jersey." In Dragon Country, the Chinese Basketball Association's foremost figure, Yao Ming, was closely following the Lakers-Warriors matchup. In recent days, Yichen's extraordinary performances in the NBA had spread throughout the streets and alleys of Dragon Country. And as the chairman of men's basketball, Yao had certainly heard of him. Yichen is remarkable, without a doubt. He will become the leading figure in the future of Dragon Country basketball. However, he lamented the disparity in talent among other players. While breaking out of Asia posed no issue, making a mark on the global stage remained fraught with challenges, particularly against European powerhouses like Spain and world dominators like the United States. Yao felt a sense of regret for Yi Chun, pondering how different the outcome might have been had he emerged before the 2008 Olympics. It is well known that the Chinese men's basketball team anticipated the 2008 Olympics as the dawn of a new era. Yet it turned out to be the pinnacle of their achievements. Players like Yao Ming, Yi Jinlian, Sun Yu, Lu Wei, and Zhu Fangyu represented the last glimmers of glory for Chinese men's basketball. That year, the team showcased their indomitable spirit on home soil, defeating Germany, battling Spain until the final moments, and resisting Team USA's dream team for 3 quarters. That iteration of the Chinese men's basketball team deserves our utmost respect, and we should tip our hats to them. As the halftime intermission concluded, the third quarter commenced. Following adjustments during the break, the Warriors substituted Barnes and Bogut for Green and Iguodala. The rejuvenated Warriors shed their first-half lethargy, igniting their offensive momentum as they opened the quarter with fervor. Curry and Thompson combined to sink 4 3-pointers, while David Lee suddenly came alive, relentlessly attacking Gasol. Fans familiar with the Warriors understand the terror of their third quarter. Even facing a 20-point deficit at halftime, it is far too easy for them to erase such a gap. Akin to the adage from renowned Dragon Country coach Du Feng, 20 points is nothing. On the Lakers' side, Yi Chun drew defensive attention, creating several wide-open shooting opportunities for Nick Young and Nash, both of whom failed to convert. As the second half progressed, the Lakers struggled immensely, their shooting touch plummeting to an icy low, relying solely on Yi Chun to carve out points. For minutes in, the score had ballooned to 70-60, with the Warriors extending their lead to double digits. Forget it. Green gestured to Curry, then approached Yi Chun to taunt him. As the NBA's most notorious antagonist in recent years, Green has racked up the most technical fouls while also being the lowest-scoring All-Star, with more airballs in the playoffs than made 3-pointers. Yet, he is also the league's best teammate, having elevated both Curry and Thompson, as well as the Golden State Warriors themselves. Green is a reviled underdog legend, much like a fierce rebel. He may seem ruthless and unyielding on the court, but once he returns to his team, he gives everything for their cause. This year, Green successfully re-signed with the Warriors, and it is likely that the trio will retire together, a narrative worth celebrating. Hey, Dragon Country kid, we're going to take you down. Save your energy for the next game. Green taunted, dancing in front of Yi Chun. Yi Chun, though respectful and unwavering in his pursuit of victory, found Green's antics excessive. No one in the league enjoys Green's relentless provocation. Witnessing Green's exaggerated expressions ignited Yi Chun's fury. Give me the ball. Yi Chun actively sought possession of the ball, advancing toward the front court. Just after crossing the halfway line, Green Teacher had already stepped forward to harass Yi Chun. Yi Chun stood several centimeters taller than Teacher Lu, who could only embrace Yi Chun's waist with both hands, incessantly tugging at him. In response to Teacher Lu's subtle provocations, Yi Chun remained unperturbed, fixating on him with an equally fierce gaze. He took several powerful strides beyond the 3-point line and executed a swift, unassisted shot. The basketball traced a graceful arc before swishing through the net, while Teacher Lu infringed upon Yi Chun's space, resulting in an additional free throw. As Yi Chun confidently sank the free throw, the previously electrified Oracle Arena fell into a hush once more. Witnessing Yi Chun's 3-1 play, Teacher Lu felt a twinge of deflation. His earlier bravado and ostentatious gestures had noticeably diminished. Your defense is merely a shade sturdier than tissue paper. When faced with a player like Teacher Lu, one must not engage in a battle of wits. Succumbing to provocation would only lead to falling into his trap. Instead, one should rely on their own prowess to subdue him. At this moment, Teacher Lu found himself unable to maintain his arrogance and could only obediently retreat to the front court to partake in the offensive play. The possession shifted, and the Warriors commenced their attack. Yi Chun continued to closely guard Curry. After Curry made a breakthrough, Yi Chun astutely anticipated the play and managed to deflect the ball. However, amidst the ensuing chaos, Thompson seized the opportunity to claim possession, advancing beyond the 3-point line before launching a precise shot, which found its mark. The score now stood at 64-73, with the Lakers still trailing by 9 points. In moments of adversity, it is imperative for the team leader to rise to the occasion and alter the course of the game. Yi Chun advanced with the ball, his gaze resolute. After the halftime break, Gasol, Nash, and Nick Young struggled to find their rhythm. Even when entrusted with the ball, they faltered in their attempts to score. Thus, Yichen found it imperative to secure points for himself. "You won't score again, young lad from Dragon Country." Green clung tightly to Yichen, exerting all his strength to impede his movement, denying him any avenues for breakthrough or shooting space. Following the halftime intermission, the Warriors' offense flowed seamlessly, poised to conclude the match decisively. However, Yichen's impressive 3-1 play narrowed the score to single digits. Yichen received the ball and positioned himself for a back-to-the-basket play, yet the green teacher behind him clung tightly to him. "Is this not a foul?" Yichen glanced at the referee and, noticing his indifference, understood that the official tacitly accepted the defensive intensity. Seeing the referee refrain from calling a foul, Green became more brazen, relentlessly tugging at Yichen's jersey. On the sidelines, Coach D'Antoni, witnessing the escalating aggression from Green, bellowed at the referee, "Are you blind? How is this not a foul?" On the court, Yichen suddenly pivoted, shaking off Green's defense. In a moment of distraction, he accelerated into the paint. Bogut, momentarily bewildered, wondered how Yichen, who had just been entangled with Green at the elbow, had now breached the key. Once under the basket, Yichen feigned an attempt, prompting Bogut to leap. Realizing his mistake mid-air, Bogut watched as Yichen deftly sidestepped him and completed a thunderous dunk. Seeing Yichen score again, Mark Jackson on the sidelines could no longer remain composed. Throughout the match, defenders from Barnes to Iguodala, and now Green, had rotated in an effort to contain Yichen. Yet none had succeeded. The entire Warriors team found themselves in a state of helplessness. Why was this player so formidable? With Green's playing time limited this season due to David Lee's presence, he had eagerly awaited the chance to defend Yichen, hoping to impress the coach and earn more playing time. However, fate had other plans. In just 2 defensive possessions, Yichen had delivered a 3-1 and then effortlessly sliced through to score again. After being schooled twice in succession, Green's spirit plummeted. How could this player from Longwood be so extraordinary? He seemed to excel at everything, and every attempt found its mark. We had our draft picks. Why did we not select Yichen? Damn the management. They must be replaced. The fans lamented the team's missed opportunity with Yichen. With the Lakers trailing at 66-73, the Warriors fell into a scoring drought. Meanwhile, the Lakers, propelled by Yichen's consecutive points, continued to close the gap. By the end of the third quarter, the Lakers were down by only 2 at 92-94. Yichen had amassed an impressive 40 points and provided 11 assists in just 3 quarters. "Well done, Yichen. Take a moment to rest. We will need you for the final showdown," Coach D'Antoni said, patting Yichen's shoulder sympathetically as he noted the sweat-soaked player. Despite D'Antoni's intention to limit Yichen's minutes, the Warriors' relentless offense offered no respite. Without Yichen on the court to score, the Lakers might have already surrendered. "We know the opposing team has numerous scoring threats, and your defensive pressure is immense, but regardless of the circumstances, we must battle to the end. We are only 2 points behind. I expect you to cling to this score and ensure the starters have ample time to recuperate. Do you understand?" Before the fourth quarter commenced, D'Antoni rallied the bench players with encouragement. The final quarter between the Lakers and Warriors was poised to be a nail-biter. "Genie, Yichen's performance exceeds my expectations. This season, we have a significant chance to secure the championship. It now rests on how we can bolster our team," Kobe said solemnly to Genie in the conference room. After last season's failure and Howard's departure during the offseason, Kobe was driven by an insatiable desire to reclaim lost glory, a reflection of his indomitable spirit. In Oakland, at the Oracle Arena, the climactic fourth quarter began, with both teams fielding their reserves. According to D'Antoni's strategy, if the score remained close, he would allow Yichen to rest longer to conserve energy for the decisive moments. Throughout the first 3 quarters, Yichen had borne the dual burden of offense and defense, incessantly scoring and facilitating while closely guarding Curry. Even a player of Yichen's caliber struggled against the elite level of NBA competition. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Lakers indeed disappointed. Their offense lacked cohesion, devolving into isolation plays, resulting predictably in missed shots. Meanwhile, under the command of Jackson, the Warriors executed flawlessly, starting with Jefferson sinking a 3-pointer and followed by a powerful dunk from the interior presence of O'Neal. The Lakers faced significant issues, aside from the starters. Their bench consisted of marginal players, while veterans Nash and Gasol led the first unit. Without Yichen, the Lakers would have crumbled under the Warriors' offensive onslaught, likely capitulating long before halftime. With 6 minutes remaining, the Lakers trailed 100-108, facing an impending double-digit deficit. D'Antoni grappled internally with the decision of whether to reinstate Yichun. After much deliberation, he opted to keep Yichun on the bench, instead substituting in Nash, Gasol, and Young. With this new lineup, the Lakers responded immediately, executing a 7-2 run over the next 2 minutes to narrow the gap to 107-110. Coach Mark Jackson, visibly furious, called for a timeout. After the break, Yichun returned to the court, and the Warriors also reinstated their starting lineup for the final battle. Warriors possession. Under Yichun's relentless defense, Curry struggled to find a shot, ultimately passing to Thompson, who missed a contested 3. Gasol secured the rebound and handed the ball to Yichun. With less than 4 minutes remaining and only 3 points behind, Yichun approached the offense with patience, meticulously surveying the Warriors' defense in search of the optimal scoring opportunity. Yichun signaled to Gasol, who advanced to execute a high pick-and-roll. Yichun feigned a drive, penetrating the paint to draw the defense, and then delivered a behind-the-back pass to Gasol, who effortlessly sank the shot. The score stood at 109-110, a mere 1-point difference. In the ensuing 3 minutes, the Splash Brothers erupted once more, landing consecutive three-pointers, while on the Lakers' side, Yichun assisted Nick Young for a three-pointer and then scored himself from mid-range. With the score tied at 116 and only 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining, both teams found themselves back on equal footing. The Warriors missed a three-pointer, allowing the Lakers to secure the rebound. Nash advanced the ball past half-court and handed it to Gasol, who faced Bogut's defense and attempted to back him down. As he prepared to shoot, he noticed Yichun swiftly driving into the paint. Gasol flicked the ball to Yichun and quickly moved aside. At that moment, Yichun confronted only Bogut, the last line of defense in the paint. Bogut, faced with the rapidly approaching Yichun, could only raise his arms high. As Yichun approached Bogut, he showed no signs of deceleration. Instead, he utilized the momentum from his breakthrough to launch himself into the air. His feet exerted tremendous force against the floor, which in turn propelled him upward with remarkable power. Caught off guard, Bogut's expression soured at the sight of Yichun attempting to execute a dunk over him. Being dunked on at a height of 12 meters was certainly unflattering, particularly when it was at the hands of a young player from Longhua. He immediately sprang into action, but it was already too late. Yichun extended his left arm, skillfully blocking the lengthy reach of Gamoro, while his right arm elevated the ball high above. The sphere soared over Bogut's head, plummeting violently towards the hoop. A resounding crash reverberated throughout the Oracle Arena. In that moment, every spectator's eyes widened in disbelief, collectively gasping in astonishment. Oh ho ho. On the sidelines, Coach D'Antoni held his head in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before him. The Lakers bench, energized by Yichun's leap, had already risen to their feet, witnessing his extraordinary slam dunk. The players erupted into joyous celebration. The Warriors, on the court, could only stare in disbelief at Yichun. Across the ocean in Dragon Country, the Tencent studio erupted as Yang Yi and Wang Meng exclaimed in excitement upon witnessing Yichun's breathtaking dunks. Wow, Yichun is simply incredible. These dunks are destined to be etched in history. Indeed, that slam dunk had undoubtedly secured the season's best play, as Yichun accomplished an astonishing feat. After completing the dunk, Yichun appeared exhilarated on the court. Yichun directed a furious tirade towards Bogut, exclaiming, "How dare you, you wretched scoundrel! Attempt to obstruct my path?" Upon hearing Yichun's words, Bogut, though enraged, found himself powerless and swiftly moved to the baseline to resume play. To this day, Bogut stands as perhaps the most despised player in the Dragon Kingdom, without contest. Ever since being selected as the first overall pick by the Bucks in 2005, he has been benchmarked as the standard for first picks. Any player performing worse than him is deemed a complete bust. Beyond his dismal individual accolades and lackluster skills, what incites the most disdain is his detrimental playing style, often stirring up trouble with petty antics on the court, accumulating a total of 14 flagrant fouls throughout his career. He has been designated as the dirtiest player in the NBA by both players and coaches alike. His notorious reputation has resulted in few seasons completed without incident, with the infamous Sun Yang incident truly tarnishing his character. As a representative of the Dragon Kingdom, Yichun confronted Bogut with a breathtaking and awe-inspiring dunk that would haunt Bogut for years to come, rendering him a subject of ridicule in casual conversations. With the score at 115-113, the Lakers had, for the first time in the match, taken the lead. However, subsequent offensive attempts from both teams bore no fruit. Following a failed inside shot by Gasol, the Warriors secured the rebound. Coach Mark Jackson called for a timeout with just 40 seconds remaining in the game. I must emphasize, we are merely trailing by 2 points with 40 seconds on the clock. This possession is crucial, and we must convert. Jackson outlined a strategy for the forthcoming offensive play. As the timeout concluded, Green inbounded the ball to Curry, who faced Yi-Chin's relentless defense. Curry executed his signature step-back three-pointer. Yet this time Yi-Chin soared into the air, swatting the ball away with authority. Regrettably, Green reclaimed the basketball and passed it to the lurking Klay Thompson, who swiftly launched a three-pointer, scoring effortlessly. The scoreboard now read 115-116, with the Lakers trailing by a single point and just 23 seconds remaining. The Oracle Arena erupted with excitement following Thompson's pivotal three-pointer, which allowed the Warriors to seize the lead. Indeed, the Lakers and Warriors have delivered an exhilarating contest. There remains 23 seconds, and the Lakers still have a chance, remarked Smith. Let us not forget, Yi-Chin's debut showcased his ability to rise to the occasion during critical moments, O'Neal added quietly. On the sidelines, Coach D'Antoni was meticulously strategizing. Aware that this moment teetered on the brink of life and death for the team, only a superstar could resolve such a predicament, and currently, the Lakers had but Yi-Chin. Meanwhile, Mark Jackson was also finalizing his game plan, with a singular objective. Yi-Chin must not receive the ball. Even if the ball found its way into Yi-Chin's hands, they would employ all measures to double-team him. As long as Yi-Chin did not execute the final offensive play, the Warriors' prospects of victory would significantly increase. At that moment, Yi-Chin had already tallied 44 points. Should he succeed in a game-winning shot, the Warriors would find themselves yet again overshadowed, much like the Spurs before them. Returning to the game, it was time for the last offensive play of regulation. Nash, from the sideline, initiated the pass, but Yi-Chin was immediately clutched tightly by Green. Referee, are you not going to intervene? Yi-Chin pointed towards Green while addressing the official. Green chuckled derisively. You're still too young, in the final moments. The referees turn a blind eye to such matters. Is that so? I hope you can still wear that smile after this, Yi-Chin responded, disregarding Green entirely. With that, Yi-Chin forcefully shoved Green aside, successfully receiving the ball from Nash. In crucial moments, regardless of the petty antics on the court, referees tend to overlook them. As long as no physical altercation ensues, the outcome of the match would rest solely in the hands of the players. Upon receiving the ball, Yi-Chin did not rush to initiate an offense. Instead, he meticulously consumed the clock down to the final 10 seconds. As Yi-Chin prepared to launch his attack, both Iguodala and Green swiftly converged upon him. Faced with the dual defense, Yi-Chin had no choice but to pass the ball to Nash, who, unguarded, seamlessly penetrated the paint. The Warriors players momentarily faltered, bewildered by the Lakers' sudden tactical shift. After a brief lapse in concentration, Iguodala abandoned Yi-Chin and pivoted towards Nash. However, Nash opted not to pursue a personal offensive play. Instead, he drew the defense and promptly returned the ball to Yi-Chin. Yi-Chin received the ball, but his position was near the center circle, with only 3 seconds remaining. Coach Green observed Yi-Chin's stance and chose not to close in for defense. Instead, he took a couple of steps back to prevent Yi-Chin from breaking through. Yet, Yi-Chin had no intention of driving to the basket. He simply rose up into a classic jump shot position. A super long three-pointer. Swish. The ball swished through the net, and the game-ending buzzer sounded simultaneously. The Lakers triumphed over the Warriors with a final score of 118-116, achieving a stunning victory. The Warriors were utterly caught off guard by the shot. No one anticipated that Yi-Chin would take a shot from the center circle. The arena fell into an immediate silence as Coach Green stared in disbelief at Yi-Chin, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. At that moment, Curry closed his eyes and shook his head in resignation. The Lakers bench erupted in jubilation, towels flying everywhere, as all the players rushed onto the court to embrace Yi-Chin. Who could have imagined that the Lakers, without Kobe, would manage to defeat formidable teams like the Spurs, Clippers, and Warriors in a row, starting the season with a triumphant 3-game winning streak? Across the ocean in Tencent Sports Live Studio, Yang Yi and Wang Ming were both profoundly shocked by Yi-Chin's remarkable shot. Oh my, Yi-Chin! He actually took a three-pointer from the logo and made the game winner? Yang Yi exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, I never expected him to make that shot. Whether it be a mid-range jumper or a layup, but who would have thought he would shoot from the logo? And he executed the game winner, Wang Ming added. Yang Yi composed himself and remarked, in this game, Yi-Chin scored 47 points and delivered 11 assists. Such statistics are astonishing. It's hard to believe these are the numbers of a player from the Dragon Kingdom in the NBA. Yes, Yichen has brought us so many surprises. This is only his third game. What other extraordinary performances can we expect from him in the future? Let's all, as basketball enthusiasts and admirers of Dragon Kingdom basketball, cheer for Yichen, who is far across the ocean. Upon returning to the locker room, Yichen was once again greeted warmly by his teammates. After the celebration subsided, Coach D'Antoni gathered the players and said earnestly, "Hey, guys, well done. Each of you executed your tasks excellently, especially Yichen, who was phenomenal. But we have even greater goals ahead. Our aspirations extend far beyond this moment, as we will continue to face many formidable opponents. Let's shout together. 1, 2, 3. Win-win." The following day, faced with a packed and intense schedule at the season's outset, the Los Angeles Lakers did not linger in Oakland, but promptly headed to Phoenix to challenge the Suns. The Lakers had achieved a 3-game winning streak since the start of the season, yet they dared not relax against the numerous powerhouses in the West. Since 2000, the league's landscape has consistently been characterized by a strong West and a weaker East. The overall strength of Eastern teams has markedly lagged behind their Western counterparts. The Miami trio of LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh was virtually invincible in the East, with few teams managing to defeat the Heat in a series to prevent them from reaching the finals. While the Indiana Pacers, led by General George, consistently occupied the top spot in the East, few believed they could overcome the Heat in the playoffs to advance to the finals. In the West, the situation was far clearer. It was a battlefield of competition. The Spurs, with their big three and the rising star Leonard under legendary coach Popovich, had long been the #1 contenders in the West. Despite losing James Harden, the Thunder, led by Russell Westbrook and Kevin Durant, created a youthful frenzy that instilled fear in any team facing their explosive duo. The Lob City Clippers, the Rockets led by the Harden-Paul duo, Dirk Nowitzki's Mavericks, the Warriors with the Splash Brothers, the Jazz from Salt Lake City, the Trail Blazers from Rip City, and the Grizzlies who shocked the league. Obtaining a playoff spot in the Wild West is exceedingly difficult. If any team falls behind during the lengthy season, it becomes nearly impossible to reach the playoffs. Conversely, for the Lakers, without Yichen's emergence this season, their goal would have been solely to secure a top draft pick. Without Yichen, relying solely on an injured Kobe and a thin roster, it would have been challenging to contend with the numerous Western powerhouses for a playoff spot. However, now the Lakers have seized the early advantage, continuously defeating strong opponents like the Spurs, Clippers, and Warriors, achieving a 3-game winning streak and firmly establishing themselves at the top of the Western standings, bolstering the confidence of both the Lakers management and their fans. The fans believe that with Kobe's anticipated return mid-season, the combination of him and Yichen will remain strong contenders for this season's championship. On the plane, the still sleeping Yichen might not yet realize that his extraordinary performances over 3 consecutive games have stirred a powerful storm across the United States and China. A player from the Dragon Kingdom is dominating the NBA, creating a sensation that far surpasses Jeremy Lin's Linsanity in New York. Lin's performance back then was regarded as a pinnacle among Dragon Kingdom fans, as he overshadowed all superstars at the time, primarily due to the influence of the Dragon Kingdom. Lin's explosive performances only faded when Carmelo Anthony returned from injury. Yet, Yichen's current environment is entirely different from Lin's back then. The Lakers management sees Yichen as a cornerstone, preparing to build the team around him, whereas Lin faced exclusion in New York when Anthony returned from injury. However, even with Kobe's return, the ultimate outcome will be a collaborative effort to vie for the championship alongside Yichen. Although Yichen has only played 3 games, his performances have been nothing short of historic. In his first game against the Spurs, facing Leonard's defense and trailing by over 20 points in the final quarter, he scored 26 points and hit a buzzer beater, completing an epic comeback. In his second game against the crosstown rivals, the Clippers, Yichen scored 36 points in a single quarter and 62 points over 3 quarters, sinking 14 three-pointers, breaking 2 NBA records in one game, the highest score in a single quarter and the most three-pointers made in a single game. In the third game against the rising Golden State Warriors, Yichen again scored 47 points, hitting a logo three-pointer for the game winner while also dishing out 11 assists. Even the likes of Wilt Chamberlain and Michael Jordan struggled to match Yichen's performance in their early NBA games. It is precisely Yichen's series of unbelievable displays that have garnered adoration from fans and media in both countries. This morning, China's central media even published an article proclaiming Yichen as the future leader of Dragon Kingdom basketball. Besides China's central media, American outlets like ESPN and TNT have extensively reported on Yichun. The overwhelming coverage and praise for Yichun are undeniable. Despite the many prejudices against Dragon Kingdom players in the U.S., Yichun's extraordinary performances have compelled major American media to acknowledge his prowess. Suddenly, the sharp ring of a phone jolted Yichun from his sleep. Upon seeing that the caller was from the Dragon Kingdom, he was momentarily taken aback. "Hello. Who is this?" Yichun answered the phone courteously and inquired, "Hello, Yichun, this is Yao Ming. You have been performing exceptionally well in the NBA recently, and I have been closely following your progress. If you have any confusion or questions regarding your time in the NBA, feel free to reach out to me." Upon hearing Yao Ming's voice, Yichun was filled with excitement. As the foremost figure in Chinese basketball and currently the president of the Basketball Association, Yao Ming holds an unassailable position in the realm of Chinese sports. Receiving a call from him and his words of encouragement undeniably thrilled Yichun. "My brother, it is exhilarating to receive your call. If I encounter any challenges here, I will not hesitate to contact you. Just don't find me bothersome." Yichun joked. "Haha. If you have any confusion, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. However, I do have an important matter to discuss with you." Yao Ming replied from the other end of the line. "Please, go ahead." "What is it?" Yichun asked. As Yao Ming took a moment to compose himself before speaking seriously, "Yichun, as you are aware, the strength and standing of Chinese basketball in Asia are currently under pressure. We are in need of a new leader to guide us toward dominance in Asia and to make our mark on the world stage. Given your outstanding performances and our deliberations, we hope you will consider joining the Chinese national basketball team." After listening to Yao Ming's words, Yichun sat up, organized his thoughts, and replied earnestly, "Brother, as a citizen of the Dragon Nation, I will unhesitatingly participate when my country calls. To represent my nation in battle is the greatest honor of my life." "Thank you, Yichun. Your words suffice," Yao Ming said solemnly. "Brother, this is something for which I should express my gratitude to you. Thank you for choosing me and granting me the opportunity to serve my country," remarked Yichun. Following a brief exchange, Yichun, exhilarated, shouted after hanging up the call. "Wearing the national jersey and representing my country is the ultimate aspiration for every athlete." On October 28th, at the Phoenix Western Conference Arena, the Los Angeles Lakers faced off against the Phoenix Suns. This marked Yichun's fourth career game, coinciding with a homecoming for Lakers point guard Nash and head coach D'Antoni. Would the fans still reminisce about the former Suns? How formidable was Nash in his prime? The answer lies in the 7 seconds or less strategy. In the 2004 to 2005 season, Nash joined the Suns, ushering in the pinnacle of his career. His rapid drives and exceptional basketball vision rendered his playing style extraordinarily elegant, visually captivating, and remarkably efficient. He moved like the wind across the court, deftly delivering the ball to his teammates, earning him the moniker of Son of the Wind. Under Coach D'Antoni's guidance, the team embraced the 7 seconds or less strategy, becoming the most potent offensive weapon in the league. The essence of running lies in relentless movement to exhaust opponents, aiming to complete each offensive play before the defense can set up, a demanding requirement for both offense and defense. Bombing, as the name suggests, involves continuous mid-range shooting, necessitating a high shooting percentage. At that time, the Suns boasted Marion, Stoudemire, and a cadre of elite shooters. Desperately seeking a core player to unify the team, Nash was their ultimate answer. With Nash's arrival, the Phoenix Suns were reborn, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. And he became the second international player to claim the regular season MVP award after Olajuwon. However, despite the Suns' dominance in the regular season during those years, they could never grasp the coveted championship trophy. In pursuit of that supreme title, the aging Nash chose to depart from the Suns, joining forces with Kobe, Howard, and Gasol to form the formidable Lakers F4. Yet, before they could ignite their potential, injuries thwarted their aspirations. This man, once as swift as the wind, fought tirelessly for a championship trophy. This season, the Lakers, bolstered by Yichun's presence, rekindled Nash's hopes for a championship run. Will Yichun assist Nash in realizing his ultimate dream? History often echoes itself. The current Suns, after acquiring Durant last season, assembled their own F4 with Paul, Durant, Booker, and Ayton, only to fall to the newly crowned champion Jokic. As the new season unfolds, Suns management continues to enhance the team, trading Paul for Beal, embarking on another championship quest with Durant, Booker, Beal, and Ayton. Once the darling of the league, the Los Angeles Lakers saw their popularity plummet following Kobe's injury. However, Yichun's emergence has sparked tremendous excitement for the Lakers and the entire NBA and the Dragon Nation. Now, every Lakers game is broadcast live in the Dragon Nation. Across the ocean in the Tencent Sports Studio, the trio humorously dubbed the Jishabang brothers, Yang Yi, Wang Ming, and Ku Fan, gathered for pregame discussions. After a day of anticipation, they finally awaited the Lakers match against the Suns. What insights and expectations do the two analysts have for this game? Ku Fan inquired in the studio. Yang Yi adjusted his glasses and stated, "Isn't everyone here for one reason? All for Yichin, right? Today marks Yichin's fourth game, and the impact he has made in the previous matches has been unparalleled. Facing a relatively weaker Suns team today, I believe Yichin will deliver yet another remarkable performance. Indeed, everyone is here for Yichin. I trust our viewers are also tuning in for him." Yang's observation is astute. "I too expect Yichin to shine against the Suns, but I hope he can find more time to rest. The season is long, and we saw him exhaust himself in the first two games. It would be great if he could lead the team to an early advantage today, allowing him some much-needed rest." Thank you to both analysts for your insights. Now, let's head to the Phoenix Western Conference Arena to witness this exciting match. Before the commencement of the match, the Phoenix Suns organization showcased a heartwarming video welcoming Nash back home, igniting an unparalleled fervor throughout the arena. The fans erupted into chants of Nash, 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 a tribute he undeniably deserves. Although he did not secure a championship in this venue, Nash, once heralded as the son of the wind, has etched indelible memories in the hearts of the fans. This season marks the official beginning of a rebuilding phase for the Suns, with an internal roster that arguably surpasses that of the Lakers. As the referee's whistle signaled the start of the game, the lineups were as follows. For the Lakers, Nash, Nick Young, Yichin, Gasol, and Jordan Hill. For the Suns, Dragic, Shannon Brown, Beasley, Dudley, and Gortat. Right from the outset, the Suns, under the leadership of young Nash, Dragic, displayed remarkable energy, establishing an early lead of 14-8 against the Lakers. Despite the Suns' current state of deliberate underperformance, their previous seasons of struggle lacked the audacity of openly resting star players. Moreover, given the significance of Nash's return, it is understandable that the younger players sought to shine in the presence of their esteemed predecessor. However, as the first quarter progressed, Yichin began to emerge as a scoring threat, first sinking a three-pointer from the left, followed by consecutive mid-range shots from Dudley. By the end of the first quarter, Yichin had made 6 of 7 attempts, including 2 of 2 from beyond the arc, and 4 of 4 from the free throw line, accumulating 18 points. Thanks to Yichin's impressive performance, the Lakers led the Suns by 5 points at 35-30. In the second quarter, the previously lackluster Lakers bench exhibited an unexpected exuberance, while the Suns bench lacked significant firepower, leading to a struggle for the Suns. Yichin continued his stellar form, adding another 10 points, helping the Lakers to a 60-45 advantage at halftime, with Yichin contributing 28 points. In contrast, Beasley, who was matched against Yichin, managed only 3 of 10 shooting for a mere 8 points. Once a second overall pick, Beasley was once feared by players like Durant. Yet various issues have hindered his potential, causing him to fade from prominence in the league. As the second half commenced, facing a dispirited Suns team, Yichin maintained his dominance. By the end of the third quarter, he had recorded 40 points, along with 8 rebounds and 8 assists, while the Lakers extended their lead to 90-70, a 20-point advantage. Throughout the fourth quarter, Yichin did not return to the court, and the Lakers ultimately triumphed over the Suns with a resounding 120-105 victory, marking their 4th consecutive win. Following the conclusion of the match against the Suns, the Los Angeles Lakers swiftly traveled to Denver, their final stop on a 3-game road trip. The Denver Nuggets, similarly to the Suns, find themselves in a phase of underperformance this season. Last season, under the leadership of Lawson, Iguodala, Gallinari, Farid, and McGee, the Nuggets soared through the regular season but were unexpectedly ousted by the Warriors in the playoffs. Coach George Karl's directive to neutralize Curry during that series ultimately backfired, straining his relationship with the players, particularly after Iguodala's departure led to Karl resigning from his position. This season, the Nuggets have suffered 4 consecutive defeats to start the campaign. After 4 years of struggle, they finally possess a core lineup of Jokic, Murray, and Porter, which propelled them to a 4-1 victory over the Heat in the playoffs to claim the championship. Now, although the Lakers face a back-to-back challenge in the high-altitude environment of Denver, an arena notorious for its daunting conditions and fervent fans, Yichin remains undeterred. Under his leadership, the Lakers surged ahead, concluding the first quarter with a commanding 38-23 lead, a 15-point advantage. Yichin continued to demonstrate his stable performance, shooting 6 out of 8 from the field in a single quarter, including 2 out of 3 from beyond the arc, accumulating a total of 14 points. As the second quarter commenced, Yichin embarked on a relentless assault on the Nuggets' interior defense, showcasing a spectacular one-arm dunk over JaVale McGee. By halftime, he had already amassed 28 points along with 8 assists, propelling the Lakers to a commanding 65-40 lead over the Nuggets, a staggering 25-point advantage. In recent games, with Yichin taking on the primary defensive assignment against the opposing team's star player, the Lakers' defensive efficiency has seen a remarkable enhancement. Compared to the early season when they were consistently overwhelmed defensively, the Lakers are now undergoing a significant transformation on both offense and defense. Throughout the second half, the Lakers maintained a lead of approximately 20 points. As the third quarter approached its midpoint, Yichin had already scored 40 points. Faced with a substantial lead and a disheartened Nuggets squad, Yichin did not return to the court. Following a series of explosive performances, coupled with a grueling schedule and extensive travel, even Yichin, with his exceptional attributes, began to feel fatigued, seizing any opportunity to rest. After all, upon returning home, the Lakers were set to face the formidable Thunder, led by Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook, a highly anticipated contest. At the season's outset, in a fiercely competitive Western Conference, only 2 teams remained undefeated, the Thunder and the Lakers. This pivotal matchup would determine who would claim the throne of the Western Conference. Furthermore, this game would mark Yichin's first confrontation with Durant, a current scoring juggernaut, against a rising star in the league. Their duel promised to be as electrifying as a collision of celestial bodies. The Thunder not only boasted Durant, but also Westbrook. While the current Westbrook may not yet embody the future version of himself, his mid-range jump shots are remarkably consistent, and his explosive speed and agility allow him to execute an array of breathtaking dunks during games. In this period, Westbrook seemed capable of defying gravity itself. After concluding their match against the Nuggets, the Lakers boarded a flight back to Los Angeles. Arriving in the City of Angels late at night, they were greeted by a throng of devoted Lakers fans outside the airport, chanting "Let's go Lakers," while donning their purple and gold jerseys and brandishing signs in support. As Yichin disembarked from the plane, he was met with an enthusiastic reception from the fans. Yichin also wore a radiant smile as he graciously signed autographs and posed for photographs with each fan, creating cherished memories. Yichin has led the Lakers to unleash a tempest within the NBA, sweeping across both the United States and the Dragon Kingdom. His recent performances have made a significant impact globally. Across the world, Yichin has garnered countless devoted fans, and his jerseys have sold out rapidly. Originally priced at a modest 7 or 8 each, the surge in Yichin's popularity has prompted the Lakers and Nike to frantically produce more of his jerseys. Currently, acquiring a Yichin jersey has become a daunting task. On the black market and through scalpers, some jerseys have skyrocketed to 1,000. Such phenomena attest to Yichin's formidable popularity, compounded by the immense potential of the market behind him in the Dragon Kingdom. The following day, while still lost in slumber, Yichin was stirred awake by the urgent ring of a phone. "Hey, are you free to come over for a meal?" Kobe's voice was warm and inviting, devoid of the arrogance often perceived by fans. "Sure thing, I'll be over shortly." In Los Angeles, within the upscale neighborhood of Brentwood, a luxurious villa awaited. Upon arriving at Kobe's residence, Yichin was struck by the opulence of the villa's decor, a stark contrast to his modest apartment, leaving him momentarily overwhelmed. After exchanging warm greetings with Kobe, Yichin had the pleasure of meeting his 2 daughters, Natalia and Gigi. Upon seeing Gigi, Yichin found it difficult to contain his joy and embraced her tenderly. "Had Gigi still been with us, I firmly believe her future achievements in women's basketball would have rivaled Kobe's remarkable legacy in men's basketball." Following their meal, Yichin engaged in a conversation with Kobe about the sport. Your performance has been exceptional lately, surpassing my own during my prime. I am confident that you will eventually eclipse me and become the new emblem of the Lakers," Kobe remarked with a hint of pride. Yichin glanced at Kobe and said apologetically, "Brother, how could I possibly shake your status in Los Angeles? Compared to your remarkable achievements, I still have much to learn. Moreover, I have always regarded you as my idol. It was your influence that led me to choose basketball. Your impact in the realm of basketball is something I can never surpass." Kobe chuckled upon hearing Yichin's words. "Haha, currently our team still faces significant challenges. Jeannie Buss has discussed with me that the future will revolve around you, and we will spare no effort to strengthen the team once the trade market opens. Indeed, our roster does have considerable issues at present. Enhancements in the later stages are the responsibility of the management. As a player, My sole focus is on securing victories. I will leave the rest to the management, Yichen replied calmly. Kobe felt gratified by Yichen's response, finding him increasingly admirable. Few players earn Kobe's attention, but receiving his recognition is an unparalleled honor. After sharing a few casual words with Kobe, Yichen returned to his apartment early, preparing for a restful sleep to ready himself for the upcoming match against the Thunder. Yichen made a special effort to present himself today. As he entered the arena, he was instantly targeted by the media's cameras. With Yichen consistently delivering astonishing performances, he became the darling of the media both on and off the court. In 2012, players began to pay significant attention to their personal image, both in and out of the game. The entrance ceremony gradually transformed into a personal runway. Among them, none shone brighter than the duo of Westbrook and Harden. Yichen's attire, complemented by his striking appearance, instantly captivates the attention of numerous media outlets. As he makes his way from the arena to the locker room, a multitude of fans eagerly brandish their jerseys, seeking autographs from Duze. Yichen diligently signed autographs for each of them. Upon entering the dressing room, he was surprised to find the team's general manager, Kupchak, waiting anxiously for him. Seeing Yichen arrive, Kupchak exclaimed with urgency, "Yichen, I've been waiting for you for quite some time." Yichen glanced at Kupchak with a hint of surprise and inquired, "Is there something amiss, Mr. Kupchak?" Kupchak surveyed the locker room and replied, "Yichen, please come to my office. I have matters to discuss with you." Yichen accompanied Kupchak to the general manager's office. "Yichen, in order to enhance the team's competitiveness within the league, we are preparing to execute a trade." Kupchak closed the door and poured a glass of water for Yichen. "Indeed, the Lakers currently require reinforcement in their lineup, but why have you sought me out? Am I in a position to make decisions?" Yichen took a sip of water, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Mr. Kupchak, as the general manager of the team, these matters fall squarely within your purview. As a player, I have no role in such affairs, nor do I wish to engage in the team's management. Yichen, the owner now regards you as the cornerstone of the team. You possess the right to voice your opinions regarding our roster construction and make selections," Kupchak replied. Upon hearing Kupchak's words, Yichen rose and stated, "This is entirely a matter for your management team. My sole responsibility is to perform well in the games. I do not wish to be involved in the operations of the team. Now, if you will excuse me, Mr. Kupchak, I must go warm up for the game." Kupchak watched helplessly as Yichen departed, feeling resigned. Like Kobe, Yichen never interfered with team operations or trades. Their duty was simply to excel in every match. The upcoming game between the Lakers and the Thunder promised to be a spectacle, with the direct matchup between Durant and Yichen undoubtedly capturing the attention of numerous fans and media. Prior to the game, the media conducted interviews with Durant and Westbrook. "K.D. Today you are set to face Yichen, who has been on a remarkable scoring spree in recent games. Do you have any special strategies in mind to handle him?" a reporter inquired. Durant chuckled heartily at the question. "You all are overestimating that kid from the Dragon Country. He hasn't faced me in the last few games. Today, when he does, I will make sure he understands the gap between him and a superstar. We have no special considerations for Yichen. This is merely a regular season game." The reporter pressed further, "So, KD, how many points do you think Yichen will score against your defense tonight? And how many will you score?" "I feel fantastic today. I believe I can score around 40 points, while Yichen will only manage about 9 points at most," Durant boasted before the game, confidently declaring that he would limit Yichen to just 9 points. At the Staples Center, a host of celebrities graced the event, including Beyonce, Taylor Swift, David Beckham, Jessica Alba, Scarlett Johansson, Kanye West, and the Kardashians, among others. With such a constellation of stars, the Staples Center was the place to be to enjoy this thrilling matchup. On the court, players were engaged in their final warm-ups. Yichen received a pass from his teammate and, stationed at the corner, has remarkably sunk 20 consecutive three-pointers, maintaining an extraordinary form. Meanwhile, on the Thunder's side, Durant was seen playfully engaging with his teammates while Westbrook, adorned with headphones, danced animatedly on the sidelines. They appeared to be neglecting warm-up exercises, seemingly dismissing the Lakers entirely. Perhaps, in their eyes, the Lakers, lacking Kobe, were an easy opponent to conquer. "Yichen, may we conduct a brief interview with you?" asked Zhou Ling, a reporter from Tencent Sports, as she noticed him warming up his shooting. "Of course. We are all compatriots from Longhua. It's no trouble at all," Yichen replied readily. Zhou Ling continued, in a pre-game interview. "Durant stated that tonight he would only allow you to score 9 points. What are your thoughts on that?" Durant, known as a prominent figure in the NBA's social media realm, often posts perplexing remarks on Twitter, frequently engaging in banter with fans. Among his most memorable tweets was the infamous one directed at Scarlett, "I want you to drink your bathwater." Yichen was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that Durant, the notorious internet keyboard warrior, would utter such fierce words before the game. Whether one scores or not is not of utmost importance. As a player, even if one scores 0 points, a victory for the team is still commendable. As for KD, I just spotted Scarlett on the sidelines. Perhaps I shall inquire if he needs assistance in securing a taste of Scarlett's bathwater tonight. Haha, Zhou Lingyan couldn't help but chuckle at Yuchen's words. All right, Yuchen. I wish you a stellar performance tonight, he said. Durant, renowned as a prominent keyboard warrior in the NBA, frequently posts perplexing messages on Twitter and often engages in banter with netizens. Among his most memorable remarks was the infamous line about Scarlett, "I hope you enjoy your bathwater." Greetings to all the viewers of Tencent Sports. Welcome to the Lakers home game against the Thunder. I am your host, Yao Ming. Today, we are once again joined by the esteemed Yang Yi, who will help us narrate this focal clash. In an excitable tone, Yao Ming proclaimed, "Yang Yi, the Lakers are facing the Thunder at home today. What kind of performance do you anticipate from each and against Durant and Westbrook?" Yang Yi, perusing data and news on his computer, steadied his emotions and responded, "Let us first discuss the matchup between Durant and Yichen. Facing Durant might pose the greatest challenge for Yichen in recent games. We all know that Durant's height and reach make him a formidable one-on-one opponent. It remains uncertain how Yichen will fare against him, yet I firmly believe he will deliver an outstanding performance. Furthermore, the Lakers may deploy Yichen to guard Durant, initiating a king versus king showdown. However, after much consideration, I find it challenging to identify a player in the Lakers roster who can match up against Westbrook. The Lakers' backcourt may struggle to withstand his onslaught, potentially leading to a disastrous outcome. This game will not be easy to win. In recent matches, although the Lakers triumphed over formidable adversaries like the Spurs and the Clippers, neither team possessed a player capable of truly matching up against Yichen. While the Spurs had Leonard, his defensive prowess during this era, having earned the DPY title, was not comparable to Durant's offensive capabilities. Moreover, the Thunder boast two superstars. Even if Yichen and Durant engage in a scoring duel, Westbrook remains a variable that the Lakers may find challenging to contain. That evening, the Staples Center was filled to capacity. Inside and outside the arena, throngs of fans donned Lakers jerseys, passionately cheering and roaring. This match held significant implications for the Western Conference standings, as both the Lakers and the Thunder had remained undefeated with 5 wins each since the season commenced. With the game about to commence, let us witness which team will seize the early advantage. As the starting players took the court, Yao Ming, with a hint of excitement in his voice, announced the starting lineups, the Lakers with Nash, Nick Young, Yichen, Gasol, and Jordan Hill, while the Thunder featured Westbrook, Cephalosha, Durant, Ibaka, and Perkins. In a highly anticipated moment, Jordan Hill contested for the possession against Perkins. Jordan Hill easily secured the ball from the hefty Perkins. Nash advanced the ball to the front court, orchestrating the tempo of the game. After a brief observation, he passed the ball to Gasol for a back-to-basket play. Gasol, while backing down Ibaka, surveyed his teammates' movements. Suddenly, a dark figure broke free from the defense and sprinted towards the paint. Gasol, understanding the cue, lofted the ball high into the air. At that moment, Yichen leaped to catch the ball and delivered a thunderous one-handed dunk. The Lakers seized an early lead at 2-0, courtesy of an explosive alley-oop from Gasol to Yichen. What a sensational start! Yichen's performance was electrifying, igniting the fervor of the Staples Center crowd, with fans euphorically cheering him on, urging him to continue dominating Durant. The opening alley-oop had utterly ignited the atmosphere in the arena, leaving fans exhilarated. Wow, we can see Yichen making a formidable impact right from the start. Effortlessly soaring past Durant for an alley-oop dunk, Yang Yi exclaimed with excitement during the Tencent broadcast. Indeed, Yichen appears to be in exceptional form today, Yao Ming added. As the game transitioned to defense, the Thunder initiated their offense. Westbrook dribbled past the half-court line, utilizing an Ibaka screen to evade Nash and storm into the paint. Uncontested by Gasol, he executed a high-difficulty reverse layup, leveling the score at 2-2. Never mock the ascent of those who are on the rise. They possess extraordinary physical gifts. While others may falter after injuries, he returns more formidable than ever, Yang Yi reflected. Westbrook, a relentless warrior with an almost obsessive dedication to basketball, remains one of the few gentlemen in the NBA devoid of negative press off the court. Following Durant's departure, Westbrook carried the mantle for Oklahoma City, averaging a triple-double for 3 consecutive seasons. Though his achievements have sparked considerable debate, few can replicate his performance. His undeniable value, earned through hard work, is beyond reproach. In the past, Oklahoma City's blue hue carried cherished memories of youth, and the ever-energetic number 0 has forever remained a luminous figure in the hearts of fans. After joining the Lakers, he faced skepticism, yet he shall always be the king of Oklahoma in my eyes. During the off-season, Westbrook re-signed with the Clippers, and I hope he can one day hoist the championship trophy. Returning to the game, the Lakers were on the attack. Nash advanced the ball and passed it to Yichin. Facing Durant's tight defense, Yichin opted not to take the shot. Gasol set a screen, and Yichin drove towards the basket. Ibaka came over to help defend, obstructing Yichin's path to the rim. However, Gasol swiftly moved towards the basket, executing a bounce pass that slipped through Ibaka's legs and into Gasol's hands. Gasol received the ball and effortlessly converted a layup. In that instant, Ibaka felt a chill, instinctively closing his legs. Being outperformed in such a manner is a considerable blow to anyone's pride. After his own spectacular dunk, Yichin chose not to dominate the scoring but rather to elevate his teammates' spirits. If his teammates remained unmotivated and unable to find their rhythm, they would be vulnerable to the onslaught of Westbrook and Durant on the defensive end. In the VIP section, a woman with an alluring figure and captivating charm applauded enthusiastically. "Is that Yichin? Truly impressive." Westbrook gestured for calm among his teammates, then slowly dribbled the ball up the court. Upon reaching the front court, he easily evaded Nash, penetrating the paint amidst a double team, and quickly passed the ball to Cephalosha, who was open beyond the arc. The latter sank a three-pointer, putting the Thunder up 4-5. Nash, in the face of Westbrook, found himself utterly helpless. From the outset, the Thunder's strategy focused on exploiting Westbrook's prowess, and he was living up to expectations. Yichin sprinted towards the front court, positioning himself to confront Durant's defense. He requested the ball in the low post, preparing to execute a back-down move. The audience erupted with excitement, their cheers resonating throughout the arena. Observing the unfolding scene, his teammates astutely cleared one side, granting Yichin the stage to showcase his talent. Yichin received the ball and pressed inward twice. Durant found himself somewhat uncomfortable, taken aback by the unexpected strength of this young player from the Dragon Nation. Yichin swiftly pivoted to execute a backward jump shot, while Durant leapt with determination, poised to block the attempt. However, as Durant soared into the air, he realized that Yichin had not taken off to shoot at all. Instead, he had cleverly leaned against the already airborne Durant, using his momentum to release the ball. Just as the referee's whistle pierced the air, the basketball found its mark with precision. 2-1. "Damn it," Durant muttered under his breath, feeling his pride wounded after being outmaneuvered by Yichin. In response, Yichin cast a mocking glance at Durant, taunting, "KD, even a 3-year-old wouldn't fall for that. Yet here you are. Damn it, you cocky little punk, don't celebrate too soon." Durant retorted in fury. Yichin smiled dismissively. "KD, I can assist you with a task." "What?" Durant replied, thoroughly perplexed. Yichin approached the alluring woman by the sidelines with a smile, pointing at Durant, and inquired, "Hey, Scarlett, would you allow him to drink your bathwater?" Scarlett glanced at Durant and replied with a smile, "No, I wouldn't let him drink my bathwater, but if you desire to, I might consider it." "Haha, I certainly wouldn't drink it," Yichin responded with a grin. Meanwhile, Durant, who was not far away, wore a grim expression. Yichin calmly sank his free throw, and the game continued. With 6 minutes elapsed in the first quarter, Yichin had impressively scored 9 points from 3 attempts, contributing to the Lakers' 16-10 lead over the Thunder. Following a timeout, as Yichin made his way to the bench, he encountered Durant and jested, "KD, I've already racked up 9 points. It seems this game might disappoint you." Durant remained nonchalant. On the sidelines, Thunder's head coach Brooks was fervently strategizing with his clipboard, motivating his players. "We have only one Yichin. We simply need to adhere to our game plan." Cephalosha, upon returning from the timeout, "You will be responsible for guarding Yichin, while Ibaka, you will provide support." Conversely, the Lakers' strategy was straightforward: create space on the court and entrust the ball to the ever-reliable Yichin. Before long, the timeout concluded, and both teams returned to the court. Yichin received the ball in the backcourt and swiftly dribbled it to the front court. The defender, Cephalosha, maintained a slight distance, hesitant to press too closely. Upon noticing that the defender assigned to him had shifted from Durant to the versatile Severus, Yichin realized that the latter's footwork could hardly keep pace with his own. Yichin passed the ball to Gasol, who, confronted by Ibaka's defense, attempted to back down forcefully. After several attempts, realizing that he could not overpower Ibaka, He reluctantly passed the ball back to the perimeter to Yichun. Upon receiving the ball, Yichun seized the opportunity to drive towards the paint, immediately drawing the attention of both Ibaka and Perkins' defenses. Yichun's influence on the offensive end is profoundly significant, as evidenced by his recent performance. Don't even think about scoring, Ibaka bellowed menacingly. Trapped in a double team, Yichun deftly flicked the ball through Ibaka's legs, delivering it into the hands of Gasol. Upon receiving the ball, Gasol, faced with no defenders, leaped up and executed a powerful two-handed dunk. With the score at 18-12, the teams transitioned from offense to defense, and the Thunder initiated their attack. Durant, confronted by Yichun's defense, executed a series of intricate fakes before utilizing Perkins' screen to pull up for a mid-range jumper. However, Yichun had already evaded Perkins' block, and at the moment Durant released the ball, he soared into the air, delivering a resounding block that sent the ball flying into the audience, landing in the hands of Scarlett. Despite Durant's height and reach, the fully equipped Yichun showed no mercy. "Hey, Yichun, here is the ball. You are truly amazing," Scarlett exclaimed as she tossed the ball back to Yichun. Yichun gazed at the enchanting Scarlett and jested, "Durant truly excels. He deliberately allowed me to block him to capture your attention." Scarlett pouted her luscious lips and responded, "Ha ha, Yichun, you are simply delightful." Durant, visibly annoyed, barked, "Give me that damned basketball." He could no longer tolerate the relentless humiliation from Yichun, nor the embarrassment before his goddess. Understanding Durant's fury, Westbrook thoughtfully passed the ball to him. Durant received the ball and, facing Yichun's defense, launched a three-point shot. However, he underestimated Yichun once again. A figure soared forth from the front and swatted the ball into the audience, landing in the hands of a young boy. The force of the ball was so great that the boy was knocked back rather forcefully. Yichun noticed the little boy's flushed face and approached the audience, asking, "Hello, are you all right?" The boy stammered, unsure of what to say, while his mother comforted him, saying, "Yi, it's fine. You can continue to focus on your competition." Faced with the referee's insistence, Yichun helplessly replied, "Just a moment, please wait for me after the game ends." It is evident that our player Yichun not only executed 2 consecutive remarkable blocks against Durant, but also displayed exceptional sportsmanship. When an accidental ball struck a young fan, Yichun promptly rushed over to assess the situation. What constitutes a true role model? Yichun embodies that. In the Tencent live broadcast, Yang Yi remarked with great seriousness, "Indeed, Yichun excels not only in his skills, but also in his conduct on the court. Even while far from home, he exemplifies the admirable qualities of our athletes." Beside him, Wang Ming concurred. The fans at the Staples Center continuously applauded Yichun, profoundly moved by his character. Yichun applied immense pressure on Durant defensively, blocking him consecutively and instilling a sense of apprehension within Durant. Upon receiving the ball this time, Durant opted not to confront Yichun directly. Instead, he passed it to Westbrook. Westbrook, upon receiving the ball, attempted a three-point shot but missed, allowing Gasol to secure the rebound and pass it back to Yichun. Yichun signaled to Gasol, who understood immediately and swiftly moved towards the front court. Seizing the moment when the Thunder's defense had yet to establish their positions, Yichun executed a precise quarterback-style long pass. Gasol caught the ball and, with a single hand, executed a powerful dunk, adding 2 more points. The Lakers led 20-12, an 8-point advantage. In the latter half of the quarter, Yichun did not score much. Yet his fierce defense and playmaking allowed the entire Lakers team to flourish. By the end of the first quarter, the Lakers had established a 10-point lead over the Thunder, 35-25. Yichun demonstrated exceptional prowess, achieving a flawless 3-point shooting record with 9 points, while also delivering 8 assists and 2 blocks in a single quarter. In stark contrast, Durant struggled under Yichun's defense, managing only 2 points on a dismal 1-for-6 shooting performance. It could be said that Durant's pregame bravado was decisively quashed by Yichun. With his head bowed and a sullen expression, Durant sat silently on the bench. Throughout the first quarter, apart from a spectacular alley-oop dunk and consecutive plays against Durant, Yichun refrained from additional shots. However, this did not imply a lack of offensive threat or scoring explosiveness. Had it not been for his relentless passing that pierced through the Thunder's defense, his teammates would not have enjoyed such abundant open shot opportunities. From the ESPN commentary booth, Yichun's performance once again captivated Shaquille O'Neal. O'Neal sighed, expressing, "I once believed Yichun's scoring ability was unparalleled, but it now appears he embodies a fusion of Jordan and Magic, excelling not only in his own scoring but also in elevating his teammates." Beside him, Barkley chimed in with admiration, stating, "Indeed, Yichin stands as a paragon of historical greatness, seamlessly integrating offense and defense while orchestrating his teammates. Had I possessed a talent like Yichin, we would have dominated the league, alas. Fly pig, as a Lakers legend, I cannot allow you to insult Yichin in such a manner. What merit do you possess to judge him? O'Neal retorted mockingly. You fat fool, had I encountered Yichin during my career, your legacy would be non-existent. You would remain forever without a championship. Barkley shot back defiantly. Firstly, Yichin is a Lakers player. As a former 76er, you had a first-round draft pick but chose to overlook Yichin. What can be done about that? Even if you had selected him, success was not guaranteed. O'Neal continued his jest. Barkley, reflecting on the questionable decisions of the 76ers management, fell silent. The second quarter commenced swiftly, with the Lakers opting to withdraw their entire bench, while the Thunder showcased Westbrook leading the second unit. True to form, Westbrook, having completed the first quarter, continued to spearhead the offensive charge. Upon resuming play, the Lakers' offense faltered significantly in Yichin's absence. Although Wesley Johnson managed to sink a three-pointer following a teammate's pass, subsequent offensive possessions saw the Lakers' productivity stall. On the other side, Westbrook single-handedly dismantled the Lakers' defense, executing a thunderous dunk before adding 2 points with his signature jump shot. Under Westbrook's orchestration, the Thunder launched a 13-3 offensive surge, swiftly erasing the Lakers' 10-point lead from the first quarter. The score stood at 38-38, a deadlock. Who are these people? What on earth are they playing at? Westbrook has single-handedly leveled the score? Without Yichin, the Lakers are utterly insignificant. As the score grew increasingly tight, the audience erupted in palpable dissatisfaction. On the sidelines, Coach D'Antoni shouted fervently at his players, but witnessing their performance left him contemplating expletives. Sensing the precarious situation, D'Antoni called for a timeout. Tell me, what on earth are you all doing? How are you defending against Westbrook? He cannot be allowed to run rampant. Yet what are you all doing? Get off the court. Nash, Yichin, Gasol, you're up? In the 10-cent sports broadcast room, Yang lamented. There is a significant disparity in overall strength between the Lakers and the Thunder. We can observe that once Yichin is sidelined, the Lakers reveal numerous flaws. If they do not implement changes this season, it will be challenging for them to contend for the championship. Indeed, Yichin's contributions have masked many of the Lakers' issues on both ends of the court, Yao Ming agreed. After a brief respite, Yichin re-entered the fray. As he took the court, the crowd erupted in fervent applause. Go Yichin! Cheered Scarlett from the sidelines, as if witnessing a savior. Upon returning to the game, Yichin immediately focused on guarding Westbrook. As Westbrook dribbled towards him, Yichin swiftly closed the gap, effectively neutralizing Westbrook's attempts to penetrate. However, as Westbrook gradually found his rhythm, he opted to pass to Serge Ibaka in the post. Ibaka, receiving the pass from Westbrook, faced Gasol's defense and successfully scored in the paint. This marked Ibaka's first points of the night, and he appeared overly exuberant, taunting Gasol as he retreated on defense. Witnessing Ibaka's brashness, Yichin could not tolerate such arrogance within Staples Center. Yichin seized the ball and, with a sudden acceleration, left Seferovic trailing behind. Penetrating into the paint, he leaped high, and in the face of Ibaka's defense, executed a mid-air folding layup that found its mark. As the ball descended, it struck the top of Ibaka's head before bouncing onto the floor. This remarkable mid-air maneuver left Ibaka, who had just been subjected to 2 consecutive through-the-legs passes, utterly embarrassed. The exuberance he had moments ago evaporated, leaving him to silently lower his head to inbound the ball. The astonishing core strength and aerial prowess displayed left the entire arena in awe. My goodness, his core strength surpasses even that of Kobe. Whoever is Ye's girlfriend is certainly fortunate. Did you witness his hang time? It exceeds that of Jordan. In terms of innate talent, Yichin is several tiers above Westbrook. If I were Ibaka, I would feel embarrassed to continue playing. How can one perform at such a level? As the game transitioned, the Thunder launched their offense. Faced with Yichin's defense, Westbrook had no choice but to call for a pick. Ibaka stepped out to block Yichin, allowing Westbrook to accelerate towards the paint, where he managed to push past Gasol in midair to score. The score stood at 40-42, with the Lakers trailing the Thunder by 2 points. Since Yichin entered the game, the offensive drought had been alleviated, yet they continued to struggle against Westbrook's relentless advances. By halftime, Westbrook had effectively dismantled the Lakers' backcourt. Neither Nash, Nick Young, nor Farmar could contain him, as none of them were particularly adept at defensive maneuvers. The Lakers initiated their offense, with Nash bringing the ball up the court. Yichin positioned himself beyond the three-point line on the left side. executing a series of deft movements without the ball that left defender Sephiroth bewildered. Suddenly, Yichin accelerated towards the basket. At the top of the arc, Nash, noticing Yichin's rapid approach, delivered a high lob. Yichin leapt with tremendous effort, his head surpassing the rim, and caught the ball mid-air, executing a powerful reverse dunk. How exhilarating! That play was simply electrifying. Yichin must participate in the dunk contest this season. If he doesn't, I shall call 911. The back and forth between Westbrook and Yichin was truly spectacular, while Durant remained seated on the sidelines. Thus, Westbrook and Yichin continued to exchange blows, neither willing to concede. With 4 minutes remaining in the second quarter, Durant finally substituted the sweat-drenched Westbrook, with the score standing at 55-58, the Lakers trailing by 3 points. Yichin has already made 2 spectacular dunks and hit 2 three-pointers, accumulating a total of 19 points. This match was initially anticipated to be a showdown between Durant and Yichin, yet Durant appears to be underwhelmed in the face of Yichin's performance. While Westbrook has impressively scored 20 points, stealing the spotlight. Upon returning, Durant continues to struggle against Yichin's defense, missing another mid-range jumper. Gasol secures a rebound and swiftly passes to Yichin, who launches a fast break and scores with an elegant layup. Thunder coach Brooks calls for a timeout to devise a strategy. Observing his protege in such a slump, Brooks encourages, KD, do not dwell on what has transpired. Do not be disheartened. You must be yourself. I believe you can regain your form. Meanwhile, Westbrook pats Durant on the shoulder, saying, brother, you need to rally. We still require your contributions. Without you, this game will be a challenge to win, so get it together. In contrast to Durant's despondency, Yichin appears quite exhilarated. On the sidelines, he shares laughter and conversation with Scarlett. Faced with such a captivating beauty, it is impossible not to feel a surge of impulse. Yichin, let me see how your three-point shooting is. Scarlett teasingly remarks. Well, how many would you like to see? Yichin replies. 3, please. I want to see 3. Scarlett looks up at Yichin, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yichin made an okay gesture, adjusted his shorts, and began to prepare for defense. As for the reason behind Yichin's adjustment of his attire, one could attribute it to the overwhelming charm of Scarlett. As the timeout concluded, the Thunder initiated their offense. Reggie Jackson dribbled forward and passed the ball to Durant. Durant received the ball in the low post. Feigned a jump shot, yet Yichin remained unfazed. Reluctantly, Durant powered through, driving towards the basket while contending with Yichin's defense. As Durant entered the paint, he unleashed a floating shot against Yichin's challenge, but Gasol was already poised and swatted the ball away with a decisive slap. Yichin and Durant engaged in physical contact, yet the referee refrained from blowing the whistle. Unfortunately, the ball found its way into the hands of Reggie Jackson. Durant initially contemplated voicing his grievances to the referee, but upon realizing it was his team's possession, he quickly maneuvered to the three-point line, requesting the ball once more. After receiving the pass, he leaped and released a shot. The ball swished through the net. It was a splendid three-pointer. Following his successful basket, Durant brazenly shouted at Yichin, "Back off. My touch is back. You can't stop me." In response to Durant's provocation, Yichin was certainly not one to remain passive. The game continued. Yichin urged Gasol to swiftly execute the baseline throw-in. Once in possession, Yichin advanced the ball while Durant bent low, retreating yet keeping a watchful eye on him. "Show me what you've got," Durant shouted at Yichin. Despite Durant's impressive height and long arms, one must not forget that Yichin was endowed with exceptional attributes. In this match, Yichin had already scored several times against Durant's defense, while Durant had managed to net only a single basket against Yichin. "KD, if you sink a three-pointer, I shall return the favor with one of my own." Yichin locked eyes with Durant, a cold smile gracing his lips. Yichin positioned himself beyond the three-point line and unleashed a swift shot. With Yichin's remarkable vertical leap and release speed, even Durant found it challenging to contest. The basketball spun rapidly through the air before gracefully swishing through the net. The crisp sound of the net ignited the Staples Center, erupting with fervor. "Scarlett, he truly followed your advice and shot a three-pointer. He has already made one," exclaimed a youthful woman beside Scarlett, shaking her arm with excitement. Scarlett had initially thought Yichin was jesting, but was astonished to see him sink the three-pointer for real. Turning back, the Thunder initiated their offense. The battle had begun in earnest, and Durant had no choice but to push forward, given that he had instigated the challenge. Thus, it was imperative for Durant to respond once more. He opted for a shot, another three-pointer, launching the ball high towards the hoop. Regrettably, this attempt failed to find its mark. Observing Durant's miss, Yichin sprinted towards the front court and called out, "Hey, KD, You really shouldn't provoke me. You missed your shot, and now I'll make mine right in front of you. Let us see you hit one. Fuming with frustration, Durant pressed closely against Yichun. Nash brought the ball up, allowing Yichun to shake off Durant's defense. Receiving Nash's pass, Yichun, positioned 2 meters from the three-point line, drew back and released another shot. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, finding its target once more. Goodness, how is Yichun shooting from even further? There was no doubt that throughout this match, Yichun had thoroughly outperformed Durant in both offensive and defensive play. The Thunder were in peril. Yichun was on the verge of scoring again, having just declared his intent to contain Yichun's next shot. Durant found himself watching helplessly as Yichun sank another three-pointer right in front of him. As Durant charged forward too aggressively, Yichun lost his balance midair and fell backward. However, the referees remained unresponsive, inciting a wave of boos from the enraged crowd at the Staples Center. Yichun and Durant's fierce competition instantly heightened the tension on the court, filling the Staples Center with an electrifying atmosphere. On the sidelines, Lakers legend Magic Johnson rose to passionately cheer for Yichun. As an emblem of the Lakers, Magic Johnson has remained devoted to the team since his retirement, even briefly taking on a coaching role, following Howard's departure and Kobe's severe injury during the off-season. Many believe that the Purple and Gold dynasty was entering its most challenging period since its inception. Yet, Yichun emerged as the beacon of hope, guiding the Lakers out of the shadows. Yichun gazed at the seasoned veteran he had just invigorated, resolutely determined to humbly learn from the illustrious Magic Johnson, who famously proclaimed, "I will not pursue the same woman in the same city more than once." However, the journey of learning from this elder must also encompass absorbing his lessons and prioritizing safety. On the court, Reggie Jackson dribbled forward, passing the ball to Thabo Sefolosha. During this Thunder offensive, it was evident that Durant had lost his confidence, refraining from actively demanding the ball from his teammates. Sefolosha attempted a three-pointer but missed. Yichun secured the rebound and surged towards the front court, reaching the vicinity of the midcourt. Spotting Durant at a considerable distance, he called out, "KD, I am about to take a shot from half court. You're too far away. Move closer, or I might actually shoot." "Are you jesting with me?" Durant replied, somewhat incredulous. Before he could finish his words, Yichun lifted the ball, engaged in a brief struggle for position, and released a stunning three-pointer from the logo. "KD. The spectacle unfolds as you wished," Yichun jested while mimicking a shooting motion before Durant. As the ball swished through the net, an eruption of thunderous applause filled the arena, with all Lakers fans rising to their feet in a fervent display of support. Social elites and celebrities along the sidelines also stood in unison. In that moment, the Lakers' fervor enveloped the entire arena, casting an overwhelming atmosphere of hostility and pressure upon the Thunder players, akin to a mountain pressing down upon them. Finally, the Thunder's coach, Brooks, could no longer withstand the mounting tension and called a timeout. Yichun approached the sidelines, placing his hand beside his ear, urging the fervent crowd to amplify their cheers. "How's my shooting prowess?" Yichun provocatively inquired as he faced Scarlett. Just as Scarlett was about to praise him, the weight of his words struck her, causing her to blush as she replied, "Impressive, but I wonder about your physical shooting skills. You shall understand tonight." Yichun waved at Scarlett and returned to the bench. In this match, facing Durant's pre-game bravado, where he claimed to limit Yichun to a mere 9 points. Yichun scored those 9 in the first quarter, but refrained from further attempts. Instead, he orchestrated plays, deftly penetrating the Thunder's defense and invigorating his team. In the second quarter, as Durant taunted him once more, Yichun unleashed a scoring barrage that shattered Durant's composure. By halftime, Yichun had amassed 30 points, 12 assists, and 7 rebounds, showcasing an all-around performance. In stark contrast, Durant, under Yichun's defensive pressure, managed only 5 points on 2 of 9 shooting. Thanks to Yichun's exceptional performance, the Lakers concluded the first half leading the Thunder 68-58. Across the ocean in the Tencent broadcast room, during halftime, the commentators were once again astounded by Yichun's explosive display. "Yichun, he has once more demonstrated his scoring prowess." That sudden downpour of three-pointers rapidly widened the score. Yang Yi exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Indeed, this game reveals how Yichun has completely overwhelmed Durant in their matchup. As a prominent figure in the league, being so thoroughly outplayed by Yichun raises the question, could Yichun now be poised to supplant Durant or even surpass LeBron as the league's foremost player? Wang Ming pondered. Yang Yi, visibly taken aback by Wang Ming's assertion, remarked, "Ahem, this matter requires time to validate. But I firmly believe that Yichun is destined to become a prominent face of the NBA and a source of pride for Chinese basketball." In the Thunder's locker room post-halftime, Coach Brooks clapped his hands to rally his dispirited players. "Gentlemen, we performed admirably in the first half, especially considering we were on the road. We are only trailing by 10 points, and there are 2 quarters left, ample time for us to catch up. We are among the most talented teams in the league, and I have never doubted that. In the second half, let us continue playing at our own pace. KD, you must regain your focus. You are the most talented player I have ever encountered. I do not wish for you to be subdued by just one Yichin. What you need to do now is to immediately find your rhythm. We require your leadership to secure victory. As for defense, Cephalosha, you will still be tasked with guarding Yichin. I understand he is in formidable form, but we need you to step up and contain him, understood?" Upon hearing that he would be responsible for guarding Yichin in the second half, Cephalosha felt a wave of apprehension. Although he was not a superstar, his defensive capabilities had been overlooked by many. Known as the Swiss Army knife, Cephalosha had experience defending against legendary players like Kobe, LeBron, and Wade. However, based on the first half's experience, it was evident that Yichin posed a more significant challenge than those renowned athletes. Yichin possesses not only remarkable speed, but also a deft hand for three-point shooting, rendering defenders incapable of adequately covering both inside and outside. "All right, I'll do my best," said Cepharo. Upon returning from halftime, the Lakers initiated the offense. Nash advanced with the ball, and as soon as he crossed half-court, he entrusted it to Yichin, tasking him with orchestrating the offensive play. As Yichin faced the defense of Cephalosha, he executed a deft change of direction, effortlessly bypassing his opponent and penetrating the paint, drawing the help defense from Perkins. He then delivered a precise bounce pass to Jordan Hill. Hill received the ball and attempted a forceful layup, only to be met with a timely block from the incoming Ibaka, sending the ball soaring away. Westbrook seized control of the ball and rapidly surged towards the Lakers' basket. He passed the ball to the swiftly advancing Durant, who elegantly executed a Euro step to glide past Nash and finished with a delicate layup. The score stood at 68-60, with the Lakers holding an 8-point lead. Upon returning for the second half, the Thunder displayed a markedly different demeanor from the first half. Their defensive switches were markedly more aggressive, and the tempo of their transition offense had noticeably increased. Most importantly, Durant was no longer engaging in a battle of wills with Yichin. Following Durant's successful layup, the entire Thunder squad's momentum surged. Their spirits lifted as they commenced a fierce defensive onslaught. The defensive prowess of this Thunder team is often underestimated, aside from Yichin's advantageous matchup against Cephalosha. The other positions found it arduous to contend with this formidable squad. Under such intense defensive pressure, Nash and Nick Young struggled to penetrate the paint, finding few opportunities for quality shots. Nick Young, receiving a pass from Nash, launched a three-pointer over Durant. The ball clanged off the front of the rim, and Westbrook leaped to secure the rebound, immediately igniting a fast break. During the counterattack, Westbrook effortlessly maneuvered past Nash's defense, charging into the front court and finishing with ease. In the second half, Yichin continued to guard Durant while Nash and Nick Young took turns defending Westbrook, with the outcome becoming glaringly apparent. The score tightened to 68-62, with the Thunder narrowing the gap to 6 points. On the sidelines, Coach D'Antoni, observing Westbrook's consecutive successful fast breaks, urgently cautioned, "Slow down the tempo. Do not afford them opportunities for quick counters." The ball changed hands, and the Lakers initiated their offense. Yichin dribbled the ball towards the court, confronting Cephalosha's defense from the center circle. With a series of deft crossovers, he left Cephalosha bewildered and disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Yichin maneuvered past Cephalosha and charged toward the paint. Upon entering the key, he took an explosive step, soaring into the air. Faced with the double team from Perkins and Ibaka, Yichin executed a stunning fold-and lift maneuver, evading their swipes, and switched to his left hand to lay the ball in with finesse. The score stood at 70-62, as Yichin helped the Lakers stabilize their position. Meanwhile, Durant, who had been quiet throughout the first half, began to assert his dominance. As one of the league's elite superstars, he knew that if he did not erupt, the game would slip away. Receiving a pass from Westbrook, Durant executed a series of crossovers to shake off Yichin and hit a mid-range jumper with precision. In response to the Lakers' offense, Yichin utilized Gasol's screen to bypass Cephalosha, drawing Ibaka's attention in the process. He promptly returned the ball to Gasol, who then passed it to the open Nick Young in the corner. Young launched a three-pointer, swishing it through the net. The score read 73-64. Despite not being a superstar, averaging around 10 points per game throughout his career, Young's audacious spirit and humorous personality endeared him to fans. He was a beacon of light during the Lakers' darkest times, yet they ultimately cast him aside without a word of complaint, for he was a son of Los Angeles. In the twilight of his career, Nick Young secured a championship ring with the Warriors, fulfilling a long-held dream. As the game progressed, Durant and Westbrook engaged in a pick-and-roll, drawing Nash onto Durant. With a series of powerful crossovers, Durant created space for Nash and launched another three-pointer, sinking it effortlessly. The score shifted to 73-67. Observing Durant's resurgence in the second half, ESPN commentator Shaquille O'Neal remarked, "KD is slowly waking up in the second half. This is the game we anticipated." Indeed, Durant had been thoroughly outplayed by Yi Chun in the first half, but his consecutive scores in the second half made the contest far more intriguing. Barkley chimed in. "I am back," Durant shouted at Yi Chun. But what significance did that hold? Ultimately, defeat awaited them. As Yi Chun maneuvered the ball, he engaged in playful banter with Durant. Suddenly, with a burst of speed, he caught Seferocia off guard, who hastily pursued him. At that moment, Yi Chun executed a sweeping change of direction, leaving Seferocia floundering out of bounds. After deftly evading Seferocia, Yi Chun surged toward the free throw line and executed a flawless jump shot. "Haha, Scarlett, did you see that? Yi Chun just outmaneuvered that Thunder player and sent him flying out of bounds. Truly impressive," exclaimed a young woman beside Scarlett, who giggled behind her hand. Scarlett's enchanting gaze remained fixed on Yi Chun, her eyes gleaming with admiration as if she wished to devour him. "Yi Chun, you are remarkable. I wonder if your skills extend beyond the court?" Meanwhile, Kardashian, seated nearby, was utterly astonished. Her mouth agape as if it could swallow anything in sight, a reaction captured by the arena's large screen. "Yi Chun, Yi Chun, Yi Chun." The fans, led by the DJ, fervently chanted his name. With 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the score stood at 85-78, with the Lakers leading by 7 points. Yi Chun was the backbone of the Lakers' offense, while their defense struggled to contain Westbrook, who relentlessly tested their backline. Yi Chun observed the indefatigable Russell Westbrook on the court and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Truly a formidable athlete. Coach, I shall take on the responsibility of guarding Westbrook. We cannot allow him to continue his impressive performance. We must contain him." After Coach D'Antoni called for a timeout, Yi Chun, draped in a towel on the bench, spoke up. D'Antoni pondered for a moment before responding. "Very well, Yi Chun, you will defend Westbrook, but concurrently, you must assume the role of point guard. Wesley Johnson, prepare to substitute for Nash. You will enter to guard Durant." The emergence of Durant was inevitable, regardless of the methods employed. It is exceedingly difficult to thwart a superstar from scoring. However, the Lakers' true concern does not lie in Durant's scoring prowess. Rather, they are apprehensive about Westbrook's unrestrained ability to initiate fast breaks. When Westbrook accelerates, the Lakers' lineup struggles to cope, as both Gasol and Jordan Hill are slower-moving big men who find it challenging to match Westbrook's tempo. Ultimately, they risk being thoroughly exhausted by him. With just 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the Lakers lead the Thunder by 7 points, 85-78. Yi Chun took the initiative to defend against Westbrook, aiming to neutralize him within these crucial 3 minutes while exerting full force on the offensive end. As long as the team maintained a double-digit lead heading into the fourth quarter, relying on their own performance during critical moments, victory in this match would be assured. As the timeout concluded and play resumed, the Lakers initiated their offense. Yi Chun dribbled the ball into the front court and under the vigilant defense of the versatile Severus. He accelerated and surged towards the paint, successfully executing a floating shot. Severus, frustrated, had hoped to thwart Yi Chun's attempt, yet the outcome mirrored their previous encounter. Witnessing Yi Chun score yet again, Severus could only bury his face in his hands, dejected. Turning their focus back to the game, the Lakers adhered to Coach D'Antoni's strategy, assigning each player to their respective marks. This defensive arrangement drew a collective gasp from the crowd. With Yi Chun tasked to guard Westbrook, one could only ponder the fate of Durant. Why, oh why, did D'Antoni insist on having Yi Chun defend Westbrook? Was he intent on exhausting him? Westbrook had already schooled the entire Lakers backcourt, and now Yi Chun was being sent in? Westbrook, somewhat taken aback by Yi Chun's presence, remarked, "Yi, I know you're strong, but getting past you is just too easy. You simply can't keep up with my speed." As he dribbled, Westbrook suddenly accelerated towards the basket. However, Yi Chun had already anticipated Westbrook's drive and positioned himself to thwart the advance. With no other options, Westbrook retreated beyond the three-point line, seeking a breakthrough. His flashy between-the-legs dribbling was impressive, yet it brought him no closer to the basket. With only 7 seconds remaining, Westbrook gritted his teeth and charged forward, executing a swift spin to slip past Yuchen and maneuver beneath the hoop. Although the space for his shot was limited, Westbrook found a narrow opening and leaped, preparing for a layup. At that moment, Yuchen soared from behind, timing his jump perfectly to swat the ball just as Westbrook was about to score. The sheer force of Yuchen's block sent Westbrook tumbling to the floor. Gasol seized the opportunity, tossing the ball forward in a swift motion. Instantly, Yuchen propelled himself into a full sprint, faced with an unguarded hoop. How would Yuchen showcase his skills? Upon reaching the basket, he executed a spectacular 360-degree dunk. Westbrook was incensed by the foul call. Marching over to the referee to voice his grievances, "Isn't that a foul? He just slammed me down." The referee, unmoved by Westbrook's protests, deemed it a remarkable defensive play. How could Westbrook tolerate this? Furious, he extended his arms, demanding the ball to continue his one-on-one with Yuchen. A quick behind-the-back dribble allowed him to pivot, bypassing Yuchen, yet the ball was deftly snatched away. With the steal in hand, Yuchen launched a fast break, finding himself against a solitary Westbrook in transition. With only Westbrook standing between him and the basket, Yuchen could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Yuchen swiftly charged towards the basket, and Westbrook soon realized his intent. He began to retreat, attempting to create a barrier. Westbrook reached out, hoping to intercept the ball from Yuchen's right hand. However, his failure to maintain contact allowed Yuchen to accelerate. Even if Yuchen had attempted a forceful drive, it could have resulted in a foul against him. At that moment, Yuchen unexpectedly switched the ball from his right hand to his left behind his back. It was a seamless transition, reminiscent of a young Kobe Bryant-esque behind-the-back reverse dunk against the Denver Nuggets. As the ball shifted to his left hand, Yuchen stepped forward with his left foot, as if orchestrating his own assist, then elegantly transferred the ball back to his right hand. At that instant, he ascended slowly, executing a behind-the-back reverse dunk. Wow, this play by Yuchen evokes memories of that legendary moment from Kobe. It was simply identical. Indeed, Yuchen's execution was breathtaking. During his defensive stints against Westbrook, he first delivered a resounding block, followed by a spectacular steal. His defensive prowess is truly formidable. He had already made Durant question his abilities, and now it was Westbrook's turn. With a score of 89-78, the Lakers had once again widened the gap to double digits. Faced with the relentless onslaught and being outmaneuvered by Yuchen, Westbrook regained possession, determined to challenge Yuchen once more. I must admit, I admire Westbrook's tenacity. He is truly unyielding. Haha. Confronted by Yuchen again, Westbrook, demonstrating newfound intelligence, signaled Durant to set a screen. With Durant's assistance, Westbrook managed to shake off Yuchen. But just as he believed he had evaded him and could afford to lower his guard, Yuchen, from behind Durant, attempted a shot but instead struck Westbrook's arm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he inwardly cursed, anticipating a foul call. However, to his astonishment, the referee remained silent. The pain radiating from Westbrook's arm forced him to relinquish the basketball, cradling his injured limb. Meanwhile, Gasol seized the opportunity and intercepted the ball. Witnessing Gasol's successful steal, Wesley Johnson dashed towards the front court, where Gasol executed a precise long pass, allowing Johnson to complete an effortless dunk. Seeing the referee's inaction incited Westbrook's fury, as he approached the official, shouting, "Are you blind? What are your eyes for?" The referee, unyielding, promptly issued a technical foul against Westbrook. The crowd erupted in uproar, demanding the referee expel Westbrook from the game. Prominent figures in attendance joined in the chorus, urging the referee to take action. Fortunately, Westbrook's emotions were swiftly contained, with Durant embracing him and offering soothing words. With Yuchen confidently sinking his free throws, the Lakers extended their lead to 15 points at 93-78. A feat largely attributable to Westbrook's spirited play. The crowd understood Westbrook's temperament. Once he became overly enthusiastic or faced consecutive misses, he would exhibit his frustration. His most iconic celebratory gesture, the baby shake, was notorious, with statistics indicating that when Westbrook performed this move, the team's winning percentage plummeted to a mere 5. As the third quarter progressed, the Lakers, riding the wave of Westbrook's fervor, gradually widened their lead. At the conclusion of the third quarter, the Lakers held a 15-point advantage at 93-85. Yuchen, having amassed an impressive 46 points, along with 14 assists, 11 rebounds, 5 steals, and 5 blocks, had achieved a remarkable feat, his fourth consecutive game scoring over 40 points and his first career triple-double. As a rookie, his performance was unprecedented in NBA history. This was merely the accumulation of statistics for 3 quarters. Had he continued into the fourth, his numbers would have been even more staggering. As the fourth quarter commenced, Yichin rested on the sidelines, occasionally glancing at Scarlett, who, noticing his gaze, responded with a flirtatious look, captivated by her alluring presence. Yichin resolved to make the evening unforgettable. The Thunder retained their starting lineup, hoping to capitalize on the Lakers' resting players for one last push. However, the disparity in strength between the Lakers bench and the Thunder's starters was glaring. Westbrook, riding the momentum from the third quarter, continued to penetrate the paint with ferocious dunks. Seeking to redeem himself, the Lakers' defensive shortcomings, particularly in their backcourt, were glaringly apparent as they struggled against Westbrook's relentless assaults. Durant began to find his rhythm, sinking three-pointers. The Lakers, relying on Farmar and Wesley Johnson's shooting, managed to keep pace, but the Thunder rapidly chipped away at their lead. With 5 minutes remaining, the Lakers held a mere 8-point advantage at 108-100. As the score tightened, Lakers fans grew restless, chanting Yichin's name in unison. D'Antoni, observing the unfolding dynamics with a contemplative expression, remained composed despite the shrinking lead. As the crowd's cheers intensified, he approached Yichin and said, "It's time for you to take control of the game." At this critical juncture, the Thunder's starters were clearly fatigued. Their efficiency on both ends of the court severely diminished. Upon entering the game, Yichin was met with an enthusiastic ovation from the crowd. In the midst of the cheers, he skillfully maneuvered past Cephalosha and executed a layup before Ibaka could intervene. After Westbrook missed a three-pointer, Yichin secured the rebound and swiftly converted a three-point shot. The exhausted Thunder starters could not withstand Yichin's relentless scoring, ultimately conceding defeat. In the fourth quarter, Yichin tallied an additional 10 points, along with 3 rebounds and 3 assists. His final stat line showcased an extraordinary performance of 56 points, 14 rebounds, and 17 assists, complemented by 5 steals and 5 blocks on defense. In the annals of NBA history, no player had ever achieved such a monumental feat even in the future. Despite Westbrook's 50-point triple-doubles and Harden's 60-point triple-doubles, those would merely be aspirations. Yichin had already etched his name in history with this performance, accomplishing what legends like Jordan, Chamberlain, and Abdul-Jabbar had never achieved. On the Thunder side, Westbrook delivered a commendable performance against the Lakers' backcourt, finishing with 40 points, 10 assists, and 8 rebounds, just shy of a triple-double. In contrast, Durant struggled, shooting only 5 of 20 for 15 points, a direct result of Yichin's dominance on both ends, which was pivotal to the Lakers' victory. In the post-game analysis, the commentators praised Yichin's exceptional display. With his stellar performance, the Lakers triumphed over the formidable Thunder, and Yichin's influence on both offense and defense was profound. "I can hardly find the words to commend him," Yang exclaimed. Yao Ming nodded in agreement, expressing that Yichin's impact was indescribable, especially in his matchup against Durant. The anticipation for Yichin's performance against LeBron was palpable. Given that the Lakers had emerged as the only unbeaten team in the West, claiming the top spot, while the East remained dominated by the formidable Heat. After the game, with assistance from the staff, Yichin located the young fan he had inadvertently injured during the match. He removed his jersey, signed it, and gifted it to the boy. "Yichin, I'm your biggest fan. I love you," the boy exclaimed excitedly. "Thank you for your support. Your enthusiasm fuels my determination," Yichin replied warmly, ruffling the boy's hair. After taking a photo with him, Yichin participated in an interview where a female reporter inquired, "What do you believe was the key factor in your victory tonight?" Yichin wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel and remarked, "The opponent's ability to transition between offense and defense is formidable, yet our team's defensive strategies effectively restricted their key players. It is through our collective effort that we achieved victory." Although the Lakers emerged triumphant, those who witnessed the match understood that Yichin was the principal architect of this success. However, to prevent the media from distorting his words and disturbing the internal atmosphere of the Lakers, Yichin attributed the victory to the entire team. "Yichin, we are aware that Durant taunted you before the game. Do you have any message for him now?" a bold female reporter inquired. "Durant is an exceptionally talented player. Yet he is merely that, a talented player. I do not feel any pressure facing him. In contrast, I have a greater admiration for Westbrook, who posed a significant threat to us in this match. He is a warrior and has earned the respect of our entire team," Yichin replied. As a time traveler, Yichin disapproved of Durant's decision to leave the Thunder for the Warriors and has never held a favorable view of him. Even with 2 championship trophies and 2 finals MVP awards to his name, the chasm between him and the likes of LeBron, Kobe, and Jordan remains insurmountable. As the interview concluded, Yichin made his way towards the locker room, where fans on either side of the player tunnel extended their hands to celebrate with him. Yichun, well done, continued to lead the Lakers onward. Go for that elusive championship, cheered the crowd. Yichun, I want to have your child. Yichun raised his hands high, exchanging high fives with the fans before entering the locker room. Upon his return, he was greeted warmly by his teammates, who eagerly grabbed nearby water bottles and playfully doused him with water. Yichun also joined in the revelry with his teammates in the locker room. While applying an ice pack, Yichun engaged in a discussion with Nick Young about where to venture for entertainment that evening. Suddenly, the sharp ring of a phone interrupted their conversation. Yichun picked up his phone, noticing an unfamiliar number, puzzled about who might be calling. Hello, who is this? Yichun inquired with curiosity. Hi, little brother. Have you forgotten your sister so soon? Didn't you promise to show me your shooting skills? Came a sultry voice from the other end. Oh, so it's you, sister. Are you that eager to see how skilled I am? Yichun chuckled in response. Stop bragging. You little rascal. If you're capable, come over tonight and let me see for myself. Scarlett teased playfully. Despite standing only 160 centimeters tall, Scarlett possessed an incredibly alluring figure and had once been crowned the world's sexiest woman. Just how enchanting is Scarlett? Durant has the answer. In 2011, during the Golden Globe Awards, Scarlett struck a provocative pose on the red carpet, a moment witnessed by the single Durant, who could hardly resist such temptation and subsequently posted on social media, Scarlett Johansson, I want to drink your bathwater. To this day, that phrase continues to be mentioned by many fans. Sister, you're so fierce. Are you planning to devour me? Yichun laughed. By the way, where are you? How am I supposed to find you? I'm currently at the restaurant across from your arena. Just come over, and someone will guide you up, Scarlett replied. All right, Miss Scarlett. I eagerly await our meeting. After hanging up, Yichun quickly finished his ice pack treatment and took a shower. Nick Young leaned in closer to Yichun, his mouth agape in shock. Yichun, were you just on the phone with Scarlett? And you've already arranged to meet her? Yes, brother. You know how it is. I simply possess an irresistible charm, Yichun replied with a grin. You're just lucky as hell, Nick Young muttered, clearly unimpressed by Yichun's allure yet resigned to his fate. Yichun paid no mind to Nick Young, instead dressing himself and stepping out of the changing room in search of Scarlett. Observing Yichun's retreating figure, Nick Young muttered in frustration, damn, what luck. Looks like I'm going to the nightclub alone tonight. I might as well order two. Under the guidance of Scarlett Johansson's assistant, Yichun arrived at a private room. Sister, have you booked the hotel? Yichun asked with a smile as he settled down. So straightforward. Scarlett blushed slightly, taken aback by Yichun's directness. I meant to suggest we go to the hotel to stargaze together. What else could it be? Yichun arched an eyebrow. You mischievous little brother. You have no good intentions. Let's finish our meal first, Scarlett retorted, casting a playful glare at Yichun. Soon after, they finished dining, and under the assistant's direction, they secured a presidential suite at a nearby five-star hotel. Presently, Yichun is a name known worldwide. His jerseys are sold out, both authentic and counterfeit. No amount of money can procure one. In his homeland, the Dragon Country, posters of Yichun adorn every street corner. Initially, many domestic brands and businesses regarded Yichun as a fleeting phenomenon, remaining cautious about his commercial value. However, as Yichun's performance skyrocketed, domestic brands eager to collaborate with him have surged, nearly overwhelming the market. Even some of the world's premier brands, Burberry, LV, Rolex, Apple, Mercedes, Nike, Jordan, are seeking partnerships with Yichun. Among these, Yichun places particular importance on sneaker manufacturers like Nike and Jordan, especially given his status as an NBA star. Previously, sneaker companies were skeptical of Yichun, opting to observe his progress. Yet now, leading the Lakers as the only undefeated team in the league, he is basking in unparalleled glory. In terms of data, performance, efficiency, and various advanced metrics, he outshines the league's elite players. Furthermore, he has captivated billions of fans globally, presenting an immensely vast market. Most crucially, he possesses the support of the Dragon Country market. Signing Yichun, a native of the Dragon Country, would yield unimaginable sales for any product he endorses. In this context, who would choose to remain on the sidelines? Who would forego lucrative opportunities? It would take a fool to do so. Although many businesses have already reached out to Yichun, offering him substantial endorsement fees, some even proposing profit sharing and stock options, Yichun has withheld his response, preferring to wait for the right moment. He understands his commercial value better than anyone. Moreover, Yichun intends to sign with a renowned agent to manage these affairs. Every NBA player, including rookies and those at the lower tiers, typically has a professional agent to handle endorsements and advertisements. As the season progresses, Yichen, as a player, lacks the time and energy to deal with such matters. Within the hotel, Yi Chun and Scarlett Johansson entered their room, the door closing heavily behind them. The moment the door shut, an intimate atmosphere enveloped them. Scarlett exuded an air of allure, yet Yi Chun was not inclined to rush things. After all, there were still stars to count. Hey, Scarlett, why are you lying on the bed? Come here and look at how beautiful the stars are tonight. Yi Chun called out with a teasing smile, noticing Scarlett, freshly bathed, reclining on the bed. Scarlett, somewhat exasperated, reluctantly made her way to the balcony, pouting in discontent. Just look, look, look. You can stay here all night and gazed intently at Scarlett, who emerged from the bathroom clad in a robe. Her lips appeared slightly plump, and beneath the loose garment, her figure was nothing short of captivating. Her long, alluring legs and flawless, fair complexion complemented her soft and voluptuous silhouette, rendering her every expression intoxicating. Shall we simply gaze at the stars? Is there anything else you wish to do? Leafing through his thoughts, he stifled his desires and inquired with a smile. Higi, then let us gaze, replied Scarlett, as she seated herself opposite him, joining him in observing the night sky. Half an hour later, Scarlett nestled against Leaf's chest, her face flushed, as the robe began to slip away. Biting her sensuous lips, she exhaled softly, Brother, why does it feel so full here? Come, touch and see, as she took his hand, guiding it toward her peaks. In that moment, Leaf's breath quickened, a wicked smile curling on his lips as he admired Scarlett's flawless visage. The room resonated with an exquisite symphony. Meanwhile, in the Staples Center, within the confines of the general manager's office, owner Jeannie Buss and general manager Kupchak were engaged in final negotiations with Lakers legend Magic Johnson. They still insist on 2 first-round picks. If we cannot accommodate that, they deem further discussions unnecessary, Kupchak lamented, having just ended a call. 2, you say? Jeannie pondered, seated thoughtfully. Last off-season, the Lakers had traded for Howard, forming a roster with Kobe and Gasol, and to enhance their offensive flow, they had exchanged a 2014 first-round pick for Nash. Now, to elevate the team's prowess, was it truly wise to part with 2 first-round selections? After a moment's contemplation, Jeannie resolutely declared, we may grant them 2 first-round picks, but we must include Gasol in the trade. Is it wise to trade away Gasol? Jeannie, should you reconsider? Magic Johnson interjected, astonished by Jeannie's proposition to relinquish Gasol for the sake of bolstering the team's strength. Gasol's contract was nearing its end, and there had been no indications of a renewal, particularly given his diminished role under Coach D'Antoni's system. Currently, what the team lacked were 3-point shooters and athletic big men. Although I am reluctant to trade him, our priority is to contend for the championship. As for Gasol, we will retire his jersey in the future, Jeannie affirmed. But what about Kobe? Will he be displeased to learn of Gasol's trade? Magic queried. I will address that with Kobe. For now, Kupchak. Proceed with the discussions with the Nuggets as per the proposed terms, Jeannie instructed, waving her hand to signal the final order. Understood, boss, Kupchak replied, picking up the phone to call the Nuggets again. Leaf, do not disappoint me. You must bring the championship home, Jeannie murmured, gazing out the window at the championship banners adorning the Staples Center. Unbeknownst to Leaf, who was wholly focused on his own endeavors, the team was undergoing significant changes. Why you? Slow down. I'm about to break, Scarlett pleaded, confronted by Leaf's fervor. Yichen glanced at the enchanting, flushed Scarlett, who impishly remarked, Call me Daddy, you naughty. Dad. Scarlett covered her face, unwilling to meet Yichen's gaze, her voice tinged with shyness. With a swift motion, Yichen playfully smacked Scarlett's shoulder, expressing his discontent. Speak to me in Chinese. Scarlett rolled her eyes at him, reluctantly replying, Daddy, you mischievous rascal, wake up. Look, you've been named the Western Conference Player of the Week. Scarlett, holding her phone, approached the slumbering Yichen and playfully slapped him again, urging him to rise. What is the big deal? Yichen squinted, picking up his phone to check the news. In the first week of the season, thanks to Yichen's extraordinary performance, the Lakers emerged as the only undefeated team. They triumphed over formidable opponents like the Spurs, Clippers, and Warriors, with Yichen averaging an impressive 48 points, 8 rebounds, and 8 assists, propelling the Lakers to the top of the Western standings. It is well known that the Western Conference is home to numerous star players in their prime, with more than half of the league's top 20 talents residing there, making the competition exceedingly fierce. In this highly competitive environment, Yichen, as a rookie, managed to carve his path and secure the title of Player of the Week, an achievement truly commendable. Furthermore, in a direct matchup against the league's second-best player, Bryant, Yichun astonishingly recorded a triple-double of 56 points, 14 rebounds, and 17 assists. If the Lakers maintain their stellar performance, the monthly Player of the Month award is surely within reach, and he may even contend for the MVP title. Undoubtedly, the Eastern Conference's Player of the Week was none other than the young king, LeBron James, who led the Heat to a commendable record of 4 wins and 1 loss, boasting averages of 28 points, 12 rebounds, and 10 assists. In contrast to the fiercely competitive West, the Eastern Conference appears to lack the same level of intensity. The only team that poses a significant challenge to Miami's trio seems to be the Pacers, led by General George. Meanwhile, the heavily invested Nets, with their star-studded lineup of Darren, Joe Johnson, Pierce, Garnett, and Lopez, could only muster a 2-2 record at the season's outset. The Knicks, the Nets' city rivals, also found themselves at a 2-2 record, but their struggles starkly contrast with the success of their Los Angeles counterparts. Despite incurring the highest luxury tax in the league, the Knicks find it challenging to produce results. The Chicago Bulls, hindered by Derrick Rose's injury, fall short compared to the Pacers and Heat. What the hell is going on? As Yichun continued to share his joy about receiving the Player of the Week award with Scarlett, a sudden news alert captured his attention. WJ reported, the Lakers have reached a trade agreement with the Nuggets, sending All-Star center Pau Gasol, Jordan Hill, Farmar, Wesley Johnson, and 2 future first-round picks in exchange for JaVale McGee, Kenneth Faried, Wilson Chandler, and Danilo Gallinari. Upon reading this news, Yichun felt disbelief wash over him. Yet he knew he must accept it. The NBA is, after all, a business league. Throughout the league's history, how many players have truly remained loyal to a single city? The sight of teammates he fought alongside just last night now becoming rivals brought a pang of sadness to Yichun, even though he was aware of the impending trade. The inclusion of Gasol in the trade list stirred a sense of regret within him. Had he advocated for Gasol's retention when Kupchak approached him, would the outcome have differed? However, as a player, Yichun preferred not to meddle in management's decisions. His responsibility was to excel in every game and bring that elusive championship trophy back to Los Angeles. As he scrolled through comments from fans, he noticed a mix of excitement and disappointment regarding the Lakers trade. Damn it, Kupchak. Why did you trade away our hero Gasol? Others rationalized the trade, noting that acquiring the entire starting lineup of the Nuggets in exchange for Gasol and 2 future picks should be a cause for celebration. Indeed, with McGee and Faried, the Lakers' interior would be revitalized, along with the addition of sharpshooter Gallinari and defensive stalwart Chandler. There was much to be optimistic about. Gasol's consistent performance had established him as a pillar of strength for Kobe, who willingly passed the ball to him. His readiness to answer the call made him a legendary figure in Spanish basketball, standing tall in the sport for 2 decades. He is Pau Gasol, a legend of Spanish basketball and a key contributor to Kobe's consecutive championships. In 2008, a trade that rocked the league transpired, surpassing even the Celtics' formation of their Big Three. The Lakers managed to acquire the All-Star center Gasol from the Grizzlies for merely 2 first-round picks and the rights to Kwame Brown and his brother Marc Gasol. With Gasol's arrival, the Lakers transformed from struggling contenders to championship favorites, yet they faced a heartbreaking defeat against the formidable Celtics in the finals, ending with a 2-4 record. Over his 7 seasons with the Lakers, Gasol propelled the team to 3 finals appearances, securing 2 championships and avenging their loss to the Celtics in 2010. Kobe famously stated that when Gasol retired, his jersey would hang alongside his. Without Gasol, there would be no consecutive championships or 2 championship trophies for Los Angeles. This season, Gasol opted not to negotiate an early extension with the Lakers, leading Jeanie Buss to trade him away. It was evident that after the season, Gasol chose not to re-sign with the Lakers, instead opting for the Bulls, despite the Lakers' attempts to retain him during the offseason. Gasol had grown weary of being treated as a trade chip and had made up his mind to leave. The news of the Lakers trade quickly spread among team executives, who, like the fans, were incredulous that the Lakers could part with Gasol. Once they regained their composure, they realized that the Lakers had exchanged Gasol and a few role players for 4 starters from the Nuggets, inciting their fury. The Lakers' early season winning streak had already unsettled the management of other teams, and with Yichun's extraordinary performance, the Western Conference seemed devoid of competition. What would this Lakers team look like with the returning Kobe? Now, after the trade, the Lakers had rejuvenated their roster, transforming from a weakened squad into a youthful and dynamic team, an outcome that other teams' executives found hard to accept. The revamped Lakers roster featured Point guards, Nash. Morris shooting guards, Kobe, Nick Young. Chandler small forwards, Yichin, Gallinari. Embarks power forwards, Farid, McAllister centers, McGee. Safford. ESPN brought in Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley to discuss the Lakers-Nuggets trade in an impromptu segment. Seated in the studio, O'Neal and Barkley exchanged views on the ramifications of this monumental trade. Smith adjusted his glasses and remarked, "The Lakers have executed a spectacular trade. They have acquired Farid, Gallinari, Chandler, and McGee, all of whom possess exceptional athleticism, perfectly suited to D'Antoni's system. With Kobe's impending return from injury, the Lakers are poised to become formidable contenders for the championship, without a doubt." O'Neal, clearly elated with the Lakers' transaction, expressed his joy from the commentary booth. Beside him, Barkley glanced at O'Neal, smacking his lips. "Firstly, I did not anticipate this trade by the Lakers, nor did I foresee them parting ways with Gasol. However, in light of the outcome, it is indeed a remarkable deal, and these players fit seamlessly into D'Antoni's high-octane style. Let us eagerly await the Lakers' forthcoming performances. Furthermore, Shaq, do you harbor any desire to make a comeback? You might inquire with Genie Bus whether the team could use your talents. How splendid it would be for you to back up McGee." Haha. Upon hearing that he might be tasked with backing up McGee, O'Neal responded with a hint of sarcasm. "McGee is a remarkable athlete and my MVP of the Shaq full series. It would be my honor to back him up, but my body can no longer withstand a return." When discussing McGee, one cannot help but recall O'Neal's infamous Shaqton moments, of which McGee is a two-time MVP recipient. It is often due to O'Neal's humorous portrayals that McGee is perceived as a clumsy giant lacking basketball intelligence. Some have even jested that McGee is all talent below the neck. Yet, unbeknownst to many, McGee's seemingly foolish antics on the court stem from his struggle with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, a congenital condition that diminishes his focus during high-intensity situations. Consequently, his actions often elicit laughter and disbelief from fans. I rejoice for my brother. When Kobe returns, he will witness the rise of the star Yichin and other commendable players. I believe that the synergy between Yichin and Kobe will ignite tremendous sparks, leading the Lakers back to their former glory. O'Neal expressed. At the American Airlines Arena in Miami, within the general manager's office, Pat Riley furiously hurled his cup to the floor, exclaiming, "Has the Nuggets management lost their minds? Why on earth would they relinquish their entire starting lineup to the Lakers?" Coach Spoelstra, observing Riley's fury, sighed, "The trade is already completed. No amount of outrage will alter that. Damn it." Riley fumed. In San Antonio, at the AT&T Center, a reporter approached Coach Popovich for a brief interview. "Coach Popovich, we are aware that the Lakers and Nuggets have executed an 8-player trade. What is your perspective on this deal?" A reporter inquired. "This trade is a heist. Although the Lakers parted with Gasol, they acquired the entire starting lineup from the Nuggets. Damn it," Popovich exclaimed, cursing under his breath before departing, leaving the reporter bewildered in the aftermath. Despite the fact that the Lakers surrendered an all-star big man and 2 first-round picks to acquire several ready-to-contribute players, why does the discourse around this trade suggest it was a robbery? Yichin. Indeed, it is Yichin. Following his remarkable emergence, the Lakers have largely relied on Yichin's singular prowess to secure victories in their initial matches. Opponents have found themselves utterly powerless against him. Presently, the Lakers have traded away their starting interior players, Gasol and Jordan Hill, in exchange for McGee and Farid. While this may appear to be a negligible change, McGee and Farid possess exceptional athleticism, enabling them to move swiftly during games, perfectly aligning with D'Antoni's fast-paced offensive strategy. Furthermore, the addition of Gallinari has bolstered the perimeter. He has consistently maintained a high three-point shooting percentage, allowing the Lakers to create more space on the court. Chandler brings formidable defensive capabilities, capable of guarding the opposing team's key player, thus granting Yichin the opportunity to rest defensively and concentrate on his offensive contributions. With Chandler's inclusion, Nick Young can be transitioned from the starting lineup, providing the team with an offensive spark during the primary player's respite. The presence of Yichin, combined with Kobe's impending return, instills a sense of trepidation among rival teams regarding the Lakers. Within the training facility, all Lakers players, clad in their practice uniforms, are prepared. With the departures of Gasol, Jordan Hill, and others, the team has welcomed McGee, Farid, Gallinari, and Chandler. Following the trade of his close friend Gasol, Kobe has been notably absent. In contrast, head coach D'Antoni has exhibited a palpable enthusiasm in recent days. As the season approaches, the management has made minimal enhancements during the off-season, with the exit of Howard. The amnesty of meta-world peace and the retirements of several veterans leaving D'Antoni somewhat disheartened. Even with his lofty ambitions, he finds it challenging to achieve success, particularly as the Lakers management harbors little expectation for the season, seemingly aiming for a top draft pick. Should the Lakers fail to qualify for the playoffs, D'Antoni would inevitably bear the brunt of the blame. However, with Yi-Chin's emergence, D'Antoni's spirits begin to rise. He yearns to revive the rapid 7-second offense that made him famous, yet relying solely on Yi-Chin for success seems implausible, especially with the sluggishly moving starters like Nash, Gasol, and Jordan Hill. To think of relying on the 38-year-old Nash for a fast-paced offense is, quite frankly, ludicrous. Yet now, with the addition of McGee, Chandler, Farid, and Gallinari, D'Antoni's options have diversified. He can either allow Yi-Chin to orchestrate the offense or continue with the original season strategy. Under Yi-Chin's leadership, the Lakers have firmly established themselves atop the Western Conference, and the team's overall capabilities have received a significant boost. Moreover, the imminent return of Kobe adds to the optimism. D'Antoni is filled with hope for the season, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to lead his team to a championship and join the ranks of celebrated coaches. Following the morning practice, that evening, the Lakers are set to host the Cleveland Cavaliers. Since LeBron's departure, the Cavaliers have languished as one of the league's weaker teams. Their star player, Kyrie Irving, possesses considerable talent, yet his leadership ability remains somewhat lacking. Although the Cavaliers have nurtured Irving as their foundational piece, his growth has not translated into success, and the team consistently finds itself at the bottom of the league standings. Last season, Irving's efforts yielded another top draft pick, which the management used to select Anthony Bennett. When discussing the most infamous number 1 picks in NBA history, names like Odin, Kwame Brown, and Fultz come to mind, but Bennett stands out as a prime example. Chosen first overall in 2013, Bennett began his career with a dismal shooting performance, failing to make a single basket in his first 15 attempts. His reputation for laziness ultimately led him to change teams 4 times in 4 years, resulting in his expulsion from the league. The Cavaliers management also missed the opportunity to select the 2 most promising talents of this draft class, Yi-Chin and Giannis Antetokounmpo. With Yi-Chin's remarkable performances since joining the Lakers, comparisons to Bennett have become inevitable. And each of Yi-Chin's stellar outings garners further ire from Cavaliers fans directed at Bennett and the management. This season, the Cavaliers have played 7 games, achieving a dismal record of 1 win and 6 losses, once again finding themselves at the bottom of the league. That evening, at the Staples Center, the game commenced. Tickets were sold out once more, with many fans unable to secure a seat gathering outside to watch the game on the large screen. This marked the Lakers' first game following significant trades, and fans were eager to witness how formidable the team's revamped roster would be. Following the trades, D'Antoni made substantial adjustments to the starting lineup. Nash at point guard, Chandler at shooting guard, Yi-Chin at small forward, Farid at power forward, and McGee at center. In the first quarter, with Yi-Chin and Nash leading the charge, Farid and McGee showcased impressive offensive prowess against the Cavaliers' weak interior defense. McGee, relishing the matchup against Bennett, repeatedly dunked after receiving passes from Nash and Yi-Chin. Farid exhibited exceptional transition scoring ability, throwing down numerous dunks and fast breaks. Yi-Chin continued his hot shooting, making 2 consecutive 3-pointers and scoring with mid-range jumpers over West's defense. At the end of the first quarter, the Lakers led by a commanding 40-20. Thanks to the exuberance of McGee and Farid and the firepower provided by Yi-Chin, the Cavaliers, having been thoroughly dismantled in the first quarter, displayed little fight in the second, which devolved into a dunking exhibition for the Lakers. By halftime, the Lakers held a staggering 70-40 lead. Under the Lakers' relentless assault, the Cavaliers appeared utterly outmatched. The second half quickly descended into garbage time, with Yi-Chin continuing to score and facilitate for his new teammates. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Cavaliers with a resounding 128-88 victory, a margin of 40 points. Yi-Chin concluded the game with 28 points, 11 rebounds, and 14 assists, while Nash contributed 14 assists of his own. The new additions also thrived, with McGee scoring 20 points, Farid netting 18, Chandler contributing 14, and Gallinari, coming off the bench, hitting 5 3-pointers for 18 points. In stark contrast, the Cavaliers' starting lineup saw only Irving reach double digits with 28 points, while the number 1 overall pick, Anthony Bennett, delivered another dismal performance, 0-for-10 shooting with a single point from free throws. Post-game, Bennett faced widespread criticism online. with fans deriding his status as a #1 pick and questioning the Cavaliers' management for their choice. The disparity in performance between Bennett and Yichen was stark, leaving fans incredulous that a #1 pick could score just 1 point while a second-round pick like Yichen achieved a triple-double. The commentary team across the ocean, observing Yichen lead the Lakers to another significant victory, noted the transformation in his gameplay following the trades. In an interview following the game, Yichen was congratulated on the victory and asked about the performance of the newly acquired players. Yichen took over the conversation, casting a glance at the alluring scenery before him. "Firstly, I would like to express my gratitude to Gasol for the immense support he provided me upon my arrival at the Lakers. I also wish him the best as he embarks on a new chapter in Denver. Our team has welcomed several remarkable new additions, who not only excel in scoring but also demonstrate formidable defensive skills. We eagerly anticipate battling alongside them in the forthcoming matches." Zhou Lingyan adjusted the fabric of her attire, then bestowed upon Yichen a gaze filled with affection, inquiring, "Yichen, what outcomes do you foresee for your team moving forward? How many consecutive victories do you believe you can achieve?" Upon witnessing Zhou Lingyan's demeanor, Yichen chuckled softly, remarking, with Kobe's impending return, "We shall unleash a tempest within the entire league. The other 29 teams shall prove no match for us." In a restroom at the Staples Center, Zhou Lingyan persistently rinsed her mouth, casting a fierce glare at Yichen one last time. Yichen, with a satisfied expression, adjusted his trousers and teased Zhou Lingyan, saying, "Your technique seems a bit rusty. You ought to practice more when you return home." "Bah, you insufferable rogue," Zhou Lingyan retorted, splashing her face with fresh water in playful indignation. Yichen approached Zhou Lingyan from behind, wrapping his arms around her as he whispered softly in her ear, "Next time, be sure to wear black stockings, dear sister. It will be much quicker." "Haha." Zhou Lingyan, blushing fiercely, shrugged off Yichen's arm, exclaiming, "Get lost, you filthy rogue." Following the match, Yichen's proclamation that our league has no rivals ignited a frenzy online. Numerous netizens flocked to their keyboards, unleashing a torrent of criticism towards Yichen. This young lad from the Dragon Nation was utterly detestable, flaunting his arrogance after a few commendable games. How presumptuous. James will teach you a lesson during the Christmas showdown. Fans from various teams took to the internet to condemn Yichen's audacity. Lakers fans promptly came to Yichen's defense, retorting, "How dare you, Clippers fan? Last time during the City Derby, Yichen scored 62 points in 3 quarters against you. If you had even slightly contributed, he could have reached 100 points. The Los Angeles Lakers remain the face of the entire league. Who would watch without them? Yichen's presence is destined to lead the Lakers on an invincible path. Fans of teams that missed out on Yichen should direct their ire at their management, not engage in keyboard warrior antics. As of now, the Lakers are the only undefeated team in the league. I ask you, who can defeat the Lakers? The Heat? Don't make me laugh. The Heat wouldn't even make the playoffs in the West." The rivalry escalated, with more and more fans joining this monumental clash. The Lakers once again found themselves the target of league-wide animosity. Every team now yearned to halt the Lakers' winning streak and temper their arrogance. Soon enough, the Lakers faced the Memphis Grizzlies at home. In this era dominated by small ball, the Grizzlies opted to swim against the current, maintaining a defensive-first approach. Their duo of formidable big men posed a nightmare for countless interior players. The white refers to Marc Gasol, whose talent is often underestimated, particularly in his prime. His performance on both ends of the court was nothing short of exquisite, earning him the title of Defensive Player of the Year. His strengths lie in his comprehensive skill set as a big man, coupled with high basketball IQ and a clear understanding of his role. The black refers to one of the league's most challenging giants, a behemoth adept at using his body to create space. Once he storms into the paint, defending against him becomes nearly impossible. With a soft touch around the rim and an imposing physique, he is a force to be reckoned with, far more potent than his reputation suggests. For a decade, he has been the most reliable player on his team, the formidable Zach Randolph. In addition, they boast defensive stalwarts such as Tony Allen, Prince O.J. Mayo, and the team's cerebral leader, Mike Conley. No Western team wishes to encounter the Grizzlies in the playoffs. Their defense can be excruciatingly tough. And even if you manage to eliminate them, you will undoubtedly emerge battered. In the 2011 playoffs, the Spurs faced the Grizzlies in the first round and were ultimately ousted, creating a legendary upset. This incident has forever etched Coach Popovich and the Spurs' Big Three into the annals of historical disgrace. Grizzlies games are often characterized by low scores but intense physicality, leading to significant wear and tear on players. Each offensive possession typically devolves into a grind, demanding relentless effort. At the end of the first quarter, the Lakers led the Grizzlies 20-15. The score was remarkably low, with Yichin managing only 7 points on 3 of 4 shooting in the face of the formidable duo. JaVale McGee and Kenneth Farid found themselves thoroughly outmatched, particularly as McGee was repeatedly swatted by Randolph and Gasol. The Grizzlies, known for their sluggish offense, took their time, often waiting until the shot clock approached 24 seconds before attempting a shot, which made things exceedingly difficult for the Lakers. However, in the second quarter, as the Grizzlies' big men rested, the Lakers launched a swift counterattack, scoring 12 unanswered points to momentarily seize control. Upon returning from a timeout, the Grizzlies promptly deployed their starters, and the pace slowed once more, filled with physical confrontations and gritty battles that rendered the game visually unappealing. At halftime, the Lakers held an 8-point lead, 48-40. During the halftime break, several Lakers players, including Yichin, showcased their athleticism with impressive dunks, leaving scratches on their arms, a testament to the fierce competition. "This game is unbearably dull. It's like a war," one spectator remarked. Indeed, the Grizzlies prioritized defense, making it exceedingly hard to watch. Another replied, "What do you know? This is the essence of men's sport. What significance is there in mere scoring?" This contest felt reminiscent of matches from the 80s and 90s. Many spectators appeared on the verge of slumber, thoroughly disappointed by the lack of excitement. Fans who had witnessed the once dominant Grizzlies knew all too well the terror they instilled in the Western Conference, regardless of the opponent. As the second half commenced, the Grizzlies unveiled their defensive prowess. Randolph wreaked havoc in the paint, causing the Lakers' shooting percentage to plummet as the score tightened. In this moment of crisis, Yichin once again rose to the occasion. Throughout the third quarter, he shot an astonishing 11 for 12, including 4 for 4 from beyond the arc, amassing 26 points and leading the charge against the Grizzlies. Ultimately, the game concluded with the Lakers triumphing over the Grizzlies 100-80, securing a relatively comfortable victory. Yichin made an impressive 16 of 20 shots, amassing 40 points along with 17 rebounds and 4 assists, showcasing a comprehensive performance. Following this match, his remarkable display earned him the title of Player of the Week once again. Moreover, Yichin ascended to the top of the MVP rankings in the new season, a record that is unprecedented and unlikely to be matched in the future. As a second-round draft pick, Yichin has achieved back-to-back Player of the Week honors in the fiercely competitive Western Conference within the first 2 weeks of the season. This marks a historic moment in the NBA, as it is the first time a rookie has ranked first in the MVP standings upon their initial announcement. Upon returning to the locker room, Yichin glanced at his arms, covered in scars, and couldn't help but curse under his breath. At the Staples Hotel, in one of the rooms, Yichin sat at a table alongside Kobe and a middle-aged man. Before them lay a representation contract. This middle-aged man was none other than the renowned agent, Rob Pelinka, who had garnered immense respect within the NBA. Under his stewardship, Kobe was a prominent figure, attracting numerous star players, including LeBron James, James Harden, Andre Iguodala, Bradley, Chris Bosh, Gerald Wallace, and Trevor Ariza. Pelinka's ability to become Kobe's agent was a testament to his exceptional talents. The reason Kobe chose Pelinka was due to his remarkable execution skills, as he never obstructed Kobe's decisions. Additionally, Pelinka possessed an innate cleverness, enabling him to astutely discern Kobe's preferences and maintain effective communication. After becoming Kobe's agent, Pelinka adeptly managed to eliminate various minor distractions from Kobe's personal life. Following his marriage, Kobe placed great importance on his private affairs, and Pelinka ensured these were well protected. One of the clearest demonstrations of Pelinka's capabilities was during Kobe's legal issues, which he handled with utmost finesse as Kobe's representative. This proficiency is why Kobe held Pelinka in such high regard, ultimately recommending him to Jeanie Buss to become the general manager of the Lakers. As the Lakers' general manager, Pelinka's performance during the current season and off-season has been nothing short of stellar. With Pelinka's assistance, the majority of his players secured contracts that met their expectations. Pelinka was particularly excited about collaborating with Yichin, as the vast market of the Dragon Kingdom, represented by Yichin, was immeasurable. Given Yichin's thriving career in the NBA, his endorsement and contractual opportunities would surpass those of many other stars, both in the United States and the Dragon Kingdom. In the realm of NBA endorsements, there exists a substantial disparity among players. Notably, rookie players typically receive the lowest endorsement contracts in the league. Meanwhile, star players' endorsement deals generally align with their team salaries. However, the endorsement contracts of superstars are beyond measure, such as LeBron James, Kevin Durant, and their lifetime deals with Nike, or Stephen Curry's lifetime contract with Under Armour. which exceeds $1 billion. Yichen was pleased with their collaboration and expressed hope in witnessing his rise to superstardom, assuring him that matters pertaining to endorsements and contracts would be expertly managed. Yichen and Palinka each put away their contracts and embraced with a smile. "Ha ha ha, come. Let us dine," Kobe exclaimed, delighted to witness Yichen and Palinka's signing, laughing joyfully at the sight. Yichen, observing the exhilaration on Kobe's face, smirked mischievously and said, "Brother, I intend to have a good time with you tonight, haha." The following day, Yichen accompanied the team on a chartered flight to New York, where they were set to face the New York Knicks in an away game. This matchup represented a clash between two premier franchises. The Knicks held the highest market value in the league, closely followed by the Los Angeles Lakers. Despite sharing the status of elite teams, the current disparity between them was stark. Prior to the season's commencement, numerous media experts speculated that the Knicks and the Lakers would emerge as the league's unfortunate contenders, both vying for the coveted top draft pick from their bustling metropolitan locales. As the season progressed, the Lakers, through Yichen's remarkable ascent, had silenced those so-called experts, firmly establishing themselves atop the Western Conference. Meanwhile, under the leadership of Carmelo Anthony, the Knicks gradually clawed their way into playoff contention. Anthony, the third overall pick of the illustrious 2003 draft class, was renowned as one of the NBA's most formidable scorers, often referred to as the offensive kaleidoscope. He was also nicknamed Social Melo, as he was known to instill fear in Kevin Garnett, who hesitated to step off the team bus in his presence. Anthony dedicated the most dazzling years of his career to the Knicks, yet the passage of time failed to rejuvenate the franchise. Nevertheless, his number 7 jersey became an indelible symbol of Madison Square Garden. Whenever he approached the free throw line, the demanding New York fans would instinctively chant MVP. As time marched on, he transitioned through multiple teams, ultimately failing to find a true home before deciding to retire. However, his name would forever resonate in the annals of exhilarating games, etched deeply in the hearts of Madison Square Garden's loyal supporters. A tribute to Melo. Upon arriving at the team's hotel, Yichen lay on his bed, utterly bored, contemplating whether to rally JaVale McGee and others for a night out at the club. Just then, his phone rang. To his surprise, it was a call from Miranda Kerr. Suddenly, Yichen recalled that this exquisite gym was in New York. He thought, "What a bother, a nightclub. Yichen, have you forgotten about me? You pull up your pants and act like you don't know me, huh?" As soon as he answered, Miranda's voice erupted from the other end of the line. "Ahem, whose woman is this with such a lack of decorum?" Yichen teased. "Stop pretending. Yichen, why did you come to New York without visiting me? Do you have someone else? I'm sending you my location. You better come here immediately. If you don't arrive within half an hour, don't bother looking for me afterward." Miranda Kerr hung up the phone before Yichen could respond. Yichen felt a sense of helplessness. The more popular one becomes, the more controversies arise. At the entrance of the villa, Miranda's assistant wore a smile, thinking to herself how handsome the young man was and how discerning her mistress's taste truly was. "You must be Mr. Yi, correct? My lady is waiting for you inside. Please, right this way." Yichen followed behind, admiring the silhouette of the beautiful assistant, and remarked, "Shall we explore together tonight?" After navigating through several rooms, they finally arrived at the door. "Mr. Yi, our young lady is waiting for you inside." "I shall not intrude any further." Yichen nodded in acknowledgement. Upon entering the room, his gaze was immediately drawn to a woman seated in the center. Her legs elegantly encased in sheer stockings, clad in a figure-hugging dress, casually crossing her legs. The stockings accentuated her high-heeled shoes. "Sister, you've truly gone all out tonight." Yichen teased with a slight smirk. At that moment, Miranda Kerr stood up, adjusting her curves, and sighed, "Alas. What good is looking stunning in such alluring attire if it merely leads to being taken advantage of?" Yichen hurriedly stepped forward to assist Miranda Kerr, gently supporting her with his hands, and lamented, "Who is the unfortunate soul bold enough to treat my sister so?" "Who can say?" was her response. "Brother, could you lend your help to your sister?" Miranda Kerr playfully pinched Yichen's chin. "Of course, I am more than willing to serve my sister. But may I request one favor in return?" Yichen then lifted Miranda Kerr and playfully tossed her onto the bed. "What are you doing?" Miranda exclaimed in confusion as she noticed Yichen had styled her hair into playful twin pigtails. Yichen paid no heed to Miranda Kerr's protests as he forcefully advanced, gripping her twin ponytails from behind. You filthy scoundrel." It was only then that Miranda realized the reason behind Yichen's choice of her hairstyle. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone pierced the tranquility of the morning, disturbing Yichen's slumber. "Hello?" Yichen answered the call. "Hey, little brother. You're quite the sensation now. Are you currently with Miranda Kerr? The laughter of Palinka echoed from the other end, confused by Palinka's words. Yichen glanced at the still-sleeping Miranda and shook her awake, inquiring, "Brother, what is going on? How do you know about this?" "Goodness. It seems the entire United States is aware that you and Miranda Kerr spent the night together," Palinka exclaimed enthusiastically. "Ah, how is that possible?" Yichen replied, incredulous. "Don't worry, little brother. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. Miranda holds significant influence globally, which is immensely beneficial for us. Prepare yourself for an appearance on Jimmy's talk show this afternoon. It will be a fantastic opportunity for you," Palinka advised. "What's the matter, sister? Am I not worthy of you?" Miranda teased, playfully grabbing Yichen's golden staff. "How could that be? Sister, I'm merely concerned that you might find me unworthy." Yichen replied, his eyes narrowing as he felt as though his very soul was being drawn out. He immediately pressed both hands against her head. "Cough, cough. You scoundrel. You are truly wicked." Miranda spluttered, rolling her eyes while playfully swatting at Yichen, pouting in mock annoyance. Yichen chuckled mischievously. "You rascal. My dear sister is in high spirits today. You just lie there while I take charge." Miranda Kerr rose and gently grasped Yichen's chin. With a subtle push of her palm, Yichen reclined, and Miranda followed suit, playfully adding, "But wait, let me attend to my two little eggs first. Oh God. Oh, damn." The room echoed with Yichen's incredulous exclamations. Miranda was truly putting in the effort today, and it was still early morning. She was really going all out. Although the entire internet was abuzz with rumors surrounding Yichen and Miranda Kerr, the two remained oblivious to the external chatter, engrossed in their studies. By noon, after enduring a torrential downpour of sensations, Miranda finally blushed and conceded, "All right, I admit I was wrong, Daddy." Afterward, with Miranda's assistance, Yichen tried on several outfits. Ultimately, she beamed with satisfaction and remarked, "This one will do. For such an important occasion, one must dress with care." Miranda chose a suit for Yichen, complemented by golden-rimmed glasses, transforming him into a figure of remarkable charm and poise. His face, with chiseled features, paired with the suit, exuded an aura of youthful elegance. Seeing such a refined Yichen, Miranda approached, wrapping her arms around his waist, and teasingly asked, "My dear husband, when Jimmy asks about our relationship today, what will you say?" "What else could I say, my beloved daughter?" Yichen jested, caressing Miranda's face. "Humph." Miranda playfully interrupted, feigning anger. "You should leave. Don't seek me out anymore. I'm almost 30 and need to find someone to marry." "Oh, come now. I was merely teasing you. I would certainly acknowledge our relationship openly, my dear wife," Yichen quipped, planting a kiss on Miranda's lips. "Really? You're so sweet. I'll come to cheer you on tonight," Miranda exclaimed excitedly. "Of course. But honestly, I feel like I've hit the jackpot. My apologies to the widow. I'll make it up to you, considering how incredibly skilled you are," he added. Tonight, Jimmy's show was a highly popular talk show featuring celebrity interviews. They exclusively invited prominent figures from various fields, with host Jimmy Fallon being a paramount presence among American hosts. Today, they welcomed Yichen, who sat across from Jimmy in the live studio, engaging in conversation. "Jimmy, thank you for joining our show. We absolutely adore you. I have so many questions for you." "Yichen, it is a great honor to participate in your program." "Jimmy, Yichen, you have been incredibly popular lately, contributing significantly to the Lakers' remarkable achievements. What do you have to say about this?" "Yichen, first and foremost, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to my coach and teammates for their unwavering support, both on and off the field. It is their encouragement that has enabled my remarkable performance." "Jimmy, haha, Yichen, we all know you boldly proclaimed that we have no rivals in the league." "Haha, Yichen, indeed, I have uttered those words. However, as the season progresses, we have yet to encounter a defeat, which substantiates my statement." "Jimmy, all right, Yichen. Tonight you will confront the Knicks here. What is your perspective on the two prestigious teams, the Knicks and the Lakers?" "Yichen, I find it utterly incomparable. The Knicks cannot be compared to the Lakers. The only team that can stand alongside the Lakers is the Celtics. Tonight, we shall effortlessly triumph over the Knicks." Upon hearing Yichen's words, the audience erupted in boos. "Jimmy, haha, Yichen, let us take a look at this photograph, an intimate snapshot of you and Miranda Kerr. We are curious to know the nature of your relationship with her." "Yichen, indeed, she is my girlfriend." "Jimmy, oh, my goodness. How did you two come to be together?" "Yichen, this cannot be disclosed. Haha, but she is my girlfriend." After the interview concluded, Yichen gathered with his team and arrived at the Knicks arena. With the airing of the program, Yichen once again surged to popularity across the internet, inciting the ire of Knicks fans who had congregated outside, eagerly anticipating a victory over the Lakers to deliver a resounding rebuke to Yichen. Reporters outside the arena sought the opinions of fans regarding the match. Damn it, damn Yichen, let us crush him. Yichen is nothing but an arrogant scoundrel. We must dismantle them. Losing is acceptable, but Yichen must be vanquished. Outside the arena, Knicks fans fervently vented their frustrations towards Yichen, who had now become a pariah in New York. Madison Square Garden, located in New York City, is not only a fashion epicenter but also the birthplace of basketball. The city exudes a rich basketball culture, with Madison Square Garden often referred to as the Mecca of basketball, as one of the league's oldest venues. It is also known as the ultimate backdrop for superstars. Notable records set here include Ray Allen's three-point record, Kobe's 61 points, Harden's 61 points, Michael Jordan's 55 points upon his return, and Curry's historic three-point records. At this moment, Madison Square Garden is filled to capacity, with countless fans clad in Knicks jerseys chanting in unison, "Go New York! Go New York! Go New York!" in support of their home team. Yet, a significant number of fans in Lakers jerseys sit quietly, awaiting the commencement of the match. After all, they are in enemy territory, and Lakers fans maintain a low profile in the Knicks domain. However, Yichen does not share this reticence. Prior to the game, he boldly proclaimed that he would effortlessly defeat the Knicks, asserting that the only team comparable to the Lakers is the Celtics. These remarks deeply provoked Knicks fans, many of whom held banners or signs laden with derogatory statements aimed at Yichen. This match has attracted nationwide broadcasting, with ESPN dispatching the formidable duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley to provide live commentary. They have also invited the ardent Knicks supporter, Stephen A. Smith, to serve as a guest commentator. O'Neal, glancing at Smith, remarked with amusement, Yichen stated that the Knicks cannot compare to the Lakers and that this match would be an easy victory. What are your thoughts, Smith? As a devoted Knicks fan, Smith had certainly seen Yichen's interview beforehand. I believe Yichen is exceedingly arrogant. While the Knicks may not have numerous championships, their market value remains unparalleled. Furthermore, we still have Anthony, Stoudemire, JR, and Shumpert. Despite the Lakers' strength, it cannot be said that they will easily overcome us. I am confident that the Knicks will emerge victorious. The fans gathered behind the commentators erupted into fervent cheers. On the court, Yichen was warming up, and with each shot he took, the arena filled with resounding boos. However, as Yichen sank 10 consecutive three-pointers, the boos began to diminish. Head coach Mike D'Antoni, witnessing the fire in Yichen's eyes, was reminded of the determination he had seen when he coached the Knicks against Kobe's extraordinary 61-point game. Thus, the strategy was simple: feed the ball to Yichen. Soon, at the referee's signal, the starting players from both teams took to the court, preparing for battle. The entire arena erupted in a cacophony of sound as fans stood to applaud their home team, boosting morale. The starting lineup: Lakers, Nash, Chandler, Yichen, Fareed McGee. Knicks, Felton, Shumpert, Anthony, Stoudemire, Tyson Chandler. In the top 10 plays, Nash dazzled with his miraculous play, showcasing his and Stoudemire's ability to deliver a visual feast for fans. This was a dialogue between two former friends. As the referee's whistle blew, this highly anticipated clash officially commenced. McGee and Tyson Chandler faced off at center court, with the taller Chandler tipping the ball to Felton. The Knicks initiated their offense. Felton advanced slowly into the front court, quickly passing to Shumpert at the three-point line on the left. Shumpert, facing Chandler who had a physical advantage, opted not to force the play but instead passed to Anthony. After receiving the ball, Anthony, confronted by Yichen's defense, executed a triple threat before taking a step and launching a shot, which swished through the net effortlessly. Among all players in the league, Anthony's one-on-one prowess is among the elite. As a historical scoring maestro in the NBA, his scoring techniques are remarkably diverse. He possesses exceptional skills in face-up play, and his post-up game during his prime was nearly impossible for any defender to counter. After scoring against Yichen, Anthony did not engage in trash talk like Durant, but instead locked his gaze firmly on Yichen. As the teams transitioned, the Lakers initiated their offensive play. Nash brought the ball up the court before passing it to Yichen, who then positioned himself in the corner to create space. When Yichen received the ball, the crowd erupted with deafening boos. Yichen paid no heed, driving the ball against Anthony. After a swift hesitation dribble, Anthony remained steadfast in his defense. Undeterred, Yi Chen executed a series of rapid crossovers. Although Anthony defended tenaciously, Yi Chen's acceleration allowed him to pierce through towards the paint. In the interior, Tyson Chandler, a former Defensive Player of the Year, immediately positioned himself to obstruct Yi Chen's advance, raising his arms high to disrupt the play. Yi Chen leapt gracefully, maneuvering past Tyson Chandler in midair, and executed a deft layup that found its mark. The score stood at 2-2, as Coach D'Antoni had strategized before the game. The ball was entrusted to Yi Chen, and the entire Lakers team harmoniously created space, allowing him to isolate and showcase his skills. Once Yi Chen found his rhythm, the Knicks' defense inevitably gravitated towards him, creating opportunities for his teammates, a scenario the Knicks were keen to avoid. Yi Chen's scoring ability is commendable, yet he struggles to elevate the performance of his teammates. As the Knicks initiate their offense, Shumpert swiftly delivers the ball to Anthony, who in turn passes it to Stoudemire. Positioned in the paint, Stoudemire, backing down against Farid, engages in a fierce confrontation before executing a turnaround hook shot that finds its mark. With a score of 2-4, both Anthony and Stoudemire have displayed an extraordinary desire to attack right from the outset. Nash passes the ball to Yi Chen, who, despite being tightly guarded by Anthony, finally manages to seize an opportunity to break through. As Yi Chen broke through to the paint, he was met with a double team from Tyson Chandler. However, in the face of the Knicks' formidable defense, Yi Chen executed a behind-the-back pass, deftly threading the needle and delivering the ball into JaVale McGee's hands. Yet, Tyson Chandler reacted swiftly, coming over to contest the shot, and McGee's attempt at a floater failed to find the net. Just when Chandler believed he had successfully defended the play, Yi Chen leaped high from behind him, perfectly gauging the trajectory of the ball. Boom! Yi Chen forcefully slammed the ball through the defense of Tyson Chandler. Caught off guard by the sudden advance of Yi Chen, Tyson Chandler nearly stumbled out of bounds, his body twisting awkwardly as he staggered forward 2 steps, barely managing to maintain his balance. Yi Chen's leap was almost ethereal as he soared to seize the rebound, executing a breathtaking alley-oop dunk. His remarkable verticality and exceptional judgment were on full display. As Yi Chen hung from the rim, Tyson Chandler, the reigning Defensive Player of the Year, felt the sting of humiliation from having just been subjected to Yi Chen's audacious maneuver. Unable to tolerate such indignity, Chandler shoved Yi Chen, who was not one to back down. Upon landing, Yi Chen retaliated with scathing words. "You're nothing but a waste. You can only survive beneath me." In response to Yi Chen's taunts, Chandler approached him, eager to engage in a verbal confrontation. However, the referees swiftly intervened, separating the two and issuing a technical foul to each. The crowd erupted in discontent, voicing their displeasure with loud boos. The Knicks fans, infuriated by Yi Chen's pre-game comments and his current provocations, could no longer restrain themselves, chanting in unison, "F Yi Chen, F Yi Chen, F Yi Chen." Amidst the chorus of insults, Yi Chen merely smiled. He relished this atmosphere, perhaps even more than the support of his home crowd. The thrill of being at odds with the entire arena was exhilarating. After this brief interlude, the game resumed. During the Knicks' offensive play, Chandler, still burning with resentment from Yi Chen's earlier mockery, was determined to make a statement. As Anthony held the ball against Yi Chen's defense, Chandler stepped up to set a screen, channeling all his strength into a fierce collision with Yi Chen as he approached. Yi Chen had not anticipated that Tyson Chandler would act so despicably. Caught off guard, he was knocked to the ground. Anthony successfully made a mid-range jump shot. The score stood at 4-4. "Wasn't that a foul?" On the sidelines, D'Antoni vociferously protested, yet the referees paid him no heed. Yi Chen stood up and smiled at D'Antoni, saying, "It's nothing, coach, just a reasonable collision." He then turned to Tyson Chandler and jested, "You brought this upon yourself. You better be prepared for what's coming next." Yi Chen advanced with the ball, deftly shifting his direction beneath his legs to elude Anthony's defense. Just as he broke free, Shumpert rushed to provide support, with Anthony closing in from behind. However, Shumpert, standing half a head shorter than Yi Chen, found himself at a disadvantage as Yi Chen executed a smooth fadeaway jumper, effortlessly sinking the ball into the hoop. The score was now 6-4. Turning around, Stoudemire aggressively attacked Farid in the paint. At the moment Stoudemire scored, Yi Chen signaled to McGee, who was preparing to inbound the ball. Yi Chen then sprinted toward the front court, catching Anthony off guard, who was still reveling in his teammate's success. "Felton, watch Yi Chen," Anthony shouted to Felton, who promptly moved closer to Yi Chen. As they neared the three-point line, McGee launched a long pass, which Yi Chen leapt to catch. Ignoring Felton's defense, Yi Chen took a quick, confident three-point shot. Standing at 180 centimeters, Felton could do nothing but hope the shot would miss. Yet, the shot soared through the air like a drawn sword, radiating an undeniable intensity. Swish. It was a steady hit, bringing the score to 9-6, with the Lakers leading by 3 points. The game had commenced at a slow pace, but Yichen's play from the inbound to the finish took a mere 3 seconds. In certain contexts, 3 seconds may not be significant, yet in the arena, it epitomizes the essence of swift execution. After scoring the three-pointer, Yichen shouted towards the sidelines, urging the fans to raise their voices, declaring he could hardly hear them. The Knicks fans were momentarily stunned, unable to react to Yichen's audacity until they finally registered his brashness. Some diehard fans could no longer contain themselves, standing up and shouting, "Damn it! Take down Yichen. He is too arrogant. Anthony, obliterate him. We cannot allow Yichen to continue this bravado." On the sidelines, Knicks coach Fisher furrowed his brow, but displayed little overt reaction. As a historically successful player for the Lakers, Fisher's coaching tenure has been far less illustrious. Under the direction of Knicks president Phil Jackson, Fisher had taken the helm of the Knicks, continuing to pursue the triangle offense. However, Carmelo was decidedly opposed to this strategy, leading to discord with management following a disappointing season. This marked the beginning of chaos within the Knicks organization. Returning to the game, despite Yichen's impressive 9-point streak, the Knicks remained composed. They continued to play steadily, with Stoudemire receiving a pass from Felton, spinning and executing a fadeaway jumper against Farid's defense. The Knicks issued flashy plays, adhering to the triangle offense, with Stoudemire as the focal point, proficient in mid-range jumpers and strong inside attacks. Although Yichen quickly entered scoring mode, the Knicks relied on Anthony and Stoudemire's mid-range shooting to dismantle the Lakers' defense, trailing by just 1 point. As the Lakers initiated their offense, Yichen faced Shumpert's defense. The Knicks had adjusted their defensive strategy, opting not to match Anthony against Yichen, as Anthony's strength was rendered ineffective against Yichen's speed. Shumpert, acting on Fisher's instructions, had a singular mission: to tightly mark Yichen, sacrificing his own offensive contributions to ensure Yichen was contained. Yet, would events unfold as Fisher envisioned? With a deft maneuver beneath his legs, Yichen evaded the defense of Shumpert, and faced with the assistance of Stoudemire from the paint, he unleashed a jump shot. Following an 11-8 start, both team star players exhibited commendable performances, boasting high shooting percentages. In response to Yichen's prowess, the Knicks defense, whether through Anthony and Shumpert's one-on-one coverage or the help from Stoudemire and Tyson Chandler, found itself inadequate against Yichen's full capabilities. Conversely, the Knicks clung to the scoreline thanks to the contributions of Anthony and Stoudemire. After 8 minutes, the Lakers led the Knicks by 2 points, 2018. Observing that the gap had not widened, ESPN commentator EE began fervently proclaiming, "What did I say? The Lakers cannot easily triumph over us. We shall ultimately prevail." Despite Yichen's consecutive scoring, he asserted, both Anthony and Stoudemire will respond. Yichen stands no chance against us. He shall pay for his arrogance. Our winning streak will shatter. Shaquille O'Neal, witnessing Smith's excitement, could not help but express his incredulity. The Lakers are still ahead by 2 points. Isn't it a bit premature for such a conclusion? Shaq, dare you to bet? Smith challenged. Oh, what are you wagering? O'Neal inquired with interest. Smith, casting a dismissive glance at O'Neal, replied, I know your affection for the Lakers, but they are currently struggling. Yichen is a mediocre player. If the Knicks win this match, you will treat me and Barkley to dinner tonight. If the Knicks lose, I shall treat you. O'Neal, bemused, thought Smith overestimated the Knicks' capabilities. Did he not recognize their current level? All right, Smith, I accept your wager, but with an additional stipulation. If the Lakers achieve victory, you must commend both the Lakers and Yichen on camera. Fine, the same goes for you. Smith shrugged off. No one knew what fueled commentator E's confidence. Yet he was indeed quite self-assured. Meanwhile, Yichen on the bench remained oblivious to the wager between O'Neal and E. As the first quarter drew to a close with a mere 2-point lead, Yichen mused it was a slap in the face before the match. It appeared a surprise awaited New York City. Upon resuming play, the Lakers launched an offense. Yichen utilized JaVale McGee's screen to penetrate the paint and executed a high lob pass. McGee leaped to seize the ball, intending to slam it home. But Chandler's timely defense compelled him to abandon that audacious thought. Receiving the pass, McGee opted for a soft jump shot, which danced around the rim before finally settling in. The teammates began to step up and score, prompting the Knicks to adjust their defense. Consequently, the defensive pressure on Yichen diminished significantly. On the Knicks' offensive end, Anthony and Chandler engaged in a pick and roll, with Anthony using the screen to retreat to the opposite side and confidently sinking a three-pointer. After scoring, Anthony remained expressionless, which rendered Yichin somewhat disinterested. He yearned for Anthony to exchange some banter akin to that of the young superstar, Bryant. Yichin advanced with the ball, while Xiangbot chose to maintain a cautious distance, allowing Yichin a step of space. Should he give too much room, Yichin would effortlessly launch a three-pointer. Yet, if he were too close, he risked being bypassed in a single stride. Do not even think of scoring in my presence. Xiangbot had been holding back for nearly an entire quarter, but at last, he unleashed his fierce words towards Yichun. Yichun has now amassed 16 points. Should he score again, he will reach the remarkable milestone of 20 points in a single quarter. Naturally, his counterpart, Shambert, cannot endure such humiliation. As you wish, my brother. As Yichin's voice echoed, he passed the ball to Chandler under Shumpert's incredulous gaze. Just when Shumpert thought Yichun was not preparing for an offensive play, Yichin swiftly dashed beyond the three-point line, and Chandler returned the pass. In a flash, before Shumpert could regain his composure, he witnessed the basketball gracefully descend into the net. The score stood at 23-22, with the Lakers leading by a single point. What the hell are you doing? How are you defending? If you can't defend, get your ass to the sidelines. Fisher shouted at Shumpert. Shumpert glared at Fisher, then at Yichun, seething with anger. You little punk, are you messing with me? Yichin gestured towards Shumpert, remaining silent. The Lakers players could clearly see Yichin's fervent desire to attack in this match, prompting them to create opportunities for him to shoot. Their only task was to stretch the floor and alleviate the defensive pressure Yichin faced. The Knicks initiated their offensive play, executing the triangle offense to its fullest potential. Felton lobbed the ball to Stoudemire, who, positioned at the elbow, drew in defenders before passing to Shumpert on the perimeter. Meanwhile, Anthony, moving without the ball, utilized a screen to find an open spot, receiving Shumpert's pass before sinking a three-pointer. O'Neal exclaimed in astonishment, "The Knicks have showcased the finest execution of the triangle offense. It is truly remarkable." Smith replied with a smile, "Under Fisher's coaching, the Knicks triangle offense has matured significantly, and they are poised to make another championship run." At that moment, Barkley could no longer tolerate Smith's incessant praise of the Knicks and retorted, "When was the last time the Knicks won a championship?" On the court, Anthony and Yichin were in a fierce exchange, with Anthony hitting a three-pointer, prompting Yichin to respond in kind. As the Lakers advanced, Nash, utilizing a pick from Farid, passed the ball to Chandler. Just as everyone's focus shifted to Chandler, Yichin maneuvered to the baseline and drove straight to the basket. Chandler delivered a high lob pass, and Yichin soared through the air, catching it mid-flight and powerfully slamming it down. The score was tied at 25-25. Yichin, with his fervent performance, quelled the earlier boisterousness of the Knicks fans within the arena. On the Knicks side, yet another flawless display of teamwork unfolded. Stoudemire, stationed in the low post, received the ball and, drawing the defense, promptly passed it back outside. After a series of deft ball movements, Felton found himself wide open and effortlessly sank a three-pointer. At this juncture, the offensive strategies of both teams had become distinctly apparent. The Knicks relied on a triangle offense, utilizing Stoudemire in the paint to attract the Lakers' defense while their perimeter shooters sought open shots through ball circulation. Conversely, the Lakers' offense was more straightforward, spreading the floor to allow Yichin to engage in isolation plays. With Yichin's astounding shooting touch and fierce offensive drive, he kept the scoreline closely contested. As the game transitioned from defense to offense, the Lakers initiated another attack. Farid set a screen for Yichin, penetrating the paint to draw Tyson Chandler's defense before dishing the ball out to Nash. Yichin then sprinted towards the baseline, receiving Nash's pass in the corner. Rising against the mismatched defensive Chandler, he elevated his shot, releasing a three-pointer with an exquisite arc. The basketball traced a beautiful parabola through the air, akin to the peaks of Miranda Kerr, and swished through the net. The Lakers now led by 3, 28-25. Although the Knicks had tailored their defense specifically against Yichin, even the most formidable defense could be effortlessly breached in the face of his full prowess. Turning back to the action, Anthony faced off against Yichin, asserting that no-help defense should encroach upon him, signaling to his teammates to stay clear. The most threatening aspect of the triangle offense lies in the isolation play from the low post. If double-teamed, the perimeter shooters would inevitably find open looks, similar to previous offensive sequences. Conversely, if the low post player was successfully isolated, the essence of the triangle offense would be compromised. The Knicks were visibly frustrated by Yichin's consecutive scoring, with both players and fans fervently hoping that Anthony would deliver a decisive blow to quell his audacity. Yichen bent close to Anthony, who held the ball with his back turned. Known for his offensive prowess, Anthony possessed a remarkably strong physique. However, when confronted by Yichen's defense, he attempted to push through several times, but found himself unable to budge Yichen. In frustration, Anthony nudged Yichen with his left arm, followed by a pivot and a fading jump shot. Yet, as Anthony leaped, Yichen also propelled himself off the ground, rising to meet him with a formidable block. Caught off guard by Anthony's casual fadeaway, Yichen swatted the ball down to the floor with a powerful palm strike. Anthony, in disbelief, found it hard to comprehend the outcome. Despite being significantly taller than Yichen and attempting a slight lean back, blocking him seemed nearly impossible. Yet, Yichen soared with determination, executing a volleyball-style rejection that forcefully sent the ball crashing to the ground. Nash skillfully regained possession, and Yichen sprinted swiftly towards the front court. With a long pass, Nash found Yichen, who, facing an unguarded basket, unleashed a thunderous tomahawk dunk. The score stood at 30-25, with the Lakers leading by 5, and Yichen had already amassed 24 points. After completing the dunk, Yichen did not rush back on defense. Instead, he approached Spike Lee, who had just stirred the crowd to jeer at Yichen, and unleashed a barrage of words. "You better sit there quietly tonight and stop barking." Although Spike Lee's demeanor had softened following Yichen's impressive dunk, he retorted defiantly, "You will ultimately lose, and you shall become a laughingstock." With a smirk, Yichen replied, "Just wait and see my performance." Yichen no longer paid any heed to Spike Lee. Instead, he exchanged a high five with Miranda Kerr beside him before returning to the half court. "That's my husband. You know, my husband," Miranda Kerr sweetly remarked to Lima, who was also a supermodel standing nearby. "I got it. No need to repeat." Lima shot a glance at Miranda, with Anthony's mid-range jumper finding its mark once more. The Knicks closed the gap in the score. The Lakers, on offense, saw Nash orchestrating the play, utilizing McGee's screen to penetrate the paint. Nash, however, refrained from rushing his shot, opting instead to pass the ball to the left corner. It was Yichen. The Knicks players were visibly stricken with fear upon seeing the ball land in Yichen's hands. "Don't even think about shooting again." Shumpert exerted all his strength to leap in an attempt to block Yichen's shot. Unfortunately, Yichen merely feigned a shot, allowing Shumpert to sail past him before he made his move. On the sidelines, Knicks coach Fisher dared not watch the outcome of the play. Indeed, the basketball swished through the net. The Lakers led 33-27, ahead by 6 points, with 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter, while Yichen had already amassed 29 points. Shumpert, matched up against Yichen, was utterly dumbfounded. 29 points? And there are still 2 minutes left. How many points does he intend to score? His heart raced furiously, and he wanted to convince himself that this was merely a dream. Yet the reality before him was undeniable. The entire Lakers team was creating space for Yichen, with even his teammates striving to help him set a new scoring record. Having once defended numerous stars himself, he now felt as if his spirit had been lost to Yichen's prowess. As the possession shifted, the Knicks initiated their offense. Felton dribbled up and passed to Stoudemire at the elbow. Stoudemire, facing Farid's defense, opted for a back-to-the-basket move. Just as he dribbled again, Yichen had inexplicably appeared behind him. Yichen swiftly intercepted the basketball from Xiaoxi with remarkable agility, his low center of gravity allowing for an astonishingly rapid steal. Xiaoxi, utterly astonished, was completely oblivious to how Yichen had managed such a feat quickly fall back. "Damn it, don't let him score," he roared in frustration after losing possession. Meanwhile, Yichen dashed towards the front court with incredible speed. Champat exerted all his energy to keep pace, knowing full well that his own speed would soon be outmatched by Yichen's. To his surprise, however, as they approached the three-point line, Yichen suddenly came to a halt. With an open basket before him, was he really attempting a three-pointer? Champat, in a desperate bid, swung his massive arm and lunged forward. Swish. Yet, he was a moment too late. Yichen had already taken his shot, and Champat's attempt at a block was futile, resulting in a foul instead. 3-1. So easy. Your defense is far too lax. It's a challenge even to refrain from scoring. Yichen remarked triumphantly as he rose from the floor, extending 4 fingers towards Spike Lee in a display of pride. Beside him, Champat seethed with anger at Yichen's audacious gesture, vowing, "That arrogant fool, I will make it my mission to ensure you cannot score." Yichen scoffed, 40 points. A total of 40 points in the first quarter. You once had the opportunity to thwart my scoring, but now, even the heavens cannot prevent me from accumulating points. With a successful free throw, The Lakers led 36-27 by 9 points, while Yichun had amassed an impressive 33 points. The Knicks launched their offense, yet their repeated attempts to score in the paint faltered. McGee secured the rebound and passed the ball to Yichun. Yichun dribbled past the half-court, and the deafening chorus of boos erupted once more from the crowd. Yichun, positioned at the high post, held the ball with an air of authority, while Stoudemire and Chandler lurked within the paint, poised to strike. The moment Yichun initiated his back-to-the-basket move, they would unhesitatingly abandon their respective defenders, swiftly converging to double-team him. Allow me to illustrate the sheer terror of a player endowed with full attributes. Yichun suddenly launched an offensive, using his body to push past Shambot and storm into the paint. During this moment, Stoudemire attempted to steal the ball, but failed, leading him to roar in frustration. "We cannot allow him to score again." As Yichun approached the basket, facing the defense of Tyson Chandler, he showed no fear. He leaped high, the two players confronting each other in midair. Utilizing his ability to hang in the air, Yichun deftly evaded Chandler's block, executing a layup that brought his score to 35 points. The ESPN commentary team, featuring the highly regarded Shaquille O'Neal, could only marvel at Yichun's prowess. Yichun may be the most gifted player I have ever witnessed in the history of the NBA. His innate talent, combined with his scoring ability and consistency, is unparalleled in the annals of the league. Even legendary scorers like Jordan and Kobe pale in comparison to him. Although the commentator E. Young expressed his discontent with Yichun, he could not help but be captivated by his performance. Indeed, Yichun is the most talented player I have encountered thus far. There is no denying that. I believe he will set numerous records this season, and he could even clinch the MVP title, Barkley added. Returning to the game, Anthony missed a three-pointer, and Chandler seized the rebound. Dribbling over to Yichun. "Go for it, brother. Make history." As soon as Yichun received the ball, a chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. Madison Square Garden, though a backdrop for many stars, has yet to witness a player from the Dragon Nation make history within its walls. Will Yichun be the first? This time, after crossing half-court, Yichun did not initiate an attack. Instead, he passed the ball to Farid in the low post and ran to the right corner. "Stay tight on him. Give him no room to shoot," Anthony commanded Shambot. Farid returned the ball to Nash, who assessed the situation on the court. Chandler in the left corner was completely unguarded. Both Anthony and Shambot closely marked Yichun. At this moment, Yichun took a step towards the paint, causing the defenders to mistakenly believe he would drive to the basket. After deceiving his opponents, he swiftly sprinted towards the perimeter. "Look outside," Anthony exclaimed in exasperation. As Yichun darted into open space, Nash's pass arrived in his hands with the precision of a GPS navigation system. After receiving the ball, Yichun swiftly took the shot, sending it soaring in a high parabola, and it went in, with a score of 44-32. The Lakers extended their lead to double digits, marking Yichun's 38th point. Only 30 seconds remain in the first quarter. Yichun has already scored 38 points, while the entire Knicks team has only managed 32. Returning to the game, the Knicks are on the offense. Anthony, positioned at the top of the arc, receives the ball to execute the final play of the quarter. With only 6 seconds left on the shot clock, Anthony, facing Chandler's defense, employs his robust physique to maneuver past Chandler and successfully makes a mid-range jump shot. The Lakers lead 44-34, holding a 10-point advantage. With just 12 seconds remaining in the quarter, McGee inbounds the ball to Yichun. As Yichun dribbled past the halfway line, he came to a sudden halt. In this pivotal moment, he found himself contemplating the best approach to score. Having already accumulated 38 points, he was just 2 points shy of becoming the first player in NBA history to achieve a single-game score of 40 or more. Should he attempt a three-pointer or a two-pointer? However, given the formidable defense of the Knicks, casually stepping back to the three-point line for a shot would prove to be a daunting task. In light of this, perhaps a logo three-pointer would be in order? Yichun quietly resolved to take action, but just as he was about to make his move, he heard Anthony suddenly issue a command: "Stay close to him. Be wary of his potential shot from the center circle." As the leader of the team, Anthony had observed Yichun's games from the sidelines and was aware that Yichun could unexpectedly launch a logo three-pointer at critical moments. In response to their captain's directive, Felton and Shumpert advanced, closely shadowing Yichun, denying him any opportunity to shoot. With both of them pressing him, Yichun was compelled to alter his strategy, quickly accelerating past the two and driving toward the basket. Yichun stepped decisively within the three-point line as the Knicks duo, Stoudemire and Tyson Chandler, swiftly approached to block his path. Faced with the relentless pursuit of four Knicks players, Yichun remained composed, resisting the urge to pass. In this historic moment, who wouldn't wish to inscribe their name in the annals of NBA records? With a determined stride forward, Yi-chun leaped gracefully into the air, executing a backward jump shot. The swiftness of his stop-and-shoot maneuver caught Chandler and Stoudemire off guard, as they were unprepared for such a scoring approach. By the time they reacted, it was too late to contest the shot, while Schumpert and Felton closely shadowed him. The basketball left Yi-chun's fingertips as the referee's whistle echoed through the arena. Even with the Knicks' formidable defense, Yi-chun hesitated, uncertain if the shot would find its mark. However, the referee's whistle signaled a foul, assuring Yi-chun of 2 free throws, thus cementing his place in NBA history for the highest points scored in a single quarter. Despite being in enemy territory, the fans at Madison Square Garden rose to their feet, eagerly anticipating the birth of this record. The ball danced precariously on the rim before ultimately settling into the net. It's in. It's in. Yi-chun has achieved it. His 40th point. And he has free throws to follow. A new record is about to be established in the NBA. The crowd erupted in disbelief. 40 points in a single quarter? Even the gods of basketball would find such a feat daunting. This moment is destined for the history books. Who would dare challenge the Lakers now? The league might as well present the championship trophy right away. The atmosphere became electric with madness. On the floor, after witnessing the ball's success, Yi-chun let out a triumphant roar as his teammates rushed to lift him up. Rising to his feet, Yi-chun flashed a 2 and 4 gesture towards the camera. This moment stirred deep emotions among Lakers fans both present and watching from afar. Did you see that? Yi-chun exclaimed with exhilaration. The jeers and boos from Madison Square Garden transformed into resounding cheers. Across the ocean in Tencent's live broadcast room, the 3 brothers from Jispin stood up, celebrating as Yi-chun's leap shot found its target. Oh my goodness! Yi-chun has accomplished what many superstars could not, scoring over 40 points in a single quarter. Even if he were to retire now, his legacy would be secured. Congratulations, Yi-chun. Well done. Yang Yi jumped up in excitement during the broadcast. Wang Ming, witnessing Yang Yi's enthusiasm, chuckled before earnestly stating, throughout NBA history, no player has matched Yi-chun's achievement. This record will be difficult to surpass. Incredible, Yi-chun. In a luxurious villa on the outskirts of Los Angeles, Kobe, upon witnessing Yi-chun's record-setting gesture, was visibly moved, softly murmuring, Yi-chun, well done. Keep writing your history. His wife, Vanessa, playfully patted his shoulder, saying, you better hurry up and recover, so you don't hold Yi-chun back when you return. Haha. Yes, you are absolutely right, Kobe replied with a smile. At the Staples Center in Los Angeles, Jeannie Buss, witnessing Yi-chun's record, was equally thrilled, exclaiming to Mitch Kupchak and Magic Johnson, our trade was worth it. Yi-chun is our leader for the next 20 years. Magic Johnson, astonished by Yi-chun's display, agreed, indeed, we must ensure he continues to wear the purple and gold. With Kobe's return on the horizon, our mission is to reclaim the championship title for Los Angeles, Jeannie Buss asserted gravely. In Miami, at the American Airlines Center training facility, the Heat team watched the first quarter of the Lakers vs. Knicks game. This kid Yi-chun from Dragon Country is incredible. I have a feeling we will face them in the finals this season. It will be a fierce battle, James remarked, glancing at his close friend Wade. Wade nodded seriously. A performance of over 40 points in a single quarter is truly astonishing. His explosive scoring ability is terrifying. We must analyze him thoroughly, or he will be our greatest challenge. The Heat players nodded in agreement, and under Wade's leadership, they began their rigorous training. In Charlotte, within the president's office, Michael Jordan, in awe of Yi-chun's performance, declared, contact Yi-chun's agent immediately. Although we missed him in the draft, we cannot afford to lose him again in a sneaker endorsement deal. I will speak with Yi-chun personally. As Madison Square Garden witnessed Yi-chun confidently sink his free throws, the first quarter concluded. Ladies and gentlemen, we have witnessed the NBA's record for points scored in a single quarter. Lakers player Yi-chun has achieved this remarkable feat. Let us congratulate him, the announcer proclaimed. The entire audience rose to their feet, applauding Yi-chun. Yi-chun was pushed to the center of the court by his teammates, basking in the applause of the fans. As a product of Dragon Nation's education, he graciously bowed in gratitude. The ovation lingered in the air. At the end of the first quarter, the Lakers led the Knicks by 15 points, with a score of 47-32. Yi-chun's remarkable performance saw him make 16 out of 18 shots, amassing an impressive 41 points. His single-quarter achievement was sufficient to etch his name into the annals of history, while the Knicks would find themselves marked by disgrace. Even when future performances such as Kevin Love's 34 points in a single quarter or Klay Thompson's 37 points emerge, they would pale in comparison to Yichen's feat. It was not merely the scoring that set him apart. The manner in which he scored and the visual impact he created were utterly breathtaking. After all, he faced relentless assaults from the Knicks players. Amidst the intense physical combat, Yichen's every point came with the challenge of overcoming at least 2 defenders, making his efforts all the more commendable. ESPN commentator Shaquille O'Neal expressed palpable excitement. Yichen has already scored 41 points in a single quarter. Could this game see him shatter Chamberlain's single-game record? Even if he doesn't break Chamberlain's record, I believe he could match Kobe's 81 points if he so desires. What do you think, Smith? Smith, feeling a surge of irritation, thought to himself, for heaven's sake, just keep boasting. Why ask me? Don't you know I'm a diehard Knicks fan? After a brief pause, Smith stubbornly replied, Yichen's 41 points are indeed astonishing, but the toll on his stamina is immense. Although the Knicks are currently trailing by 15 points, I still believe they will emerge victorious. Oh, you still believe the Knicks will win? Barkley asked incredulously. Smith glanced at Barkley and O'Neal, feeling that their skepticism was directed at him. Yes, I trust that Shumpert will rise to the occasion and lock down Yichen in the upcoming game. O'Neal and Barkley erupted into laughter upon hearing Smith's words. Meanwhile, fans from Dragon Nation were caught up in a frenzy, exclaiming, Incredible Yichen! He's truly formidable, far surpassing #1 draft pick Anthony Bennett. Are you joking? How can you even compare these two? At that moment, the absurdity of comparing Yichen to Bennett was evident to all. In a villa on the outskirts of Los Angeles, Scarlett was engrossed in watching the Lakers versus Knicks game on television. That rascal is truly impressive, Scarlett marveled, her eyes glued to Yichen on the screen. However, recalling that Yichen had acknowledged his relationship with Miranda Kerr, a flicker of disappointment crossed her face as she indignantly muttered, How dare you treat me as a backup? Well done, Yichen, he exclaimed as he returned to the bench, high-fiving D'Antoni. We played exceptionally well in the first quarter. Now, Nick Young, Gallinari, Safari, Roberts, it's your turn to replace the starters. On this splendid night, Yichen has set the stage for us. Now we must continue to widen the gap. At that moment, Yichen was treated with the reverence reserved for Kobe, and D'Antoni was exceedingly respectful of him. After all, while there are many good coaches, superstars like Yichen are truly one of a kind. On the Knicks side, the players' mentality had slightly shifted. Their defensive strategy had been executed to perfection. Yet Yichen mercilessly dismantled their defenses, scoring 41 points in a single quarter, leading them to question their own capabilities. All right, everyone did excellently in the first quarter. Now I need you to maintain that momentum. The Lakers cannot triumph solely on Yichen's brilliance. In the second quarter, our goal is to retaliate. Fisher continuously motivated his players from the sidelines. As the second quarter commenced, both teams fielded their bench players. Knicks J.R. Smith began to ignite. The once loyal companion of LeBron James, known for his erratic play, launched 4 consecutive three-pointers, spearheading an 18-4 surge that brought the score to 51-50, narrowing the deficit to just 1 point. Smith's sudden explosion disrupted D'Antoni's entire game plan. Having led by 15 points in the first quarter, he had anticipated a comfortable victory. Damn it, everyone get down. D'Antoni shouted in frustration, calling a timeout to address his bench players. Coach, let me in. Yichen volunteered eagerly. Are you rested? If you want to go in, then go ahead. D'Antoni replied with a wry smile. Yichen removed his jacket and adjusted his jersey as he stepped onto the court, passing by Miranda Kerr. He playfully called out to Lima, Let us have dinner together tonight. Beautiful. Lima glanced at Miranda and hesitated. Is that really a good idea? Look, Kerr doesn't seem pleased. We're merely having dinner, not anything else, Yichen replied. Then let's all go together tonight. Lima responded with a smile. Sure, by the way, you should wear your hair in double ponytails tonight, Yichen suggested. What does dinner have to do with ponytails? Lima inquired curiously. Of course it doesn't. I just think ponytails look nice. You can ask Kerr. She knows, Yichen teased, glancing at Miranda. Lima, somewhat puzzled, turned to Miranda and asked, Kerr, do ponytails really look good? Miranda's cheeks flushed, and she remained silent. The recent surge of excitement from the Knicks fans was palpable, their cheers resounding like thunder. The appearance of Yichen seemed to douse everyone with a bucket of cold water, rendering them all mute and even instilling a sense of fear. The willful Fisher still insisted on having Shambot defend against Yichen. As the Lakers prepared to execute an inbounds play, Nash took control of the ball to orchestrate the offense. Yichen positioned himself deeply in the low post, and Nash, without hesitation, passed the ball to him. After receiving the pass, Yichun surveyed the situation on the court and was astonished to find that the Knicks had opted not to double-team him. Seizing the opportunity, he took full advantage of the mismatch against the smaller and lighter Shumpert, effortlessly driving him under the basket. Following this, Yichun executed a mesmerizing dream shake, pivoting with an uncanny jump step that left Shumpert utterly bewildered and unable to react. With ample space to shoot, Yichun leaped into the air, performing a thunderous dunk that sent Shumpert crashing out of bounds. Displaying remarkable defensive prowess, Yichun retrieved the fallen basketball and, with a smile, passed it back to Shumpert. Shumpert, feeling quite aggrieved, pondered why no one had come to his aid while he had fought his way down to the basket. Was he to continue like this? Originally, it was supposed to be Anthony matching up against Yichun, but now he found himself in that position. If it was to be a matchup, so be it. But if the record of 41 points in a single quarter were to be mentioned, who would be questioned about the defense? Wasn't it him? The more Shumpert thought about it, the angrier he became, leading him to vent his frustrations to his teammates on the court. Why is there no help defense? Are we even playing here? What the hell is going on? You need to double-team Yichun and deny him any opportunity to shoot. On the sidelines, Knicks coach Fisher noticed Shumpert's escalating frustration and began to rally the team with fervent encouragement. As the Knicks launched their offense, J.R. Smith sank another three-pointer from the corner. Subsequently, Shumpert assumed the role of primary defender while Anthony positioned himself at the arc, ready to provide assistance. Yichun advanced with the ball, while Anthony and Shumpert initiated a double team, forcing Yichun back to the midcourt area, effectively preventing him from approaching the three-point line. Yichun swiftly dribbled past the three-point line, feigning a shot, prompting Shumpert and Anthony to immediately spread their arms and rush towards him. However, in an instant, Yichun abruptly pulled the ball back and passed it to Nash at the top of the arc. Upon receiving the ball, Nash executed a long pass to the corner. Chandler caught the ball and, confronted by an unguarded defense, effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Faced with the double team from Anthony and Shumpert, Yichun refrained from forcing a shot, instead opting to facilitate the ball movement through Nash to find an open teammate. As long as his teammates could capitalize on the open shots, the Knicks would pay the price for their defensive focus on him. The score stood at 55-52, with the Lakers leading by 3 points. With a change of possession, the Knicks initiated their offense. Felton penetrated into the paint and, confronted by McGee's defensive presence, passed the ball to Shumpert beyond the three-point line. In a state of openness, Shumpert received the pass and took the shot. The basketball clanged against the front rim, but Yichun leaped with determination to secure the rebound and handed it to Nash. Nash orchestrated the offense as Yichun positioned himself in the corner, signaling to Nash. Utilizing Farid's screen, Yichun charged towards the basket, and Nash, understanding the cue, lofted the ball high. Boom. Yichun leaped into the air, seizing the ball and forcefully slamming it into the hoop. With the score at 57-52, the Knicks faltered on their next possession, committing a passing error. Seizing the opportunity, Yichun propelled forward with fervor, while all Knicks players, save for Shumpert, remained momentarily stunned in the frontcourt, utterly unresponsive. Yichun advanced towards the free throw line, pushing Shumpert aside, when suddenly he gathered the ball, executed a Euro step to evade him, and delivered a thunderous dunk that reverberated through the arena. This match had transformed into a personal showcase for Yichun. Alas, when will the Knicks produce a player of Yichun's caliber? How envious I am of the Lakers. Has Yichun gone mad? How many has he dunked? Must he not show a modicum of respect while playing away? In the latter half of the second quarter, Yichun found himself restricted by the Knicks' double-team strategy, leaving him with no shooting space. Yet, he intensified his drives, leveraging his offensive prowess to uplift his teammates. During this segment, Yichun and Nash continuously supplied their teammates with opportunities, who duly delivered with successful shots. As the halftime buzzer sounded, the Lakers led the Knicks by 12 points, 70-58. Since the Lakers completed their significant trade, they had not faced a deficit regardless of their opponent. With Yichun scoring another 12 points in this quarter, he had amassed 53 points by halftime. During the intermission, reports about Yichun flooded the media, propelling him once again to the trending topics in America. ESPN proclaimed, Yichun scores a staggering 53 points in the first half. Will he break Chamberlain's record of 100 points in the second half? TNT highlighted, 41 points in a single quarter, 53 points at halftime. Could he achieve 100 points? The People's Daily of Longwa stated, our player Yichun scores 53 points in the first half. Will he shatter the historic scoring record in the NBA? Tingshu Sports declared, MVP. Yichun delivers another extraordinary performance. Who can stop him? Zaya Rigian remarked, when will our country possess a player like Yichun? Now. Fans around the globe eagerly anticipate the Lakers versus Knicks game, all eyes on whether Yi-Chun can etch his name into NBA history with a record-breaking score. The scoring record set by Yi-Chun in a single quarter is of historic significance. However, it must be acknowledged that mere records are insufficient for Yi-Chun to be compared with legends such as Jordan, Kobe, and Chamberlain. Westbrook, who astonishingly achieved a triple-double average for 3 consecutive seasons, holds a record unparalleled in history, one that future players may find challenging to surpass. Yet, media and players seldom include Westbrook in discussions regarding the greatest players of all time. In the eyes of NBA players, the value of a championship title eclipses all statistical achievements. To earn the respect of fans and players alike, one must attain a championship through sheer skill. The season when Giannis secured a championship, few have lauded him. During the series between the Bucks and the Nets, Giannis's controversial play against Irving prevented him from participating, ultimately leading to Durant's valiant but futile effort. Meanwhile, no one doubts Yi-Chun's potential. Should he continue his extraordinary performance, a championship will inevitably follow. Moreover, his offensive prowess is of a caliber rarely seen in NBA history, with few capable of surpassing him in scoring. At the season's outset, he led a struggling Lakers team to the pinnacle of the Western Conference, a feat markedly different from Westbrook's. Across the ocean in Tencent Sports Live studio, the three brothers were engaged in commentary. Gafan inquired, "What are your thoughts on the Lakers and Knicks' second-half game? What do you anticipate from Yi-Chun's performance?" To which Yang Yi responded, "What more can we say? All we can do is await his performance." With 41 points in a single quarter and 53 points by halftime, I just hope the Knicks can provide some resistance to avoid the game descending into garbage time. Though this sentiment may seem somewhat selfish, who among fans would not desire to witness Yi-Chun shatter the NBA single-game scoring record? Yao Ming chimed in, "Indeed, breaking the single-game scoring record is a monumental task. Yet we all believe Yi-Chun is capable. Even if he does not reach 100 points, records such as Jordan's 69, Allen's 71, Chamberlain's 79, and Kobe's 81 are all within his grasp." Kafan nodded in agreement, "Then let us collectively anticipate Yi-Chun's performance. I believe it is not only our nation that awaits but basketball enthusiasts worldwide." At the ESPN commentary table, O'Neal, observing Yang Yi's frustration, teased, "Yi-Chun scored 53 points in the first half. How many will he ultimately tally?" Yang Yi, overwhelmed with thoughts, replied, "After that first half, Yi-Chun has certainly altered my perspective on him. Let us look forward to his performance." The NBA also released news and highlight reels showcasing Yi-Chun's remarkable 53-point first half. Upon its release, it sparked a flurry of likes and comments from fellow stars. Harden remarked, "Wow, when Yi-Chun comes to Houston, I must take him out for a night on the town to learn some skills." Curry added, "An MVP-caliber performance. I look forward to the second half." LeBron commented, "My brother, well done." George exclaimed, "A godlike performance." Durant quipped, "Damn it, Yi-Chun, should I make my move?" In the room, Kim Kardashian, with her striking gaze, heard her sister Khloe Kardashian's elegant voice. Clad in a pristine white bodycon jumpsuit that accentuated her flawless figure, her golden waves cascaded down her shoulders, contrasting beautifully with her bronze skin. "Isn't Yi-Chun already dating someone?" This morning's news mentioned supermodel Miranda Kerr, Khloe questioned. Kim stood up and spun around, declaring, "Do you think Yi-Chun can resist my allure? Especially with these lips that could send him to Cloud 9. At Madison Square Garden, the third quarter had commenced. The Knicks, rejuvenated after halftime adjustments, seemed like a different team. Shortly into the half, a frustrated Shumpert hit a three-pointer over Chandler. On the Lakers' side, Yi-Chun faced intense defensive pressure from the Knicks, with Shumpert closely guarding him to prevent any passes. Once Yi-Chun received the ball, Anthony immediately double-teamed him. Fortunately, the Lakers were no longer the frail team they had been at the season's start, under Nash's orchestration. Farid and McGee were finding success in the paint. However, the Knicks were formidable, with Anthony and Stoudemire scoring consistently. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at a tie, 94-94, with the Knicks unleashing a 36-24 offensive surge to erase the deficit. In the third quarter, Yi-Chun attempted 3 shots, yielding a mere 7 points, which appeared lackluster compared to his explosive performance in the first quarter. After witnessing Yi-Chun's fervor in the first half, global audiences were eagerly anticipating his continuation of that fiery form in the second half, hoping he would shatter the NBA scoring record. However, his sudden decline took everyone by surprise. Is this it? How can one speak of the window to witness Yi-Chun's record-breaking performance? What is happening? Can Yi-Chun truly deliver? What happened to the record-breaking promise? He only managed 7 points in the second half. Is breaking a record so simple? Such disappointment from Yi-chun. On the sidelines at the ESPN commentary booth, Shaquille O'Neal shrugged, remarking that Yi-chun seemed like a different player in the second half. While the Knicks were increasingly impressive, after grappling with the triangle offense early in the season, they showcased its execution to perfection in this match. Barkley expressed great regret over Yi-chun's performance in the second half. Yi-chun, the scoring record is within reach. Why not take a shot at it? What was once poised to be a historic game now appeared somewhat flawed. Meanwhile, Smith, in the throes of excitement after witnessing the Knicks' fervent comeback in the third quarter, exclaimed, "It is unlikely Yi-chun will replicate his first quarter performance. Which player can score 40 or even 20 points in every quarter of a game?" Conversely, the Knicks have risen to the challenge and are playing exceptionally well. On the Lakers bench, D'Antoni approached the lackluster Yi-chun with concern, asking, "Yi-chun, are you feeling unwell? If so, there's no need to play in the final quarter. The season is still long." Yi-chun, taking a sip of Gatorade, cheerfully replied, "I'm fine, coach." D'Antoni nodded, then turned to the players with a serious demeanor. "We are all aware of Yi-chun's pre-game bravado, but the current situation is not in our favor. Our task now is to secure this game. Gallinari and Nick Young, you will lead the bench unit. Hold your ground." "Yes," the players responded in unison. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Lakers, led by Nick Young and Gallinari, put forth a valiant effort. For a full 5 minutes, not only did they manage to maintain their lead, but they also surged ahead of the Knicks by 4 points. Before Yi-chun took the court, the Lakers led the Knicks 108-104. With possession now in the hands of the Knicks, Felton advanced the ball and passed it to Stoudemire in the post. Stoudemire, holding the ball high against Farid's defense, executed a subtle step to glide into the paint, launching a shot over Farid, which found its mark. The Lakers' offense initiated with Nash advancing the ball, crossing half-court before passing it to Yi-chun. In the face of the closely guarded Shumpert, Yi-chun executed a Jordan-esque single-handed shooting feint, leaving Shumpert momentarily bewildered. He then sidestepped and retreated to the opposite side, launching a three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, finding its mark with precision. The score now stood at 111-106, with the Lakers leading by 5 points. As the Knicks initiated their offense, Stoudemire resorted to his usual tactics, but this time Yi-chun denied him any opportunity to respond. With a deft move, he snatched the ball away, completing the steal, and promptly passed it to Nash, dashing towards the front court. The Knicks failed to mount an effective transition defense, allowing Yi-chun to receive Nash's pass in the corner, where he launched another three-pointer. It was yet another successful shot. The score read 114-106, and Madison Square Garden fell silent once more, fully aware that the indomitable Yi-chun had arrived. A staggering 66 points. The Knicks, now on offense, slowed their pace under Felton's directive, ultimately culminating in a mid-range jumper from Anthony. Upon regaining possession, Yi-chun executed a triple threat move, creating just enough space for a shot while contending with Shumpert and Anthony's defense, and launched another three-pointer. It went in. Goodness. That marked his third consecutive three-pointer, and the unstoppable Yi-chun was back in form. The once promising situation had been shattered by Yi-chun. He had already amassed 69 points. How many more could he possibly score? Would he spare some dignity for New York City? How many points would it take for him to relent? A wave of excitement coursed through the arena. Following Stoudemire's aggressive play inside, Yi-chun brought the ball up himself, facing a still-dazed Shumpert at midcourt, and took a shot. The basketball, as expected, swished through the net once more. The score soared to 120, 110, and within a mere minute and a half, Yi-chun had hit 5 consecutive three-pointers, extending the lead to 10 points. He had now scored 72 points. Fisher promptly called a timeout, opting for a composed approach rather than a tirade at his players, patiently devising a strategy. The team's defensive rotations had been sound, yet Yi-chun was in a frenzy. In the ESPN commentary booth, O'Neal and Barkley were evidently thrilled by Yi-chun's onslaught. O'Neal glanced at the somewhat helpless exclaiming excitedly, "We have just witnessed Yi-chun sink 5 consecutive three-pointers in a short span, stretching the score to a 10-point lead. Indeed, that marks his 72nd point. With 6 minutes remaining, anything is still possible. What do you think, Smith? How many points can Yi-chun score in this game?" He glanced at the two, thinking, "Aren't you just stirring the pot?" Yet, constrained by the live broadcast, he could only muster a response. With Yi-chun's rhythm, anything is possible. Let us await the outcome with bated breath. On March 3, 1962, during a game between the Warriors and the Knicks, Wilt Chamberlain dominated the court with an array of skills, scoring 23 points in a single quarter and an astonishing 41 points by halftime. He continued his rampage in the second half, amassing 68 points by the end of the third quarter as the game entered garbage time. With an insatiable competitive spirit, Chamberlain showed no signs of letting up, requesting for substitutes and insisting that the ball be passed solely to him. With the historical scoring record within reach, how could he let the opportunity slip away? Ultimately, Chamberlain scored 100 points amidst a five-man defense, setting a record that has remained unbroken throughout history. On January 22, 2006, the Los Angeles Lakers hosted the Toronto Raptors, with the Lakers holding a record of 21 wins and 19 losses, desperately needing a victory. From the outset, Kobe felt discomfort in his knee but noticed the Raptors' sluggish defensive rotations, prompting him to attack the basket aggressively. By halftime, he had scored 26 points. Yet his teammates struggled, leaving the Lakers trailing 49-63. Many predicted it would be another typical Lakers game, Kobe scoring high but the team losing. However, in the second half, Kobe showcased extraordinary offensive prowess, scoring despite multiple defenders. By the end of the third quarter, he had amassed 59 points. In the final quarter, it became a display of Kobe's brilliance, culminating in a remarkable 81-point performance, marking the highest single-game score since Chamberlain's 100 points. Many media outlets and fans believed that no player would ever again achieve a score exceeding 80 points. Yet, as the years passed, it became evident that no other scoring superstar could approach Kobe's feat, let alone Chamberlain's ancient record, until the emergence of the Dragon Kingdom's Yichin. With his precise three-point shooting, sharp drives, unparalleled physical gifts, and exceptional court vision, Yichin's offensive capabilities rivaled those of Kobe. And even the legendary Michael Jordan would find it challenging to compare. Now, fans across the globe eagerly anticipated Yichin's every move, particularly the students back in the Dragon Kingdom, who closely followed the Lakers vs. Knicks game from their dormitories, basketball courts, and multimedia classrooms, all hoping Yichin would etch a new record into the annals of history. Unbeknownst to him, Yichin was oblivious to the excitement brewing in other parts of the world. He was currently in a shooting frenzy, experiencing a sensation he had never felt before. Had it not been for his fully charged attributes, he would have never dared to imagine a day when he would chase and create records in an NBA arena. With the Lakers leading the Knicks 120-110 and just 6 minutes remaining in the game, the timeout concluded and the Knicks resumed their offense. Felton advanced the ball past half-court, passing it to Stoudemire at the elbow, continuing their triangle offense. This time, however, the Lakers opted against double-teaming Stoudemire, placing their faith in Farid's individual defense. Stoudemire made several attempts to back down, but his fadeaway jumper failed to find the mark. McGee secured the rebound and passed it to Yichin, who had already scored 72 points, just a few baskets shy of Kobe's 81. Yichin gradually slowed the pace, making offensive choices based on the Knicks' defense. The player now guarding him was Anthony. Although Anthony was robust, he could not match Yichin's speed. After swiftly surpassing Anthony, Yichin executed a penetrating layup, bringing the score to 74. No matter who the Knicks substituted to defend against Yichin, it proved futile. The Lakers bench rose in unison, with Gallinari intently observing the game, while the exuberant Nick Young could hardly contain his excitement. Immediately following another failed Knicks offense, Yichin charged into the paint, drawing a defensive foul from Tyson Chandler. As Yichin stood at the free throw line, Madison Square Garden erupted with MVP chants, signifying his complete conquest of the venue. Initially met with jeers, he had transformed the crowd's sentiment to fervent support. Now, even the discerning Knicks fans were chanting for Yichin's MVP recognition, eagerly anticipating his potential to make history. With steady precision, Yichin sank both free throws, elevating his score to 76 points. "Come on, Yichin. Just a few more points," Kobe exclaimed, tightly gripping his hands in anticipation. Just a few baskets away from Kobe's 81 points. Yichin was bound to face staunch defense from that moment forward. However, he remained unfazed, receiving a pass from Nash just past midcourt and shooting immediately. Anthony believed he could disrupt Yichin's three-point attempt, but fortune favored Yichin that night. The basketball danced precariously on the rim before settling into the net. At the ESPN commentary booth, the trio had already risen, with O'Neal exclaiming in excitement, 79 points. Just 2 points shy of Kobe's 81. And there are nearly 3 minutes left in the game. There's still time. Indeed, it was astonishing to witness such a spectacular scoring display in one's lifetime. "Go, Yichin," added Barkley, equally exhilarated. With Yichin already at 79 points, could the 81 points be far behind? No one doubted its arrival, they merely speculated about its form. With 3 minutes remaining, the opportunity for Yichin to challenge Chamberlain's percentage record was tantalizingly within reach. With a score of 126 to 112, the Lakers led by 14 points. Largely due to Yichin's incredible performance, the Knicks players appeared despondent, lacking the spirit to retaliate. Anthony missed a three-pointer, and Yichin secured the rebound, slowly advancing the ball up court. At this moment, every spectator at Madison Square Garden stood in anticipation, eager to see how Yichin would score next. "Let us go, Yichin," echoed in unison from the crowd. Defending Yichin, Shumpert felt a sense of helplessness. Nonetheless, he would be etched in history alongside Yichin. Facing a visibly rattled Shumpert, Yichin executed a series of deft fakes to create space, only to draw a shooting foul by leaning into Shumpert. With the referee's whistle piercing the air, Yichin approached the free throw line. Is Yichin about to surpass Kobe with free throws in the final moments? It was indeed astonishing to witness a player from the Dragon Kingdom achieve such remarkable scoring. With Yichin on the Lakers, they would undoubtedly be formidable contenders for championships in the years to come. Incredible. Yichin, I bow to your greatness. Across the ocean, in a 10-cent live stream, the three commentators were fervently discussing. Yichin is about to step to the free throw line. If he makes both, he will share the second position for the highest single-game scoring record with Kobe Bryant, and with 3 minutes left, if he maintains this pace, he could surpass Kobe's record. Yanni stated. Yao Ming concurred. Indeed, if he makes both free throws, he will share the second spot with Kobe, given the time remaining. Surpassing Kobe is clearly within reach, though achieving Chamberlain's percentage record might be a stretch. Regardless, Yichin's name will forever resonate in the annals of NBA history. As the crowd chanted for his MVP recognition, Yichin strode to the free throw line, aware that his score had reached 79, just a step away from Kobe's 81. A flicker of sorrow passed through Yichin's eyes. There was no excitement, only sadness. In his previous life, as a devoted fan of the game, Yichin had countless dreams of dominating the NBA courts, even fantasizing about breaking Kobe's illustrious 81-point record. For Yichin, both in his past life and the present, Kobe imparted a profound influence. The Mamba mentality taught him to confront challenges and setbacks with courage, urging him to face adversity head-on and pursue his goals relentlessly. From the moment Yichin was selected by the Lakers, Kobe has played the role of an elder brother in his life, offering guidance both on and off the court. As he stood on the brink of a record within reach, Yichin hesitated. The deafening chants of MVP, MVP, MVP echoed through Madison Square Garden. Yichin approached the free throw line, confidently sinking the first shot. However, as he prepared for his second attempt, the ball flew toward the hoop but failed to find its mark. The spectators were left in disbelief. How could Yichin miss such an easy opportunity with a record so tantalizingly within reach? What was going on? Kobe's record loomed large. And yet this free throw was utterly baffling. Indeed, I too found it perplexing. Yichin had maintained a flawless free throw percentage throughout the game. Could it be that Yichin harbored no desire to surpass Kobe or share in his legacy? What was he thinking? The ESPN commentary team, equally bewildered, was left questioning Yichin's motives. Shaquille O'Neal scratched his head in astonishment, wondering why Yichin would abandon the record that lay before him. Charles Barkley echoed this sentiment, expressing his confusion over the inexplicable shot that jeopardized the chance to equal Kobe's achievement. On the court, Yichin glanced at the scoreboard, noting that his team had a comfortable 15-point lead over the Knicks. Facing a team that had seemingly lost its fighting spirit, he felt no urge to score further. 80 points would suffice, he mused silently. Meanwhile, Fisher, sensing Yichin's mindset, called for a timeout. Thus, Yichin returned to the bench under the astonished gaze of the audience. Yichin, are you done playing? The record is within reach. Why not take a shot at it? Coach D'Antoni asked, patting him on the shoulder. No, coach, let it be. The opposing team has substituted their starters, and there is no need to continue, Yichin replied earnestly, waving his hand dismissively. D'Antoni was taken aback by Yichin's decision but chose to respect it. Very well, Yichin. Since you have made your choice, I will honor it. As the timeout concluded, the crowd erupted in murmurs upon realizing Yichin would not return to the game. Was this truly how it would end? 80 points? Why not seize the moment and break the record? Perhaps Yichin had his reasons. After all, he had often proclaimed himself a fan of Kobe. Across the ocean in a 10-cent live broadcast, the commentators were equally astonished by Yichin's decision to remain off the court. Yang remarked, "It seems Yichin has no intention of continuing. 80 points, ranking third in NBA history for single-game scoring, is quite commendable, yet it feels somewhat lacking for him. Yao Ming added. It's hard to comprehend why Yichun would choose to forego breaking the record when it was so close at hand. What could have transpired? Kofan speculated, perhaps it's due to Kobe. Yichun has repeatedly stated that Kobe is his idol. And the fact that the previous record belongs to Kobe might have influenced his decision not to surpass it. As they watched Yichun opt to stay seated, Kobe, far away in Los Angeles, stood up in frustration. Foolishness. Yichun is truly foolish. The record is right there. Why not break it? Foolishness. The crowd chanted. We want Yichun. We want Yichun. We want Yichun, hoping to see him return to the court and shatter Kobe's record. Yet, Yichun remained steadfast in his resolve, undeterred by the cheers of the audience. With only 20 seconds remaining in the game, the Knicks announcer proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, Yichun has scored 80 points tonight, ranking third in NBA single-game scoring history. To all those watching live, we have witnessed a remarkable performance. Let us congratulate Yichun." The arena erupted in a continuous chant of MVP. 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 As Yichun rose from the bench to acknowledge the crowd, O'Neal remarked from the ESPN commentary booth. We are fortunate to witness another scoring spectacle of 80 points, showcasing just how exceptional Yichun is. I believe that, in the near future, he will break even more records. As for why he chose not to pursue the scoring record, we will invite him to the commentary booth after the game to shed light on this mystery. Ultimately, thanks to Yichun's remarkable 80-point performance, the Lakers triumphed over the Knicks with a score of 130-113. After the game, the entire Knicks team, led by Anthony, sought out Yichun to extend their congratulations. Hey, Yichun, you were incredible. Your skill and character are truly commendable. It was an honor to compete against you, Anthony whispered as he embraced Yichun. Thank you, my friend. The honor was mine, Yichun replied, patting Anthony's chest earnestly. This is the game ball. Take it. It holds significant meaning for you, Anthony said, retrieving the basketball from a nearby staff member and handing it to Yichun. Yichun took the basketball with both hands, expressing gratitude. Thank you, my friend. Haha, I almost forgot. Haha. Yichun approached the sidelines with a basketball, seeking out the beaming Miranda Kerr, and handed her the ball. This is the ball your boyfriend used to break the historical record. You must take good care of it. Miranda Kerr eagerly accepted the basketball, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Don't worry, I will cherish it. Unfazed by the multitude of cameras behind him, Yichun wrapped his arms around Miranda Kerr and leaned in to kiss her gently. It has been quite some time since the NBA has seen a figure of such prominence. Following the retirement of the legendary Michael Jordan in the twilight of Kobe Bryant's career, the mantle was expected to pass to LeBron James. However, his controversial move to the Miami Heat to form the Big Three sparked considerable debate within the league. This decision further plunged the already struggling NBA, which had been languishing among the four major North American sports leagues, into obscurity. Were it not for the contributions of Yao Ming, who opened the Chinese market for the NBA, the league might have found itself relegated from the ranks of the major leagues long ago. Just as the NBA commissioner and other executives were racked with concern, the emergence of another Chinese player, Yichun, offered them a glimmer of hope. Since the commencement of the season, Yichun's extraordinary performance has rekindled the passion for the NBA in the Longwa market, which had waned with Yao Ming's retirement. Yichun has lived up to expectations, continually captivating fans with his incredible displays. In the match between the Lakers and the Knicks, his formidable performance, scoring 80 points in total and 41 points in a single quarter, is destined to be etched in history. After the game, Yichun once again became the focal point of the media frenzy, with reporters swarming him as if in a tidal wave. All journalists were eager to inquire about his feelings following the 80-point game, questioning why he chose not to surpass Kobe in the final moments, and whether he would aim to surpass Kobe in the future while breaking Chamberlain's percentage record. Amidst the overwhelming presence of reporters, Yichun appeared somewhat at a loss. Ultimately, guided by the event staff, he made his way to the ESPN commentary booth. Welcomed warmly by Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley, Yichun took a seat to partake in the interview. Hello, Yichun. First and foremost, congratulations on your victory in this match. Additionally, I commend you for breaking the NBA single-quarter scoring record and for earning your place as the third highest scorer in NBA history, O'Neal expressed with a smile. Thank you, Shaq, Yichun replied, nodding with a smile of his own. Beside him, Barkley placed a hand on Yichun's shoulder and said, Yichun, I'm a devoted fan of yours. May I ask why, despite having the opportunity to break Kobe's scoring record in this game, you chose not to do so? Yichun glanced at several individuals, their eyes filled with eagerness to comprehend why he had chosen not to shatter the record before him. Firstly, when I achieved 80 points, We were already leading the Knicks by a substantial 15 points, and at that moment, the Knicks had lost their fighting spirit. Fisher was preparing to substitute the main players, and continuing to score would have been a sign of disrespect towards the Knicks. As a player from the Dragon Kingdom, I would never act in such a manner. Furthermore, I am a devoted fan of Kobe and Shaq. During my childhood, I often watched you and Kobe, and it was you who ignited my passion for basketball, inspiring me to become an outstanding player. Facing Kobe's record, as a fan, I yearned to surpass it, yet an inner voice restrained me, for in my heart, Kobe is the greatest of all time. The moment I was selected by the Lakers, Kobe provided immense support both on and off the court. Coming to stand beside my idol, fighting together, and receiving his guidance fills me with immense satisfaction. Yichin spoke earnestly. Shaquille O'Neal, moved by his words, reminisced about the battles fought alongside Kobe, victories achieved, and the eventual discord that led to their separation. Just as O'Neal and Barkley were touched by Yichin's sentiments, American commentator Yang E interjected, "You must have felt the fervor of the Knicks fans and the love that this city has for you. Will you consider joining the Knicks someday?" It was quite audacious of Yang E to attempt to lure Yichin away from the Lakers during a live broadcast, leaving O'Neal somewhat speechless. New York is indeed a magnificent city, and the Knicks fans are incredibly passionate, but as of now, I have no intention of leaving the Lakers, Yichin replied with a smile, glancing at Yang E. "What are you trying to do, Smith? How could Yichin abandon the Lakers for your Knicks?" "Please, that's rather ridiculous," O'Neal remarked, displeased. "Smith, do not forget to treat us to dinner tonight," Barkley chimed in, fanning the flames. After the interview, Yichin returned to the locker room, welcomed warmly by his teammates. They enthusiastically showered him with water bottles, and Yichin joined in their celebration. Ahem, I must say, everyone performed splendidly tonight, especially Yichin with his 80 points. In the annals of NBA history, only Wilt Chamberlain, Kobe, and Yichin have achieved such a feat. Let us congratulate Yichin on this monumental accomplishment. Coach D'Antoni halted the celebration to gather the players. MVP, 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 his teammates chanted, celebrating Yichin's triumph. Next, we head to Indiana to face the Pacers. I believe we fear no team's challenge at this moment. We currently hold the best record in the league and are in excellent form. Let's secure a victory against the Pacers, Coach D'Antoni declared seriously. Yes, in New York, at Miranda Kerr's villa, she returned early and busied herself adorning the bedroom. Then she took to the kitchen, preparing a Chinese meal for Yichin. A delightful aroma wafted through the dining area. "Delicious," Yichin exclaimed after tasting a few bites. "Is that so? It is indeed rare to receive your praise," Miranda replied, playfully tossing her hair and flashing a seductive smile. After dinner, just as Yichin intended to sweep Miranda into his arms for a passionate rendezvous, she playfully resisted, saying, "Oh dear husband, what is the matter? Are you plotting a rebellion?" "Not at all. I have prepared a little surprise for you." "Please wait a few minutes before entering the bedroom," Miranda said, her cheeks flushed as she hurried toward the room. "A surprise? What could it be?" Yichin chuckled, stroking his chin. Moments later, Yichin entered the room and was taken aback, his mouth watering at the sight of Miranda reclining on the bed. Donned in a maid outfit that accentuated her figure beautifully, her hair styled in playful pigtails. "Hurry, dear husband, let me serve you well," she beckoned enticingly. Following Yichin's remarkable 80-point game against the Knicks, an increasing number of fans from the Dragon Kingdom eagerly anticipated his continued scoring prowess. Basketball forums across the nation buzzed with discussions about Yichin. For instance, on Hoopoo, today Yichin is conservatively estimated to score 40 points. Come on. What does 40 points even mean? Let us conservatively say 50. Regardless of how many points he scores, Yichin is a source of pride for our nation. Indeed. It's hard to fathom that we have a player capable of scoring 80 points in the NBA. Keep going, Yichin. Continue to write your legend. After a night of rest in New York, the Lakers resumed their journey eastward, heading to Indiana to face the Pacers. This Pacers team, comprised of George Hill, Lance Stephenson, Paul George, David West, and Roy Hibbert, was a source of nostalgia for longtime fans. They had once come perilously close to toppling the Heat's trio of LeBron, Wade, and Bosh, battling them fiercely in a 7-game series. They were among the few teams capable of matching the Heat at every position, with each player boasting commendable talent. George Hill, once a beloved player of Coach Popovich, known for his swift first step and dual-threat capabilities on both ends of the court. Lance Stephenson, a player chosen by the basketball gods, a prodigious offensive talent, albeit sometimes overly individualistic. Paul George, the epitome of a Mamba mentality, the general of Indianapolis. After the team's top star, Grant, was sidelined for the season due to injury, Paul George bore the weight of the team, showcasing an all-encompassing skill set that once had him regarded as the second-best small forward after LeBron. David West. During his Hornets days, West was a formidable force, averaging over 20 points per game, and he continued to provide substantial firepower upon joining the Pacers. Roy Hibbert, the Black Yao Ming. In the Eastern Conference Finals against the Heat, he successfully limited Bosch to an average of around 10 points, displaying excellent rim protection and low-post offensive skills that elevated his value within the Pacers. In Indiana, at the Pacers' home arena, the Conseco Fieldhouse, the locker room buzzed with discussions about Yi Chun before the game. Yi Chun scored 80 points last night. We must pay close attention to him. We cannot allow him to bring that momentum from New York into our game. Paul George addressed his teammates with seriousness. George Hill added, having just scored 80 points, facing us on the second night of a back-to-back, no matter how great Yi Chun is, he cannot possibly maintain such intensity in this high-pressure match. Stevenson chimed in. Rest assured, I will take on the primary defense against Yi Chun. He will not go wild again. During the 2014 playoffs, the Miami Heat faced off against the Indiana Pacers in the Eastern Conference Finals. Lance Stevenson made an astonishing move during the game, blowing in LeBron James's ear, which not only infuriated James but also left fans bewildered. Consequently, he was affectionately nicknamed Little Brother by the fans from Dragon Country. Hearing this, Paul George chuckled at Stevenson, saying, Lance, you haven't faced this guy before. He is unlike any opponent you've encountered. We don't expect you to completely shut him down, but do refrain from provoking him. Haha. Feeling indignant, Stevenson clenched his fists and silently vowed, Yi Chun, just wait and see how I lock you down. The Conseco Fieldhouse was filled to capacity that evening, as many fans flocked to witness Yi Chun's spectacular performance after his astonishing display the previous night. Who could predict whether Yi Chun would continue his fervor tonight? No one wished to miss out on the thrilling showcase he was sure to provide. As the game commenced, the Pacers maintained a vigilant defense against Yi Chun. Whenever he received the ball, nearly everyone's gaze was fixated upon him, as if they were convinced he would score. Of course, this also depended on Yi Chun's offensive desire that night. If he exhibited a lack of aggression, they would be at ease. However, to everyone's surprise, Yi Chun received a pass from Nash and immediately launched a three-pointer. The ball swished through the net. Wow, starting off with such fervor? It seems the ticket was well worth the price. Yi Chun demonstrated an extraordinary desire to score right from the outset. The high-price ticket was indeed justified. How incredible! Yi Chun. The audience began to stir, eagerly anticipating a scoring exhibition from Yi Chun in the Conseco Fieldhouse. Upon witnessing Yi Chun score just seconds into the game, the Pacers players began to panic. I'll guard him, Stevenson volunteered. As the Pacers attacked, George Hill maneuvered past Nash's defense, driving into the paint. Facing Farid's help defense, Hill bounced the ball to David West, who, unguarded near the hoop, delivered a powerful slam dunk. The score was now 3-2, with the Lakers on the offensive. Yi Chun advanced with the ball, confronting the defense of Stevenson. Yi Chun did not opt for an external shot this time. Instead, he abruptly penetrated the key. Stevenson felt a tremor run through him. At last, it has arrived. Let me demonstrate how to teach you a lesson. Yi Chun charged into the paint, closely pursued by Stevenson, who had long devised a plan to teach Yi Chun a lesson. As Yi Chun leaped, so did Stevenson, ready to deliver a resounding blow to assert his dominance. However, to his astonishment, Yi Chun did not attempt a shot. Instead, the basketball slipped from his grasp, hurtling backward. Yi Chun had passed the ball. What? Stevenson was taken aback, exerting all his strength to thwart Yi Chun, only to find that Yi Chun had opted to pass instead. Farid received the ball and soared toward the rim for a thunderous dunk. Stevenson was left humiliated, caught in the act of being outplayed. What a marvelous pass. The game transitioned to the Pacers' offense, where Paul George, confronted by Yi Chun's defense, used Hibbert's screen to penetrate the lane. Facing McGee's help defense, George skillfully maneuvered around McGee and scored with finesse. 5-4. Turning back, Yi Chun received a pass from Nash and once again faced Stevenson's defense. With two swift crossovers, Yi Chun left Stevenson bewildered and disoriented. Seizing the moment, Yi Chun burst past to the basket, challenging David West's defense with a powerful dunk. With age diminishing his agility and vertical leap, West sidestepped to allow Yi Chun a clear path for his dunk. As the possession changed, West remained unfazed by the dunk. He quickly inbounded the ball to George, who, facing Chandler's defense, began backing down from the high post. With a spin, he drove to the basket, overpowering McGee to score. 7-6. The Lakers led by a point. Across the ocean, in the Tencent Sports Studio, the commentators remarked on the thrilling exchange between Yichen and George right from the start, a spectacle fans had eagerly anticipated. Yang Yi adjusted his glasses, asserting, "Indeed. The direct confrontation between stars is often the most exhilarating." Wang Ming nodded in agreement, acknowledging that both team star players were performing exceptionally well. It was clear to everyone that the matchup between the Lakers and the Pacers was destined to be a showdown between Yichen and George. The rivalry between stars is a scene fans cherish the most. On the court, Nash, the Lakers' starting point guard, recognized Yichen's soaring spirit and decided to facilitate the play by dribbling past half-court and passing the ball to Yichen, allowing him to initiate the offense. In the recent match against the Knicks, Yichen astonishingly scored 80 points. Now, whenever Yichen is on the court and desires to attack, whether it is D'Antoni or any other players present, they all share a singular thought: to pass the ball to Yichen. The Lakers are on the offensive. Yichen backed down against Stevenson, pushing him back 2 steps before executing a graceful turnaround jump shot. Stevenson was utterly incapable of posing any effective defensive interference against Yichen. He could only stretch out his arms in a futile attempt to defend, helplessly watching as the basketball swished through the net. The Lakers led 9-6, holding a 3-point advantage. Yichen's innate physical talent and maximum attribute enhancement render him unparalleled in history. No one has ever served as a template for him. Even the legendary Michael Jordan finds it challenging to be compared to Yichen. The only aspect in which Yichen seems to lack is perhaps experience in competition. However, as the season progresses, Yichen continually accumulates experience and knowledge, relentlessly breaking records during matches, scoring an astounding 41 points in a single quarter, an achievement that even the basketball deity Jordan never accomplished. The pre-game boast of Stevenson, claiming he would neutralize Yichen, now appears to be a mere jest. As the ball transitions, the Pacers initiate their offense. Paul George faces off against Chandler, leveraging his undeniable talent to effortlessly maneuver past Chandler with a sharp change of direction, plunging towards the basket for a thunderous slam dunk. With a score of 9-7, George's performance is exceptionally stellar, clearly indicating his desire not to allow Yichen to shine alone in this match. At the season's outset, both media and fans unanimously believed George would be the second-best small forward after LeBron James, but Yichen's emergence has shattered this notion. With George now displaying his prowess, Yichen is equally determined not to be outdone. Receiving a pass from Nash, Yichen finds himself matched up against Paul George. George, evidently displeased with Stevenson's defensive efforts against Yichen, proactively seeks to confront Yichen directly. This marks their first direct confrontation, raising the question of which emerging star will prevail. From a static physical standpoint, George holds his own against Yichen. However, with Yichen's superior attributes, he remains undaunted. On the defensive end, noticing Yichen's inclination to shoot a three-pointer, George lunges forward. In that fleeting moment, Yichen accelerates towards the basket. George, taken aback by Yichen's swiftness, can only watch as Yichen drives past for a successful layup, extending the score to 11-7. Unable to halt Yichen's scoring streak, George feels a twinge of frustration. Yet, he resolves to reclaim his pride by scoring himself. George Hill, discerning George's intent, promptly passes the ball to him. George ruthlessly overpowers Chandler once more. However, as he penetrates the paint, he encounters a defensive challenge from McGee. With time running short, he is compelled to pass the ball. Stevenson receives the pass and, confronted by Yichen's defense, hastily attempts a three-pointer. The result is predictable, as he clanks the shot off the rim. Inside, Hibbert assertively seizes the rebound over McGee and scores on the putback. Thus, the back-and-forth continues, with neither side conceding ground. The game features both audacious baskets and formidable defense, with every possession showcasing remarkable intensity. The fans at Conseco Fieldhouse are ecstatic. For such a thrilling contest is a rarity throughout the season, and the intensity of this match is undeniably of playoff caliber. Prior to the game, Stevenson had resolved to contribute nothing offensively if it meant he could effectively contain Yichen defensively. Yet, once faced with Yichen, Stevenson finally comprehends George's earlier sentiment. It is not about completely neutralizing him, but rather avoiding provoking him. Yichen commenced the game with an impressive 9 consecutive points, rendering Stevenson's bold declarations utterly inconsequential. His defense appeared alarmingly feeble before Yichen, akin to mere tissue paper. Nevertheless, the scores remained tightly contested, with neither coach opting to call a timeout. As the game resumed, George Hill faced Nash's defense and executed a swift breakthrough, leaving Nash behind as he penetrated the paint. However, confronted with the Lakers' collapsing defense, he was compelled to pass the ball to David West on the left. West, unguarded, attempted a mid-range jumper but missed, with the ball rebounding into Stevenson's hands. Against the recovering Farid, Stevenson attempted a delicate floater. At the precise moment he released the ball, Yichen, having slipped past his defender, arrived just in time to deliver a resounding block that sent Stevenson sprawling. With possession secured, Yichen surged towards the front court, while George trailed a few paces behind, hastening to return on defense. Yichen's speed elicited astonishment from General George, who mused, "Is this truly a human?" Reaching the three-point line, Yichen had already created a significant gap, and facing an unguarded basket, he showcased his impressive vertical leap, executing a thunderous dunk that sent the Conseco Fieldhouse into a frenzy. As a prestigious franchise, the Lakers' influence is undeniable, boasting a multitude of fans worldwide who have witnessed their dominance, particularly during the Kobe era when they often turned visiting fans into supporters. Now, Yichen's extraordinary performances were prompting a similar phenomenon among the away crowd. The score stood at 13-7, with the Lakers leading by 6 points. Confronted by Yichen's commanding presence on both offense and defense, Pacers head coach Vogel was visibly frustrated, his face contorted with anger as he shouted from the sidelines, "Everyone, get your act together. Contain Yichen. Stevenson, what's going on? Can you even play?" Turning his attention back to the game, George maintained his fiery momentum, deftly maneuvering past Chandler's defense to score off the backboard. With George's latest basket, the deficit narrowed to 4 points. On defense, the Pacers were helpless against Yichen's prowess. Yet, on the offensive end, George refused to be outdone, consistently attacking Chandler to keep the score close. As Yichen sank another three-pointer, Vogel called for a timeout. "Double-team Yichen. Everyone, swarm him." At last, Vogel initiated a defensive strategy. Prior to the game, he had contemplated double-teaming Yichen, who had previously scored an astonishing 80 points in the last match. However, Stevenson insisted on guarding him one-on-one, claiming he could neutralize him. The reality was that Stevenson was utterly ineffective against Yichen. Vogel was left regretting his faith in Stevenson's bravado. Upon returning from the timeout, the Pacers, capitalizing on George's aggressive drive, drew a foul and stepped to the free throw line, converting both attempts. The score was now 13-9, with the Pacers diligently keeping pace. The Lakers prepared to mount their next offensive. As Yichen dribbled the ball, he keenly observed the dynamics of the game unfolding around him. On his left, George Hill lurked with intent, while on his right, another George awaited the opportune moment to strike. Should Yichen opt for a one-on-one play, they would undoubtedly converge upon him in a double team, compelling him to pass the ball. Yet, Yichen merely smirked. Ever since his emergence, every team he faced had resorted to double-teaming him during matches. Ultimately, the outcome remained unchanged. No matter how many opponents attempted to encircle him, they could not thwart Yichen from scoring. Yichen executed a deft dribble beneath his legs, skillfully maneuvering past Stevens with remarkable speed towards the weak side. As Stevens was left in his wake, George promptly abandoned his mark, Chandler, and surged towards Yichen. At this moment, both Stevens and George encircled Yichen, intent on forcing him to halt and pass the ball to Chandler in the corner for an easy finish. Undeterred by George's blockade of his offensive path, Yichen had no intention of stopping. He charged forward, colliding forcefully with George and sending him tumbling. Subsequently, confronted by Hibbert's defensive effort in the paint, Yichen feigned a shot, causing Hibbert to jump, and effortlessly scored. George, slowly rising from the floor, appeared quite embarrassed. Despite their combined efforts, they inadvertently knocked George down, leaving him with little dignity. Across the vast ocean, in Tencent's live broadcast room, Yang Yi was momentarily stunned, struggling to find words before exclaiming with excitement. This play brilliantly showcases Yichen's formidable strength. Even George, one of the league's premier defenders, is rendered helpless against him. Moreover, the referees seemed to favor the home team. A defensive foul should have been called, yet it was overlooked. Beside him, Yao Ming concurred, stating, "Indeed, that was clearly a blocking foul." The referees are showing too much bias towards the home team. Fortunately, our player Yichen managed to score despite the lack of calls. Following this, both commentators lavished praise upon Yichen. In the next play, Yichen opted not to attack with the ball but instead executed a clever off-ball movement. Utilizing the dual screens set by McGee and Farid, he received a pass from Nash and prepared for a mid-range shot. As Stevens and David West lunged towards him, Yichen merely faked them out, dribbled back, and stepped beyond the three-point line, opting to shoot from distance. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, swishing through the net. On the sidelines, Vogel, Witnessing his defensive adjustments fail to contain Yichun, called another timeout to reassess their strategy. Stevens sat on the bench, a towel draped over his head, silent and contemplative. Though relatively new to the NBA, he had previously excelled in guarding Anthony and James during last year's playoffs. His successful containment of Anthony in the first round had propelled his team to this stage. In the second round against James, Stevens had given it his all. Despite the team's eventual defeat, his defensive performance against James remained memorable for fans. Yet, facing Yichun, he found himself utterly overwhelmed. A first for him to be so thoroughly bested. Noticing the player's frustration, Vogel offered words of encouragement. Stay calm. The game has just begun. While Yichun is formidable, we are not far behind, and I believe we will secure victory. We must not wait for Yichun to break through before we double-team him. That will not contain his scoring. We need to engage him the moment he receives the ball, forcing him to pass it away. The previous defensive strategy had involved allowing Yichun to penetrate the paint, but Vogel understood that once Yichun breached the initial line of defense, even a full collapse of defenders would struggle to halt his scoring, given his vast array of offensive techniques, regardless of the effort required. Even if it means allowing Yichun an open layup, we must contain him. If we can do so, the Lakers' offensive threat will be neutralized, Vogel continued. The Pacers' formidable quintet instilled no concern in Vogel regarding their offensive capabilities. His sole focus lay in effectively neutralizing Yichun. Should they succeed in thoroughly locking down Yichun, the Pacers would significantly enhance their chances of victory. Upon resuming play, the Pacers regained possession. Hibbert, facing McGee's defense, attempted a strong move in the paint but was unsuccessful. Yichun leaped from the crowd, seizing the rebound and advancing towards the front court. George and Stevenson incessantly disrupted his path, one ahead of the other. Yet, as Yichun faced their double team, he continually surveyed the positions of his teammates. Should an opportunity for an open shot arise, he would not hesitate to pass the ball. Upon receiving the ball, his teammate encountered a favorable 4-on-3 situation, making the task remarkably effortless. Amidst the encirclement by George and Stevenson, Yichun discerned the unguarded Chandler through the narrow gaps and delivered a bounce pass to him. After securing the ball, Chandler penetrated into the paint without opposition, drawing the defense before passing to Nash, stationed in the corner. Nash, seizing the opportunity presented by the wide-open space, launched a three-pointer that found its mark with precision. This exemplifies Yichun's immense gravitational pull. In the face of a double team, he orchestrated the team's offense seamlessly. As possession shifted, the Pacers initiated their attack. With the aid of Hibbert's screen, George surged towards the basket, and when confronted with a double team, he executed a long pass to the corner where George Hill awaited. However, George Hill's three-point attempt clanged off the rim. In the paint, Hibbert battled against McGee and forayed for the rebound, valiantly snatching the ball and scoring with a layup. The Pacers' formidable quintet, aside from George and Hibbert, appeared as though they were in a state of lethargy on the court. Fortunately, George and Hibbert were formidable. Otherwise, the deficit would have expanded to double digits by now. As the first quarter neared its conclusion with 1 minute remaining, the Lakers led the Pacers by 4 points, 32-28. With the Lakers in possession, Nash passed the ball to McGee in the paint. Confronted by Hibbert's defense, the suppressed McGee resolved to reclaim his dominance after being stifled throughout the quarter. He made several strong attempts before opting for a turnaround hook shot, only to be ruthlessly rejected by Hibbert's emphatic block. Nearby, David West seized the opportunity, recovering possession and swiftly passing to the fast-breaking Stevenson. Yichun swiftly followed suit, accelerating fiercely in defense. Similarly, after being suppressed for a segment, Stevenson was determined to seize this golden opportunity to reclaim his position. Upon reaching the basket, Stevenson poised himself for a dunk, while Yichun, keenly observing from behind, also leapt into action at the opportune moment. With a resounding thud, Yichun executed a spectacular block from behind, catching Stevenson by surprise. As Stevenson stood momentarily frozen in contemplation, Yichun seized the ball and dashed to the front court, executing a three-pointer right in George's face. Goodness, this exhibition of elite prowess in both offense and defense was breathtaking. Stevenson, you need to step aside. What was that performance? What happened to that initial surge of excitement? Yichun's strength was truly remarkable. The spectators, witnessing Yichun's emphatic block followed by a full-court sprint for a three-pointer, were left in awe of his extraordinary display, leaving Pacers fans utterly astonished. Turning back to the still dumbfounded Stevenson, Yichun approached with a teasing remark, "Your defense was commendable. But before you stands a deity." Stevenson could only respond with silence. As the first quarter concluded, the Lakers led the Pacers by 4 points, 40-36. Yi Chun delivered an impressive performance in the first quarter, amassing 16 points, 5 assists, and 4 rebounds. On the Pacers side, George matched his tally with 16 points, alongside 4 rebounds and 1 assist, demonstrating a commendable effort. In the second quarter, both teams deployed their bench players for the initial segment. The reserves from each team lacked strength, resulting in a mere 10-12 score over 5 minutes of play. The Lakers' points during this period were solely attributed to Nick Young's individual prowess. Meanwhile, the Pacers' bench also struggled to contribute significantly, leaving the Lakers narrowly ahead at 50-48. As the starters returned to the court, the Pacers regained possession. Almost immediately, George continued his stellar performance from the first quarter. Facing Chandler's defense, he executed a feint, maneuvered past him, and then delivered a precise mid-range jump shot near the free throw line. The game then shifted back to the Lakers' offense. As Yi Chun dribbled past the halfway line, he found himself ensnared between George and Stevenson, who flanked him on either side, leaving him with no room to maneuver. However, George's decision to double-team Yi Chun inadvertently left his own mark, Chandler, completely unguarded. Upon receiving the ball, Yi Chun was inspired by the sight of Stevenson's parted legs and immediately conceived a plan. With a swift motion, he executed his strategy. Yi Chun deftly maneuvered the ball through Stevenson's legs, delivering a precise pass to Chandler, who effortlessly executed a layup. It became evident that the Pacers' double-teaming of Yi Chun bore significant consequences, as Chandler found himself unguarded and easily scored. Indeed, we have long acknowledged Yi Chun's remarkable scoring prowess, often neglecting his exceptional capacity to orchestrate plays and distribute the ball. However, it is crucial to remember that this Lakers team is markedly different from the one at the season's onset. Apart from Yi Chun, several players are capable of finishing plays. The decision to double-team Yi Chun necessitates the relinquishment of coverage elsewhere, leaving the Pacers with no advantageous options. As the commentators on the sidelines articulated, if Yi Chun is defended one-on-one, his outstanding scoring ability and unanswerable isolation plays will severely punish the opponent. Conversely, if he faces a double team, his adept passing skills will allow him to accurately locate open teammates, significantly increasing the scoring probability for those in advantageous positions. Returning to the game, the Pacers initiated their offense. George, wielding the ball, aggressively penetrated and scored over Chandler's defense, leveling the score at 54-54. The enthusiasm of the fans at Conseco Fieldhouse reignited, as they fervently chanted for defense. Despite Yi Chun's contributions in scoring, the point differential remained stagnant, while George erupted, consistently overcoming Chandler's defensive efforts. Although the Lakers' defense struggled significantly against George's onslaught, Coach D'Antoni remained unfazed. He perceived George's inconsistency as a vulnerability, unable to maintain high efficiency throughout the game. In reality, our General George often oscillates between brilliance and mediocrity. What alleviated D'Antoni's concerns most was his possession of an undeniable ace in the form of Yi Chun. In D'Antoni's eyes, Yi Chun far surpassed George. Where George's performance could be described as extraordinary, Yi Chun's was simply par for the course. You have George, I have Yi Chun. Let us see who runs out of steam first. In moments when Yi Chun was absent, D'Antoni had never possessed such confidence. Moreover, he now boasted a formidable roster, including Nash, Chandler, Farid, McGee, Nick Young, and Gallinari, all of whom represented D'Antoni's capital. As the season progressed, it became impractical to rely solely on Yi Chun's scoring to clinch victories. The playoffs and finals would be the true stage for Yi Chun to emerge as the decisive force. The Lakers advanced their offense, with Nash bringing the ball past half court, engaging in a dynamic two-man game with McGee. After a successful drive, Nash passed the ball to McGee, who, confronted by Hibbert's defense, opted not to force a play but instead passed to the perimeter. Yi Chun received the ball and, confronted by Stevenson's defense, unleashed a three-pointer with precision. Turning back, he signaled to Chandler on the defensive end before positioning himself closely to George, ready to guard him. Although Chandler possessed formidable defensive skills, it proved challenging to contain the exceptionally talented George in this match. However, with Yi Chun's fully developed abilities, the situation was markedly different when he faced George. In a live broadcast across the ocean, upon witnessing Yi Chun's proactive defense against George, Yang Yi exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Here it comes. Yi Chun is actively defending George." Everyone is aware of Yi Chun's defensive prowess. We've all watched the game between the Lakers and the Thunder, where Yi Chun brilliantly limited Durant, who managed only 5 successful shots out of 20 attempts. Indeed, Yi Chun stands as one of the league's elite in both offense and defense. Reminiscent of Kobe, able to challenge the best of your defense while countering your strongest offense, added Yao Ming in agreement. As George faced Yuchen's relentless pressure, he continuously dribbled beneath his legs, seeking an opportunity to break through. Since Yuchen's rise, George had been reviewing footage of his games, fully aware of Yuchen's defensive strength, leaving him no room for complacency. When confronted by Yuchen's defense, George opted to drive hard to the right. Yet, Yuchen's speed allowed him to position himself ahead of George, effectively obstructing his path to the basket. Undeterred, George attempted to use his body to push Yuchen aside. But the moment he collided with Yuchen, he instinctively took a step back. How can someone so slender possess such strength? George cursed inwardly. Subsequently, George abandoned his frontal assault and executed a sharp change of direction, yet Yuchen remained unfazed, his broad arms and sturdy frame acting as an unyielding barrier, firmly locking down George. As George glanced at the clock, realizing time was running out on the shot clock, he reluctantly decided to take a contested shot over Yuchen. Although he could have passed the ball, he seemed compelled to attempt a shot in front of Yuchen, unwilling to concede. But would Yuchen indulge George's habitual tendencies? Yuchen leapt into the air as if his feet were equipped with springs, propelling himself upward in an instant. With a sharp crack, he swatted the ball away with a resounding clap of his palm. George cursed under his breath, preparing to contest for possession, yet Yuchen had already secured his position. Seizing the ball, he sprinted towards the front court. With no defenders in sight beneath the basket, Yuchen drew back his bow and executed a powerful dunk. The Lakers now led by 5, 59-54. Once again, the audience erupted in astonishment at Yuchen's prowess on both offense and defense. Was Yuchen's defense truly that formidable? Even George faltered. If Durant had been repeatedly denied by Yuchen's blocks, then what could George possibly achieve? In my view, George was foolish. After all, in the first quarter, Stevenson had already been humbled by Yuchen's rejection. Why would George dare to challenge him again? Yuchen was simply too dominant. On the court, George hung his head, visibly dejected. Yet, it was clear that he was simmering with resentment, eager to reclaim his dignity. After all, who could embody the spirit of the Mamba better than him? As a torchbearer of the Mamba mentality, George had made a triumphant return following a serious injury, showcasing the caliber of a superstar through sheer determination and relentless training. It is difficult to subdue a warrior like George. PG, stay composed, don't rush. There is still plenty of time left in the game. Maintain your poise. The Pacers head coach urged from the sidelines, recognizing his protégé's unsteady mindset. Vogel understood well that George, with his fierce and resilient character, would never accept humiliation on the court at the hands of Yuchen. Give me the ball, Stevenson, George declared, taking a deep breath and fixing his determined gaze upon Yuchen. Stevenson, eager to oblige his team leader, promptly passed the ball to George. Positioned at the top of the arc, George prepared to back down Yuchen, poised to make his move. The fans in the Conseco Fieldhouse rose to their feet, intently focused on the impending showdown between Yuchen and George. One was the general of Indianapolis, the other the darling of Los Angeles. The question of who would prevail was undeniably captivating for the spectators. Whenever Yuchen took to the court, it summoned an immense wave of discussion and attention. Yuchen finds himself amidst the grandeur of an NBA powerhouse, buoyed by the vast support of the entire Dragon Kingdom market. Every utterance of his, and each play during the game, wields immense influence, sufficient to sustain numerous video channels. Even the off-court gossip surrounding him can lead to soaring profits for various news websites. Currently, the attention on Yuchen, both within the league and globally, rivals that of the NBA's elite. Even the legendary Kobe's impact pales in comparison. Remarkably, this is merely Yuchen's rookie season, and the schedule has only just begun. Returning to the game, George makes a left-side drive, with Yuchen consistently extending his arms to disrupt him, denying any room for maneuver. George attempts a shot. Yet the recent lesson he received from Yuchen weighs heavily on his mind. Typically, he finds ways to score even against formidable defenders like LeBron James. However, having just experienced Yuchen's tenacious defense, George plays with hesitation. After several significant directional changes while facing Yuchen, George manages to carve out a sliver of space for a drive, only to be met by Yuchen's timely block. With the shot clock dwindling, George reluctantly resorts to a dribble fake, quickly gathering the ball for a step-back jumper. Aware of Yuchen's leaping ability, he elevates the shot's arc, but it results in a complete airball, landing in McGee's hands. After regaining possession, McGee swiftly passes the ball to Yuchen, who pushes forward against George's tight defense. Yuchen executes a deft crossover, slipping past George and penetrating the paint. Faced with a well-positioned Hibbert, Yuchen opts not to force the shot but instead lofts the ball high. Farid on the wing leaps in unison, completing a spectacular alley-oop dunk. With the score at 61-54, the Lakers lead by 7 as the final 3 minutes of the quarter tick away. The ball changes hands, and the Pacers initiate their offense. Hibbert calls for the ball in the low post, but after failing to score against McGee's defense with a turnaround hook shot, Yichun secures the rebound and dishes it to Nash. Nash advances the ball, while Yichun leisurely strides toward the frontcourt, yet Stevenson strides directly in front of him, exclaiming, "Brother, I haven't even crossed half court, and I don't have the ball." Yichun, momentarily speechless, responds, "You do realize I'm right here, right?" As Stevenson remains silent. Fixated on Yichun, Yichun expresses his frustration. "Can't you hear me?" Stevenson retorts, "Very well, brother." Suddenly, Yichun accelerates, shaking off Stevenson and charging toward the basket. Nash promptly delivers the ball into Yichun's hands. Seeing the impending danger, Hibbert rushes to provide help, but Yichun, like a whirlwind, fends off Hibbert and emphatically dunks the ball. "Is this what you call the black Yao Ming? How dare you disrespect Yao Ming?" Yichun shouts at Hibbert. Across the ocean, in Tencent's live broadcast room, upon witnessing Yichun's stellar defense against George, followed by his dunk over Hibbert, Yang Yi chuckles. We can see that when Yichun defends George, scoring becomes a formidable challenge for him. Then, turning around, Yichun completes a dunk over George. I can only say there is a clear disparity among the stars. Indeed, even the formidable Durant struggles against Yichun, let alone George. Yichun is gradually proving who the true marquee player in the league is. Wang Ming adds. The fans on the sidelines erupt with excitement. Is this even reasonable? After shutting down George, he still manages to dunk on Hibbert? Let us not even mention Yichun's offensive prowess, based solely on his defense. He deserves a max contract. During the final 3 minutes of the second quarter, Yichun refrains from dominating the ball, instead facilitating his teammates while stationed in the corner to create space or receive passes for shots. However, on the defensive end, Yichun completely neutralizes George. Under his watchful eye, George, who had been on fire, fails to score in the last 3 minutes, going 0 for 4. Nevertheless, other Pacers players find their rhythm. As George Hill sinks 2 3-pointers, and West's mid-range shot keeps the Pacers within striking distance. One must acknowledge the resilience of this Pacers team. Despite George being locked down by Yichun, others step up to contribute. As the first half concludes, the Lakers lead the Pacers by 8 points, 70-62. Yichun delivered an impressive performance, amassing 26 points, 6 rebounds, and 8 assists, despite playing off the ball for a significant portion of the second quarter. He adeptly maneuvered through screens set by his teammates, frequently finding himself wide open to either shoot or drive to the basket with remarkable efficiency. In contrast to earlier games, Yichun has shifted from a dominant style to one that embraces collaboration, placing greater trust in his teammates. This adjustment is particularly strategic as Kobe is poised to return, and it is inevitable that he will command a substantial share of the ball. However, Yichun remains unfazed by this prospect. Whether engaged in ball handling or moving without the ball, he consistently ranks among the elite. Furthermore, he is confident that with his support, Kobe will redefine his career and reclaim his former glory. With a fully equipped Yichun alongside Kobe, Nash, and a cadre of exceptionally skilled players, one must ponder who could possibly challenge this formidable Lakers team. As the halftime whistle blew, Yichun swiftly navigated the player tunnel to retreat to the locker room for a respite. "Bro, you just scored 26 points in the first half. Are you aiming for 60 today?" Nick Young's excited voice greeted him as he entered the locker room. "Yichun, if you can do it, go for it. We all support you, especially since no one in history has achieved back-to-back 60-point games," Nash added. "Charge ahead, Yichun. Go create history." Yichun sat before his locker, deeply moved by the words of his teammates. Although he had begun his journey with full attributes in a foreign land, his growth within the team would have been arduous without the unwavering support of the management, coaches, and fellow players. For instance, the fervent rise of Jeremy Lin in New York was starkly contrasted by his decline in tactical significance upon Carmelo Anthony's return. Despite Lin's impressive performance that season, he could not sustain his earlier brilliance. Unlike Lin, however, after demonstrating a formidable presence at the onset of the season, Yichun garnered immense backing from every corner of the team. The management even went so far as to trade away the championship-winning Pau Gasol to bolster the roster. Even with Kobe's return, Yichun's position within the team remained unshaken, as Kobe was not like Anthony. He provided support both on and off the court. During halftime, Pacers head coach Frank Vogel participated in a brief interview with an ESPN reporter. with his team trailing the Lakers by 8 points at the half. The reporter inquired about the adjustments they planned to make in the second half. Vogel acknowledged the Lakers' formidable prowess in both offense and defense and emphasized the need to enhance their offensive firepower and capitalize on open opportunities. When the reporter pointed out Yi-Chen's recent 80-point game against the Knicks, noting that he had scored 26 points by halftime, he asked what changes they would implement to contain him. Vogel responded that while 80 points was indeed a remarkable achievement, Yi-Chen was nearly impossible to defend when he was intent on scoring. He assured that in the second half, they would employ extensive double-teaming to force Yi-Chen to rely on his teammates to finish plays. Following the interview, Coach Vogel hurried back to the locker room to strategize and uplift the players' spirits. As the second half commenced, both team starters returned to the court, with possession of the ball. George Hill advanced past half-court and passed to Roy Hibbert, who immediately displayed a fierce desire to score, executing a turnaround hook shot over JaVale McGee's defense. On the Lakers' first possession of the half, Yi-Chen took control of the ball, gradually advancing to the front court, where he found Lance Stephenson waiting. After the halftime adjustments, Stephenson's earlier despondency had somewhat lifted, and it was apparent that he was determined to contain Yi-Chen. However, from 2 meters beyond the three-point line, Yi-Chen launched a shot, leaving no time for Stephenson to react. Caught off guard, Stephenson could only watch as the basketball swished through the net. The score stood at 73-64, with the Lakers leading by 9 points. As the first half's momentum carried over, it was clear to all watching that once Yi-Chen began scoring, it would be akin to a volcanic eruption. In the low post, George prepared to take on Chandler's defense, but meanwhile, Yi-Chen kept a vigilant eye on him while defending Stephenson, ready to assist at a moment's notice. George managed to shove Chandler aside, creating space to drive toward the basket. However, before he could release his shot, Yi-Chen swiftly intervened, expertly swiping the ball away. Regaining control, Yi-Chen surged forward, evading Stephenson's interference with a behind-the-back dribble, and charged toward the basket. George Hill, having waited patiently in the 3-second area, aimed to draw an offensive foul on Yi-Chen. Yet, Yi-Chen was not one to grant such an opportunity, with a wide-ranging Euro step. He maneuvered around Hill and completed a layup. Even George was taken aback by Yi-Chen's rapid arrival to assist and his ability to snatch the ball away so effortlessly. Goodness, Yi-Chen is everywhere, spectators marveled. Can he really be that omnipresent? In the next possession, George continued to post up against Chandler, determined to push through and complete his turn. As Yi-Chen approached to provide assistance, the moment he appeared, George immediately secured the ball, executing a swift pass that traversed to Stephenson. With ample space, Stephenson launched a three-point shot that found its mark. 75-66. Just before Yi-Chen could establish a double team, George delivered the ball to the unguarded Stephenson. George's passing has often been underestimated. As a versatile small forward excelling in both offense and defense, his career has frequently been overlooked. Only General George could contend with the Heat during those years in the Eastern Conference. Under Yi-Chen's formidable defense, Stephenson, who had finally found a sliver of opportunity, achieved his first points of the game. You think you can come at me again? Once you attempt to double-team me, you will pay a steep price. George glanced back at Yi-Chen, muttering a few words. All right, how about I guard you one-on-one, and you do the same for me? Yi-Chen proposed. Upon hearing this, George felt deflated. He was well aware of Yi-Chen's defensive prowess from their encounters in the first half. After sinking a three-pointer, Stephenson's spirits soared, and he began to defend Yi-Chen with fervor. If you have the guts, don't shoot threes. Try breaking past me instead, Stephenson taunted. With a smile gracing his face, Yi-Chen gazed at Stephenson without uttering a word. However, after the fleeting smile, Yi-Chen abruptly accelerated, pivoting away from Stephenson, and swiftly charged towards the restricted area. Upon encountering Hibbert's assistance in defense, Yi-Chen executed a deft maneuver, evading Hibbert's grasp, while David West, sensing the precarious situation, hastily approached to bolster the defense. In midair, Yi-Chen deftly transitioned the ball from his left hand to his right, executing a graceful pull-up. Confronted by 3 defenders, he first accelerated to evade Stephenson, then utilized a subtle move to shake off Hibbert. Ultimately, in the face of David West, Yi-Chen delivered a shot reminiscent of the legendary Jordan's iconic layup. The scoreboard read 77-66, with the Lakers leading by 11 points. Following this remarkable play, the audience within the Conseco Fieldhouse erupted in exuberance. Even the majority of Pacers fans began to cheer for Yi-Chen. This was a move straight out of Jordan's playbook. Yi-Chen's prowess on the court is unparalleled, showcasing an extraordinary ability to execute any maneuver. He's indeed the contemporary Jordan, Yichen, akin to a deity, descended upon the Conseco field house, his explosive performance swiftly captivating the audience, who offered their reverent adulation. As you wish, my brother, I shall confront you head-on. No amount of double-teaming can hinder me, Yichen declared in response to Stevenson. Stevenson, bowing his head, offered no reply. As possession shifted, the Pacers launched their offense. George Hill passed the ball to the left side to David West, who, upon receiving it, attempted a mid-range jump shot that missed its mark. George surged towards the basket, soaring above Farid and McGee to secure the offensive rebound and execute a powerful follow-up dunk. In the opening 6 minutes of this quarter, George and Yichen found themselves locked in a fierce duel. Yichen impeccably scored 14 points on 6 attempts, complemented by 3 assists. Meanwhile, General George was not to be outdone, netting 13 points from 7 shots. As the match unfolds, Yichen has already amassed 40 points, while George has contributed 33. Showcasing an exhilarating clash between two of the league's premier stars, a true pinnacle of competition. Indeed, although this encounter is merely a regular season game, its intensity rivals that of a playoff showdown, marked by a fierce duel between the athletes and a battle of wits between the coaches. The commentary team at the sidelines expressed their exhilaration, while the audience within the arena erupted in cheers, transcending the rivalry between home and away teams. United solely in their admiration for this captivating contest, Yichen and George, both emerging supernovas, are destined to become prominent figures in the league. With Yichen at 40 points and George at 33, both players are on a trajectory towards 60 points, a remarkable display of talent not seen in some time. Oh, how exhilarating this match is. It is destined to be etched in history. We fervently hope they continue their fierce competition without pause. CCTV Sports is also broadcasting this event, with Yu Jia and Zhang Weiping providing commentary. As a devoted fan of the sport, Zhang Weiping's insights are both passionate and extensive. Given that Yichen hails from the Dragon Kingdom and is regarded as Kobe's successor, Zhang Weiping's commentary is imbued with strong personal sentiment. Yichen has performed remarkably well in this game, exhibiting scoring prowess that rivals the prime of Kobe, rendering the Pacers' defensive efforts futile. On the other hand, George has also showcased commendable performance. Averaging merely 26 points this season, he has already reached 33 points with a quarter and a half remaining in the match, significantly exceeding expectations. Yu Jia, with a smile, inquired about Zhang's thoughts on the upcoming gameplay. As the aces of their respective teams, both George and Yichen are in exceptional form, yet if these two stars were to face off directly, the outcome would be evidently clear. Yichen, having successfully contained George in several defensive exchanges during the first half, is likely to take the initiative in guarding him upon the resumption of play. Yu Jia adjusted his glasses and remarked that if Yichen and George were to match up defensively, the game could become even more thrilling. Should either player manage to stifle their opponent, it could disrupt the rival's strategy and create an advantage in the contest. Currently, the Lakers lead the Pacers 88-82, maintaining a 6-point advantage. Coach, allow me to take on the primary defense against George, Yichen eagerly volunteered from the Lakers bench. As predicted by Zhang Weiping, Yichen has opted to personally defend George. Although the Lakers currently hold an advantage in terms of gameplay, the score remains tightly contested, largely due to George's explosive performance today. Even with Yichen scoring 40 points, he could not help his team establish an unassailable lead. The only solution was for Yichen to guard George closely. In the face of adversity, the brave shall prevail. Whichever player can effectively stifle the other will determine the victor of this contest. Such is the simplicity of the matter. Good job, Yichen. But I hope you do not overexert yourself. If you feel discomfort or wish to take a breather during the game, we still have 4 timeouts available. Just let me know, and I will call for one. D'Antoni expressed his concern for Yichen. Engaging with George would demand immense physical exertion on both ends. Yet Yichen remained unfazed, who could challenge his full attributes. In contrast, George, facing Yichen in both offense and defense, would experience significant fatigue. While Yichen was confident he could dominate George on both fronts. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Upon witnessing Yichen personally guarding him, George's expression shifted. Memories of being schooled by Yichen in the first half flooding back, igniting his determination to reclaim his honor. With George Hill advancing the ball, George and Yichen engaged in a fierce struggle, George attempting to establish position low in the post. He was acutely aware that attempting to drive against Yichen would be futile. He risked either being blocked or stripped of the ball. After several attempts to push Yichen, George found himself unable to budge him and pivoted in an effort to escape. However, as he turned He discovered Yichin had effectively sealed off his path to the basket. With only 2 seconds remaining on the shot clock, George, realizing the urgency, passed the ball to the perimeter to Stevenson. In haste, Stevenson launched a three-pointer, which clanged off the rim, allowing McGee to secure the rebound and pass the ball to Yichin. Turning back, Yichin advanced the ball, with George once again taking it upon himself to guard him. Observing George's unwavering focus, Yichin retreated 2 steps before accelerating leftward to drive past him. Before George could close in, Yichin executed a swift spin move, leaving George trailing behind. Their speeds were not in the same league. While George was not among the slowest players, indeed, he was one of the faster forwards. Yichin, with his fully enhanced attributes, moved like a whirlwind. As Yichin approached the basket, he soared into the air, prompting Hibbert, alarmed by Yichin's aggressive approach, to hastily retreat to the side. The memory of Yichin's thunderous dunk over David West in the first quarter was still fresh, and Hibbert had no desire to become mere background scenery. Yichin rose and executed a one-handed slam dunk. The Lakers led the Pacers by 8 points, 90-82. In this sequence, Yichin not only successfully defended against George, but he also completely dismantled George's defensive stance on the offensive end. In the subsequent play, the two faced off once more, with George attempting to drive with the ball. However, it was evident that George's ball handling skills were inadequate in the presence of Yichin, making it exceedingly difficult for him to penetrate successfully. Yichin executed a swift interception and surged towards the offensive zone. Faced with an unguarded basket, he opted not for a dunk but instead positioned himself beyond the three-point line, releasing a perfectly arched shot that swished through the net. This unexpected choice left Stevenson, who had just returned to defend, momentarily bewildered. He had anticipated a straightforward layup. The psychological impact was palpable throughout the latter half of the third quarter. Under Yichin's vigilant defense, George faltered, missing all 5 of his attempts and committing 2 turnovers. In contrast, Yichin excelled, scoring 14 points on 6 successful shots, complemented by 3 assists. Under his leadership, the Lakers unleashed an offensive barrage, outscoring the Pacers 18-10. As the third quarter concluded, the Lakers held a commanding 16-point lead at 108-92. This margin suggested that if the bench players could maintain the score in the early moments of the final quarter, victory was within reach. In the opening minutes of the fourth quarter, the Pacers, led by George Hill, mounted a fervent comeback. However, the Lakers bench, featuring Nick Young and Gallinari, began to assert their dominance. Young delivered a series of mid-range jumpers, while Gallinari responded with back-to-back three-pointers, not only staving off the Pacers' resurgence, but also extending the lead to 20 points. On the sidelines, Pacers coach Vogel expressed his dissatisfaction. Despite facing a Lakers team missing key players like Yichin, they found themselves trailing significantly. After a timeout, both teams returned with their starting lineups. With 5 minutes remaining, the Lakers maintained a 20-point advantage at 122-102. At this juncture, Yichin had amassed an impressive 54 points along with 11 assists. George, who had been locked down by Yichin's defense in the latter part of the third quarter, remained stagnant at 33 points. Why is your coach still putting you in when you're down by 20? George shrugged in resignation. With 5 minutes still on the clock and the game not yet devolving into garbage time, Yichin chuckled. What if you pull a T-Mac and score 13 points in 35 seconds? That would certainly put us on edge. As the game progressed, George faced Chandler's defense, employing a series of feints before breaking free for a mid-range jumper near the foul line, scoring effortlessly. In response, Yichin, undeterred by Stevenson's presence, drilled another three-pointer, bringing his tally to 57 points. George, unfazed, quickly answered with a three-pointer of his own, raising his score to 38. The final minutes turned into a back-and-forth battle, with the point differential hovering around 20. Ultimately, the Lakers concluded the game with an explosive performance, finalizing the score at 138-116. Their relentless offensive wave overwhelming the Pacers and captivating the entire state of Indiana. Impressive work. I believe our next encounter will not end in defeat, George remarked as he sought out Yichin for a congratulatory embrace. I look forward to our next matchup, Yichin replied with a smile. Following their victory over the Indiana Pacers, the Lakers subsequently triumphed over both the Magic and the Pistons, returning to Los Angeles with an extraordinary 20-game winning streak. Yichin, unsurprisingly, was awarded the Western Conference Player of the Month, a recognition that shattered several historical records, marking him as the first rookie and the first player from the Dragon Kingdom to receive such an honor. After their Eastern campaign, the Lakers enjoyed a 3-day respite, during which Yichin remained industrious, Accompanied by Nick Young, he ventured into a renowned nightclub in Los Angeles, situated not far from Hollywood, frequented by numerous celebrities. Upon entering, Young immediately set out to charm potential admirers. Known as the league's notorious flirt, his prowess in seduction matched his skill on the court, effortlessly drawing the attention of countless women. In stark contrast, Yichen, having lived two lives, understood the art of subtlety. He preferred to embody the guise of prey rather than flaunt wealth to attract women. Despite his rising fame, he was still bound by a rookie contract. Although several businesses sought his endorsement, negotiations with Palinka were ongoing. In summary, Yichen was not affluent at this time, opting to present himself as an intriguing enigma, enticing interest without ostentation. Scanning the room, he found no one who particularly caught his eye. Yichen decided to remain at the front desk, savoring exquisite wine while swaying his body to the pulsating rhythm of the nightclub music. Immersing himself in the vibrant atmosphere of the night seemed to be a delightful choice. As he indulged in the exhilarating melodies and casually surveyed the surroundings, he suddenly spotted a silhouette in the distance. It was unmistakable. The voluptuous figure, characterized by an exaggerated posterior, was a woman capable of captivating any man's attention, Kim Kardashian. Kim Kardashian? Yichen's lips curled into a subtle smile as he playfully remarked, "It is time to challenge my limits." At that moment, Kim Kardashian also noticed Yichen, their gazes locking in a shared connection. "Ah, isn't that Yichen?" Khloe Kardashian confirmed. "Is it? Come, let us go seek her out," Kim Kardashian exclaimed, taking her sister's hand as they made their way toward Yichen. As the epitome of global allure, Kim Kardashian naturally attracted the attention of countless admirers and was acquainted with numerous handsome male celebrities. However, her family harbored a particular fondness for NBA athletes. Yichen gazed at the approaching Kim Kardashian, her ample bosom and voluptuous figure seemingly unconquerable by any earthly force. With a beaming smile and an air of excitement, Kim looked at Yichen and exclaimed, "Is it really you, Yichen? I am your superfan. Is that so?" "It is indeed an honor to be your idol," Yichen replied with a smile. "Yichen, won't you invite us for a drink?" Kim asked, her heart racing at the sight of the man who occupied her thoughts, wishing fervently to engage in a spirited exchange with him. "Oh, Miss Kardashian, are you in the mood for a drink? Yet, I possess something far more delectable than wine. Would you care to indulge?" Yichen teased. "What might that be?" Kim inquired, her curiosity piqued. Yichen rose and approached Kim Kardashian, leaning in to whisper in her ear, "Do you not wish to experience my prowess?" "Ah, this is rather inappropriate," Kim Kardashian replied, her cheeks flushed. "However, I am a VIP here, and there is a private room upstairs. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go," Yichen exclaimed, promptly wrapping his arms around Kim Kardashian as they ascended the staircase. Khloe Kardashian, observing from the side, was utterly speechless. Is it really that easy? Upon entering the private room, Kim Kardashian immediately shed her facade, eagerly advancing toward Yichen, and after a flurry of passionate kisses, the atmosphere intensified. Yichen approached the bedside and took a seat, gazing at the increasingly impatient Kim Kardashian before him. "Kneel down and clean for me first," he commanded. Kim Kardashian obediently complied, kneeling before Yichen and promptly began her diligent task of cleaning. A soft sound echoed in the room. Yichen gently tapped Kardashian's pedal from behind, unable to suppress his astonishment at the wonders of the world. At that moment, Kim Kardashian's tongue was already flushed with a deep crimson hue. Bashfully, Kim Kardashian remarked, "Master, could you please be a little gentler?" Yichen, with a face full of pride, claimed the title of the most alluring woman in the world, yet she was equally renowned for being the most difficult to please. At this moment, she appeared remarkably docile before Yichen. "Pray tell, what purpose does this grand pedal serve?" she inquired, her grip tightening around the extraordinarily ample tongue. "Ah, it is intended to delight the master," Kim Kardashian replied. "Is that so?" Yichen murmured, beginning her endeavor with fervor. Ding, ding, ding. 10 minutes later, a flurry of ringing interrupted Yichen's pleasure. Upon seeing the caller ID indicating Palinka, she recognized that a promising opportunity had arisen. With a swift motion, she tapped Kim Kardashian, who instantly understood and promptly rose to assist Yichen. "Hello, brother. What are your instructions?" Yichen answered the call, casually toying with Kardashian's curves as she spoke. On the other end, Palinka's voice came through, tinged with urgency. "Brother, what have you been up to? It took you ages to answer, driving me to distraction. I have several lucrative contracts on the table, and they are preliminarily negotiated. It all depends on your willingness." At that moment, with Yichen leading the Lakers to an unprecedented 20-game winning streak and leveraging the vast market of the Dragon Country, Her commercial value was immeasurable. Countless brands desired to enlist Yi Chun as their spokesperson. Following their initial discussions, Palinka had been diligently filtering opportunities for Yi Chun, deeming minor endorsement contracts negligible. Yi Chun smiled as he pinched Kardashian's delicate face and asked, "Oh, which merchants do you have, my brother?" "There's Lamborghini, Apple, Rolex, Armani, and for sneaker contracts. We have major brands like Adidas, Nike, Jordan, and Anta, all of which are quite prestigious, with contract amounts that are very appealing." Palinka replied on the other end of the line, "Brother, just handle the rest as you see fit. If there's anything you need me for, just let me know in advance. I will personally negotiate the sneaker endorsement contract," Yi Chun stated. "All right, I was just about to discuss this matter with you. The sneaker contract that Jordan offers is the most lucrative and sincere. They have quoted $200 million for 5 years. And Jordan has already arrived in Los Angeles to have dinner with you tonight," Palinka mentioned. "Oh, the esteemed Mr. Jordan has come in person? Then I shall see you this afternoon, brother," Yi Chun replied. Although Yi Chun had earned some money previously, it paled in comparison to these endorsement contracts, which were on a completely different scale. These substantial contracts often reached hundreds of thousands or even millions, with Mr. Jordan offering an astounding $40 million per year. Upon endorsing, one could experience the latest luxury cars, exquisite watches, fashionable clothing, sneakers, and much more, making it entirely irresistible. Yi Chun's task is simply to capture a series of photographs and promotional videos. It won't take long before wealth begins to flow abundantly into his pockets. "No problem. I will promptly inform Jordan and Palinka, who will undoubtedly be overjoyed. As Yi Chun's agent, he benefits significantly from every contract signed. When compared to Yi Chun and Kobe, the other players pale in comparison. Thus, these two must be revered as icons." After hanging up the phone, Yi Chun, brimming with excitement, turned to the diligent Kim Kardashian, whom he playfully pushed down, exclaiming, "After all this time, nothing has emerged. It seems I must impose a fitting punishment." Kim Kardashian gasped in shock, pleading, "Master, I will redouble my efforts. Please don't do this. I can't bear it. Such trivial chatter." Yi Chun disregarded Kim Kardashian's protests and boldly advanced. In the afternoon, under the team's arrangement, Yi Chun participated in an exclusive interview with Tencent Sports. Currently, he is regarded as a top-tier celebrity in Longguo, with a level of popularity and media attention that far surpasses that of many rising stars. He stands as a paragon of contemporary Longguo. Leading the Tencent Sports team are Yang Yi and Zhou Lingen, accompanied by numerous photographers and makeup artists. Zhou Lingen, who once shared a clandestine moment with Yi Chun in a restroom at the Staples Center, felt her cheeks flush upon seeing him approach. "Hello, Yi Chun. Our interview will be quite straightforward. Once you're ready, we shall commence," Zhou Lingen said, her face tinged with embarrassment. Yi Chun arrived at the photography studio prepared by the team, tidied himself up slightly, and declared, "I am ready. Let us begin." "Hello, Yi Chun. To start, I have a question for you. When you first donned the purple and gold jersey to represent the Lakers, what were your thoughts?" Yang Yi inquired. "When I first wore the Lakers jersey, my initial reaction was that a dream had come true. Having been a Lakers fan since childhood, my dream was always to play for the Lakers," Yi Chun replied. "Furthermore, I felt the weight of responsibility increase significantly for the Lakers, as a traditional powerhouse, have always had a superstar leading the team to prominence in the league. This realization intensified the sense of responsibility I carry." After an hour-long interview, they reached the concluding moment. Yang Yi swallowed hard and asked, "Yi Chun, one last question. Where do you believe the Lakers will end up this season?" "The championship. Without a doubt. Ultimately, we will emerge as this year's champions," Yi Chun responded with unwavering conviction. After the interview concluded, the staff from Tencent Sports, under Yang Yi's guidance, began to pack their belongings and return to the hotel, preparing to head back to the Dragon Country the following morning. However, they were puzzled as Zhou Lingen did not leave with them but remained in the arena. "Sister, you truly are obedient. You specifically wore black stockings today." Yi Chun approached Zhou Lingen and teasingly touched her legs encased in the black fabric. "Remove your hand." Zhou Lingen swatted Yi Chun's hand away, feigning anger. "Sister, do you not wish to experience this? Last time, you helped your brother. Now it is your brother's turn to assist you." Yi Chun embraced Zhou Lingen and lifted her onto the table. Zhou Lingen immediately panicked and exclaimed, "What are you doing? What if someone sees us?" Yi Chun playfully tore a hole in Zhou Lingen's black stockings and chuckled, "Sister, just relax and enjoy. No one will come." "Ah, then please be gentle," Zhou Lingen replied as she reclined on the table. closing her eyes and surrendering herself to Yi-Chen's whims. Sister, you are truly wonderful, Yi-Chen leered. That night, under the guidance of Pailinka, Yi-Chen and Kobe ventured to the Staples Grand Hotel to meet Michael Jordan. Upon their arrival, the assistant ushered them into a private room. As they entered, Michael Jordan, brimming with excitement, approached and embraced Yi-Chen and the others. Yi-Chen, you are simply incredible. I truly regret not selecting you, he exclaimed. Shaking Yi-Chen's hand fervently, the Charlotte Bobcats possessed 2 first-round picks and even a second-round pick in the current NBA draft, yet, by an unfortunate twist of fate, they completely overlooked Yi-Chen. The players chosen by the Bobcats failed to make a significant impact and soon faded into obscurity in the NBA. As the season progressed, Yi-Chen's performance continued to excel, inevitably causing regret not only for Jordan but also for every team in the league, apart from the Lakers, who lamented their missed opportunity to select Yi-Chen. Although Jordan remained unparalleled on the court, his drafting acumen had long been criticized, having previously lauded players like LaMelo Ball and last year's sensation, Gilgeous-Alexander. In the current offseason, he awarded LaMelo a hefty contract and chose Miller with the 2nd overall pick, leaving the future uncertain. Hey, Mr. Jordan, I wonder if you brought your sneakers. I could easily dominate you in a 1v1, Yi-Chen jested. Upon hearing this, Jordan's face lit up with amusement as he patted Kobe on the shoulder, chuckling. Aha, Yi-Chen, didn't you say the same thing when we first met? Did you tell him to say that when he arrived? Kobe, scratching his nose, replied sheepishly, Brother, I didn't teach him that. He wanted to challenge you. What does that have to do with me, haha? Yi-Chen, you little rascal, don't follow Kobe's example. It's easy to go astray with him. Jordan laughed heartily. Yi-Chen grinned at Kobe beside him and said, Brother, I believe Jordan is entirely right. Being around you makes it all too easy to stray. Ha ha ha. By the way, how is your injury recovery coming along? Jordan inquired with a serious tone. Kobe replied earnestly, I have nearly recovered and can now participate in 5v5 training. I'm not in a rush to return. This season, under Yi-Chen's leadership, the Lakers have been performing exceptionally well, establishing an excellent chemistry. I will choose the right moment to make my comeback. Jordan nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is the best approach. Who would have thought you would have a successor like Yi-Chen in the twilight of your career? Once you secure your 6th championship, you better retire and not play again. Laughter erupted among the group. After enjoying their meal and drinks, Jordan took the initiative to discuss the sneaker endorsement contract. Yi-Chen, although I missed the chance to draft you during the selection conference and bring you into our team, I certainly do not wish to lose you in terms of the sneaker endorsement. I am offering a 5-year contract worth $200 million, plus a 3% stake in the company. Take a look. If there is anything you feel needs adjustment, do not hesitate to ask. Jordan gestured for his assistant to bring over a contract, speaking with utmost seriousness. Yi-Chen took the contract and examined it meticulously. It must be said that the old man Xiao spared no expense to secure Yi-Chen as a spokesperson, even willing to part with shares. The endorsement deal offered to Jordan was unparalleled in the NBA, making it difficult for any star to contend with. Yi-Chen had no reason to decline. Brother, you've already invested so much. What conditions do I have to refuse? Yi-Chen remarked with a smile. Ha ha, then it's settled. Securing you is a tremendous advantage for me, Jordan replied. Upon finishing, Jordan hastily urged his assistant to fetch a pen, his demeanor quite comical. Yi-Chen, positioned within the Dragon Kingdom market, possessed an influence and sales potential that Jordan fully understood. Collaborating with Yi-Chen on several co-branded shoes would undoubtedly lead to remarkable sales in the Dragon Kingdom, potentially rivaling Adidas and Nike in the future. Brother, my sneaker contract is expiring, and I too wish to sign with you, Kobe chimed in, patting Jordan on the shoulder with a laugh. That's splendid. With both of you on board, Jordan Sports will undoubtedly become the #1 global sneaker brand, Jordan responded enthusiastically. Those familiar with Kobe know that he was always dissatisfied with Nike's lack of children's shoe sizes. He also planned to establish his own sneaker company upon the expiration of his contract with Nike. Regrettably, he did not have the opportunity to showcase his business acumen. How wonderful it would have been if he were still around. After signing the contract, Yi-Chen took a group photo with Kobe and Jordan, updating his social media with the caption, "Two great brothers." The following day, the official NBA All-Star voting portal was officially opened. And this time the voting once again reshaped the world's perception of Yi-Chen and the Dragon Kingdom. The prowess of Dragon Kingdom fans was undeniable. During Yao Ming's rookie season, he was voted into the All-Star game, setting a record in NBA history that remains unbroken to this day. The Lakers' official media tweeted to rally votes for Kobe and Yi-Chen. Historically, the Lakers have held numerous advantages in Los Angeles, which is why many players favor playing for them. Numerous Hollywood stars, including Jack Nicholson, also tweeted in support of Yi-Chun and Kobe. Miranda Kerr mobilized her friends, including Lima, Bahati, and other top Victoria's Secret models, to tweet for Yi-Chun as well. Scarlett Johansson also joined in. But a small incident occurred when our coach Du commented below her tweet, asking, "Can I get on stage to campaign for myself?" The response was predictable. Scarlett curtly replied, "Get lost." This one-word retort left Coach Du heartbroken and intensified his disdain for Yi-Chun. Unexpectedly, the Kardashian family, spurred by Kim Kardashian, also began to rally votes for Yi-Chun. This move ignited considerable backlash from netizens, especially Lakers fans. Due to the negative influence the Kardashian family had in Los Angeles stemming from Lamar Odom's situation. You've just ruined Odom, and now you want to destroy Yi-Chun? How despicable. Please keep your distance from Yi-Chun. Wow, could the Kardashian family's next target be Yi-Chun? Has Yi-Chun already captivated the Kardashians? Meanwhile, within the Dragon Kingdom, as soon as the All-Star voting commenced, fans flooded in, nearly overwhelming the voting platform. Damn. I've switched 10 accounts just to get Yi-Chun to the top. 10 accounts? I've used 30. Regardless, just vote for Yi-Chun and Kobe. Bro. Share this on WeChat and Weibo to get more people involved. Ultimately, bolstered by the support of countless fans and celebrities. In merely 2 hours since the voting channel opened, Yi-Chun amassed an impressive 1 million votes, closely followed by Kobe with 700,000. Undoubtedly, both Kobe and Yi-Chun will triumphantly advance to the All-Star game. The highly anticipated clash between the Lakers and the Rockets is imminent. This evening, the Los Angeles Lakers will host the Houston Rockets at their home ground. This marks the first encounter between the two teams this season and also signifies Dwight Howard's return to Staples Center for his inaugural match after departing the Lakers for the Rockets during the offseason. Last season, the Lakers formed a star-studded lineup featuring Nash, Kobe, Gasol, and Howard, but injuries, internal discord, and management turmoil led to the team's downfall, rendering them the laughingstock of the league. During the offseason, the Lakers made fervent attempts to retain Howard, pledging to build the team around him. However, the determined Superman ultimately chose to join the Houston Rockets, teaming up with Harden and Lin. Thus far this season, the Rockets have achieved a disappointing record of 11 wins and 10 losses, falling short of expectations. In contrast, under Yi-Chun's leadership, the Lakers have soared to an astonishing 20-game winning streak, firmly securing the top position in the league. The buzz surrounding this matchup is palpable. Prior to the game, Howard boldly declared his intention to put an end to the Lakers' winning streak. In response, Yi-Chun equally issued a fierce proclamation, vowing to exact revenge on the traitor. Fueled by public discourse, tickets for this game have become exceedingly scarce. ESPN has dispatched the legendary duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley as commentators, with Hakeem Olajuwon and Magic Johnson as special guests, creating an unprecedented lineup. An hour before the match, commentators and guests have already arrived at Staples Center. Both O'Neal and Magic, being Lakers legends, naturally align with the Lakers, while Barkley has historically opposed O'Neal's views. Yet, when it comes to the Lakers, Barkley unhesitatingly chooses to support them, now an ardent admirer of Yi-Chun. Conversely, Olajuwon, a historic figure for the Rockets, remains steadfastly loyal to his team. O'Neal confidently asserted that the Lakers would easily overcome the Rockets, continuing their winning streak, while it would be arduous for the Rockets to halt the Lakers' momentum. Who agrees? Who disagrees? O'Neal asked resolutely from the commentary booth. Magic Johnson patted O'Neal's shoulder and replied, "Shaq, I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiments. Given the current state of the teams, it is challenging for any team to defeat this Lakers squad led by Yi-Chun. Indeed, Yi-Chun's performance thus far has been remarkable, averaging 44 points, 8 rebounds, and 8 assists per game. What is even more astounding is his shooting accuracy of 70 and a three-point shooting percentage of 60. Throughout the season, Yi-Chun has yet to falter, consistently delivering stable performances, making it difficult for the Rockets to best the Lakers. Barkley, holding a stack of statistics, marveled at the numbers. Olajuwon, seated in the center of the commentary booth, appeared somewhat helpless, wondering why the three of them unanimously favored the Lakers. Noticing Olajuwon's silence, O'Neal teased, "Olajuwon, as a historical figure for the Rockets, what are your thoughts on this match?" Overall, I still lean towards the Rockets winning this game. This match marks Howard's first return to Staples Center as a member of the Rockets. I believe he will dominate the paint and lead the Rockets to victory," Olajuwon stated earnestly. O'Neal scoffed. "Just Howard? What can he do? I don't believe he can dominate the Lakers' paint, nor do I think he can overpower anyone in the post. O'Neal has always held a low opinion of Howard, a sentiment well understood by all. What is the background here? According to rumors, O'Neal once dubbed himself Superman. And during the 2007 dunk contest, Howard donned a Superman costume. Following that, the media widely publicized the nickname, which Howard accepted without reservation. In reality, after leaving the Lakers, Howard's career began to decline. He faced public conflicts with Harden on the Rockets, which ultimately led to his release, followed by stints with the Hawks, 76ers, and various other teams. After parting ways with Kobe, it was only when he encountered Harden that Howard truly grasped the dedication Kobe had shown in urging him to train diligently. Ultimately, in 2020, Howard returned to the Lakers, assisting them in clinching the championship, a testament to the adage that a wayward son can indeed return home. Harden, as we all know, was once dubbed the nightclub prince, frequently seen in nightclubs and romantically linked to Khloe Kardashian. This season, Harden's form has been inconsistent, but after separating from Kardashian, he embarked on an extraordinary path. This matchup also marks the first confrontation between Yichin and Harden. Major media outlets are fervently promoting this game. ESPN asks, can Howard lead the Rockets to end the Lakers' winning streak upon his return to Staples? TNT poses, will Yichin exact revenge on the traitor and continue the winning streak? Such media outlets, much like some from Dragon Country, engage in sensationalism to capture attention. The discord between Kobe and Howard has long been public knowledge, and Howard's departure during the offseason incited significant anger among Lakers fans. Yichin's pregame remarks have been amplified, and coupled with media promotion, the anticipation and hype are undeniable. On various forums in Dragon Country, fans from both sides have engaged in heated debates. Due to Yao Ming's influence, the Rockets remain a team of considerable interest domestically. The Rockets of yesteryear are fondly remembered by many. The architects of the 22-game winning streak, they faced off against the championship Lakers in the playoffs without Yao and McGrady, enduring a valiant 7-game series, though ultimately falling short. Yet, no one would mock that Rockets team. Players like Rafer Alston, Scola, Landry, and Lowry are indelibly etched in the hearts of fans from Dragon Country. Rockets will triumph. End the Lakers' winning streak. Charge forth. Lakers for the championship. Rockets should stay out of it. Get lost. We are invincible and can easily handle you. Are you delusional? How could the Rockets possibly defeat the Lakers? Why bother with all that? Rockets, charge. In the Rockets locker room, Harden chuckled at Howard. Hey, have you heard? Yichin said he wants to take you down. Howard had initially thought that with his departure, the Lakers would become a mediocre team. But he never imagined that a player like Yichin would emerge and elevate the Lakers to the top of the league. His situation is quite awkward. With the Lakers' ongoing winning streak, Lakers fans have inundated his social media with insults and mockery. This has infuriated Howard, and facing the Lakers provides him with the perfect opportunity to vent his frustration. Damn it, someone like Yichin is merely a flash in the pan. Doesn't he love dunking? Let's see if I don't send him flying today. The Staples Center is bustling with activity, every seat occupied. This highly anticipated clash has attracted a multitude of celebrities to lend their support, including the likes of Jack Nicholson, David Beckham, the Kardashian family, and Jessica Alba, among many others. Following the signing of the most lucrative sneaker endorsement deal in history, Yichin has officially become the spokesperson for Jordan Sports, with the basketball deity Michael Jordan present at the event, cheering him on. Even David Stern, the then commissioner of the NBA, made an appearance to witness the spectacle. One player is the darling who led the Lakers to a renaissance, while the other is the prodigal son who abandoned the team in their time of need. Howard's return for his first game is destined to be charged with intensity. This matchup also features a duel of compatriots, Jeremy Lin versus Yichin. The attention surrounding this game rivals that of a Game 7 in the playoffs, with VIP seats flanked by an all-star array of American celebrities. CCTV Sports has dispatched a commentary team featuring Yu Jia and Zhang Weiping to narrate the event, while Tencent Sports is not to be outdone, inviting the popular star Lu Han as a guest alongside the three brothers of Durex. Meanwhile, the largest domestic website, Hupu, has experienced server crashes due to overwhelming traffic. As the two most beloved teams in the country, the Lakers and Rockets boast an immeasurable fan base. For fans in the Dragon Nation, there is likely nothing that compares to the dialogue between these two teams, aside from the Spring Festival Gala. On the court, players from both sides are engaged in warm-up training. Yichin has consecutively made 10 three-pointers from the top of the arc. His current form is exceptionally impressive, and he is determined to show a thing or two to the defector, Howard. Hey, Yichin, I've recently honed my three-point shooting," Saki Stone said earnestly as he dribbled the ball towards Yichun. After speaking, Saki Stone launched a three-pointer, which unfortunately missed the mark entirely, leading to an incredibly awkward moment. "Yichun, I'm feeling quite nervous right now." "Are you nervous?" Saki Stone remarked, touching his nose to ease the tension. Throughout his tenure, Saki Stone has been the cheerleader captain for the Lakers bench, only being called upon by D'Antoni during garbage time. Surrounded by a constellation of superstars in the Staples Center, how could he not feel apprehensive? What is there to be nervous about? "If you find it hard to stir the atmosphere alone, I shall join you," Yichun replied with a smile. "Ha ha ha, all right. When you take a break later, bring me along to liven things up." Saki Stone chuckled. He then inquired, "Yichun, what will you do when facing Howard?" Yichun grasped the basketball firmly, his expression solemn. "Today, I shall deliver a slam dunk upon him, reminiscent of the legendary Kobe, ensuring that his name is etched in history." Yichun naturally would not underestimate his opponent, yet he felt a surge of anger towards Howard. In his previous life as a Lakers fan, the moment the Lakers assembled their star-studded team, Yichun was filled with hope and anticipation for Kobe's quest for a sixth championship. However, throughout the season, Howard was plagued by emotional turmoil, neglecting defense and screen setting, solely focused on usurping Kobe's esteemed position, ultimately leading to the Lakers' downfall. Failure is not to be feared. What truly frightens is the act of surrender. During the offseason, disregarding the pleas of his teammates, Howard turned his back and joined the Rockets, an action that incensed Yichun. Consequently, the Lakers fell into a period of silence for several years. Now, with both the opportunity and the capability to confront Howard, Yichun was determined not to let this moment slip away. As the warm-up concluded, he shed his jacket, ready to engage in battle. "Brother, do not act in haste. Just play your game," Kobe said, noticing the fury etched across Yichun's face as he patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Rest assured, I will make Howard regret his decision to leave the Lakers and will also avenge the entire team," Yichun declared resolutely. On the opposite side, Howard was at the scorer's table, throwing around some glitter, an act that instantly provoked a storm of boos from the crowd. "F you, damn Howard, go back. You traitor. Don't you know to keep a low profile upon returning to Los Angeles? Yichun, take down this little brat. Damn it, Howard." Yichun also noticed Howard's actions and approached the technical area. However, instead of showering the audience with flattery like Howard, he leaped onto the technical platform and executed a perfect backflip before landing gracefully. The Lakers players were left in a state of bewilderment, while Saki, in particular, appeared exceptionally exhilarated. As expected of Yichun, he certainly knows how to enliven the atmosphere from the very start. The gentleman familiar with the 2K game understood that there was a specific animation package for backflips in the entrance moves. The fans at the Staples Center were equally astonished by Yichun's entrance. They momentarily stood in silence before erupting into thunderous applause. At the ESPN commentary booth, Shaquille O'Neal and his colleagues were at a loss for words after witnessing Yichun's opening move. "Well, we can see that Yichun's entrance is quite impressive," O'Neal remarked, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Meanwhile, Charles Barkley, known for his admiration of Yichun, seized the opportunity to extol his talents. Yichun's entrance move is truly exceptional, a remarkable highlight in the annals of NBA history. This backflip not only showcases his outstanding athleticism, but also reflects his confidence in securing victory in this match. "I would dare to call this the greatest entrance of all time. What do you think?" O'Neal, Magic Johnson, and Hakeem Olajuwon merely chuckled in response. "Haha. Look at Yichun's entrance. It's so amusing," Jessica Alba exclaimed, laughing uncontrollably after witnessing Yichun's move, while covering her mouth and turning to her companion, Megan Fox. "Yichun is just too entertaining," Megan Fox replied with a smile. Both Megan Fox and Jessica Alba, acclaimed Hollywood actresses, possess captivating beauty and flawless physiques, which have garnered them a substantial fan base worldwide. Yichun, regardless of his thoughts, could never have anticipated that his entrance would instantaneously captivate the attention of two stunning beauties. The referee signaled for both teams to take the court. Subsequently, the starting players from both sides gathered in the center of the arena, exchanging greetings. Yet not a single member of the Lakers acknowledged Howard, rendering him awkwardly isolated in the middle. The Rockets starting lineup featured Lin Shaheo alongside Harden in the backcourt, with Parsons and Patterson occupying the forward positions, while Howard anchored the paint. Conversely, Lakers coach D'Antoni opted for a bold adjustment to the starting lineup prior to the game, substituting the underperforming Chandler with the sharpshooting Gallinari. Yichun transitioned from the forward position to the shooting guard role, while Nash maintained control at point guard. supported by the athletic Farid and the exceptionally talented McGee in the paint. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, the teams engaged in the jump ball. Howard outmaneuvered McGee, directing the ball into Lin Shaheo's hands. The game commenced with the Rockets initiating the offense. Nash assumed the task of guarding Lin Shaheo throughout the court. Lin Shaheo, with the ball in hand, advanced against Nash's defense, while Howard positioned himself at the arc to set a screen. Howard's pick effectively neutralized Nash, allowing Lin Shaheo to sidestep into an open space and launch a three-pointer. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a perfect arc before swishing through the net. 3-0. The Rockets struck first. At this moment, Lakers fans rose in unison, eagerly anticipating their team's initial field goal, remaining standing until such a moment transpired. "Let us go Lakers! Let us go Lakers! Let us go Lakers!" The crowd roared with fervor. The Lakers initiated their offensive play. Nash advanced with the ball, confronting Lin Shaheo's defense. He attempted to accelerate past on the left side but failed to penetrate, subsequently passing to Gallinari on the perimeter. However, Harden, swift and astute, intercepted the pass mid-air, seizing the ball and sprinting toward the front court. Unopposed beneath the basket, Harden executed a layup with precision. 5-0. The Rockets, from the outset, exhibited commendable performance on both ends of the court, showcasing fierce intensity and an aggressive approach, determined to support Howard in his return to the game. Turning back, Nash continued to push the ball up the court, still facing Lin Shaheo's defense. This time, Nash opted not to force the play but instead passed to Yichin just beyond half-court. Yichin faced Parsons' defense with the ball in hand. Parsons, renowned as the league's quintessential high-flyer, had a career that could only be described as illustrious. After achieving his career-best statistics with the Rockets, he secured a 3-year, $54 million contract with the Mavericks. However, following the signing, Parsons was plagued by injuries, resulting in a mere handful of appearances during his tenure with the Mavericks, much to Mark Cuban's chagrin. Yet, the saga did not conclude there. In the summer of 2016, a year marked by a dramatic increase in the salary cap, the Grizzlies offered Parsons a staggering 4-year, $94.8 million contract, an agreement that the Grizzlies management would prefer to avoid discussing. Yichin, withstanding Parsons' formidable defense, executed a forceful two-step drive. Immediately thereafter, he retreated with a deft step back, positioning himself beyond the three-point arc and unleashed a stunning three-point shot. Yichin suddenly retreated a step, leaving Parsons utterly unprepared. By the time Parsons reacted, he hurried forward to interfere, but Yichin had already made his move, leaving Parsons to watch helplessly as the basketball swished through the net. The score was now 3-5. Following Yichin's initial field goal for the Lakers, the audience at the Staples Center settled into their seats. Turning back, Harden executed a series of behind-the-back dribbles, maneuvering past Gallinari as he charged towards the basket. Due to Harden's formidable threat, McGee was compelled to abandon his defensive assignment and shift his focus to Harden. At that moment, Harden deftly flicked the ball to the unguarded Howard, who leaped and executed a powerful one-handed dunk. From the outset, the Rockets appeared well prepared, successfully converting all three of their initial offensive plays, which included a three-pointer and two thunderous dunks. Meanwhile, the Lakers, accustomed to a sluggish start, saw all but Yichin struggle to find their rhythm. The Rockets' aggressive offense at the beginning was striking. It seemed they were determined to secure a victory for Howard. Indeed. What were the Lakers doing? Couldn't their defense be a bit more tenacious? But let us not rush. This is just the beginning. Yichin's shooting touch was quite promising today. We shall not falter. With Yichin on our side, what do we have to fear? After Howard's emphatic dunk, he celebrated with a smile and a shake of his head. As possession shifted, the Lakers initiated their offense. Nash brought the ball across half-court and passed it to Yichin, who engaged in a pick-and-roll with McGee. Yichin utilized JaVale McGee's screen to penetrate near the free-throw line, subsequently delivering an exquisite pass to the descending McGee. As McGee received the ball, he faced the formidable defense of Dwight Howard, opting for a layup, only to be ruthlessly denied by Howard's emphatic block. Howard seized possession and swiftly passed to the fast-breaking Jeremy Lin, who effortlessly scored with a layup. The Rockets led the Lakers by 6 points with a score of 3-9. Following this remarkable defensive play, Howard exuberantly spread his arms and roared in triumph. Approaching Yichin, he nudged him with his shoulder, an unmistakable act of provocation. Defeating you is effortless. My departure from you is indeed the right choice. You are utterly inept without me. After this confrontation, Howard continued to taunt Yichin with derogatory remarks. He then directed his insults towards Kobe Bryant, who was seated on the Lakers bench, declaring, "You're past your prime, Kobe, it's time for you to retire. From the ESPN commentary table, Shaquille O'Neal. Witnessing Howard's verbal assault on both Kobe and Yi Chun erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "Finally, this is what we have been waiting for." Howard not only provoked Yi Chun on the court but also directed his jibes at Kobe on the sidelines. However, Howard would soon face a response from Yi Chun. Provoking him was undoubtedly unwise. Magic Johnson chimed in, "Howard will likely pay dearly for his actions." Mike D'Antoni expressed his dissatisfaction with the Lakers' lackluster performance, which was far from the demeanor of a top team in the league, promptly calling for a timeout. "Wake up, everyone. This is a game, not a night out at the club." D'Antoni fumed upon returning to the bench. After a brief respite, the timeout concluded swiftly. Upon returning to play, Howard remained relentless. Brushing past Yi Chun and bumping his shoulder once more, Howard appeared invigorated, as if fueled by adrenaline. "Hey, Howard, are you ready?" Yi Chun called out to him. Howard turned around, perplexed. "Ready for what? To be dunked on by you?" Yi Chun casually adjusted his shorts, unfazed, replying, "I'm waiting for you in the paint. If you dare, come and try." Howard, infuriated by Yi Chun's audacity, retorted with a fierce threat. As the Lakers executed an inbounds play, Steve Nash received a pass from Earl Clark and surveyed the court from the top of the arc ball. Yi Chun shouted as he maneuvered around McGee's screen towards Nash. Upon hearing Yi Chun's call, Nash promptly passed the ball to him, signaling their teammates to create space for Yi Chun. Yi Chun executed a simple triple threat maneuver, leaving Parsons bewildered, and with a swift acceleration, he surged past Parsons towards the basket. In the paint, McGee and Farid, displaying remarkable awareness, stepped back a few paces, vacating the 3-second area. Observing Yi Chun's penetration into the lane, Howard immediately approached to provide a block. The two leapt in unison, and as Yi Chun aimed for a dunk, Howard summoned all his strength, intent on thwarting the attempt. Boom. Yi Chun firmly pressed Howard's right arm with one hand while executing a powerful dunk with the other above his head. After completing the dunk, Yi Chun did not hasten to descend. Instead, he grasped the rim with both hands, only slowly lowering himself once Howard had landed. Yi Chun executed a stunning dunk over Howard. This moment mirrored the iconic play where Kobe soared over Howard for a dunk. The only distinction lies in the fact that Yi Chun and Howard completed their confrontation in midair as the ball was thrust through the hoop. In that instant, the entire Staples Center erupted in astonished gasps. Yi Chun observed Howard, who had just been dunked over, awkwardly colliding with the basketball hoop behind him. Barely managing to steady himself against the pole, he avoided falling, appearing quite disheveled. "How does it feel to be beneath my legs?" Yi Chun inquired with a smile at the sight of Howard's predicament. On November 13, 2004, the Lakers faced off against the Magic, marking the inaugural encounter between Kobe and Howard. During the third quarter, Kobe executed a pick and roll on the left wing and charged into the paint. Just then, Howard rushed in, but Kobe propelled himself upward with unyielding force, delivering a breathtaking dunk over the formidable center. In his rookie season, Howard was caught off guard, and this moment was immortalized in sports headlines. It was the first time in Howard's career that he had been dunked on, and Kobe used this spectacular slam to convey to the young player, "Welcome to the NBA." In later years, Howard would reminisce about this embarrassing incident, which remained vividly etched in his memory. This humiliating dunk was subsequently awarded as the best highlight of that year. And tonight, merely 2 minutes into the first quarter, Howard found himself once again on the receiving end of a thunderous dunk. After a spectacular confrontation in midair, Yi Chun executed a breathtaking dunk over Howard, delivering a moment that will be forever etched in history. The colossal screen at the center of the arena incessantly replayed this awe-inspiring moment from various angles. From Yi Chun's leap, through the confrontation in midair, to the emphatic dunk, and finally to Howard's dramatic descent, each frame was relished repeatedly. The entire Staples Center erupted in fervor. What a thrill it was. Yi Chun obliterating Howard. This dunk deserves a place in the annals of history. Yi Chun was simply magnificent. This is the consequence of provoking Yi Chun. It is also the fate of betraying the Purple and Gold Legion. Charge forth, Yi Chun. Vanquish this traitor. On the sidelines, the ESPN commentary booth, occupied by 4 former superstars, expressed their astonishment at Yi Chun's dunk over Howard. Shaquille O'Neal laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. What did I just say? Howard dared to provoke Yi Chun, and now he has dug his own grave. Well, this dunk will surely secure Howard's place in history, merely as a backdrop." Magic Johnson, glancing at O'Neal, joined in the laughter, saying, "Ha ha ha, I must say, Yi Chun's explosive power and vertical leap are truly terrifying." This dunk surpasses even Kobe's legendary slam from years past. Yi-Chin swaggered before Howard, boldly proclaiming, "The Los Angeles Lakers shall never lament your absence, for whether you are here or not, it makes no difference." Enraged, Howard found himself powerless to retaliate, resorting instead to the baseline for the inbound pass. "Well done, Yi-Chin. Continue playing like this. This weakling is utterly incapable," Kobe shouted from the sidelines, rising from the Lakers bench to cheer him on. Upon hearing this, Yi-Chin nodded earnestly and saluted Kobe, subsequently remarking, "This softy is utterly inept, incapable of even possessing sturdy toilet paper. Furthermore, our Los Angeles Lakers have no need for cowards." After being subjected to repeated humiliation by Yi-Chin and Kobe, Howard fell into a contemplative silence, diligently positioning himself in the paint to contest rebounds. Lin Shaheo advanced with the ball and just passed the half-court line. He passed it to Harden. Receiving the pass, Harden faced Gallinari's defense, executing a series of deft crossovers before attempting a step-back three-pointer. Perhaps influenced by the recent spectacle of Yi-Chin's dunk over Howard, Harden's demeanor shifted slightly, causing his signature step-back three to miss its mark. Yi-Chin charged into the restricted area, leaping high to snatch the rebound over Howard before swiftly advancing to the front court. Upon reaching the offensive end, Yi-Chin utilized Farid's screen to break through from the left side, drawing the attention of both Lin Shaheo and Howard as they attempted to double-team him near the free-throw line. Seizing the moment, Yi-Chin deftly passed the ball to the cutting Farid amidst the chaos. Farid, facing Howard's defense, sprang into the air with vigor and slammed the ball home with authority. On the sidelines, the Lakers bench erupted with joy, led by Nick Young and Jachi Sher, some even rushing to the scorer's table to celebrate. In the span of a minute, Howard had been humiliated by consecutive dunks, a rather embarrassing ordeal for him. However, the fans at Staples Center reveled in the spectacle, chanting "Let's go Lakers" in unison, rising to their feet in support. The score stood at 7-9, with the Lakers trailing by 2 points. Turning to the Rockets' offense, Harden brought the ball up the court. After a series of screens and switches, Yi-Chin found himself face-to-face with Harden. This marked the much-anticipated duel between the two team star players. In his early days in the league, Harden was unstoppable. Yet, after facing significant challenges, including a brutal injury to George and being outmatched by Artest, Harden began to refine his playing style. Gradually, he shifted towards a more floor-oriented approach, often drawing fouls through forceful maneuvers, which drew criticism. Currently, Harden's experience with the 76ers has been less than fulfilling, as he has expressed a desire to be traded to the Clippers, primarily due to his camaraderie with Westbrook. Their brotherly bond is truly touching, encapsulated by the sentiment that if one cannot secure a lucrative contract, they should spend their remaining career alongside Westbrook. It is hoped that Harden will eventually join the Clippers and bring that elusive championship home alongside Westbrook. Back to the game. Harden faced Yi-Chin's relentless defense as though he had collided with an impenetrable wall, unable to make any progress. Realizing direct confrontation was futile, Harden executed a series of between-the-legs dribbles before attempting to break right. However, Yi-Chin anticipated Harden's trajectory and moved to block him. With only 4 seconds left on the shot clock, and seeing no chance to penetrate, Harden retreated to the three-point line and launched a shot. Harden's step-back three-pointer is renowned as a unique skill in the league, challenging to defend against, and even harder to block. Yet, who is Yi-Chin? With his complete attributes, even the tall and lengthy Durant would struggle to evade Yi-Chin's blocks, let alone Harden. As Harden released his step-back three, Yi-Chin soared into the air like a rocket. At the very moment the ball left Harden's hands, Yi-Chin's fingertips grazed it. That slight touch altered the ball's trajectory, causing it to merely brush the net as Yi-Chin executed the block. His astonishing defensive prowess left Harden gasping for breath. Meanwhile, across the ocean in Tencent's broadcast room, the three brothers of Ji Shibang and the popular star Lu Han were providing commentary on the game. Lu Han, what are your thoughts on the matchup between the Lakers and Rockets so far? Asked Kafan. The Rockets started off strong, but after the Lakers called a timeout, the team's energy shifted completely. Under Yi-Chin's leadership, they executed consecutive dunks on Howard and successfully defended against the Rockets, making for an exhilarating match. Lu Han responded. Yang Yi listened intently and nodded in agreement, stating, this matchup between the Lakers and Rockets was charged with intensity from the outset. As we saw, after the Rockets gained an early advantage, Howard repeatedly taunted Yi-Chin and even directed insults at Kobe on the sidelines, which prompted the Lakers to take matters seriously, rallying around Yi-Chin to counter Howard. Harden's step-back shot, despite being taken with utmost concentration, wrist falling short as he struggled to find his rhythm. Yet he rarely encountered a block. Yichen's impeccable defensive prowess left Harden gasping in astonishment. How could this individual possibly execute such a formidable block? In the ensuing plays, the Rockets, orchestrated by Lin Shihao, witnessed Howard consistently converting layups while Parsons found success from beyond the arc. Meanwhile, under Yichen's relentless defense, Harden found himself devoid of any shooting opportunities. On the Lakers' side, Yichen seldom opted to shoot. Instead, he leveraged his offensive presence to create scoring chances for his teammates. Gallinari connected on a three-pointer from Yichen's assist, while Farid and McGee also added to the scoreboard with successive baskets. Gradually, the teammates found their rhythm, enhancing their focus on the defensive end as well. With 4 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the Lakers held a slender lead of 25-21 over the Rockets. In stark contrast to their sluggish start, the Lakers had surged ahead, completely reversing the momentum of the game and taking the lead. Yichen attempted only 4 shots in the first half, successfully making all of them to score 9 points and deliver 5 assists. On the opposing side, Jeremy Lin experienced a remarkable breakout, shooting 4 out of 5 to amass 10 points, along with 3 assists, while the interior presence of Howard contributed 6 points. Conversely, the cornerstone of the Rockets, under Yichen's defense, managed to secure merely 2 points, which were acquired during a fast-break layup at the outset of the game. This matchup was initially anticipated to be a showdown between Howard and Yichen. However, Lin's explosion showcased the rivalry between two prodigies of Longwa. Across the ocean, fans on the Hoopu forum passionately discussed the impressive performances of both Yichen and Lin, exclaiming, "Lin is fantastic, playing exceptionally well." With both Lin and Yichen, Longwa's national basketball team is destined for global recognition. The future looks bright for Longwa basketball. Go, Lin and Yichen. Returning to the game, the dynamics shifted dramatically after the timeout. Parsons erupted like a powder keg, first receiving a pass from Lin in the left corner before launching a perfectly executed three-pointer. During the Lakers' offensive play, Farid missed a layup against Howard's defense after receiving a pass from Nash, only for Parsons to sink another three-pointer upon returning to the play. 25-27. In a mere 30 seconds, Parsons single-handedly scored 6 points, swiftly turning the tide in favor of his team. Observing the unfavorable turn of events, Coach D'Antoni leapt to his feet, shouting towards the court, "Yichen, it's your turn to attack." At that moment, Yichen was the Lakers' star player. Any adversity on the court would inevitably be addressed by him. Parsons, aware that Yichen was about to enter his scoring mode, dared not relent, closely shadowing Yichen and denying him any shooting opportunity. According to Rockets coach McHale's pregame strategy, Parsons' task was to closely monitor Yichen, even if Parsons scored nothing himself. Successfully limiting Yichen's performance would render him the hero of the match. Parsons clung to Yichen like a piece of gum, flailing his arms in front of him to disrupt Yichen's line of sight. However, Yichen suddenly accelerated, breaking to the right. Sensing the movement, Parsons tightly adhered to him. Just as he anticipated Yichen's drive, Yichen executed a sudden stop, retreating to the three-point line. In Parsons' despairing gaze, the basketball swished through the net. 28-27. The Lakers regained the lead by 1 point. This shot left Parsons feeling utterly helpless, despite his diligent defense. He was ultimately outmaneuvered by Yichen, who nailed a three-pointer in his face. Turning back to the Rockets' offense, Parsons demanded the ball, eager to retaliate against Yichen and reclaim his dignity. As a well-known tall and handsome figure in the league, being reduced to insignificance by Yichen in less than a quarter was a blow to his pride. Lin, being Parsons' closest ally on the Rockets, understood his friend's predicament and promptly passed the ball to him. Upon receiving the pass, Parsons sought to find an opening against Yichen's defense but found himself with no viable options, leading him to attempt a forced drive. However, as a 3D player, attempting to force his way through Yichen's staunch defense was a fool's errand. Under Yichen's intense pressure, Parsons lost his dribble, resulting in a turnover. In the face of Yichen's formidable defensive prowess, this minor error proved to be fatal. At an opportune moment, Yichen deftly intercepted the ball, regaining possession before swiftly darting towards the front court. Harden rushed to provide defensive support, attempting to thwart her from executing a layup. However, to Harden's astonishment, Yichen chose not to drive towards the basket but instead veered toward the left side, beyond the three-point arc, and launched an open shot. Swish. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, finding its mark with precision. It was evident to any keen observer that if Yichen had aimed for a layup, Harden's defense would have struggled to impede her. Yet, Yi Chun exuded unwavering confidence in her abilities and a remarkable belief in her shooting accuracy. In a scenario where one lacks standing within the team, opting for a three-pointer instead of an open layup would typically invite the coach's harsh reprimand, relegating one to the periphery of the bench, awaiting a chance to re-enter. The score stood at 31-27. Despite the Rockets having briefly surged ahead, Yi Chun's explosive moment ensured the Lakers retained their lead. Parsons, witnessing Yi Chun's prowess, felt a significant blow to his morale. Under his watchful defense, Yi Chun had already amassed 15 points, boasting a flawless shooting percentage, with not a single miss. "Parsons, no problem. Keep defending. You're doing quite well," shouted Rockets head coach McHale from the sidelines. Coach McHale opted not to substitute Parsons or alter the defensive strategy, choosing instead to place his faith in him. As the Rockets launched their offense, Howard, facing a cacophony of boos from the crowd, attempted a forceful play against McGee but failed to score. McGee secured the rebound and passed it to Yi Chun, who advanced the ball. Yi Chun executed a reverse pass to Farid in the paint. Just as it seemed that Yi Chun was poised to deliver yet another assist, he unexpectedly pivoted and accelerated, utilizing Gallinari's screen to dash toward the corner. Parsons, a moment too slow in his reaction, hurriedly navigated around the pick, pursuing Yi Chun. Farid swiftly tossed the ball toward the baseline, arriving simultaneously with Yi Chun. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chun caught the pass and took the shot. The ball danced precariously on the rim before ultimately settling into the net. 34-27. The Lakers surged ahead by 7 points as Yi Chun's rapid succession of 4 three-pointers ignited a sudden momentum, expanding their lead. Behold, the consistency of Yi Chun's scoring is nothing short of terrifying, netting 4 consecutive threes in mere moments. Such firepower is astonishing. Yi Chun, the pride of Los Angeles. Ha ha ha, let us keep this up and send Howard packing in disgrace from Los Angeles. With just 1 minute remaining in the first quarter, the Lakers, buoyed by Yi Chun's relentless shooting, extended their lead to 7. During this interval, the Rockets' offense faltered. In contrast, the Lakers, under Yi Chun's leadership, displayed an increasingly vigorous defense, while the Rockets' shooting percentage from beyond the arc plummeted, allowing the Lakers to seize complete control of the game. On the sidelines, D'Antoni nodded repeatedly, clearly pleased with the Lakers' performance during this stretch. Returning to the game, the Rockets regained possession. Lin Shihao dribbled to consume time. And with 8 seconds left on the shot clock, he leveraged Howard's screen to evade Nash's defense and succeeded with a mid-range jump shot. Despite the first quarter not yet concluding, Lin Shihao had already made 8 of 10 attempts, amassing 18 points, showcasing formidable scoring prowess. However, apart from Lin Shihao, the shooting percentage of the other Rockets players remained low under the Lakers' defensive pressure. The possession shifted once more, and the Lakers initiated their offense. Yi Chun glanced at the scoreboard, noting that only 30 seconds remained in the game. Unless something unexpected occurred, this would be the Lakers' final offensive play of the quarter. Yi Chun advanced the ball with calm composure, patiently orchestrating the offense from the arc's pinnacle. He passed the ball to Nash, then suddenly accelerated into a reverse cut, to which Nash, swift and astute, promptly returned the ball to Yi Chun. After receiving the ball, Yi Chun swiftly maneuvered along the baseline, charging towards the basket. In the paint, Howard, having witnessed Yi Chun's advance, summoned all his strength, determined to block him and regain his pride after being humiliated by Yi Chun's previous dunk. However, this time, Yi Chun opted not to force his way through. Instead, facing Howard's defense, he executed a bounce pass that slipped through Howard's legs and found its way to McGee. Howard felt a chill beneath him and instinctively covered his groin. Upon receiving the ball, McGee leaped with vigor, ferociously slamming the ball toward the hoop. After landing, McGee boldly glared at Howard. Faced with the insults from Yi Chun and Kobe, Howard restrained himself, acknowledging his own earlier provocation. Yet, McGee had audaciously stood over him, an act that could not be tolerated. In a fit of anger, Howard retrieved the basketball and hurled it back at McGee. However, McGee was no pushover. He swiftly approached Howard and shoved him forcefully. In an instant, players from both teams surged forward, separating the two. Seizing the opportunity amidst the ensuing chaos, Yi Chun stealthily approached Howard from behind and delivered a swift kick. Howard was momentarily bewildered, unaware of the identity of his assailant. Ultimately, it was the intervention of the referees that quelled the brewing conflict. The pre-game banter between Yi Chun and Howard, coupled with the media's sensational coverage, created an atmosphere thick with tension. During the match, the physical confrontations intensified, leading to an eruption of conflict that undeniably heightened the already charged ambience. The referee opted against reviewing the replay, instead issuing a technical foul to both McGee and Howard, while Yichen, who had slyly kicked Howard, narrowly escaped punishment. Ha ha ha, Jessica. Did you see that? Yichen sneakily kicked Howard from behind, and the referee didn't catch it, remarked Megan Fox, grinning at Jessica Alba beside her. Jessica Alba, having noticed Yichen's antics, responded with a laugh. Yichen is truly incorrigible, always up to no good. Not at all. He is quite handsome. Regardless of what he does, Megan Fox replied, her gaze fixated on Yichen on the court, enamored. With the Rockets failing to score on their final possession, the Lakers ended the first quarter leading 36-29, a 7-point advantage. Although Yichen had effectively neutralized the Rockets' cornerstone, Hakeem. Lin Shahayo's explosive performance prevented the Lakers from establishing a more substantial lead. In the first quarter, Yichen delivered an impressive 18 points along with 7 assists. While on the Rockets' side, Lin Shahayo also tallied 18 points and provided 4 assists. It's all right, take a good rest. We'll need your scoring in the second quarter. Coach McHale encouraged Harden with a pat on the shoulder. On the Lakers bench, D'Antoni sat amidst the players, motivating them. Everyone played exceptionally well in the first quarter, and we must maintain that momentum in the second. Let's exploit the interior and deny Howard any breathing room. Last season's failure had drawn significant criticism toward D'Antoni, as he led the Lakers' formidable quartet alongside a cadre of seasoned veterans, yet they lingered perilously close to the playoff margins. Consequently, D'Antoni faced considerable public scrutiny. As last season's Lakers F4 coach, he was well aware of the tensions that had escalated within the team, prompting him to devise various strategies to counter Howard's influence. In the first half of the second quarter, both teams' benches engaged in fierce competition, with the Rockets' reserves proving comparably matched against the Lakers. Upon entering the fray, the Lakers' substitutes, brimming with energy, resembled players invigorated by enthusiasm. Nick Young, Gallinari, and Xachi made noteworthy contributions. With 6 minutes remaining in the second quarter, both team starters returned to the court, and the Lakers held a 10-point lead over the Rockets, 50-40. Following the earlier skirmishes, Howard regained his form. He received a pass from Lin Shahayo in the low post, maneuvered past McGee's defense, and executed a turnaround hook shot that found its mark. With that basket, the Rockets trailed the Lakers by 8 points, 42-50, as possession shifted back to the Lakers for their offensive play. Yichen received the pass from SH, feigning a breakthrough before swiftly delivering the ball to the wide-open Gallinari. Since being promoted to the starting lineup, Gallinari has exhibited remarkable aggression in this match. His offensive prowess not only includes a reliable three-point shooting ability but also exceptional movement off the ball, making him an ideal complement to Yichen. Upon receiving the pass, Gallinari executed a bank shot jump shot that found its mark. Turning back, Harden, who had been silent for an entire quarter, finally sprang to life, launching a three-pointer that pierced through Yichen's outstretched fingers. Yichen advanced with the ball. After scoring, Harden's demeanor transformed entirely. He proactively stepped forward to defend Yichen, closely pressuring him and denying him any opportunity to shoot. Yichen retreated a step, executing a magnificent feint that left Harden momentarily bewildered as he accelerated towards the basket. Confronted by the dual defense of Harden and Howard, Yichen deftly maneuvered the basketball, sending it reverberating off the backboard. Just when it seemed he might relinquish control of the ball, Yichen nimbly slipped between Howard and Harden. In an instant, he soared into the air, grasping the ball with one hand, and effortlessly executed a self-alley-oop dunk. This was reminiscent of McGrady's signature move from the All-Star game. Yichen. The Staples Center erupted once more, with fans in harmonious unison chanting Yichen's name. On the sidelines at the ESPN commentary booth, the analysts were equally exhilarated by Yichen's stunning display. Barkley, seizing the moment, could not resist the temptation to extol Yichen's prowess. Wow. With this play, Yichen has once again showcased his extraordinary talent, an effortless jump for a rim-rattling dunk, and all while facing a double team. This play has surely secured the title of Dunk of the Year. What are your thoughts? Olajuwon, O'Neal, and Magic Johnson were left momentarily speechless, having nothing more to add after Barkley's enthusiastic remarks. Yichen possesses not only explosive physical talent and near-perfect skills, but also an ethereal playing style that resembles a poetic painting, with Jordan and Kobe as the masterpieces. Even the notoriously sharp-tongued Barkley has become a renowned admirer of Yi. During a Lakers offensive play, after executing a pick-and-roll with McGee, Yi did not opt for a drive. Instead, he drew Howard into his path. The atmosphere at the Staples Center ignited once more. Yi was determined to showcase the prowess of the new king of Los Angeles. Strike him down, vanquish this traitor. Yichin deliver another breathtaking dunk. As Howard faced the mismatch, he did not switch with a teammate but chose to confront Yi directly. With his arms flailing before Yi, Howard attempted to disrupt his line of sight. "Listen, Yichin, you won't score again," Howard taunted, relishing the banter, albeit at a mediocre level. "Is that last dunk not enough for you? Do you crave another taste?" Yi chuckled softly, unhurried in his approach, savoring the exchange of trash talk with Howard. "Not a chance. This time, I want to allow you to score," Howard retorted fiercely. "Did you see those beauties on the sidelines? They're all here to see me." "While you've never experienced such treatment in Los Angeles," Yu declared. Yichin's words struck directly at Howard's pain, igniting a blaze of fury within him. As Howard's emotions wavered, Yichin made a swift move to the right, advancing to the free throw line, executing a graceful spin that brought him beneath the basket. Howard, trailing closely behind, advanced with a sinister expression, intent on confronting Yichin. Unfazed, Yichin leaped with one foot, akin to a silver saddle on a white steed. Soaring like a meteor, with a powerful single-handed slam, he drove the ball into the hoop. After completing the dunk, Yichin grasped the rim, ensuring Howard had moved away before safely descending to the ground. Given Howard's history of malicious fouls during moments of emotional turmoil, Yichin was wary of a sudden and potentially injurious attack. Yichin, currently in a remarkable surge, is reluctant to miss too many games due to injury. With a score of 54-42, the Lakers lead by 12 points, following another thunderous dunk from Yichin. A multitude of celebrities on the sidelines erupted in cheers and applause. "Howard, did you witness that? This is the kind of treatment you never enjoyed in Los Angeles," Yichin remarked, gesturing towards the VIP seats beside the court. Howard, upon following Yichin's indication, instantly felt a cloud of anger wash over him. Turning back, he summoned a fierce determination and stepped forward to set a screen for Jeremy Lin. After executing the screen, Howard swiftly broke down the court, received a pass from Lin, and completed an electrifying alley-oop dunk. Following his triumph, Howard let out a fierce roar, releasing his pent-up emotions. "F you, Yichin, did you see that? You're not the only one capable of dunking," Howard taunted Yichin. After hearing this, Yichin chuckled and remarked, "I could lift your mother, and even she would struggle to dunk." Implicitly, he was criticizing Howard for being too soft. Turning back, Farid received a brilliant assist from Nash and effortlessly scored with a layup. On the Rockets side, Lin Shaheo disregarded Nash's defense, stepped up from the free throw line, and executed a jumper successfully. The score stood at 56-46, with the Lakers leading by 10 points. In this match, Lin Shaheo, facing an opponent in Nash who was both shorter and slower, unleashed an impressive performance, amassing 24 points before the halftime break. On the sidelines, at the ESPN commentary booth, O'Neal observed, "In this game, Lin Shaheo has played very proactively against Nash's defense, already scoring 24 points, a remarkable feat." Beside him, Elijah concurred, "Indeed. The former Lin Shaheo has brought us countless surprises. Now, with stars like Harden and Howard on the team, Lin's opportunities have significantly diminished. How long has it been since we witnessed Lin play like this?" Perhaps the outstanding performance of his compatriot Yichin has inspired him. The Magic Man added, "Lin Shaheo has granted us so many thrills, and his joining the Rockets has sparked immense anticipation among countless fans, hoping he could continue Yao Ming's legacy." However, with the arrivals of Harden and Howard, Lin's status has plummeted. Once the team's primary playmaker, he now sees little of the ball. Returning to the game, Yichin dribbled while facing Parsons' defense, accelerating toward the left side for a breakthrough. Parsons struggled to keep pace with Yichin, who left him far behind. As Yichin penetrated the paint, he encountered Howard's help defense. Both leaped simultaneously, and after a mid-air confrontation with Howard, Yichin successfully scored. The score was now 58-46. In the ensuing minutes, both teams engaged in a fierce battle, neither yielding an inch. For the Lakers, Farid and McGee consistently attacked the interior with success, while Nash received an assist from Yichin to sink a three-pointer. The Rockets, orchestrated by Lin Shaheo, clung tightly to the score. With just 1 minute remaining in the half, the Lakers led the Rockets 70-60. Despite facing the Rockets' defense, the Lakers had already tallied 70 points by halftime, with 48 of those coming from the paint, leaving Howard, who had boldly claimed to dominate the Lakers' interior, in a state of embarrassment. As long as Howard was on the court, Yichin and his high-flying teammates relentlessly assaulted the paint, challenging Howard's presence. The impact was evident. In just the first half, Howard had been dunked on multiple times. In this contest, Howard had become little more than a backdrop for the Lakers' athletic squad. With 40 seconds left in the game, Yichin raced the ball up the court, eager to execute a quick play. If the Rockets finished their play swiftly, the Lakers would still have another offensive possession. Yichin advanced with the ball to the front court, where Lin Shiheo and Parsons positioned themselves before him, intent on thwarting his progress and compelling him to pass. However, Yichin opted against a pass. Instead, he accelerated towards the duo. As he approached, he executed a swift behind-the-back maneuver, leaving them in his wake as he surged towards the paint. Recognizing the impending danger, Harden rushed to provide support. Yet his defense appeared ineffectual against Yichin's prowess. With a swift and dramatic pivot, Yichin left Harden momentarily bewildered, standing still as he surged toward the basket. As Yichin ascended, Howard attempted to intervene, leaping in tandem with him. However, at that moment, Yichin had already reached the rim. While Howard's leap merely brought him to the level of Yichin's abdomen, Yichin clasped Howard's head with his left hand while deftly gripping the ball with his right, forcefully slamming it into the hoop. Oh my goodness! This is absolutely unbelievable. Yichin. The Staples Center erupted once more into a fervent blaze. The fans in attendance unleashed a cacophony of unexpected cheers. On the sidelines, the Lakers bench had already risen to their feet as Yichin ascended. And upon the completion of his dunk, towels and drinks flew through the air in joyous abandon. This moment mirrored Colin's iconic dunk over Embiid, as Yichin grasped Howard's head with one hand while emphatically slamming the ball into the basket with the other. Upon landing, Howard clutched his head in agony, rolling on the ground. However, the referees paid no heed, for this play was destined to be etched in history. They would not call a foul on Yichin. Yichin strode towards the sidelines, waving his arms, signaling the fans to amplify their fervent cheers. MVP! 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 The crowd, energized by the DJ, chanted in unison. At the ESPN commentary booth, Shaquille O'Neal and his companions had already risen from their seats, hands clasped over their heads, utterly astounded by the unfolding spectacle. What in the world? What is Yichin up to today? Is he really going to dunk on Howard repeatedly? Exclaimed the Magic Man, marveling at the spectacular play. Shaquille laughed heartily. I knew Howard was in for a rough time today. Why provoke Yichin if not to invite trouble? Meanwhile, Charles Barkley, a well-known advocate for Yichin, seized the moment to extol his prowess. That play, look at it. Yichin grasped Howard's head with one hand while slamming the ball down with the other. Such a maneuver has never been witnessed in history. If the first quarter dunk doesn't earn the title of best of the season, then this one undoubtedly does. Was there a foul on that play? Hakeem Olajuwon inquired of the group. The referees won to nullify the season's best dunk. Shaquille countered immediately. Indeed, it was a clear case of legitimate contact. And Yichin's hands were clearly visible. How could it possibly be a foul? Barkley concurred. At that moment, the arena's central screen captured the presence of Michael Jordan, the basketball deity. Since his retirement, Jordan seldom attended games in person, for he is a legend within the basketball realm. With his pride and the demands of running his own company, he rarely dedicates time to watch others play, unless it involves his own team, the Hornets. This time, however, he had come to Los Angeles, to the Staples Center, to support his company's newly signed spokesperson, Yichin. As the camera focused on Jordan, he was fervently applauding Yichin's remarkable play. Perhaps no one else in the NBA could inspire such admiration from Jordan himself. The camera then shifted to Jessica Alba and Megan Fox. Jessica appeared somewhat bashful, offering little more than a constant smile to the camera. In contrast, Megan was bolder, calling out Yichin's name enthusiastically and blowing a kiss towards the lens. Returning to the game, the Rockets initiated their offense. With just 28 seconds left until halftime, Jeremy Lin dribbled to consume time. With only 6 seconds remaining, he passed the ball to James Harden, who had been lying in wait at the left corner. Without hesitation, Harden received the ball and launched a three-pointer, scoring successfully. The scoreboard read 72-63, with the Lakers leading by 9 points. Following Harden's successful shot, only 5 seconds remained for the Lakers to mount their offense. Farid inbound the ball to Yichin. Yichin advanced with the ball, surrounded by both Harden and Parsons. Yet, Yichin's speed was astonishingly swift. The two defenders struggled to keep pace. However, Yichin deliberately slowed his momentum, halting near the three-point line at the arc summit. Just as the duo closed in, he leaped to execute a three-point shot. The ball swished through the net, illuminating the scoreboard, 75-63. This epic first half concluded with Yichin's buzzer-beater three-pointer, leaving the Lakers with a 12-point lead as they headed into halftime. By the end of the half, Yichin had already amassed 33 points and 8 assists. Despite his conscious efforts to reduce his shot attempts and facilitate his teammates, he found himself surprisingly scoring over 30 points once more at halftime. On the Rockets side, Jeremy Lin scored 26 points, with no other player reaching double figures. The team heavily relied on Lin's performance to stay competitive. Without Lin's explosive play, the Lakers might have stretched their lead to 20 points. Harden was completely stifled on the offensive end by Yichin, and as for Howard, he endured a barrage of dunks from the Lakers, shattering his confidence as the first half progressed. At the ESPN commentary booth, Shaquille O'Neal chuckled, noting, with Yichin scoring 33 points by halftime, his pregame statements are likely to come to fruition, while Howard has merely registered 8 points. Indeed, Howard had claimed he would dominate the Lakers' interior, but the reality was stark. Throughout the first half, the Lakers scored an astounding 50 points in the paint against the Rockets, an alarming statistic. Meanwhile, Charles Barkley joined O'Neal in mocking Howard. Across the ocean, in Tencent's live broadcast room, viewers were enthralled by the first half of the Lakers versus Rockets matchup. Yang Yi remarked, both Lin and Yichin delivered exceptional performances, particularly Yichin, showcasing several breathtaking dunks. Yao Ming added, Lin's leadership kept the Rockets within striking distance, without his stellar play. This game would have lost its suspense long ago. Lu Han chimed in. If Yichin and Lin were both part of the Dragon Kingdom's national basketball team, we would be nearly invincible in Asia, even challenging the supremacy of the U.S. team. Yang Yi responded with a smile, let us hope for that. But aside from Yichin and Lin, the rest of the national team would struggle against formidable opponents. Ku Fan adjusted his glasses and asked Wang Ming and Yang Yi, what challenges do you think both teams will face in the second half? Yang Yi jested, perhaps the Rockets should consider benching Howard, with Yichin leading the charge. The Lakers have been relentless in attacking the paint, leaving Howard powerless against them, often becoming a mere backdrop. Wang Ming nodded in agreement, indeed. This Lakers team displays unprecedented unity against Howard, who once abandoned them. They exhibit remarkable offensive zeal and resilience. I concur with Yang's assessment. Substituting Howard might be the best course of action. In the Lakers' locker room, Coach D'Antoni, after delivering his strategy, passionately declared, children, you played exceptionally well in the first half, and I am proud of you. In the second half, I hope you maintain that competitive spirit and trust your teammates. Now, let us keep pushing forward. Let us go. The locker room resonated with fervent cheers. Yichin, how do you make it look so effortless? Can you give me a chance in the second half? I want to dunk on Howard too. Nick Young approached Yichin, admiration evident on his face. If you cut back on your nightlife, you could be as impressive as me. Yichin replied with a sidelong glance and a smile. Hey, Yichin, have you noticed? Not far from our bench sits Megan Fox. That face, that figure, it's truly mesmerizing, Nick Young remarked with a mischievous grin. Really? Yichin inquired. Yichin is no paragon of virtue himself. Upon hearing the countless praises bestowed upon Megan Fox by the ever-charismatic Nick Young, Yichin felt compelled to witness firsthand the allure of such a captivating individual who could so enchant Nick Young. Following halftime, the starters from both teams returned to the court, with the Lakers now in possession of the ball. During their inaugural offensive play of the second half, the Lakers exhibited remarkable patience, orchestrating their movements under the guidance of Yichin and Nash as they diligently passed the ball in search of the most opportune moment. Ultimately, Nash delivered the ball to McGee, who positioned himself in the low post against Howard's defense. After some adjustments from the Lakers, Howard returned to the game noticeably subdued, having shed the brashness he displayed at the outset. McGee received the pass, took a step, and skillfully executed a shot that found its mark. Turning their attention to the Rockets, they approached their offensive play with renewed vigor. In this second half, the Rockets appeared far more resolute than in the first, with Harden receiving a pass from Lin and, despite Yichin's attempt to block, sinking a three-pointer. Given Harden's historically exceptional scoring ability, it is entirely unrealistic to expect to completely stifle him. However, in the context of this game, Yichin has effectively contained Harden's performance. To date, Harden has made only 3 of 11 attempts, accumulating a mere 8 points. The score stands at 77-66, with the Lakers leading by 11 points. Yichin, with the ball in hand, faced the defense of Parsons, skillfully utilizing McGee's screen to evade Parsons and penetrate the lane, successfully drawing a double team. Yichin deftly passed the ball back to McGee, who received it in an open position and executed a powerful dunk. It appeared that Howard was significantly affected, as he impulsively pushed McGee, resulting in his 4th foul. Just as the second half commenced, Howard had already accrued his 4th foul of the match. The Lakers players received a reminder from the assistant coach, and for the subsequent half of the quarter, they relentlessly attacked the interior. In the first half of this segment, Yichin not only delivered 5 assists but also penetrated the paint to execute several layups. This display of skill provoked considerable ire from Howard, who had already harbored animosity towards Yichin. In a covert act of aggression, Howard discreetly elbowed Yichin in the shoulder. Although it caused some discomfort, Yichin raised his arms and took a moment to compose himself, showing no intention of retaliation. Such tactics employed by players like Howard are common in the NBA. Howard aimed to provoke Yichin, hoping to elicit an emotional response or a reckless shot, especially since he had already become a mere backdrop to Yichin's performance. For Howard, enduring even a moment on the court was excruciating. He preferred to force Yichin into a shot, thereby executing an extreme tit-for-tat. During this initial phase, Yichin did not assert himself aggressively, scoring a modest 4 points on 2 attempts but contributing 5 assists. On the Rockets side, after halftime, Lin Shiheo, Harden, and Parsons began to rain threes, collectively sinking 4 three-pointers. However, Howard's 4 fouls became the catalyst for the quarter, as the Lakers relentlessly attacked the paint following Howard's foul troubles. As the Lakers intensified their perimeter defense, Lin Shiheo and Harden struggled to convert from beyond the arc, while Yichin, undeterred by Howard's reluctance to engage, consistently attacked the basket with ease. The score stood at 90-78, with the Lakers leading by 12 points. Despite the Rockets' sharpshooters finding their rhythm, the deficit remained in double digits. In exasperation, McHale called for a timeout to tighten the defensive strategy. The Rockets focused all their defensive efforts on stifling Yichin, yet upon returning from halftime, Yichin refrained from ball-dominant plays, instead opting to facilitate for his teammates, propelling the Lakers to dismantle the Rockets' defense. This development was precisely what Yichin had anticipated. A contracted defense from the Rockets meant ample opportunities for him to exploit. "You played splendidly, but I hope to see you display more aggression. The stage is set for your performance," Coach D'Antoni remarked, patting Yichin on the shoulder with warmth. D'Antoni now regarded Yichin as a prized asset, excessively cautious about his well-being both on and off the court. At the onset of the season, Jeanie Buss had made it clear to D'Antoni that the primary objective was to embrace a losing strategy. As a seasoned coach, D'Antoni was understandably reluctant yet felt compelled to comply with the owner's directives, especially given the team's aging roster and injury woes, leaving only fringe players available for competition. Even if D'Antoni wished to lead the team into the playoffs, the resources were lacking. However, Yichin's emergence had transformed D'Antoni's dreams into reality. The team had yet to suffer a defeat, and with management's reinforcement, the focus shifted from merely losing to contending for the championship. This season, D'Antoni stood a strong chance of winning Coach of the Year, and even becoming a championship coach seemed plausible. How could D'Antoni not be exhilarated? How could he not cherish Yichin as a treasure gem? On the Rockets' side, although their perimeter players performed admirably upon returning from halftime, the score still reflected a double-digit deficit. Howard, hampered by foul troubles, was cautious in his defensive efforts, which left Coach McHale in a predicament. While McHale was a capable coach, he did not quite reach the pinnacle of coaching excellence. Faced with a formidable opponent like Yichin, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Yichin possesses not only a formidable presence on the offensive front, but also excels in defending against the opposing team's key players. His acute ability to assess the dynamics of the game, coupled with his high basketball IQ and strong tactical execution, has not gone unnoticed by Coach McHale. He once formed an illustrious frontcourt trio with Larry Bird and Robert Parrish, leading the team to 3 championship victories. In his estimation, Yichin's current impact on the court is likely unparalleled, even surpassing that of the legendary Magic Johnson and Bird in their prime. Upon returning from the timeout, fueled by Yichin's influence, the entire Lakers squad intensified their perimeter defense. Given the Rockets' minimal threat in the paint, the Lakers could shift their defensive focus outward. Harden received a pass from Lin Shiheo, but his three-point attempt was thwarted by Yichin's interference. McGee secured the rebound and passed it to Nash, who advanced the ball while surveying the court from the arc. Yichin maneuvered around the screen set by Farid and McGee, receiving a pass from Nash before effortlessly launching a three-pointer from beyond the arc, swishing it through the net. The score now stood at 93-78, with the Lakers extending their lead to 15 points. In response, the Rockets, adhering to Coach McHale's strategy, tightened their defensive formation, leaving considerable gaps on the perimeter. For Yichin, endowed with maximum attributes, any slight lapse in the defense presented an opportunity for him to pierce through his opponents with precision. Shortly thereafter, the Rockets faltered on the offensive end, resulting in a turnover. Nash skillfully maintained possession and executed a pinpoint quarterback-style long pass, locating the sneaking Yichin. Yichin received the ball and, facing the positioned Harden before him, executed a one-handed dunk from just a step inside the free throw line. Initially, Harden had established his position, intending to draw an offensive foul against Yuchen. However, upon witnessing Yuchen leap into the air, Harden was instantly reminded of the various dunks Yuchen had delivered over Howard in the first half, prompting him to swiftly sidestep. Just as the Rockets had tightened their defense, Yuchen swiftly scored 5 consecutive points. Yuchen's explosive performance once again set the Staples Center ablaze with fervor. Numerous stars on the sidelines rose to their feet, cheering and applauding Yuchen's spectacular display. The Rockets found themselves in a dismal and awkward predicament. Jeremy Lin advanced the ball, surveying the situation from the top of the arc, but the Lakers' tight defense rendered it nearly impossible for the Rockets' perimeter players to receive the ball. In desperation, Lin passed to Howard, encouraging him to find some confidence. Howard, clearing space against McGee, executed a turnaround hook shot. Just as Howard believed the shot was secure, Yuchen sprinted towards the paint, leaping with all his might to sweat the ball into the stands. What an astonishing display of power from Yuchen. Well done, Yuchen, teach that traitor a lesson. The Lakers fans erupted in cheers, rallying behind Yuchen. After the Rockets inbound the ball, it was again placed in Howard's hands. While Yuchen opted for a one-on-one defense, Howard, backing down, attempted to overpower Yuchen, who remained steadfast. With the shot clock dwindling, Howard attempted a turnaround jumper, only to have it deflected by Yuchen's fingertips. The ball's speed diminished dramatically as it descended, allowing Yuchen to secure the rebound. With the ball in hand, Yuchen dashed to the front court, executing a behind-the-back dribble to shake off Harden, and beyond the three-point line faced with Parsons' defense, he unleashed a three-pointer that found its mark. With 2 consecutive blocks followed by a fast-break three-pointer, Yuchen's sequence of plays sent the atmosphere in Staples Center into a frenzy. Michael Jordan, witnessing Yuchen's astonishing performance, repeatedly rose to applaud. As a player under his brand, Yuchen's increasingly wild displays only served to enhance Jordan's reputation. The score stretched to 98-78, widening the gap to 20 points. The Rockets, plagued by fouls in the paint, found their newly substituted power forward, Jones, lacking in ability. Under such circumstances, the Lakers, led by Yuchen, relentlessly pressured the Rockets' perimeter players. This led to the Rockets' sharp shooters becoming ineffective. Coupled with Yuchen's dominance on both ends, the game showcased a completely one-sided affair. As anticipated prior to the game, despite the high stakes and captivating moments, the two teams were not on the same level. One was the best team in the league, while the other lingered on the playoffs' fringes. Ultimately, the Lakers, under Yuchen's leadership, concluded the quarter with a score of 35-25, swiftly extending their lead to 25 points. Throughout the third quarter, Yuchen maintained his efficient performance, scoring 15 points on 6 of 7 shooting, alongside 4 assists and 2 blocks. By the end of the third, Yuchen had amassed a staggering 48 points, 14 assists, 8 rebounds, 4 blocks, and 3 steals. At the ESPN commentary booth, Shaquille O'Neal sat with exaggerated expressions, stating, "Yuchen has delivered a remarkable visual impact in this game. It has been ages since we witnessed a player deliver such a plethora of spectacular dunks in one match." It is no exaggeration to say that Yuchen's dunking prowess in this single game surpasses that of Charles Barkley's entire career. Barkley, affectionately dubbed the round mound of rebound by fans, despite his larger physique, possessed astonishing leaping ability and speed. He showcased this in games, securing rebounds, racing down the court, and executing breathtaking dunks. In response to O'Neal's disparagement, Barkley retorted without hesitation, "Shaq, you know precisely how strong my jumping ability is, as well as my strength." During a past matchup between the Lakers and the 76ers, after O'Neal committed a fierce foul against Barkley, a furious Barkley retaliated by throwing the basketball at O'Neal's head. Following that, Barkley demonstrated his skill of outmaneuvering larger opponents, toppling the towering O'Neal and delivering a thorough beating on the floor. O'Neal, extending 4 fingers, weakly remarked, "I have 4 championship rings. How many do you have?" Barkley replied with a smirk as Magic Johnson and Hakeem Olajuwon chuckled nearby. In the fourth quarter, the Lakers fielded their bench players, while the Rockets sent out Harden to lead a squad of shooters. The previously subdued Harden finally erupted, facing Nick Young's defense. He executed a series of crossovers before sinking a three-pointer. After Gary Harris missed a 3, Harden swiftly advanced and fired another 3, successfully narrowing the deficit by 14 points in just half a quarter. As both teams returned to full strength for a fierce final stretch, the score stood at 108-97, with the Lakers leading by 11 points. Initially, at the end of the third, the Lakers led by 25, leading many to believe the game would enter garbage time. However, Harden's sudden surge rekindled the suspense of the match. Upon Lin's return, he swiftly hit a three-pointer over Nash, while Harden executed another crafty drive into the paint, scoring a 2-1 against Farid's defense. In the critical moments, it became a clash of the stars, as Yi Chun faced the Rockets' fervent resurgence without flinching. Yi Chun first received a pass from Sher, disregarding Parsons' defense as he effortlessly sank a three-pointer. He then forcefully penetrated the paint, scoring with a layup amidst the dual blockade of Howard and Parsons. Throughout the game, the score maintained a double-digit lead, with just 3 minutes remaining, ensuring the Lakers' victory seemed all but certain. When facing other teams, the Rockets often found themselves at a loss after a barrage of three-pointers, with few stepping up to respond. However, the Lakers were distinctly different. They boasted the undeniable superstar Yi Chun, who consistently answered back whenever the Rockets' trio launched a fierce counterattack. Consequently, it became exceedingly difficult for the Rockets to narrow the score with a single surge. In the crucial final moments, Yi Chun maneuvered past Parsons for a layup. Just as he was about to finish, Howard charged in from the side, forcefully knocking Yi Chun to the ground. Bang! Yi Chun's head struck the floor with a resounding thud. "What the hell is wrong with you, Howard?" exclaimed Faye Kuyu. McGee and the others swiftly approached Howard, unleashing a torrent of verbal assault. Already burdened with a technical foul, Howard was acutely aware that another flagrant foul would result in his expulsion from the game. "I was merely defending normally. Are you all right, Yi Chun?" Howard implored the referee, feigning concern as he approached Yi Chun. However, the Lakers players were unconvinced by Howard's excuses. Farid stepped forward, shoving Howard and readying himself for a confrontation. Chaos erupted once more on the court, with Lakers fans expressing their discontent vociferously, hurling insults and threats at Howard and his family. After reviewing the play in slow motion, the officials deemed Howard's actions as merely a common foul, while issuing a technical foul to Farid instead. Corrupt officiating. Corrupt officiating. Corrupt officiating. The crowd erupted in outrage, vehemently cursing the referees and tossing objects onto the court, causing a temporary halt to the game. For the Lakers at this juncture, it was imperative that Yi Chun remained unscathed. Should Yi Chun falter, the team would lose its cornerstone, making it exceedingly difficult to sustain their winning streak in the forthcoming matches. Yi Chun rested on the ground for a moment, and amidst the chants of MVP from the crowd, he struggled to rise. The intimate contact between his brow and the floor had caused a gash, blood streaming forth. Yet, Yi Chun paid it no heed. Instead, he lowered himself to the ground and began performing push-ups. 1, 2, 38, 9, 10. The spectators counted in unison, rallying behind him. After completing 10 push-ups, Yi Chun stood up, dusted off his shoulders, and shouted towards the Rockets bench, "Softy, your tactics cannot break me." Prior to this match, Yi Chun and Howard had exchanged fierce words, adding a palpable tension to the encounter. Once the game commenced, despite the charged atmosphere and occasional minor altercations, neither side crossed the line. Although Yi Chun and Howard continuously exchanged trash talk, their behavior remained within reasonable limits. However, as Yi Chun relentlessly racked up points, he led the Lakers in thwarting the Rockets' counterattack, frequently scoring under the basket against Howard's defense. The earlier incidents of dunks and blocks had ignited Howard's fury to its peak. After enduring frustration throughout the game, Howard, confronted once more by Yi Chun's layup, succumbed to a malevolent impulse, intent on incapacitating Yi Chun. With a forceful collision, the unsuspecting Yi Chun fell heavily to the ground. Should Yi Chun be sidelined for the season, the Rockets would lose a formidable adversary in the playoffs, while Howard would likely face only a brief suspension, an outcome that appeared highly advantageous. Amidst the resounding chants of MVP, Yi Chun calmly converted the free throw. Turning back, the Rockets launched an offensive, with Jeremy Lin sinking a three-pointer, momentarily stabilizing their position. Had that shot missed, the Rockets would have faced almost insurmountable odds for a comeback. The possession shifted, and the Lakers initiated their attack. Yi Chun advanced with the ball, and upon crossing the halfway line, he immediately signaled for McGee to come forward to set a screen, aiming to draw Howard into his immediate vicinity. Facing Howard's defense, Yi Chun made a decisive move to the basket, using Howard as leverage to score. After the basket, Yi Chun mockingly gestured to Howard, indicating his height was insufficient. The tension between the two intensified. In the ensuing exchanges, neither side managed to score, with the score remaining in the double digits. Time steadily ticked away, which was a favorable sign for the Lakers. During a rebound battle, Yi Chun forcefully pushed Howard aside, snatching the rebound over him and subsequently scoring again. As Yi Chun retreated on defense, Howard took the opportunity to shove him from behind. Howard, not foolish, recognized that Yi Chun was deliberately targeting him after the recent foul. His patience, having been tested throughout the game, was wearing thin. Even in this nationally televised match, he could no longer hold back. Had he finally reached his breaking point? Yi Chun, instead of displaying anger after being shoved, grinned and turned to face Howard, delivering a punch straight to his face. Following that, a swift kick landed in Howard's midsection. This combination of strikes, one inspired by Bruce Lee and the other by a renowned general from the Dragon Kingdom, was bolstered by Yi Chun's immense strength, making it hard for Howard to withstand. In a moment he would never have anticipated, Howard found himself on the ground from Yi Chun's sudden assault. As he lay on the floor, Howard touched his bloodied face and stood up, ready to confront Yi Chun. However, teammates quickly intervened, separating the two. Aware that he had gained the upper hand, Yi Chun retreated to the Lakers bench, hurling insults as he went. "If you have the guts, come over here," Howard shouted in fury. Yi Chun, seeing Howard's bloodied visage, extended his hand and smiled, replying, "I'm right here. I won't go anywhere. If you have the guts, come on." With the eruption of this conflict, the referee immediately called for a stoppage, ejecting Yi Chun from the game. Noticing that both players were still at each other's throats, the referee also ejected Howard. Eventually, security personnel intervened, bringing the altercation to a halt. With just 1 minute remaining in the game, the Lakers led the Rockets by 12 points, 120 to 108, sealing their victory. This was precisely why Yi Chun chose to act. Now sitting on the bench, Yi Chun awaited the referee's final decision. "It's fine, Yi Chun. Try not to be so impulsive next time," Kobe reassured him, patting his chest. "I'm all right, brother. He brought this on himself," Yi Chun replied with a smile. Ultimately, the referee ejected both Yi Chun and Howard simultaneously. Yi Chun stood, exchanged high fives and hugs with his teammates, and headed towards the player tunnel. As he walked down the tunnel, fans reached out to high-five him. "Yi Chun, well done. Next time, take him down for good. Whatever you do, we support you. Are you hurt, Yi Chun? Go. Yi Chun, we will always support you." Yi Chun extended his hands, exchanging high-fives with his teammates. In the end, Harden made 2 consecutive three-pointers, but it was too late. The Lakers triumphed over the Rockets with a score of 124 to 114. The excitement of this match was undoubtedly on par with any game this season. Prior to the game, the anticipation and fervor surrounding this matchup were unusually high, and the competitive spirit was palpable, resulting in a match filled with twists and turns. The plethora of three-pointers, dunks, and alley-oops provided a visual feast for the fans present and those watching the game. As the final moments approached, chaos erupted. A myriad of elements intertwined, crafting a thrilling scoreline. At the ESPN commentary booth, as the conflict escalated, O'Neal and others stood, witnessing Yi Chun deliver a flurry of blows to Howard. Barkley exclaimed, "Dragon Kingdom Kung Fu. This is Dragon Kingdom Kung Fu." Yi Chun not only showcased extraordinary skills, but his movements were also executed with such elegance. "I believe his strikes were even more impressive than my own against Shaq back in the day." Meanwhile, O'Neal expressed concern. Yi Chun is still too young. He couldn't rein in his emotions. If this continues, the league might impose a suspension on him. Indeed, why couldn't Yi Chun just exercise a bit of restraint? The Lakers have already achieved a remarkable 21-game winning streak, setting the best start in league history. It's hard to fathom how the Lakers would perform without Yi Chun. Magic Johnson shared his worries. Across the ocean, in the Tencent Sports broadcast room, a commentator remarked, "If others don't offend me, I won't offend them." Everyone witnessed Howard's continuous provocations toward Yi Chun throughout the game, and it was Howard who pushed Yi Chun first before the conflict erupted. Yi Chun's reaction was entirely justified. "I would have done the same," Yang Yi stated passionately. Yao Ming calmed himself, saying, "Yi Chun may face suspension from the league, which could be unfortunate news." Although Yi Chun's response was inappropriate, Howard's repeated provocations warrant a response. "We neither seek trouble nor back down from it. I wholeheartedly support Yi Chun." As fellow citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, the 3 brothers of Ji Shibang naturally stood by Yi Chun. After the game, fans began to leave the arena. Megan Fox, gripping Jessica Alba's hand, expressed her anger. "Damn Howard. Yi Chun should have knocked that villain out. He's despicable." Jessica Alba echoed her frustration. "Howard loves to stir up trouble. Yi Chun handled it beautifully. He needed to teach him a lesson." "Sister, do you have Yi Chun's contact information? I want to go on a date with him," Megan Fox exclaimed with wide, sparkling eyes. Jessica Alba replied, puzzled, "How could I possibly have that? Didn't you see the news? Yi Chun has a girlfriend." "Yi Chun has a girlfriend? Who is she?" Megan Fox asked, disheartened. The top model, Miranda Kerr. The news broke a few days ago, and you didn't know? Jessica Alba responded. Oh, it's her. But they're just dating. They're not married yet. I still have a chance. Megan Fox declared resolutely. Jessica Alba. Yichen sat in the locker room, having applied ice in advance and enjoyed a refreshing shower, ready to face the media. The pre-match anticipation for this game was exceedingly high, and during the match, Yichen engaged in a fierce altercation with Howard. At this moment, the Lakers' locker room was inundated with reporters. A journalist holding an ESPN microphone inquired, Yichen, first of all, congratulations on your victory in this match, marking your remarkable 21-game winning streak. We also witnessed the confrontation between you and Howard in the final moments of the game. Do you have anything to say about that? Yichen. Throughout the match, Howard employed several unsportsmanlike tactics against me, and it was indeed he who instigated the altercation by shoving me from behind, which served as the catalyst for the incident. As a man, when one is persistently provoked, a response is inevitably warranted. Subsequently, a reporter inquired, Yichen, how do you perceive this conflict? Given that you may face a suspension from the league, what impact do you foresee this having on your team? After concluding the interview, Yichen greeted Kobe and departed from the arena, making his way to the parking lot to meet Miranda Kerr. She had already settled into the car, awaiting his arrival. During this period, Miranda had been preoccupied with numerous fashion shows and had initially intended to support Yichen in person today. However, due to a delayed flight, she arrived only after the match had ended. My dear, you were incredibly masculine in today's game. Not only did you perform brilliantly, but you also engaged in a fierce brawl on the court. I truly adore you. As soon as Yichen entered the vehicle, he was met with an impassioned kiss from Miranda. Yet, you won't face any suspension, will you? Miranda inquired next. Yichen smiled lightly, perhaps in agreement. However, it was he who initiated the provocation during the match. The league should not impose a lengthy penalty on me. It should not pose a significant issue. That is reassuring. Let us return home, shall we? I truly miss you. Miranda Kerr occasionally glanced at Yichen's younger brother, speaking with an air of eager anticipation. Yichen gazed at the eagerly awaiting Miranda Kerr and playfully inquired, I wonder if you have prepared any surprises for tonight? Upon arriving at Miranda's villa, the anticipation between them had already become palpable. As soon as they entered, Yichen swiftly embraced Miranda, shedding her garments with fervor, ready to plunge into passion. Wait, darling. I've prepared a little surprise. Miranda shyly extricated herself from his grasp, her cheeks flushed. Initially somewhat irked, Yichen's expression softened upon hearing of her small surprise. And he chuckled, I wonder what delightful surprise our dear sister has in store for us. It's not unrelated to your peculiar tastes. Just wait here for a moment. I'll be in the room in 5 minutes. With that, Miranda swayed her alluring figure and made her way to the room. 5 minutes later, Yichen arrived punctually at the room. The sight that greeted him, cigarettes artfully arranged on the bed, ignited a fervor within him. There lay Miranda, languorously reclining on the bed, adorned in a tantalizing bodysuit that compelled Yichen to hasten to her side. Miranda, observing his eagerness, teased, Darling, how do you find it? Are you satisfied? Continuously nodded in affirmation, swiftly shedding his garments before leaping onto the grand bed. Gazing at the undulating peaks before him and listening to her uninhibited cries, he gently closed his eyes, reveling in the ecstasy of the moment. The passionate encounter persisted until midnight, ultimately concluding at the behest of Miranda Kerr's pleas for mercy, marking the end of this unarmed conflict. As dawn broke, Yichen awoke to find Miranda Kerr indulging in a leisurely bath. Midway through her ablutions, he boldly entered, ready to engage once more. What are you doing? After last night, how is it that you still possess such vigor this morning? Miranda Kerr shyly inquired while caressing his arousal. Yichen smiled and said, Compared to those garments, I prefer the present version of you. With that, he pressed Miranda Kerr against the bathroom countertop and launched his advance. Wait, could we perhaps change positions? Miranda shyly inquired. Why? Are you uncomfortable? Yichen asked, puzzled. The mirror is right in front of me. I feel restricted, and I do not like this. Miranda, glancing at her reflection, was suddenly enveloped by a wave of embarrassment. And with her eyes closed, she spoke. Yichen glanced at Miranda Kerr before bursting into laughter. What is the matter? Open your eyes and take a good look at yourself. Miranda, looking rather upset, exclaimed, You're impossible. At noon, Yichen was ushered out of the villa by Miranda and made his way to the arena. Upon arriving, he received a call from Aunt Jenny, requesting his presence at the office. This morning, the NBA had officially announced the results of the investigation regarding Yichen's incident. Ultimately, under mounting pressure, The league imposed a 2-game suspension on Yichun, along with a fine of 50,000. In comparison to other players who faced severe penalties for brawling, Yichun's suspension was relatively lenient. For instance, in the infamous O'Sullivan incident, Arteist received an 86-game suspension, while Shaquille O'Neal was suspended for 30 games. And Steven Jackson faced a similar fate with a 30-game ban. On December 16, 2006, a massive brawl erupted during the game between the Nuggets and the Knicks, resulting in Carmelo Anthony being suspended for 15 games for throwing a punch at an opponent. The circumstances surrounding Anthony's situation bore a striking resemblance to Yichun's, as both players struck their adversaries in the face, yet the outcomes differed drastically. This ruling left the Rockets deeply dissatisfied, prompting them to file a lawsuit against the league, demanding a 20-game suspension for Yichun. However, the league callously dismissed this proposal. The conflict between the Lakers and the Rockets gradually subsided as the league's penalties were handed down. Yet the discussion surrounding the match's aftermath and its implications was far from over. Online, various opinions emerged regarding the altercation between Yichun and Dwight Howard. The predominant topic of debate was the league's decision to suspend Yichun. Many fans expressed their dissatisfaction with the relatively mild 2-game suspension, especially when compared to the harsher penalties imposed on other players for similar actions. Additionally, discussions turned to Yichun's martial arts background from the Dragon Country. Despite being a rookie from Dragon Country, Yichun chose not to endure Howard's repeated provocations in silence, but instead opted to retaliate. Yichun's every punch and kick in the competition exemplified the essence of Dragon Nation's martial arts, leaving Howard no time to react whatsoever. Consequently, a significant number of fans have resolved to learn the martial arts of Dragon Nation. The 2 games in which he was suspended by the league have afforded Yichun a rare opportunity for rest. The NBA schedule is remarkably intense, and with teams dispersed across various cities, the arduous travel has become an inevitable challenge for the players. Despite Yichun being endowed with full attributes, it is implausible for him to play the full 48 minutes in every match, this time taking advantage of the league's penalty. Yichun can take a well-deserved rest to prepare for the upcoming games. Since parting ways with Scarlett, Yichun had not been in contact with her for quite some time. After training, Yichun dialed Scarlett's number. "What do you want? Is there something you need?" Scarlett's voice came through the phone, cold and distant. "Hey, who has upset my dear sister?" Yichun inquired with a playful tone. "Who else could it be? After spending a night with me, you swiftly found yourself a new girlfriend. You really are something, Yichun," Scarlett retorted icily. "Sister, please let me explain. It's not as you think. My relationship with Miranda Kerr is not what you assume." Yichun responded earnestly. "Oh, then what kind of relationship is it?" Scarlett's mood brightened upon hearing that Yichun and Miranda Kerr were not in a romantic relationship. "Sister, I wish to clarify everything in person," Yichun asserted. "Then come to my house," Scarlett replied. Upon arriving at the entrance of Scarlett's villa, Yichun pushed the door, only to find it locked. Stood at the entrance, calling out for Scarlett repeatedly, but despite his persistent efforts, no one emerged to open the door, leading him to doubt whether he had arrived at the correct place. Just as he was about to depart, Scarlett slowly appeared at the doorway. It seemed she had just finished bathing, her hair still damp and clad only in a bathrobe that revealed her flawless, fair legs. "Oh, who do we have here? Wow, isn't this the Lakers star, Yichun? What brings you to a humble abode, dear celebrity?" Scarlett teased playfully. "Hee, I merely wish to share a delightful evening with my dear sister," Yichun replied with a smile. "Sure, you may come in to chat, but no funny business," Scarlett warned as she opened the villa door. "Ah, you." As Yichun stepped inside, he swiftly lifted Scarlett into his arms, carrying her further into the house. "Sister, you are truly wonderful. Appearing in such attire? It seems this was premeditated," Yichun remarked with a mischievous grin as his hand slipped under Scarlett's bathrobe. Scarlett struggled momentarily, but upon realizing she could not escape Yichun's embrace, she ceased her efforts. "Could you refrain from being so rough?" Scarlett exclaimed, her displeasure evident as Yichun abruptly tore away her bathrobe. Yichun lay on the bed, gently gesturing to Scarlett to wash up first. Scarlett shot Yichun a glance, but said nothing further. Approaching Yichun, she began to tidy up. "What exactly is your relationship with Miranda Kerr?" Scarlett grasped Yichun's collar as she inquired. "We are just boyfriend and girlfriend, much like you and I," Yichun replied. Scarlett bit down on Yichun's collar, causing him to yelp in pain. "Then why did you come looking for me?" Scarlett asked with reddened eyes, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance. Yichun gazed at the tear-stained, crimson eyes of Scarlett before him, feeling a pang of compassion. He immediately rose and approached her. enveloping her in a warm embrace as he gently reassured, "Sister, please do not despair. In truth, I cherish you even more." "Liar. Deceiver," Scarlet pouted, turning her face away in protest. Seeing this, Yichen effortlessly laid Scarlet down and chuckled, "Sister, let your little brother bring you some joy." "No. Be gentle," Scarlet shyly replied as she reclined on the bed. "All right, sister," Yichen responded. In Yichen's absence during 2 matches, the Lakers first achieved a resounding victory at home, defeating the struggling Suns with a score of 118-100. Shortly thereafter, they faced the Golden State Warriors at home, where Curry erupted for 48 points, leading the Warriors to a 117-100 triumph over the Lakers. Consequently, the Lakers' remarkable winning streak halted at 22 games. However, even though the Warriors ended the Lakers' streak, the Lakers' initial 22-game winning run set a record for the best start in NBA history. This streak also tied the record for consecutive wins held by the 2007-2008 Rockets, placing them third in NBA history, only surpassed by the Lakers' 33-game streak and the Heat's 27-game streak. Following the Warriors' interruption of their winning streak, the Lakers displayed a sense of relief rather than sorrow, shedding the weight of pressure. Upon Yichen's return, he led the Lakers to victories against teams such as the Mavericks, 76ers, Nuggets, and Jazz. They then surged forward, securing 10 consecutive wins against teams like the Hornets and Bobcats, bringing their record to an impressive 32 wins and 1 loss, firmly positioning them at the top of the league. The Heat followed with a record of 28 wins and 4 losses, the Spurs at 28 wins and 5 losses, the Thunder at 27 wins and 5 losses, and the Clippers at 26 wins and 6 losses. Overall, the competition among Western teams intensified, with all top 8 teams boasting a winning percentage exceeding 50. Furthermore, 4 of the league's top 5 records were held by Western teams. However, the Spurs, Thunder, and Clippers had all previously succumbed to the Lakers, even under Yichen's solo leadership. Now, after a significant trade, the Lakers roster had undergone a comprehensive upgrade, with Kobe's imminent return adding to their formidable presence. This made any Western team wary of facing a fully formed Lakers squad featuring both Yichen and Kobe in the playoffs. Recently, the results of the first round of All-Star voting revealed that Yichen garnered 5 million votes, breaking the record for the first round and securing the top spot, followed by Kobe with 3.8 million votes. In the star-studded Western Conference, both Yichen and Kobe had established their prominence among guards and forwards. A few days prior, Yichen's endorsement deal with Jordan sneakers had come into effect, originally signed for a year at $40 million. The multitude of taxes in the United States reduced his take-home amount to $28 million. Nevertheless, this sum would suffice for Yichen for a considerable time. The Lakers were set to travel to Chicago to face the Bulls, currently ranked second in the Eastern Conference. Both the Lakers and Bulls are renowned as the most successful teams of the past few decades, each having established their own dynasty. Jordan famously led the Bulls to 2 separate three-peats and achieved the league's best record of 72 wins and 10 losses. Although this record has since been surpassed by the Warriors, the Bulls dynasty remains one of the most dominant in history. The Lakers, during the Shaq and Kobe era, created their own legacy, achieving a remarkable playoff record of 16 wins and 1 loss. The Bulls and Lakers have long been the face of the NBA, each featuring iconic superstars like Jordan and Kobe. Their historical connection runs deep. In the 1991 Finals, Jordan led the Bulls to a decisive 4-2 victory over the Lakers, effectively ending the Showtime era. This victory marked Jordan's first championship trophy, and in the following years, he established himself as the new face of the NBA, eclipsing Magic Johnson. Since Jordan's retirement, the Chicago Bulls have struggled to reclaim their former glory, becoming a team of lesser significance until they drafted the Windy City Rose, Derrick Rose, who initiated a rebuilding phase. He was heralded as the second coming of Jordan, the new idol of Chicago. However, fate intervened, severing his path to greatness. In 2011, he led the Bulls to finish the regular season as the Eastern Conference's top seed, despite the fierce competition posed by the Miami Heat's Big Three. Rose's outstanding performance earned him the title of the youngest MVP in NBA history. In 2012, the Bulls had a legitimate chance to secure their 7th championship, creating a new legend. Yet, at that critical juncture, tragedy struck as the prodigious talent suffered a torn left knee ligament. A rising star faltered at the pinnacle of his career. The Bulls, devoid of Rose's talents in the playoffs, fell victim to an upset by the 8th-seeded 76ers, led by Iguodala. From that moment on, injuries plagued the once great talent, preventing Rose from returning to his peak performance, ultimately leading to his departure from Chicago. What if? What if? What if? Without those dreadful injuries, what kind of formidable player would Rose have become? I ask for your understanding, dear readers, as I deviate from historical accuracy in the next few chapters to explore the terrifying potential of peak Rose. Thank you. In recent years, both the Lakers and Bulls have been making efforts to strengthen their rosters, yet they still find themselves just shy of championship glory. With Rose at the helm, the Bulls have risen to prominence, becoming a team that commands respect from every other franchise in the league. Rose, Hamilton, Deng, Boozer, Nowitzki, Butler, Dunleavy, and Henrich. The presence of these players has propelled the new season's Bulls to a commendable second place in the Eastern Conference, only yielding to the Heat's Big Three. On the other hand, Yichun continues to captivate the world, sweeping through opponents with ease. This matchup marks the first encounter between Rose and Yichun. Faced with the youngest MVP in history, Yichun feels a considerable weight of pressure. Although the Chicago Bulls may not rival the Miami Big Three, the clash between these two teams is bound to be filled with intrigue and excitement. Chicago, with its frigid weather. After disembarking from the plane, Yichun donned a thick winter coat, paired with a pair of his endorsed Air Jordans, fully equipped and bundled up. At the arrival gate, numerous fans clad in Yichun jerseys awaited, including several from the Dragon Kingdom. In the face of such enthusiastic fans, Yichun naturally would not disappoint them. Despite the biting cold, he diligently fulfilled their request for autographs and took photos to commemorate the moment. As evening fell, prior to the commencement of the match, D'Antoni gathered the players in the locker room for the final strategic briefing. Tonight, we shall confront the Bulls, a team not to be underestimated, with their star player, Rose, being the focal point of our attention for this encounter. Chandler, you will take Gallinari's place in the starting lineup, and your sole task for this game is to closely guard Rose throughout the match. We must secure a victory in this contest. Do we have confidence? D'Antoni clapped his hands vigorously in the center of the locker room, rallying the team's spirit. Yes, the Lakers players responded in unison, resolutely determined to triumph in this game. In stark contrast, the atmosphere in the Bulls' locker room was notably different. The players, facing the league-leading Lakers, were brimming with excitement. They yearned to deliver a resounding lesson to the Lakers on their home turf. Listen up, team. Although the Lakers are currently on a formidable streak, having lost only one game this season, no one leaves Chicago with a smile. Today, we must teach the Lakers a harsh lesson. Can we defeat the Lakers in this match? Urged Bulls head coach Thibodeau. Yes. Compared to the Lakers, the Bulls displayed a palpable eagerness to dominate. Soon, the venue's DJ began to announce the players' entrance, and after the introductions, both teams commenced their shooting warm-ups. As Yichun made his entrance, he was met with a cacophony of boos from the fervent Chicago fans. Yichun smiled helplessly, not taking it to heart. Even someone as formidable as Kobe found it challenging to garner applause in Chicago, receiving cheers only in his final season. As the city that once hosted the basketball deity, Chicago naturally possesses its own pride. They do not readily extend applause to any visiting player. Yichun stood at the center of the arena, quietly absorbing the cacophony of boos reverberating from all directions within the gymnasium. He relished these jeers immensely. Yichun relished the exhilarating sensation of standing against the world. Following his recent confrontation with Howard, he had become the embodiment of a formidable villain in the eyes of fans from opposing teams. Whenever the Lakers embarked on an away game, the ticket prices in the host city would inevitably soar with the arrival of Los Angeles. Such is the power of a superstar. Even in enemy territory, he would generate substantial ticket revenue for the home team. Under the referee's direction, the captains of both teams approached the center circle to exchange pleasantries. The Bulls sent out Rose, while the Lakers naturally featured Yichun. Hey, brother. I've been following your performances lately. You've been phenomenal. Rose initiated a warm embrace with Yichun. Not at all, my friend. You are the one I aspire to emulate, the youngest MVP in NBA history. I salute you, Yichun replied earnestly. Haha, that's all in the past. Let's not dwell on it. Let's both perform well in this game, and I wish you a splendid evening. Rose chuckled, clearly harboring a positive sentiment towards Yichun. You too, brother. Yichun reciprocated the embrace with Rose. In the United Center, the atmosphere among the fans grew increasingly hostile. Amidst this intimidating ambience, the referee signaled the commencement of the match. At the ESPN commentary booth, Smith and O'Neal were paired to provide insights on the game. This marked Yichun's 11th game since his return from the altercation, and remarkably, the Lakers had yet to suffer a defeat during his appearances this season, an astonishing feat, O'Neal remarked. Smith concurred, stating, indeed, Yi-Chen's presence has ignited the crowd at the United Center as they yearn to end the Lakers' winning streak and triumph over Yi-Chen. The Bulls boasted the league's best defensive record, averaging the fewest points allowed per game, while simultaneously excelling in limiting opponents' shooting percentages. Conversely, the Lakers were currently the most efficient offensive team in the league. O'Neal continued, "Will the Lakers dismantle the Bulls' defense, or will the Bulls stifle the Lakers' offensive prowess? The game has begun. Let us revel in this high-stakes showdown." The starting players took the court. The Lakers made a strategic change, with Chandler replacing Gallinari in the starting lineup, consisting of Nash, Chandler, Yi-Chen, Farid, and McGee. The Bulls maintained their regular lineup of Rose, Jimmy Butler, Luol Deng, Boozer, and Nowitzki. McGee and Nowitzki contested the opening tip-off, with Rose securing the ball and advancing into the front court. It was evident that the Bulls were brimming with determination, exhibiting an unwavering resolve to secure victory from the outset. Rose passed the ball to Butler in the corner, who, facing Yi-Chen's defense and lacking shooting space, lofted the ball to Boozer in the paint. Boozer's mid-range shooting was exceptionally precise, and he showcased nimble footwork, proving to be a formidable presence in the paint. Receiving Butler's pass, Boozer faced Farid's defense, nudged him a few times, then spun around for a successful turnaround jumper. Turning back, the Lakers initiated their offense. Nash, possessing the ball, crossed half-court and swiftly passed it to Yi-Chen, who, rather than rushing to score, chose to first galvanize his teammates' enthusiasm. Yi-Chen passed the ball to McGee, who, upon receiving it beneath the basket, faced Nova's defense and attempted a turnaround hook shot, but it failed to find the net. Nova seized the rebound and executed a quarterback-length pass to the fast-breaking Rose. As Rose received the ball, he confronted Nash's defense, skillfully performing a behind-the-back dribble that left Nash behind, before executing a one-arm slam dunk with precision. 0-4. The Bulls showcased formidable strength on both offense and defense right from the outset, while the Lakers, as is customary, started off slowly. Though it had little impact on the game, Yi-Chen advanced with the ball, passing it to Chandler positioned at the left 45-degree angle. Chandler received the pass and, confronted by Butler's staunch defense, charged towards the basket. Near the free throw line, he attempted a jump shot against Butler, but the ball ricocheted off the backboard and flew away due to Butler's block. Throughout the previous several games, during which he was not a starter, Chandler had been experiencing a phase of underperformance. In this match, Coach D'Antoni elevated him to the starting lineup, recognizing his defensive prowess and hoping to utilize him to contain Rose. However, the newly appointed starter, Chandler, clearly exerted himself, eager to prove his worth. Yet he faced the formidable Jimmy Butler. At this juncture, Butler has quietly risen to prominence, establishing himself as the team's second-in-command. A player renowned for his defensive skills, Butler found it effortless to withstand Chandler's aggressive approach. Rose secured the rebound and swiftly initiated a counterattack, deftly maneuvering past three Lakers players. Finally, confronting Yi-Chen's defense, he evaded in midair and executed a layup with finesse. 0-6. Under Rose's leadership, the Bulls commenced the game with remarkable intensity, placing the Lakers in a precarious position. Should they fail to score again, the Bulls would undoubtedly seize the momentum and extend their lead to double digits. On the sidelines, D'Antoni refrained from calling a timeout, instead gesturing for Yi-Chen to continue controlling the game. Yi-Chen advanced the ball to the top of the arc, facing the defense of Luol Deng. With a sudden burst of speed, he deftly maneuvered past him and surged towards the paint. On the perimeter, Butler, having momentarily relinquished Chandler, arrived to double-team Yi-Chen. Drawing the defenders to him, Yi-Chen skillfully passed the ball to the open Chandler on the outside. However, Chandler's wide-open three-point attempt failed to find its mark, allowing Nova to secure the rebound and swiftly push the ball forward. Butler received the pass and, with Nash defending closely, attempted a layup. Yet, Yi-Chen, having recovered defensively, delivered a resounding block that sent the ball careening out of bounds. The Bulls executed an inbounds play, where Rose received Butler's pass and, disregarding Chandler's defense, launched a clean three-pointer that swished through the net. 0-9. The fans at the United Center erupted in exhilaration. Witnessing their home team mercilessly trample the league-leading Lakers was akin to winning the lottery for them. In the subsequent possession, Farid overpowered Boozer in the paint. Drawing a shooting foul, he converted one of two free throws. Meanwhile, the revitalized Rose, receiving a pass from Nova, swiftly penetrated the lane to score another layup. 1-11. Within a mere 2 minutes, the Bulls had stretched their lead to double digits. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Coach D'Antoni was compelled to call a timeout. Prior to the game, he had rallied the team in the locker room and even substituted the defensively challenged Gallinari for the more capable Chandler. Yet, Chandler struggled to contain Rose, who navigated past him with effortless ease. In the 2 minutes Chandler attempted to guard Rose, the latter went a perfect 4 for 4, accumulating 9 points. Yichin, instead of taking matters into his own hands, focused on drawing defenders and creating opportunities for his teammates, but they were unable to capitalize, allowing Rose to dominate single-handedly. The Lakers' lackluster performance, compounded by the relentless jeers from Chicago fans, left the players demoralized. Chandler, what on earth are you doing out there? Your task is to defend Rose, not to throw the ball around aimlessly. Get your act together. This is a game, not a leisurely afternoon in bed with a woman. Buckle up. D'Antoni chastised Chandler vehemently, nearly tossing aside his tactical board. Unsurprisingly, after the timeout, Chandler found himself back on the bench, replaced by Gallinari. Yi-Chun, it's time for you to step up your offensive game, D'Antoni said, patting Yi-Chun on the shoulder with a sense of urgency. He could see that if Yi-Chun did not shift into scoring mode, the Lakers might find themselves facing a considerable deficit by the end of the first quarter. As play resumed, Yi-Chun pushed the ball forward, once again confronting Luol Deng's defense. It was evident that Yi-Chun had entered scoring mode post-timeout, and the crowd at the United Center unleashed a cacophony of boos, intensifying the pressure on him. In response to Deng's defense, Yi-Chun executed a series of swift crossovers, then suddenly feigned a drive to the right, prompting Deng to shift in that direction. However, Yi-Chun opted against the drive, as he observed Deng moving. He performed a notable hesitation, pulling the ball back and launching a three-pointer from beyond the arc. At that moment, Deng, having been thoroughly faked out, was unable to contest the shot in time. Swish. The three-pointer pierced the net. For 11, the deficit was reduced to single digits. After scoring, Yi-Chun raised his hand to his ear, listening to the chorus of boos from the crowd. This act incited the fans' discontent, who unleashed a torrent of criticism towards him. How arrogant can this Yi-Chun be? Damn it, Yi-Chun. He truly deserves to be punished. What a disgrace. This trash Yi-Chun is nothing but garbage. Following the outburst directed at Yi-Chun, the atmosphere among the spectators noticeably dampened. Although Yi-Chun had successfully made a three-pointer, the Bulls' offensive momentum remained undeterred. Turning back, Luol Deng received a pass from Rose and faced Yi-Chun, skillfully maneuvering to find an opportunity to break through. Having just been humiliated by Yi-Chun, Luol Deng was determined to reclaim his honor. Hey, kid, this is Chicago, not Los Angeles. You won't take victory from here, Deng stated. Yi-Chun smiled and said, even if we do not secure victory today, you shall be thoroughly overwhelmed by my offensive and defensive prowess. Feel free to test your luck. Upon hearing Yi-Chun's words, Ru Erding dismissed them with indifference, using his right arm to push Yi-Chun aside with hidden strength, attempting to penetrate the inner line from the left. However, Yi-Chun's strength was beyond Ru Erding's comparison. Not only did he fail to displace Yi-Chun, but his own balance faltered as well. Yi-Chun took a step back, and the contorted body of Roldan lost its point of support, causing him to fall directly to the ground. Yi-Chun extended his hands, forcefully snatching the ball from his embrace. Once he secured it, he surged forward with fervor and launched a three-point shot over Butler's head. The basketball traced a graceful arc, descending steadily into the net. 7-11. With Yi-Chun's consecutive three-pointers, the Lakers swiftly narrowed the once double-digit deficit to a mere 4 points. The previously raucous United Center fell silent in an instant, akin to a library. At this moment, apart from Yi-Chun, the rest of the Lakers were in dismal form. Should Yi-Chun fail to enter scoring mode soon, the prospect of a rout loomed large. Just seconds after Luol Deng had issued a bold proclamation, Yi-Chun delivered a resounding rebuttal, leaving Deng's pride somewhat bruised. As the game resumed, the Bulls initiated their offense. Luol Deng once again faced Yi-Chun. Yet he opted against an aggressive approach, passing the ball to Rose. Come on, you have to take me on, Yi-Chun shouted at Deng. Deng remained silent. Rose, with the ball, confronted Nash's defense. With a deft change of direction, he easily eluded Nash, penetrating the lane to face Farid's help defense. Rose executed a high-arcing floater, finding the mark once more. 7-13. This marked Rose's 11th point of the match, and merely 4 minutes had elapsed. Throughout this contest, Rose, regardless of which Lakers guard was defending him, showcased his speed, effortlessly bypassing defenders to complete his drives. The Lakers' backcourt defense had persistently posed significant issues. The aging Nash and the youthful Morris struggled to contain their opponents. This season, against all-star guards such as Curry, Westbrook, and Rose, the Lakers' backcourt had faced rigorous challenges. As the game continued, the Lakers prepared for their offensive play. Yichen advanced the ball, just crossing the halfway line when Luol Deng and Butler converged to double-team him. Meanwhile, Boozer and Novin spread out towards the perimeter. Given that the Lakers' performance was faltering apart from Yichen, Thibodeau, a defensive expert, keenly recognized this and focused the defensive strategy on Yichen. With teammates unable to assist him, the double-team aimed to force Yichen to pass the ball. A scenario Thibodeau yearned to see. Observing Butler and Deng closing in, Yichen promptly passed the ball to the unguarded Gallinari, recently substituted. Gallinari received Yichen's pass and effortlessly sank an open three-pointer, showcasing a commendable shooting touch. After Gallinari's three-pointer, Thibodeau's defensive strategy bore a heavy cost. Rose passed the ball to Butler, who then lobbed it to Boozer in the paint. Boozer, receiving the ball with his back to the basket, pondered his next move. Just as he completed his pivot, Yichen appeared from behind, snatching the ball away for a steal. After seizing the ball, Yichen dashed to the frontcourt and, from 3 meters beyond the arc, rose up for a jump shot. Both Butler and Rose leaped to contest Yichen's shot, but by the time they arrived, Yichen had already released the ball. The basketball swished through the net. 13-13. Following the successful three-pointer by Gallinari and Yichen, the Lakers leveled the score, returning both teams to square one. Within roughly 5 minutes, Yichen had amassed 8 points, 2 assists, and 2 steals. Although his statistics were not overwhelmingly impressive compared to previous games, Yichen's influence on both ends of the court was significant. At the ESPN commentary booth, despite the Lakers having trailed by double digits at the outset, D'Antoni called a timely timeout. Upon resuming, Yichen's exceptional contributions on both offense and defense swiftly erased the deficit. A truly formidable display, remarked O'Neal. Smith nodded in agreement, stating, in this match, both teams showcased their unique characteristics. The Bulls' defensive cohesion, combined with Rose's blistering speed, initially stretched the score to double digits. Yet, the Lakers, thanks to Yichen's relentless performance, quickly equalized. This game is utterly riveting. Subsequently, the Bulls initiated their offense, with Rose utilizing a screen from Novin to penetrate the paint. Confronted by McGee's help defense, he passed the ball back to Novin. Upon receiving the pass, Yichen and Farid swiftly converged to envelop Novin. Under the double team, Novin attempted to pass to the open Luol Deng on the perimeter. However, Yichen's astute anticipation allowed him to intercept the ball before Deng could receive it. Within mere seconds, Yichen was sprinting near the free throw line. Faced with an unguarded basket, Yichen seized the opportunity to showcase his athleticism. A mid-air, folded back dunk added another 2 points for the Lakers. 15-13. In less than a quarter, Yichen had already recorded 3 steals. The record for 8 steals in a single NBA quarter remained distant, and breaking it seemed unlikely. Following Yichen's spectacular steal and dunk, the United center fell silent, utterly captivated by Yichen's prowess. Did he just erase a double-digit deficit in an instant? Yichen, the future GOAT. One cannot help but acknowledge Yichen's profound impact on both ends of the court. He is undoubtedly among the elite in the NBA. Yichen is truly formidable. With 4 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Yichen had tallied 13 points, 3 assists, and 3 steals. Compared to his previous scoring sprees of 41 points in a quarter and 50 points in a half, Yichen appeared more restrained today. However, his dominant defensive performance in the first quarter had instilled fear in the Bulls, a team primarily focused on defense. Sometimes, it is not merely scoring that can dismantle an opponent. A strong defensive display can equally intimidate. Everyone needs to focus. Be cautious with your passes. What are you doing? You can't even pass properly. Thibodeau bellowed at his Bulls players from the sidelines. From the pregame provocations aimed at the United Center crowd, it was evident that Yichen's competitive spirit was at an unprecedented height today. Yichen's intentions are unmistakable. He is determined to confront the entire Chicago team head-on. Throughout the course of the match, Yichen indeed instilled a sense of trepidation within the Bulls. Returning to the game, the Bulls are on the offense. Rose advances with the ball, utilizing Nowitzki's screen to shake off Nash, driving into the paint. Amidst a trio of Lakers converging on him, Rose executes a deft layup in midair. Confronted with a surge of momentum from the Lakers, Rose, as the team's star player, must now step up to break the scoring drought. When the team finds itself in adversity, it is imperative for the leader and superstar to rise to the occasion and address such challenges. This is the essence of their existence. Although Yichen has exerted considerable pressure on both ends of the court, the opponents have not capitulated. Bolstered by the support of their home crowd, they remain undaunted. 22-22. The score is tied. Turning back, the Lakers take their turn on offense. Nash advances past half-court, orchestrating the attack from the top of the arc. As Yichin emerged, shielded by Maji, he received a pass from Nash and was poised to initiate an offensive play. However, in that very moment he caught the ball, Butler, stationed on the left, decisively abandoned his mark and shifted to assist in guarding Yichin. The Bulls' defense, undeterred by the double team on Yichin, remained composed. Inside, Boozer and Noah simultaneously expanded their defensive coverage, while Rose positioned himself near the free throw line, ready to intercept any potential passing lanes Yichin might exploit. Truly, the Bulls' defensive scheme is a formidable challenge. Observing the Bulls' adept shift in defense, Yichin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yichin, with the ball in hand, faced a double team from Butler and Luol Deng. Rather than hastily passing the ball, he deftly employed his speed to maneuver past both defenders, driving towards the basket and drawing the attention of Boozer's defense. Yichin seized the opportunity, delivering a bounce pass to the unguarded Fari beneath the basket, who effortlessly converted it into points. Consequently, Yichin single-handedly dismantled the Bulls' defense once more. Once his teammates began to score, the pressure on Yichin significantly diminished. Luol Deng received a pass from Rose and immediately raised his hand to attempt a three-pointer. Yichin leapt high to attempt a block. However, to his surprise, Lu Erding merely feigned an attack after deceiving Yichin. He took a lateral step to the left and effortlessly leapt to shoot. What he could never comprehend was that Yichin's reaction speed and jumping ability had transcended his understanding. Although momentarily caught behind, Yichin swiftly retaliated. Snatching the ball from behind Lu Erding, Nash expertly controlled the possession and initiated a counterattack, with Yichin sprinting forward in pursuit. From the three-point line, Nash lofted the ball high, and Yichin took off from the free throw line, catching Nash's pass mid-air to complete an exhilarating alley-oop dunk. 26-22. The Lakers led by 4 points. Upon landing, Yichin did not rush back on defense. Instead, he raised a finger to his lips, signaling the crowd to silence. In the face of the tenacious Bulls' defense and a hostile atmosphere, Yichin's response was remarkably assertive. It was either a swift steal leading to a fast break dunk or a powerful three-point shot. Yichin, with his commanding presence on both offensive and defensive ends, rendered the previously raucous United Center silent. Conversely, the spirits of his fellow Lakers were ignited by his fervor. Nowitzki attempted a strong move against McGee, but failed to score. Yichin soared into the paint, snatching the rebound over both Boozer and Nowitzki, swiftly passing the ball to Nash to initiate the offense. Nash dribbled to the top of the arc and executed a tactical play, as Yichin and Gallinari simultaneously began to sprint along the baseline. The Bulls' defensive focus was solely on Yichin, neglecting the moving Gallinari. Nash swiftly delivered the ball to the open Gallinari, who, with ample space, released a three-pointer that found its mark. 29-22. With 1 minute remaining in the first quarter, the Bulls regained possession. After receiving a pass from Rose, Jimmy Butler evaded Gallinari's defense and attempted a three-pointer, which did not succeed. Boozer claimed the offensive rebound, aiming to pass to Luol Deng. However, Yichin, closely monitoring Boozer, pounced as he made the pass, intercepting the ball mid-flight. Regaining control, Yichin launched another fast break. Though Deng pursued to provide defensive support, he found himself confronted by Yichin's whirlwind speed. Gritting his teeth, Deng pressed his body against Yichin. Yet, undeterred, Yichin overpowered Deng, executing a soaring layup with finesse. Before the first quarter concluded, Yichin had already amassed 4 steals and 2 blocks on the defensive end, showcasing his remarkable prowess. Yichin's role on the defensive end is markedly distinct from that of other exceptional defenders. Upon successfully executing a steal or block, he swiftly capitalizes on his speed to initiate a fast break, often culminating in a score. Esteemed perimeter defenders such as Tony Allen, Roberson, Cephalosha, and Beverly lack the capability to propel a transition offense, highlighting the most significant divergence between Yichin and them. As the first quarter concludes, Rose sinks a buzzer-beating three-pointer. Yichin recorded an astonishing performance in a single quarter, amassing 14 points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists, 4 steals, and 2 blocks, effectively filling his statistical sheet. Meanwhile, Rose, not to be outdone, contributed 16 points along with 4 assists. The Lakers led by 4 points, 29-25, as they headed into the break. It was evident that Yichin single-handedly carried the Lakers forward with his remarkable contributions on both ends of the floor. While he did not dominate the scoring, His orchestration of the offense and defense was nothing short of exemplary. The Bulls appeared somewhat hesitant and passive in their offensive endeavors against Yi Chen's formidable defense, illustrating his profound impact on that end. Had it not been for Rose's early surge that propelled the Bulls momentarily, they might have found themselves trailing by double digits. At least from the first quarter, it was clear that this matchup would be thrilling, showcasing the duel between Rose and Yi Chen, as well as the defensive prowess of the Bulls against the offensive might of the Lakers. What a perplexing enigma Yi Chen is. To have filled his statistics sheet in merely the first quarter, what is he truly capable of? This individual is not to be trifled with. Perhaps it is wise to avoid provoking him further. With such a display, even Jordan would struggle to keep pace. The fans at the United Center were left breathless. During the intermission, Coach D'Antoni began addressing his Lakers players. Although they had finished the first quarter ahead, it was clear to any discerning observer that without Yi Chen's stellar performance on both ends, the Bulls could have easily extended their lead to 20 points. Have you witnessed how Yi Chen plays? He not only scores but also fiercely defends, while you all step up your game and defend properly. Even the grandmothers of Los Angeles exhibit more toughness than you. D'Antoni, a seasoned coach with a deep understanding of game rhythm, is among the elite in the league. On the other hand, the mood among the Bulls bench was rather somber. The team had committed too many turnovers, with Yi Chen personally recording 4 steals in the first quarter, a rather disgraceful statistic. Thibodeau was busy devising new strategies. Kids, we performed admirably on defense in the first quarter, and we must maintain that. However, our offense is plagued by significant issues, primarily our excessive turnovers. We must be vigilant about Yi Chen's positioning and his ability to steal. We cannot afford any more passing errors, understood? Across the ocean, in a Tencent live broadcast, the 3 brothers from Jishabin were left astonished by Yi Chen's statistical output. Kufan, regaining his composure, asked, "What are your thoughts on Yi Chen's performance today, esteemed colleagues?" Yang Yi adjusted his glasses and grinned. Yi Chen's dominance on the defensive end today is at a DPY level. With an impressive tally of 4 steals and 2 blocks in a single quarter, it is indeed remarkable. I believe his performance today will be markedly different from what we typically witness. Indeed, Yi Chen's first quarter statistics encompassed all 5 categories, and while his scoring was modest, his defensive display was phenomenal. I suspect that in the second quarter, he will continue to emphasize defense as a catalyst for offense, Wang Ming added. Meanwhile, countless fans from Long were glued to their phones following the match. Although this game lacked the buzz of the Rockets versus Lakers clash, the duel between Rose and Yi Chen had captivated numerous fans. The first quarter's score was relatively low, indicating a fierce defensive battle. Nowadays, the league emphasizes offense, with a plethora of 3-point shots and fast-paced attacks diminishing the overall spectacle of games, leading teams to prioritize offense while neglecting defense. Historically, many championship teams have thrived on exceptional defensive frameworks, epitomized by the 2004 Pistons, who triumphed over the dominant Lakers through their defensive prowess to claim the championship. In the contest between the Lakers and the Bulls, both teams showcased extraordinary defensive capabilities, igniting excitement among the fans. Wow, Yi Chen's defense is extraordinarily formidable. Bulls players seem hesitant to dribble in his presence. Yi Chen's relentless pursuit of defense is leagues above that of Kawhi. He is indeed the quintessential defensive player. I have a premonition that Yi Chen is destined to break the NBA single-game steal record today. Who dares to wager against me? I bet a pack of spicy strips. If Yi Chen sets his mind to it, any record will be within his grasp. Previously, Yi Chen had shattered records for single-quarter scoring, 3-point shooting, and even the miraculous 80-point game. Now, he has shifted his focus to breaking records on the defensive end, which is truly formidable. The notion that he could break records on both ends of the floor is astonishing. Returning to the game, the second quarter commenced with both teams fielding their bench players. Among the Bulls substitutes was Hinrich as the primary playmaker, alongside the sharpshooter Dunleavy. The Lakers countered with the crafty Nick Young. With 6 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in the half, the teams had only managed a meager 6-10 in scoring, resulting in a 35-35 tie. Following the timeout, both coaches reintroduced their starters for the final push of the half. According to Coach D'Antoni's strategy, Yi Chen would focus on energizing his teammates while maintaining his defensive intensity. After the defensive battle of the first quarter, the Lakers players, inspired by Yi Chen's tenacity, regained their former vigor. Upon resuming play, the Bulls starters launched a fierce offensive, with Boozer immediately scoring with a hook shot. On the Lakers side, Yi Chen advanced the ball, signaling to McGee, who set a pick for Yi Chen, subsequently rolling towards the basket. Drawing the defense, Yi Chun returned the ball to McGee. At the free throw line, McGee caught the pass, but found no favorable shooting opportunity and passed it back to Yi Chun. Yi Chun received the ball at the horn position. And with a mere glance, Gallinari understood the unspoken cue, swiftly cutting to the basket. Yi Chun seized the moment, launching the ball into Gallinari's hands like a cannonball, who, with Butler in close pursuit, executed a flawless layup. As possession shifted, the Bulls initiated their offensive play. Butler received a pass from Rose, feigned a shot, and after evading Gallinari, delivered a bounce pass to the interior to Boozer. However, before Boozer could secure the ball, Yi Chun, positioned near the free throw line, pounced like a leopard, intercepting the ball mid-flight and gaining control. Learning from their earlier mistakes in the first quarter, the Bulls opted not to retreat, but instead swiftly converged to double-team Yi Chun. Yi Chun dribbled the ball, retreating a few steps before noticing Nash, who was nearing the basket. He swiftly passed the ball to him. Upon receiving it, Nash surged towards the hoop, delivering an exquisite no-look pass from the free throw line to the rapidly advancing Farid, who executed a powerful dunk with finesse. The score stood at 39-37, with the Lakers leading by 2 points. The astonishing defense and the exceptional court vision left the entire arena's fans gasping in awe. My goodness, how is Yi Chun so formidable? He managed to pass the ball to the front court even under double coverage. One fan exclaimed, "What on earth is Luol Deng doing?" Yi Chun's 5 steals included 3 that were directly attributed to him. His teammates seemed to be enjoying an exceptionally comfortable game today. Yi Chun, the future GOAT. During his 4 minutes on the court in this segment, Yi Chun once again delivered an impressive performance, contributing 2 steals and 4 assists. Thus, he has amassed an astounding total of 14 points, 5 rebounds, 8 assists, 6 steals, and 2 blocks, showcasing an almost quadruple-double display. Such statistics are truly remarkable. Yi Chun's defensive prowess has caused a significant psychological strain on several Bulls players. However, as the unequivocal leader of the team, Rose must rise to the occasion, executing a series of penetrating drives to help the Bulls reclaim the lead against the Lakers. With just 2 minutes remaining until halftime, the Bulls hold a slender 1-point advantage at 42-41. For the Lakers, who boast an impressive average of 116 points per game this season, their current tally of only 41 points as the half draws to a close is markedly below their usual standard. Returning to the action, the Bulls initiate their offense. In this particular play, Yi Chun finds himself matched up against Rose. The clash between the two teams' star players is undeniably captivating. One is the youngest MVP in NBA history, while the other is a rising sensation in the league, poised to potentially eclipse Rose's records. Who will ultimately prevail, Rose or Yi Chun? Rose swiftly executes a series of crossovers, his speed evident as he keenly assesses Yi Chun's defensive movements while searching for an opportunity to penetrate the defense. Yi Chun provided Rose with a modicum of space for an offensive breakthrough. Given Yi Chun's height and leaping ability, he was not intimidated by Rose's strong shot in front of him, but rather focused on thwarting Rose's drive. "Brother, your prowess truly astonishes me. It is an honor to compete against a formidable opponent like you. However, I must score this basket," Rose declared with unwavering resolve as he glanced at Yi Chun. Due to Yi Chun's formidable stealing prowess on the defensive end, the Bulls had already committed 13 turnovers before the end of the first half, a staggering statistic. As the unequivocal leader of the Bulls, Rose was determined to score against Yi Chun's defense, setting an example for his teammates while infusing them with a much-needed surge of confidence. No sooner had he spoken than Rose accelerated, leaving Yi Chun behind. Truly the youngest MVP. Yi Chun marveled at the sight of the lightning-fast Rose. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Yi Chun adjusted his footwork and surged toward Rose. Suddenly, Rose felt a chill run down his spine as a figure sprinted up behind him, nudging him slightly. Seizing the moment when Rose's motion became awkward, Yi Chun collided with him, deftly stealing the ball from his grasp. Following the steal, Yi Chun quickly initiated a fast break, with Farid and Gallinari racing alongside him. Near the free throw line, Yi Chun faked a shot to the left, causing Boozer, who was returning on defense, to shift in that direction. Meanwhile, Yi Chun passed the ball to the right, where Farid received it and executed a thunderous dunk. Rose stood in disbelief as he watched Farid score, momentarily frozen, struggling to comprehend the events. When did he appear? Rose wondered, astonished that after evading Yi Chun, the latter had managed to recover so swiftly and execute the steal. This blunder resulted in Yi Chun's 7th steal of the game, leaving him just 3 away from a double-digit tally. As the first half approached its conclusion, both teams had struggled to score, remaining locked in a stalemate. The Bulls' defense was exceptionally aggressive, yet on the offensive end. They appeared hesitant in the face of Yi-Chen's steals. Conversely, Yi-Chen had not entered a scoring mode, preventing the Lakers from establishing a significant lead. With just 40 seconds remaining in the half, the Lakers led the Bulls 47-45 by a single point. Yi-Chen had already amassed an impressive stat line of 16 points, 7 rebounds, 11 assists, and 9 steals, needing only one more steal to achieve a first-half triple-double. Many have accomplished a triple-double in NBA history, including the likes of Oscar Robertson, Nikola Jokic, and Russell Westbrook. However, none had yet achieved a triple-double with double-digit steals and a half. The historical record for steals in the NBA stood at merely 11, shared by Kendall Gill of the Nets and Larry Cannon of the Spurs. Today, Yi-Chen had the opportunity to set the record for a half with double-digit steals while potentially breaking the all-time steals record. In the final offensive possession of the quarter, the Bulls entrusted the ball to Rose. The entire Bulls team actively maneuvered, executing various screens and cuts, awaiting Rose's pass for a shot. Regardless of whether the shot succeeded or failed, it was imperative to avoid a steal by Yi-Chen. Boozer established position inside, but the Lakers' perimeter defense, energized by Yi-Chen, was fierce. Consequently, Rose lobbed the ball to Boozer in the paint. Boozer powered up for a shot, but his turnaround jumper missed the mark, and Nowitzki leaped high to swat the ball to the perimeter, where Butler retrieved it. Yet, before Butler could secure the ball, Yi-Chen swooped in like a thief. Snatching the basketball from his hands, Yi-Chen surged forward with fervor, yet inexplicably chose to forego an open layup, opting instead for a three-point attempt from beyond the arc. The basketball sailed through the air with no unexpected turns, finding its mark in the net with assured precision. The score now stood at 50-45, as the Lakers extended their lead to 5 points. Simultaneously, Yi-Chen achieved a remarkable milestone, completing 10 steals. His extraordinary statistics included 19 points, 7 rebounds, 11 assists, 10 steals, and 4 blocks. He had secured a historic record for a first-half triple-double in steals. Yi-Chen, with an extraordinary defensive prowess, crafted an astonishing performance at the United Center. The arena was enveloped in an eerie silence, akin to that of a library, leaving the spectators in disbelief, clutching their heads in shock. In the first half, Yi-Chen individually achieved 10 steals, resulting in 10 turnovers for the Bulls, a truly remarkable feat. It was not that Yi-Chen refrained from attacking. Rather, his teammates were underperforming, drawing the Bulls' defensive focus entirely upon him. Even with his full attribute enhancements, it was unrealistic for Yi-Chen to consistently perform miraculous feats against multiple defenders. Moreover, he had already amassed an impressive scoring record, and on this day, he seemed determined to chase the NBA's historical steals record. At the ESPN commentary booth, Shaquille O'Neal and Smith were momentarily left speechless, struggling to regain their composure. Yi-Chen had once again set an NBA record by achieving a triple-double with steals in just one half, an unprecedented accomplishment in the league's history. With an entire half still remaining, he had every opportunity to surpass the single-game steals record. O'Neal remarked, while Smith, in disbelief, covered his head and exaggeratedly exclaimed, "It's hard to fathom that as a second-round pick, Yi-Chen has already achieved feats in this season that many players failed to accomplish in their entire careers. 80 points. 41 points in a single quarter. The NBA three-point record. And now this triple-double with steals. This transcendent superstar was indeed selected in the second round?" O'Neal chuckled at Smith's remarks, saying, "Fortune smiled upon the Lakers, allowing them to draft Yi-Chen in the second round. Haha. Hey, Smith. Why didn't the New York Knicks use their multiple first-round picks this year to select Yi-Chen?" Smith, in a fit of rage, slammed his hand on the table and cursed, "Damn New York. The Knicks management is nothing but a bunch of fools." Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa on the outskirts of Los Angeles, Kobe Bryant, upon witnessing Yi-Chen's triple-double with steals, excitedly shouted, "Well done, Yi-Chen. Woohoo." His exuberance was quickly interrupted by Vanessa, who emerged from another room, scolding him. "What are you doing? The kids are asleep." Embarrassed, Kobe sheepishly replied, "Sorry, dear. I got a bit carried away in my excitement." "What could possibly make you this thrilled?" Vanessa inquired, perplexed. Kobe tenderly embraced her, saying, "Yi-Chen has set a historical NBA record." "Really? Just make sure you don't hold Yi-Chen back once you return," Vanessa joked. "That's impossible. I'm not in a rush to come back. I will only return once my body is at 100%, Kobe asserted seriously. In just one half, Yi-Chen's astounding statistics stood at 19 points, 7 rebounds, 11 assists, 10 steals, and 4 blocks. The entire NBA world was once again ignited by Yi Chen's brilliance. ESPN proclaimed, a triple-double with steals in one half. What heights await Yi Chen in the future? TNT declared, with both offensive and defensive excellence. Has Yi Chen already secured his place as the future GOAT? Sports Illustrated remarked, an extraordinary physical talent. A king of the basketball court, let us revisit Yi Chen's rise to fame. Tencent Sports noted, Yi Chen's exceptional athletic ability leaves LeBron in awe. The spotlight of this match extended beyond Yi Chen's statistics. It also highlighted his athletic prowess. The NBA boasts several players with explosive talents, such as LeBron James and this year's rookie sensation Giannis Antetokounmpo, along with the future star Zion Williamson, all possessing monstrous physical gifts. Yet, in comparison to Yi Chen, they pale. He is a player endowed with fully maximized attributes, making any comparison utterly futile. Yi Chen's astonishing performance in the half-court has captivated the keen attention of numerous current NBA players and legends alike. Particularly, his record of achieving a triple-double with steals in a single half has stirred the sports world into a frenzy. Paul George exclaimed, "My God, someone stop this guy. He is too formidable." Kyrie Irving remarked, "It's evident that no one wishes to be an adversary to a monster like Yi Chen." Stephen Curry noted, Yi Chen's dominance on the defensive end is astounding. Completing 10 steals in just one half is simply unbelievable. Russell Westbrook declared, the award for this season's best defensive player is already a foregone conclusion. LeBron James expressed, "My brother is playing exceptionally well. I love him." Kevin Durant chimed in, "Damn it, Yi Chen." Meanwhile, at home indulging in a hamburger, Anthony Bennett, the first overall pick of this season, was utterly dumbfounded upon seeing the news flash on his phone. Although he was the top pick, he is also regarded as the weakest first overall selection in NBA history. After being drafted by the Cavaliers, he played just 13 games, averaging a mere 4.1 points, 2 rebounds, and 0.8 assists with a dismal shooting percentage of 20. Consequently, due to his underwhelming performance, the Cavaliers management assigned him to the Development League, marking the first time in NBA history that a rookie first overall pick has been demoted to the Development League. This explains why he only appeared in 13 games for the Cavaliers this season. Each time Yi Chen delivered a stellar performance, the Cavaliers management faced an onslaught of criticism from fans. At the same time, in a villa located in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, Megan Fox was watching the game between the Lakers and the Bulls, reclining lazily on her bed, clad in minimal attire and with her long legs exposed. Upon witnessing Yi Chen's shooting prowess, Megan Fox resolved, "I must get Yi Chen into my bed." With that, her hands unconsciously moved towards her private areas as she exclaimed, "Ah, Yi Chen, you are incredible. Ah." Those familiar with Megan Fox know her as the leading lady of the Transformers series, possessing an angelic face and a devilish figure, though in recent years, she has begun to emulate the Kardashians. Unbeknownst to many, Megan Fox harbors a multitude of peculiar interests. Simultaneously, high school student Ja Morant, after completing a grueling day of training, turned on the television to watch the Lakers versus Bulls game. Entering the NBA had always been his dream. Following high school, Morant was rated without any stars, prompting him to train fervently throughout the summer under his father's guidance. After witnessing Yi Chen's performance, he found himself utterly captivated. Yi Chen is incredibly strong. I can't wait to face off against such a monster in the NBA, though I probably need a few more years. I must work hard to enter the NBA and surpass him, Morant said, as he followed Yi Chen on Twitter and Instagram. If Yi Chen were to discover that he had garnered the attention of the renowned sharpshooter Morant, one might wonder whether he would feel elated or apprehensive. After all, the legend of the sharpshooter is not to be taken lightly. Across the vast ocean, the forums are nearly on the brink of collapse, as netizens from the Dragon Kingdom erupt in fervor. Which nation would dare to mock the athletes of the Dragon Kingdom now? Yi Chen shall demonstrate, through his prowess, what it truly means to be a supergiant. Achieving such statistics by halftime, can we expect him to secure a quadruple double by the end of the game? Impressive. Yi Chen, you bring great honor to the Dragon Kingdom. Alas, this year's Asian Games will showcase how Yi Chen teaches a lesson to those who live comfortably. Yi Chen at the Asian Games? It would be akin to a father facing off against his son. What a thrilling prospect it is to await the day Yi Chen dons the national team jersey. In the Tencent Sports live broadcast, the three brothers of Jispin are palpably excited. They are not only friends of Yi Chen but also proud members of his vast fan base. Today, Yi Chen's influence in the Dragon Kingdom is that of a true national icon. Yichen's accomplishments in the NBA serve as a source of pride and honor for the entire Dragon Nation. Cai Ming, with utmost seriousness, inquired about the two coaches' perspectives on Yichen's performance in the first half. What marvels might unfold in the second half? Throughout the annals of NBA history, I never anticipated encountering a player whose style so closely resembles that of Yichen. Even the likes of Jordan and Kobe find it arduous to be compared to him. One can readily observe the profound impact Yichen has on the court. No player in NBA history has ever played with such relentless vigor on both ends of the floor. If one were to draw a comparison, it would be to a peak Kobe Bryant. However, Kobe did not exhibit the same fervent defensive tenacity that Yichen does with every possession. This game, a quadruple-double seems unattainable, yet I sense that Yichen will enter a scoring frenzy in the second half, decisively clinching the victory. Yang Yi reiterated emphatically. For other players, scoring 19 points in the first half would be considered an impressive feat, yet, for Yichen, 19 points? An insignificant figure, leading the scoring charts. Yichen boasts an astonishing average of 47 points per game, firmly establishing himself at the pinnacle. Such a scoring average would have been extraordinary even in the ancient era of Wilt Chamberlain. Yao Ming expressed his admiration, stating, just now, every word from Teacher Yang is absolutely valid. I firmly believe that Yichen is destined to become the GOAT of basketball. In agreement with Yang Yi, my perspective on the second half is that Yichen will indeed transition into scoring mode. Let us witness this together. Cai Ming nodded and declared, all right. The game has commenced. Let us switch our broadcast to the United Center and revel in the clash between the Lakers and the Bulls in the second half. Following the halftime intermission and adjustments, the starting players returned to the court. In the first half, Yichen silenced the fans at the United Center with his record-breaking performance. However, as the second half commenced, the fans' fervor reignited, with resounding boos filling the arena. Whenever Yichen touched the ball, a cacophony of jeers erupted. The United Center, once the domain of the legendary Jordan, presents a formidable challenge for anyone seeking to conquer it. Thus, one must unleash their full prowess. Energized by the atmosphere of their home crowd, the Bulls players displayed remarkable determination. They showcased formidable offensive prowess right from the outset, with Rose, the undeniable core of the team, beginning to assert his influence. With a screen set by Boozer, blocking Nash, Rose dashed beyond the three-point line, and the basketball swished through the net. 50-48. The Bulls narrowed the deficit to 2 points. As the possession shifted, the Lakers initiated their offense. Nash advanced with the ball, orchestrating the play from the top of the arc. Yichen, despite his continuous movement, was unable to shake off Roldan, who clung to him like a stubborn candy, denying him any space to receive the ball effortlessly. In desperation, Yichen exchanged a knowing glance with McGee, who promptly positioned himself to obstruct Roldan, allowing Nash to deliver the ball into Yichen's hands just in time. From the corner, he launched a three-pointer, swish. As the second half commenced, both teams, under the guidance of their leading stars, exhibited an extraordinary offensive prowess and fervor, a stark contrast to the defensive struggle of the first half. The initial half's defensive battle was largely attributed to Yichen's remarkable defensive skills, coupled with his decision to facilitate rather than score, entrusting his teammates with the offensive responsibilities. The Bulls, a team traditionally built on defense, were taken aback by the strength of Yichen's defensive capabilities. Now, as the second half unfolded, with Yichen and Rose leading the charge, the tempo escalated rapidly, heralding the onset of a scoring frenzy. Butler received a pass from Rose in the corner, evaded Gallinari's defense, but his mid-range jumper failed to find the mark. Yichen soared to secure the rebound, snatching it right above the heads of Boozer and Nova. Although Yichen's height pales in comparison to that of the two interior players, his fully enhanced attributes empower him to exert his will on the court with remarkable freedom. After Yichen secured the rebound, he passed the ball to Nash, allowing him to orchestrate the offense while Yichen continued to move without the ball. Both Yichen's ball handling and off-ball play rank among the elite in the league. By letting Nash take control of the ball, Yichen not only alleviates defensive pressure on himself, but also positions himself to make the most advantageous decisions on the offensive end through keen observation of the game's dynamics. Yichen sprinted to the corner, and Nash executed a cross-court pass that soared a tad too high. Nevertheless, Yichen leapt into the air, deftly catching the ball with one hand. Ignoring the defense posed by Luol Deng, Yichen swiftly released a three-pointer, which found its mark once more. 56-48. With two consecutive three-pointers, the Lakers extended their lead to 8 points, and the once boisterous United Center fell into a hush. At the ESPN commentary booth, Shaquille O'Neal and Smith were once again in a frenzy. Here it comes. Yichen's scoring exhibition had finally commenced, precisely what we had anticipated. The Bulls ought to tread carefully. Yichen, now in scoring mode, had previously achieved a staggering 41 points in a single quarter. O'Neal exclaimed with excitement. Beside him, Smith could hardly contain his exhilaration, contrasting the defensive battle of the first half with the dramatic shift in momentum as Yichen had already netted 2 3-pointers in less than 2 minutes upon the return to play. Back to the game, the Bulls were on the offensive. Rose pushed the ball up the court, shouting to his teammates, "Stay calm, keep your composure. We must score on this possession." Boozer, set the pick. Rose instructed as he dribbled towards the basket. Utilizing the screen from Boozer, Rose drove left and delivered a bounce pass to the rolling Boozer. Boozer received the ball but faced a double team from Nash and Farid, promptly returning it to Rose. Rose caught the ball and, with no defender in sight, launched a three-pointer. 56-51. "Hey, watch out for Rose. Forget about Boozer," shouted D'Antoni from the sidelines. Expressing his clear discontent with Nash and Farid's decision to abandon Rose in favor of double-teaming Boozer, Yichen responded in kind. As Nash advanced the ball, he called out to Yichen. Just past half-court, Nash passed the ball to Yichen. Yichen, with the ball in hand, confronted the defense of Rul Deng. A feigned shooting motion sent Rul Deng soaring, allowing Yichen to advance towards the paint. Upon reaching the basket, he found himself besieged by the combined efforts of Boozer and Nova. Yichen passed the ball back to Nash, then swiftly turned and glided along the baseline, making his way to the opposite corner. Without hesitation, Nash promptly delivered the ball to Yichen. Once again, he launched a three-point shot, and once again, it found its mark. 3 consecutive three-pointers. The previously subdued crowd at the United Center erupted as Yichen's relentless barrage sent them into a frenzy, resulting in a chorus of boos. However, these jeers were not directed at Yichen, but rather aimed at the Bulls' defensive efforts. As Yichen swiftly transitioned into scoring mode upon returning to the court, the Bulls' perimeter defense faltered, repeatedly allowing him to find open space and sink three-pointers. The once indomitable Bulls' defense proved utterly vulnerable in the face of Yichen's prowess. Yichen's performance was extraordinarily vibrant, as his teammates incessantly sought him out, crafting opportunities for him to shoot. For a player in such scorching form, once the rhythm is found, he can continue to unleash shots until he finally misses. Turning around, Luol Deng received a brilliant pass from Rose and executed a powerful dunk beneath the basket. After the dunk, Deng appeared exceptionally exhilarated, vigorously pounding his chest while casting a challenging glance at Yichen. It is well known that any defender who dares to provoke Yichen on the court seldom enjoys a favorable outcome. As possession shifted, the Lakers initiated their offense. Nash, upon crossing half-court, once again passed the ball to Yichen. Confronted by the still exuberant Deng, Yichen dribbled backward for 2 steps, creating space before launching into a swift, power breakthrough. Arriving at the left side 45-degree three-point line, he abruptly halted and took a jump shot. Deng leaped valiantly to contest the shot, but with a crisp swish, the ball found the net, and Deng's body collided with Yichen, who gracefully fell to the ground. 3-1. "Hey, brother, don't be so excited." Yichen, lying on the floor, flashed a smile and gestured the number 4 towards Deng. Yichen's free throw found its mark with unwavering precision. In the subsequent 2 minutes, aside from Nash's layup and Farid's thunderous dunk, Yichen struck again with a three-pointer. With half of the third quarter remaining, Yichen had made 5 attempts from beyond the arc, successfully scoring all 5, along with his free throws, accumulating a total of 16 points. Meanwhile, the Lakers maintained a 10-point lead over the Bulls at 64-54. In a moment of urgency, Coach Thibodeau swiftly called for a timeout to stifle Yichen's momentum. In the first half, Yichen exhibited remarkable defensive prowess, leaving the entire Bulls team questioning their abilities. However, by the second half, having endured the first half's trials, the Bulls had acclimatized to Yichen's defensive rhythm. Yet, upon returning for the second half, Yichen swiftly transitioned into scoring mode, provoking frustration among the Bulls. With 5 consecutive three-pointers, the venue erupted in a downpour of threes as Yichen pierced through the Bulls' staunch defense. Goodness, Yichen's audacity is astonishing. 5 successive three-pointers. Was he aiming to obliterate the rim? Coach Thibodeau better devise a strategy to halt Yichen's momentum, or this game may slip away in a deluge of points. Alas, Luol Deng is utterly ineffective. Upon resuming play, following Thibodeau's directives, the Bulls commenced a fervent double-team on Yichen. Butler and Deng flanked him, effectively barricading Yichen's offensive pathways, while Boozer lurked in the paint, ready to assist defensively should Yichen manage a breakthrough. Faced with such targeted defense from the Bulls, Yichin opted not to force his way through but instead passed the ball to the left, finding an open Chandler. Seizing the opportunity, Chandler drove to the basket, drawing the defense along with him. Taking advantage of the moment, Yichin sprinted to the left three-point line. After undergoing D'Antoni's coaching on the sidelines, Chandler, upon noticing Yichin's open position, astutely returned the ball. Yichin continued to launch three-point shots, and the basketball swished through the net once more. With an astonishing streak of 6 consecutive three-pointers, the Bulls were left in utter disarray. Despite the Bulls managing to score amidst Yichin's relentless barrage of three-pointers, who could withstand such a deluge? As the Bulls transitioned to offense, Butler deftly maneuvered past Chandler's defense and drove towards the paint. However, rather than opting for a forceful attack, Butler passed the ball to Boozer. Upon receiving the pass, Boozer showcased the elegance of classical post moves, executing a series of footwork and fakes before elegantly converting a soft hook off the glass. This briefly stabilized the situation, but it wasn't long before Nash delivered a long pass to the fast-breaking Yichin. After receiving the ball, Yichin executed a step-back three-pointer reminiscent of Harden, scoring despite Luol Deng's defense. "Hey, it's best not to step on my toes while on the court," Yichin taunted Deng after the basket. Deng, lowering his head, offered no reply. Observing Deng's existential crisis following Yichin's shot, Rose approached and patted his shoulder in reassurance. "It's all right, Deng, this is not your fault." Deng, tall and long-armed, is the Bulls' most formidable perimeter defender. Yet against Yichin today, he found himself utterly unable to impede his opponent. Across the ocean, as Yichin landed his 7th consecutive three-pointer, fans in Longwa erupted in fervor. The Hoopu Forum was abuzz, nearly collapsing under the surge of traffic. With posts flooding in one after another, and the live commentary section was a continuous stream of excitement. "Damn it, someone help me. I'm questioning my life after being shot by Yichin. How long is this guy going to keep scoring? How can the Bulls withstand this? Unbelievable. A shooting percentage of 7 consecutive three-pointers. Incredible. Now is the era of Yichin." In the Tencent live stream, the three brothers were cheering incessantly. The beautiful host, Xiaoqi, was so exhilarated she nearly lifted her skirt. "Yichin, he's phenomenal, truly remarkable," Xiaoqi exclaimed, her face flushed. As a top-tier star in Longwa, Yichin not only excels in basketball, but also possesses striking looks, garnering a substantial female fan base, with Xiaoqi being one of them. Yongyi chuckled. "I told you so, didn't I? I mentioned that Yichin would return in the second half and enter scoring mode, sweeping the Bulls away." Wang Ming was equally thrilled. Yichin is simply beyond words. He already holds the NBA single-quarter scoring record and three-point record. Let's see him continue to shatter his own records. Back to the game. Butler received a brilliant pass from Rose and sank a three-pointer. Turning back, Yichin found himself facing Deng again. Deng's height and reach provided some interference. Overall, he is a commendable perimeter defender, but he was up against an empowered Yichin. Facing Yichin again, Deng bent at the waist, arms outstretched, his eyes filled with fury as he stared intently at Yichin. If this weren't a game, Yichin suspected Deng might throw a punch. "How many points do you think you can score over me? From this moment, you're not scoring again," Deng bellowed, evidently on the verge of a mental breakdown. "Oh really?" Yichin smirked. With that, he swiftly gathered the ball and, from 2 meters beyond the three-point line, launched a quick shot. After completing his shot, he raised a finger to the sky and strode back toward his half of the court without a glance back. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air and swished through the net. 8 consecutive three-pointers. At this point, Yichin's total three-point count had reached 10. But the most astonishing aspect was his perfect shooting percentage of 10 for 10. This moment of premature celebration risked landing Yichin in O'Neal's top 5 bloopers if he failed. Following Yichin's 8th consecutive three-pointer, Deng's composure completely shattered. And it wasn't just him. The morale of the entire Bulls team plummeted. The score was 80-67, with the Lakers leading by 13 points. In the ensuing possessions, Yichin became the focal point of the Bulls' defense, yet he opted not to force his shots, instead passing to teammates to facilitate their scoring opportunities. Whenever a good shooting chance arose, Yichin would take it, but if heavily guarded, he would retreat to the three-point line to create space for his teammates. Chandler's drive to the basket was swatted by Nowitzki, prompting Rose to retrieve the ball and initiate a fast break. With a swift change of direction that left Nash behind, he scored effortlessly. Turning back, the Lakers launched their offensive. After a series of passes failed to yield a solid scoring opportunity, Nash passed the ball to Yichin. Stationed beyond the three-point arc, Yichin received the ball, confronting the defensive Luol Deng. Positioned beyond the three-point line, he initiated a back-to-basket move. After pushing Deng back a couple of steps, he created space for a shot. However, Yichen opted not to pursue the three-pointer. Instead, he executed a beautifully arched fadeaway jumper, effortlessly landing the basket. While Deng's defensive focus was primarily on Yichen's three-point threat, Yichen chose the mid-range shot this time. Following that, the Chicago Bulls' morale began to crumble. Under Yichen's relentless scoring barrage, the Bulls' defense had seemingly lost its former prowess, resembling a disarrayed battalion. When a team is brimming with confidence, they are capable of conjuring miracles and achieving invincibility. Conversely, when a team is demoralized and devoid of spirit, they are destined for defeat. Despite Coach Thibodeau calling a timeout to soothe his players' emotions, Yichen returned to the court with a thunderous dunk that further extinguished the Bulls' fighting spirit. Ultimately, under Yichen's onslaught, the third quarter concluded with the Lakers leading the Bulls. Yichen amassed 31 points in the third quarter alone. Although he fell short of breaking his own record of 41 points in a single quarter, his 31 points came against the Bulls, known for their formidable defense. The Lakers entered the final quarter with an 88-73 lead over the Bulls, having witnessed Yichen compile an astonishing stat line of 50 points, 13 assists, 9 rebounds, 11 steals, and 4 blocks. He was merely 1 rebound shy of achieving a historic quadruple-double with over 50 points, a feat that has never been accomplished in NBA history. Even legends like Jordan and Kobe did not achieve such a milestone. The entire Staples Center was engulfed in a wave of panic and outrage. In this moment, Yichen himself felt akin to a supervillain within the NBA. The sensation of single-handedly battling against the world was truly exhilarating. Media coverage of the game had reached a frenzy, with accolades pouring in from all directions. The impact and reach of this game had eclipsed even Yichen's previous 80-point performance against the Knicks. Yichen, renowned for his exceptional defensive prowess, stands as the epitome of defensive efficiency in the league, boasting the lowest average points allowed. In a record-breaking performance against the formidable Bulls, a team celebrated for its ironclad defense, he rendered the entire squad a mere backdrop. Whenever faced with such elite opponents, doubts arise regarding Yichen's ability to maintain his stellar performance. Some even contend that his remarkable statistics are only achievable against weaker adversaries, playfully dubbing him a bully for his dominance over lesser teams. Yet, time and again, Yichen has silenced critics and fans alike by shattering numerous records, demonstrating his prowess through undeniable actions. With the Bulls, known for their formidable defense, overwhelmed by Yichen's brilliance, one must ponder which team could possibly impede his ascent. Indeed, the MVP title for this season is devoid of any uncertainty. Yichen is truly deserving of this honor. The rapidity of his growth has astounded many. Henceforth, I declare myself a devoted admirer of Yichen. Inside the United Center, numerous fans opted to leave prematurely. This highly anticipated matchup transformed into a personal showcase for Yichen. The Bulls players, devoid of any fighting spirit, sat despondently on the bench, their gazes fixated helplessly on the data displayed on the screen. In stark contrast, the Lakers players reveled in jubilant celebration, towels flying in the air. Nick Young, in particular, waved his towel vigorously towards Yichen, fanning the flames of his fiery performance. "Brother, you are absolutely phenomenal," Nick Young exclaimed with a grin. Yichen glanced at the overly excited Nick Young and replied with a smile, "If you could curtail your visits to nightclubs, then you could be as cool as I am." Nick Young scoffed, "If my girlfriend were Scarlett or Miranda Kerr, I wouldn't go to nightclubs either." At the onset of the fourth quarter, Yichen chose not to rest, but to continue his vigorous efforts on the court. Faced with the formidable defense of the tenacious Jimmy Butler, Yichen executed a swift pivot to effortlessly bypass Butler, subsequently sinking a mid-range jumper from near the free throw line. The score stood at 82-67, with the Lakers leading by a commanding 15 points. At this juncture, Butler had yet to fully develop, playing primarily as an outside defender for his team. However, the future iteration of Butler with the Heat left an indelible impression, showcasing what it truly means to embody resilience and toughness. During the 2020 NBA Finals, in the series pitting the Heat against the Lakers, Butler astonishingly rested for a mere 48 seconds throughout the entire series, one of the most intense competitions in the NBA, characterized by fierce physical clashes and rapid transitions between offense and defense. It is nearly unfathomable to conceive the significance of resting for just 48 seconds. This year, Butler further illuminated what it means to be a superstar. As the 8th seed in the Eastern Conference, many believed the Bucks would easily triumph over the undermanned Heat. Yet, Butler's actions served as a resounding rebuttal to such skepticism. Averaging 37.6 points per game, he led his team to a decisive 4-1 victory over the Bucks, setting a record for the highest average points in a playoff series in Heat history. Butler guided the Heat through a series of formidable opponents to reach the finals, ultimately succumbing to the powerful Nuggets. It was only after the conclusion of the finals that we learned Butler had been playing through injury. This playoff journey conveyed a crucial message to fans. If one is unable to perform, it is unjust to blame one's teammates. True fortitude can overturn even the mightiest in the league, and one should not shift accountability onto others in defeat. Returning to the game, the Lakers launched an offensive. Butler once again found himself matched against Yichun, harboring a determination to thwart Yichen's advances. However, Butler, still somewhat inexperienced at this stage, was directly outmaneuvered by Yichun. With little suspense remaining in the match, Yichun signaled to Coach D'Antoni to replace him, in accordance with long-standing NBA tradition. When a game enters garbage time and the opposing team has substituted their starters, the leading side also brings in their bench players. This practice serves to ensure the primary players can rest and mitigate injury risks, while also demonstrating respect for the opponent by avoiding unnecessary stat padding during inconsequential moments. Ultimately, Yichun concluded the match with an astounding super quadruple-double: 58 points, 11 rebounds, 14 assists, 11 steals, and 4 blocks. Regrettably, he fell just 2 points shy of surpassing the 60-point mark. Nevertheless, Yichun resolved to forego further scoring and exited the game. As he departed the United Center, the fans, despite witnessing such explosive statistics, offered not applause but an endless chorus of boos. Yichun shook his head with a wry smile. The United Center, a venue that has been graced by the divine, is indeed a formidable fortress. It boasts an aura of pride and a glorious history, where applause for visiting players is a rarity, replaced instead by an endless chorus of boos. With just 8 minutes remaining in the game, both teams deployed their bench players. The Lakers' substitutes faced a relentless scoring barrage, yet their substantial lead ensured a comfortable victory, concluding the match at 108-98 against the Bulls. This focal contest was ultimately defined by Yichun's extraordinary performance and the Lakers' triumph. In the post-game interview, head coach Mike D'Antoni appeared exceptionally exhilarated. A reporter inquired, "Coach D'Antoni, how do you assess Yichun's performance in this game?" D'Antoni chuckled and replied, "It was an impeccable display. Yichun showcased formidable dominance on both ends of the court, which is precisely what he does each day. His outstanding performance has been pivotal to our current success." The reporter then asked, "Coach D'Antoni, we hear that Kobe is recovering remarkably well. When can we expect his return?" D'Antoni responded with a smile, "Indeed, Kobe is now at 100% recovery. We are contemplating the timing of his comeback, but ultimately it will depend on his willingness." The reporter pressed further, "If Kobe returns, what kind of synergy might we witness alongside Yichun?" D'Antoni, glancing thoughtfully at the reporter, stated, "Both are extraordinarily talented superstars, capable of playing with or without the ball. Their compatibility is beyond question. I believe fans will soon witness the formidable partnership of Yichun and Kobe, following their encounter with the Bulls." The Lakers swiftly traveled to Detroit to face the Pistons. This season, the Pistons are also vying for the top draft pick, lacking any marquee players and holding a dismal record of 8 wins to 30 losses. Confronting such a struggling team, Yichun showed no mercy. In the first quarter, he played 12 minutes, took 8 shots, all of which found the mark, amassing 20 points while also delivering 4 assists. Yichun once again initiated the week with a stellar quarter, as the Los Angeles Lakers remained an unstoppable force. Indeed, against Yichun, the Detroit Pistons found themselves utterly incapable of containment. Ultimately, Yichun concluded his evening with a staggering stat line of 33 points, 11 assists, and 7 rebounds in merely 25 minutes of play, leading the Lakers to a decisive 110-88 victory over the Pistons, marking their 13th consecutive win. Post-game, the Pistons head coach expressed satisfaction with the outcome, humorously stating in the interview, "In this game, we successfully limited Yichun to just 25 minutes on the court, and compared to what he usually scores against other teams, 33 points isn't too bad." Clearly, the significant loss meant little to the Pistons coach, as the team's objective this season is to secure the top draft pick, with management prioritizing losses. Thus, for him, losing is inconsequential. The goal is simply to lose. On December 22nd, after their effortless victory over the Pistons, the Los Angeles Lakers set forth for their last game before Christmas, heading to Brooklyn, New York, to battle the Nets. The Nets, having undergone a change in ownership and embarking on a series of acquisitions, assembled a lavish roster at the start of the season. They sacrificed 4 years' worth of draft picks to acquire stars like Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett, and Jason Terry from the Celtics. In hindsight, this transaction has proven costly, as the Nets have yet to capture a championship or even reach the Eastern Conference Finals. Conversely, the Celtics utilized the Nets' first-round picks to select outstanding players like Marcus Smart, Jaylen Brown, and Jason Tatum, thus expediting their rebuilding process. Currently, the Brooklyn Nets boast a lineup featuring Deron Williams, Joe Johnson, Pierce, Garnett, and Brook Lopez. Their bench is equally formidable, including capable players like Terry and Humphries. After refining their chemistry throughout the early season, the Nets have achieved an impressive record of 26 wins and 12 losses, standing third in the Eastern Conference. With both teams in exceptional form, the question remains, who will emerge victorious in this thrilling matchup?